Shields were round, for the deforested and cultivated lands were the earliest orbis terrarium, as was stated above 550, and this property was retained in the Latin words for shield. A clipius was a round shield, distinct from a scutum, which had sides. This land was called a lucus in the sense of an eye, so too, even today, we call the openings by which light enters into a house eyes. That heroic phrase, every giant has his own lucus, is true, although, later, unknown as a consequence of being altered and eventually corrupted, and it was already false when it came to Homer, it was taken to mean that every giant has an eye in the middle of his brow, and with these one-eyed giants came that Vulcan who in the first forges, that is, the forest to which Vulcan set fire, must have fabricated the first arms, that is, as we have stated 562, spears with burned tips, and by extending this idea, he fabricated the lightning bolt of Jove, for Vulcan must have set fire to the forest so as to observe in the open heavens where the lightning bolts were sent by Jove. 565, the second divinity that came into being in the midst of these most ancient human things was the divinity of Venus, who was a character representing civil beauty, whence, in Latin, Honestas continues to signify nobility and beauty and virtue. 377, for it was in the following order that these three ideas must have come into being. The first beauty to be understood was the civil beauty which pertained to the heroes. Later came the natural beauty, which falls under the human senses, and yet senses belonging to men with discerning and comprehending minds, who know how to discern the parts and combine them agreeably in the body as a whole, in which beauty essentially consists. 378, hence, rustics and men of plebeian taint understand little or nothing of beauty. This would demonstrate of the error of philologists who say that, in the simple-minded and bewildered times about which we are reasoning, kings were elected with a view to their beautiful and well-proportioned bodies, for such a tradition is to understood in terms of civil beauty, that is, the nobility of the heroes, as we are about to state. 566. Finally, the beauty of virtue was understood, whose name is Honestas and which is understood only by philosophers. Hence, it must have been in civil beauty that they were beautiful, Apollo, Bacchus, Ganymede, Bellerophon, and Theseus, along with other heroes, and it was because of them, perhaps, that Venus was imagined as masculine. 566, the idea of civil beauty must have come into being in the minds of the theological poets when they saw the impious seeking refuge in their lands, men in aspect, but beasts in custom. It was this beauty, and no other, that was valued by the Spartans, the heroes of Greece, who cast from Mount Taygetus offspring that were brutish and deformed, that is, were conceived by noble women outside the solemnity of nuptials, and these must have been the monstrosities which the law of the 12 tables commanded be cast into the Tiber. For there is no verisimilitude in the point that the Decemvirs would have given any thought, in that parsimony for laws which was proper to the earliest republics, to natural monstrosities. So rare things which are rare in nature are called monstrosities, while, in the present abundance of laws under which we toil, lawgivers leave to the discretion of judges cases which rarely come up. As a result, those originally and properly called monstrosities must have been civil monstrosities. It was with this understanding that Pamphila said of one of these, when he falsely suspected that the maiden, Philomena, was pregnant, that Alicid monstri alunt. 379. Some monstrosity is being nursed. And so they continued to be called this in Roman law, which was spoken with complete propriety, as Antoine Favre observes in his Jurisprudence of Papinianus, which was observed above in another place for another purpose. 410. 567, hence, it must be this that Livy is saying when he writes, with as much good faith in as he is otherwise ignorant about Roman antiquity, that if the nobles gave a common share in connubium to the plebeians, the offspring born would have been siccum ipsa discourse 380 in discord with itself, which is as much as saying that it would have been a monstrosity mixed of two natures, one heroic from the nobles, the other wild from those plebeians, who agitabant connubium morferarum. 381. Practiced marriage in the manner of wild animals. This expression Livy took from some ancient writer of annals and used it without knowledge sensus scienza. He shows his lack of knowledge insofar as he reports it as though it meant if the nobles intermarry with the plebeians. 382 This is wrong because the plebeians, in their unfortunate state of near slavery, could not put this forward to the nobles, but rather demanded the right to contract the solemn nuptials, for this is what connubium means, a right that belonged to the nobles alone, as for in the manner of wild beasts, no one species has intercourse with any other species. As a result, one is forced to say that it was an expression with which the nobles, in that heroic contest, intended to mock the plebeians, none of whom, because they had no share in the public auspices which by their solemnity make nuptials legitimate, had a father who was certain. So, in the Roman legal code, there remains the definition that nuptia demonstrant patrem. 383 Marriages demonstrate the father, and as a result of uncertainty of this sort, the plebeians could be said to have intercourse with their mothers, with their daughters, as wild beasts do. 568 On the one hand, to the plebeian Venus were attributed doves, not yet to signify visceral love, but rather because they are, as Horace defines them, degeneres, birds which are base in comparison with eagles, which the same Horace defines as feroces. This is to signify that the plebeians held private, or minor auspices, different from the auspices of eagles and lightning bolts which were noble, and which Varro and Messala called the major, or public auspices, upon which depended all the heroic rights of the nobles, as Roman history plainly confirms. On the other hand, to the heroic Venus, Venus pronuba, were attributed swans, birds proper also to Apollo, who, we saw above 533, was the god of nobility, and under the auspices of one of these swans, Leda conceived from Jove an egg, as was explained above 512. 569, the plebeian Venus was described as naked, whereas Venus pronuba was covered with a nuptial girdle, as was stated above 512, and this nakedness, one sees here how greatly distorted ideas are about this poetic antiquity, was believed to have been devised as an incentive to lust, when it is discovered truly to signify the natural modesty, that is, the punctiliousness of good faith with which the plebeians observed their natural obligations insofar as they had no share, as we will see shortly in the Poetic Politics. 597, 598, in the citizenship of heroic cities, and so did not contract in their obligations any that were bound to some constraint of civil law that made it necessary to fulfill them. Consequently, to Venus were attributed the graces, also naked, nude, and, in Latin, causa, the grounds for an action, and gratia, grace, the goodwill behind an action, signify the same thing. As a result, the graces must have signified for the poets those pacts which are bare nudity, because they are the product only of natural obligation, and, as a consequence, the Roman jurists called some pacts stipulated. These were, later, called vested by medieval interpreters of Roman law. For since they meant that bare pacts were pacts which were not stipulated, stipulatio must not have come from the word stipe, stump, for the word derived from such an origin would be stipatio, and the justification for such a derivation would be forced insofar as it would be the stump which sustains the pacts. Instead, stipulatio must have come from stipula, stalk, as the rustics of Latium used the word, insofar as it is the stalk which clothes the grain. 384, by comparison, pacts which were called vested by the earliest feudalists came from the same origin, whence the term investiture for fealties, from which certainly comes exfestucere, depriving of rank. On account of this reasoning, gratia and causa were understood to be the same thing by the poetic peoples of Latium with respect to the contracts to which the plebeians of heroic cities paid homage, just as later with respect to the contracts which were introduced by the natural law of people. Ulpian adds humanarum of the humane peoples, causa legal case, and negotium transaction signified the same thing. 385 insofar as in this kind of contract the transaction itself almost always is the causa here, cavacy, or indemnity, because these transactions indemnify the pact. Corollaries concerning contracts completed by consent alone. 570, because, through the most ancient law, the heroic Gentile peoples cared about nothing but the things necessary for life, and because they gathered no fruits other than the fruits of nature, as yet understood nothing about the advantage of money, and were, so to speak, all body, they certainly could have recognized the contracts which are today completed by consent alone. And they were also extremely rude, because of which it is proper to be suspicious, for rudeness is born of ignorance. 386 And it is a property of human nature that it always doubts what it does not know. On account of all this, those peoples did not recognize good faith, and they made all their obligations secure with a handing over, either a true handing over or one which was a legal fiction, and made them still more certain during the process of the transaction with solemn stipulations. From here comes that celebrated heading in the Law of the 12 Tables, Siquis nexum facia et mancipium qui uti lingua nuncupacit ius esto: if anyone shall make bond or conveyance, as he has declared with tongue, so shall it be law. From this nature of human civil things come the following truths. 571. As they say, the most ancient form of sale and purchase was exchange, and when this involved real estate, this must have been what was called, in the return to barbarism, libellus, the advantage of which exchange was understood to lie in one party having an abundance of fruits which were scarce for another party, and vice versa. 572. 2. The leasing of houses could not have had currency when cities were small and habitations were confined. As a result, proprietors must have offered their grounds for others to build on, and so there could have been no other kind of rent. 573. 3. The leasing of lands must have been the emphydiasis. 387, which, in Latin, is called clientele-clientship, whence grammarians have divined that they used the word clients as if it were colons. 388 Cultivators. 574. 4. As a result, this must be the reason that, in the midst of the return to barbarism, one reads of no other contracts in the old archives than those for the rent of houses or farms, either in perpetuity or for a set time. 575. V. This is perhaps the reason that emphydiasis is a contract de ire civili pertaining to civil law, that, through the principles found herein, this is the same as de ire heroico Romanorum pertaining to the heroic law of the Romans, to which Ulpian opposes the ius natural gentium humanorum, the natural law of the humane Gentile peoples, a law which he called humane in comparison with the law of the barbarian peoples who came earlier, not that of the barbarian peoples, who, in his time, were outside of the Roman Empire, for these were of no importance to Roman jurists. 576. 6. Society was unknown during the Cyclopean custom whereby each paterfamilias cared only for his own things and did not meddle in those of others, as above. 547 Homer allows us to learn in recounting what Polyphemus did to Ulysses. 389. 577. 7. And, for the same reason, mandates were unknown, whence remains that rule of ancient civil law, per extraneum personam acquire nemini: no one can make an acquisition by means of an external party. 578. 8. However, when the law of the heroic peoples was succeeded by what Ulpian defines as the law of humane peoples, it made such a revolution in things which are sold and purchased that, whereas in olden times, no return was guaranteed unless a double return was stipulated in the process of making the contract, today, this is the rule for all contracts said to be of good faith and is naturally the obligation, even if it is not stipulated. Mythological Canon. 579. Returning now to the three characters of Vulcan, Mars, and Venus, it is noted here, and such notice must be considered an important canon of this mythology, that there were three divine characters who signified the heroes, as distinct from another three characters who signified the plebeians. So, there is the Vulcan who rends the head of Jove with a blow from an axe, whence Minerva 390 is born, and who, when he tries to intervene in a contest between Jove and Juno, falls with a kick from Jove from the heavens and remains lame. There is the Mars whom Jove strongly reproaches, where Homer makes him say that Mars is the basest of all the gods, and Minerva in a contest among the gods, also in Homer, wounds Mars with a blow from a rock. These must have represented the plebeians who served the heroes in battle, and Venus, who must have represented the natural wives of plebeians of this sort, is caught, along with that plebeian Mars, in the nets of the heroic Vulcan, and, when both are discovered to be naked by the sun, they are mocked by the other gods. Consequently, Venus was later erroneously believed to be the wife of Vulcan. However, we saw above 511 that in the heavens there was no marriage except that between Jove and Juno, and, indeed, this was sterile, and Mars was not said to have committed adultery with Venus, but to have lain with a concubine, for the plebeians would only contract in the natural marriages which, as will be shown below 598, 610, were, in Latin, called concubinati. 580, just as we have explained these three characters here, so too we will explain in their places others below. Among these, we will find a plebeian Tantalus 583, who can neither take hold of apples rising too high nor touch water sinking too low, a plebeian Midas 649, who, because all that he touches becomes gold, dies of hunger, a plebeian Linus 647, who contends with Apollo in song and, defeated by him, is killed. 581, the double myths or characters must have been necessary in the heroic state, where the plebeians did not have names and took the names of the heroes to whom they belonged, as was stated above 559, and this in the midst, moreover, of the extreme poverty of language which they must have had in those times. Even in the present abundance of language, the same term often signifies two different, and, in some cases, contrary, things. On poetic politics, by which the earliest republics in the world came to be in the strictest aristocratic form. 582, in this fashion were founded the families comprised of familial servants of this sort, received within trust, or strength, or protection of the heroes. These were the first socii of the world, as we saw above 558, 559, whose lives were within the bailiwick of their lords and, as a consequence of their lives, also their possessions, whereas those heroes, by their paternal, cyclopean power, had the right of life and death over their own children and, as a consequence of this right over their persons, also had despotic right over all their possessions. This is what Aristotle 391 understands in defining children in families as the living instruments of the fathers, and the law of the 12 tables, even down to the most unrestricted popular liberty, preserved for the Roman paterfamilias both parts of this monarchical right, power over their persons and domain over their possessions. On the one hand, up until the arrival of the emperors, sons, just like slaves, had only one kind of wealth, that which is possessed because the father allowed it. On the other hand, fathers in the earliest times must have truly had the power to sell their sons up to 3 times, and later when the tameness of human times grew, they made, as legal fictions, 3 sales when they wished to free their sons from paternal power. However, the Gauls and Celts preserved equal power over their children and their slaves, and the custom of fathers truly selling their children has been discovered in the West Indies, and in Europe, it is the practice to sell them up to 4 times among the Muscovites and the Tartars. This is how much truth there is to the claim that other barbarian nations did not have paternal power talem quilem habent cives Romani of the sort which Roman citizens had. 392 This is plainly false and came from a common folk error, from which the learned have accepted the expression. Rather, it was the case that when the jurists said it, it was in connection with nations defeated by the Roman people, to whom, as we will demonstrate more fully in its place below 557, 608, 1023 nothing remained, after their entire civil law was taken away by right of the victor, except natural paternal power and, as a consequence of this, the ties of blood called kinship ties and the natural part of dominion which is bonitary. On account of all this, they retain the natural obligations, which are called de ire naturali gentium, concern the natural law of the Gentile peoples, which Ulpian specified above with the addition humanarum of the humane Gentile peoples. All the peoples outside the Roman Empire would have had civil rights, and ones exactly like those which the Romans had. 583, however, Turning back to our reasoning, once freed by the death of their fathers from this private monarchical power, the sons of the families each instead assumed it themselves, whence every Roman citizen free from paternal power in the Roman legal code is called a paterfamilias, but the familial servants always must live in that servile state. At the end of a long age, they must have naturally tired of this, through the axiom we proposed above 393 that a man who is a subject naturally longs to deliver himself from servitude. As a result, they must have been the Tantalus whom we called plebeian above 580, who cannot get his teeth into the apple. This must have been the golden apples of the grain, explained above 539, which rise from the lands of the heroes to whom they belonged, and, explaining his burning thirst in the same way, he cannot take the smallest sip from the water which rises up to his lips and then retreats. They must have been the Ixion who forever turns a wheel, and the Sisyphus who pushes upward the rock which Cadmus threw, the hard earth which returns once it reaches the top. This is retained in the Latin expressions, verteritarum turning earth, for cultivating the land, and saxum volvere turn the stone, for arduously performing a long and difficult task. It was on account of all this that the familial servants must have rebelled against the heroes. And this is the necessity upon which we conjectured in general terms in the Axioms 394, the necessity which the familial servants made for the heroic fathers in the familial state, from which the republics came into being. 584, for at that time, a great urgency must have naturally brought the heroes to unite in order so as to resist the multitude of familial servants rising up, and they must have made as their head some father more ferocious than the rest and more spirited in presence. And such men were called kings, from the verb, regere, which, in its proper sense, means to sustain and to direct. In this fashion, to use the phrase of the jurist, Pomponius, who understood this quite well, rebus ipsis dictantibus regna condita 395, regimes are founded by the dictates of the things themselves, a statement agreeing well with the doctrine of the Roman legal code, which establishes that ius admirat gentium divina providentia constitutum, the natural law of the Gentile peoples is founded by divine providence. And behold the generation of the heroic regimes, for the fathers were sovereign kings in their families, and since, because in the equality in this sort of state and through the ferocious nature of these sons of Polyphemus, none of them ought to have ceded to any of the others, there emerged from them regnant senates, that is, senates comprised of such who were kings in their own families. These kings are found, without any human discernment or counsel, to have united their private interests in an interest common to each, which, with the word residential understood, was called patria, fatherland, meaning the interests of the fathers, and the nobles were called patricians, whence it must be the case that only the nobles were citizens in the earliest fatherlands. It is thus that there can be truth in the tradition which has come down to us that, in the earliest times, kings were elected by nature. Concerning this, there are two golden passages by Tacitus in his On the Customs of the Germans, which allow room to conjecture that this was the same custom for all of the other earliest peoples. The first of these is non casus non fortuit admiration termine ut cunium facit, sed familiae et propinquitates. Their cavalry and infantry formations are not the result of chance or fortuitous congregations, but are comprised of members of households and of relatives. 396. The second is duces exemplo podius quam imperio, si prompti, si conspicui, si anti-asium agent admirationi present. Their leaders lead by example rather than power, quick to respond, conspicuous, and acting at the front lines. They stand out in admiration. 397. 585, that such were the earliest kings on earth is demonstrated by the fact that such heroic poets imagined Jove in heaven to be king of gods and men, as in that golden passage of Homer 398 where Jove explains to Thetis that he cannot do anything contrary to what the gods at one time determined in heavenly council, speaking like a true aristocratic king. This is the same passage where, later, the Stoics fixed their dogma of Jove being subject to fate. However, Jove and the other gods held counsel concerning such things pertaining to men and so determined them with free volition. The passage related here explains two other passages, also in Homer, upon which the political theorists have erroneously founded their contention that Homer had an understanding of monarchy. The first 399 passage is Agamemnon reproving the contempt of Achilles, the second 400 is Ulysses persuading the Greeks, who are rebelling to return home, to continue the siege they have started at Troy. Both passages state that one is king, and both passages state this in reference to war, where there is only one general captain, which accords with the maxim noted by Tacitus 401 when he says Em esse imperandi conditionem, ut non alliteratio constet quam si uni redditor. It must be a condition of power that there is no stable accountability unless it is rendered to one. Again, Homer also, as often as he mentions the heroes in his two poems, continuously gives them the epithet king. In connection with these, one wonders at a golden passage from the book of Genesis 4:02 where as often as Moses tells of the descendants of Esau, he names them kings, which means captains, or, as the Vulgate reads, duces, and the ambassadors of Pyrrhus 403 related to him that they had seen in Rome a senate comprised of such kings. For truly one cannot understand any cause in our civil nature by which the fathers, in changing their state, should have altered anything which they already had in the state of nature except being subject, in their sovereign family power, to their own regnant orders. For it is the nature of the strong, as we posited above in the Axioms 404 to surrender, from what has been acquired by virtue, as little as they are able and only as much as is needed in order to preserve what they have acquired. Hence, one reads often in Roman history of that heroic disdain of the strong, who do not suffer gladly virtute parta per flagidium umittere to surrender through disgrace what is the part of virtue. 586. Among all the possibilities in human life, once one has seen that the civil state came into being neither by fraud nor by the force of one, as we demonstrated above 522 and will demonstrate more fully below 1009, 1019, one cannot imagine how it is that civil power can be formed from familial power and how it is that the eminent domain of the civil state is formed from a natural paternal domain, which, we noted above 490, was ex ire optimo, in the sense of being free from any private or public encumbrance, in any other fashion than this. 405 This fashion, as we have meditated upon it, is wondrously proven by the origins of words pertaining to it. For upon this dominion of those who are best, which the fathers held, which the Greeks called delta kappa alpha iota omicron nu rho iota sigma tau omicron nu dikaion ariston, were formed the republics which, as we stated in another place above 490, were called, by the peoples of Greece, aristocratic, and these were called, by the peoples of Latium, republics of the optimates, from Ops, whom they called the goddess of power. Hence, it is perhaps the case that Ops, who must have been so called from Optimus, that is, rho iota sigma tau omicron aristos, in Greek, and so Optimus in Latin was called the wife of Jove, that is, the wife of the regnant orders of those heroes who, as was stated above 449, arrogated to themselves the name of gods. For Juno, by reason of the auspices, was the wife of a Jove taken as the heavens flashing with lightning. And, as mother of the gods, as was stated above 549, she was Cybe, who was also called mother of the giants, the word used in its proper signification for nobles, and it was she who, as we will see below in the Poetic Cosmography 722, was later taken as the queen of cities. From Ops, therefore, came the term optimates, for such republics were only ordered to preserve the power of the nobles and, by preserving it, to retain as their eternal properties those two principal guardianships, the first being guardianship over the orders, and the second, guardianship over boundaries. And from the guardianship over the orders came, first, guardianship over kinship, by which, up until year 309 of Rome kept connubium closed to the plebs, 406, and, later, came guardianship over the magistracies, whence the patricians so contested the claims of the plebs to the consulate, and, later still, came the guardianship over the priesthood and, by this, guardianship of the laws, which all the earliest nations regarded, in this aspect, as sacred things. Hence, up until the law of the 12 tables, the nobles governed Rome with custom as was made certain in the Axioms 407 by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and, for 100 years after the law, they kept their interpretation closed off inside the college of the pontiffs, as Pomponius the jurist tells us. 408 For up until that time, only the nobles were admitted to this college. The other principal guardianship is that over boundaries, hence the Romans, up until their bringing Corinth to an end, were incomparable in their observance of justice in wartime, so as not to make soldiers of the plebeians, and were extreme in their observance of clemency in victory, so as not to enrich them, as was proposed above in 2 Axioms. 409. 587. This great and important section of poetic history is contained in the myth that Saturn 410 intended to devour the infant Jove, and the priests of Cybele hid him and, by the clamor of their arms, made his cries unheard. Here, Saturn must be a character representing the familial servants who, in their day laboring, cultivated the fields of their lords, the fathers, and, with the burning covetousness of desire, wished for fields from the fathers so as to sustain themselves. And so, this Saturn is the father of Jove, for it was from this Saturn, as occasion, that the civil rule of the fathers came into being. This rule, as was previously stated 586, was explicated by the character of Jove, whose wife is Ops, for Jove, taken as the god of the auspices, the most solemn of which are the lightning bolt and the eagle, is the Jove whose wife is Juno and is the father of the gods, that is, of the heroes who believed themselves to be the sons of Jove, just as they believed that they had been generated by the auspices of Jove because of the solemn nuptials whose numinous presence was Juno, and who took for themselves the names of gods, whose mother is Earth, that is, Ops, wife of this Jove, all of which was stated above 586. And this same Jove is called the king of men, that is, of the familial servants in the state of the families and of the plebs in the state of heroic cities. There was confusion, because of ignorance of this poetic history, between these two titles, as if Jove was also father of men. These men, even into the times of the ancient Roman Republic, non potrant nomini sire patram, could not cite their fathers by name, as Livy tells us, for they were born from natural marriages, not solemn nuptials, whence remained, in jurisprudence, the rule that nuptia demonstrant patram marriages demonstrate the father. 411. 588. The myth continues that the priests of Cybele, that is, Ops for everywhere, the earliest regimes were regimes of priests, as was stated somewhat above 254, 267 to 268, and will be shown more fully below 593, 594. Hid Jove, it is from this hiding, say the Latin philologists, by some divination, that Latium has its name, and the Latin language preserves this history in the phrase Candere regna, as was stated in another place 535, for the fathers closed themselves off within their orders against the rebelling familial servants. From this secrecy was the start of the coming of what the political theorists call arcana imperii. 412. By the clamor of their arms, they made the cries of Jove unheard, a Jove just born in the union of these orders, and in this fashion they saved him. This tells us distinctly what Plato 413 relates to us confusedly, that republics are born on the basis of arms, to which one must join what Aristotle said above in the Axioms 414, that in heroic republics the nobles swore to be the eternal enemies of the plebs, an eternal property retained in what we say now, that servants are the paid enemies of their patrons. The Greeks preserved this history in the etymology by which war is called pi lambda epsilon mu omicron polemos, from the word for city, pi lambda iota polis. 589. At that time, the Greek nations imagined a 10th divinity of the so-called gentes Myers, that is, Minerva, and she is devised as being born by an imagination as savage as it is gullish. Vulcan rends the head of Jove with an axe, whence Minerva was born, meaning that the multitude of familial servants who practiced servile arts, this, as was stated 579, came under the poetic genus of the plebeian Vulcan, broke, in the sense of enfeebling or diminishing, the rule of Jove. This is retained in the Latin expression minuere caput, for to batter the head. For not knowing how to speak an abstract word, rule, they said instead a concrete one, head, in the familial state, rule was monarchical and changed to aristocratic rule in the civil state. As a result, it is no empty conjecture that from that verb minuere to diminish comes the name Minerva in Latin. Nor is it an empty conjecture that retained from this distant poetic antiquity is the expression in the Roman legal code, capitis diminutio, to signify a change in state, just as, with Minerva, there was an alteration from the familial state to the civil state. 590. Onto this myth, the philosophers later attached the most sublime of their metaphysical meditations, that the eternal idea is generated by God in God, whereas created ideas are produced by God in us. 415. However, the theological poets contemplated a Minerva with the idea of civil order. This was retained, in Latin, by order as a term par excellence for the Senate, and this idea, perhaps, gave impetus to philosophers believing that it was the eternal idea of God, which is nothing other than eternal order, and in it was retained the eternal property that the order of the best is the wisdom of cities. However, the Minerva of Homer is always distinguished by the continuous epithets warlike and despoiler, and only twice do we recall her having the epithet counselor, and the owl and the olive were consecrated to her, not because she meditates at night, not because she reads and writes by the light of a lamp, but rather, first, to signify the night of what is hidden. By this, as we stated above 387, humanity is founded, and, second, to signify, perhaps more properly, that the heroic senates which composed the cities conceive laws in secret. Certainly, the Areopagites continued to give their votes under the darkness of the Senate of Athens, that is, the city of the Minerva, who was called Alpha Theta Nu Athena. From this heroic custom comes, in Latin, the expression condere leges, to found laws, to hide laws. As a result, legum conditores, founders of laws, were properly the senators who decreed laws, just as legum latores, bearers of laws, were those who brought the laws from the Senate to the plebs of people, as was stated above 521 concerning the trial of Horatius. This is how much the theological poets consider Minerva to be the goddess of wisdom, that in statues and medallions, she is observed to be armed, and this Minerva of the Curia, the palace of the plebeian assemblies, in Homer 4:16 it is Pallas who leads Telemachus into an assembly of plebs, who are called another people, as he intends to go to find Ulysses, his father, is ultimately the same as the Bellona of war. 591. As a result, what has been stated that it was an error that the theological poets understood Minerva as representing wisdom goes together with another error, that the word curia is derived from curanda republica 4:17, caring for the republic, in times when the nations were stunned and stupid. The most ancient Greeks must have used the word kappa upsilon rho alpha curia as derived from chi epsilon rho chair, hand, and that, in Latin, the word curia similarly accords with one of those two great fragments of antiquity which, as was stated in the chronological table and in the annotation 77 written upon it to our good fortune, Denis Peta 418, found lying in the midst of Greek history prior to the age of heroes in Greece and, consequently, during the age of which we are here in, 592, pursued, the age of gods. The first fragment is that the Heraclids, that is, the descendants of Hercules, were spread throughout the whole of Greece, even in Attica where Athens was, and that, later, they retreated to the Peloponnesus where Sparta was. Sparta was an aristocratic regime, or republic, of two kings from the race of Hercules, called Heraclids, or nobles, who administered the laws under the guardianship of the ephors, who were guardians of the liberty not of the people, but of the lords. These ephors had the king, Agis, strangled 419 because he had attempted to bring to the people, first, a law reckoning debts anew, which Livy 420 defines as faciem ad accendendum adversus optimates plebum, a firebrand for inciting the plebs against the optimates, and, second, a law concerning testaments, which would have popularized inheritances outside of the orders of the nobles, inheritances which had previously been preserved among the nobles by means of legitimate succession. For only the nobles must have had familial relations in the forms of direct paternal or tribal kinship, and there must have been attempts of this sort in Rome prior to the law of the 12 tables, as will below be demonstrated 598. Hence, just as those like Cassius, Capitolinus, Gracchus, and other principal citizens intended with laws of this sort to raise up the poor and oppressed Roman plebs a little and so were declared traitors and killed, so too Agis was strangled by the ephors. This is how much the ephors of Sparta, as Polybius would have it, were guardians of the peoples of Lacedaemonia. Hence, Athens, named for Minerva, who, in Greek, is called Alpha Theta Nu Athena, must have had, in its earliest times, an aristocratic constitution, and Greek history tells us most faithfully about this, as noted above 423, where it says that Draco ruled in Athens at a time when it was occupied by the Optimates, and this is confirmed by Thucydides, who tells us that as long as Athens was governed by the most severe Areopagites, which Juvenal translates as judges of Mars, in the sense of armed judges, although because the word is derived from Alpha Rhoeta Aries Mars and Pieta Gamma Pege from which, in Latin, comes pagus country district, it would be better translated as peoples of Mars, which is what the Romans were called for at their coming into being. Nascimento, peoples were composed only of nobles, who alone had the right to bear arms. Athens was brilliant with the most beautiful heroic virtues and engaged in the most outstanding enterprises, precisely as Rome was when, as we will see below 625. It was an aristocratic republic. It was this constitution that Pericles and Aristides, precisely as Sextius and Canuleios, tribunes of the plebs, started to do in Rome, overturned in favor of popular liberty. 593. The other great fragment was that Greeks who left Greece observed that the curates, that is, the priests of Cybele, were spread out in Saturnae, that is, ancient Italy, and in Crete and in Asia, and as a result, they must have paid homage everywhere among the earliest barbarous nations to regimes of curates, corresponding to the regime of Heraclids spread throughout most ancient Greece. These curates were those armed priests who, with the clamor of their arms, drowned out the cries of the infant Jove, whom Saturn intended to devour, the myth which was explained above 521. 594, through all that upon which we have reasoned, it was at this most ancient point in time and in this fashion that the earliest comitia curiata came into being. These are the most ancient assemblies, of which we read in Roman history. They must have been held under arms and remained in later times for treating sacred things, for it was under this aspect that, in the earliest times, they regarded all profane things. Concerning these assemblies, Livy 421 wonders that at the time when Hannibal passed through Gaul, if they were held there. However, Tacitus 422 in his On the Customs of the Germans tells us that they were also held by priests, that is, those who decreed penalties while surrounded by arms, as if they were in the presence of their gods. And this is the correct sense in which heroic assemblies were armed for decreeing penalties, for the supreme power of the laws comes in with the supreme power of arms in its train. 423 And, in general terms, Tacitus tells us 424 that only when armed did they treat of their public affairs and with priests presiding over them, as was just stated 593. Hence, among the ancient Germans, who afford us a place to understand that the same customs existed for all the earliest barbarous peoples, we encounter the Egyptian regime of priests, we encounter the regime of curates, that is, armed priests whom, as we have seen, the Greeks observed in Saturnia, that is, ancient Italy, and in Crete and in Asia, and we encounter the quirites of ancient Latium. 595. Through these things upon which we have reasoned, the law of the quirites must have been the natural law of the heroic Gentile peoples of Italy, which, so as to distinguish it from the law of other peoples, was called ius quiritium Romanorum, the law of the Roman quirites. It was not on account of a pact agreed upon between the Sabines and Romans that they were called quirites, that is, from Cures, the capital city of the Sabines, for in that case they would had to have been called the Curetes, but this is the name of those whom the Greeks observed in Saturnia. Moreover, if this city of the Sabines was called Ceres, as the Latin grammarians suggest, then the quirites would have had to be called, see how ideas are distorted, Syrites, but this is the name of the Roman citizens condemned by the censors to bear the penalty of having no share in civil honors, exactly the burden borne by the plebs who were later composed of familial servants when heroic cities came to be, as we will see presently 597, and it was into the plebs that those Sabines were incorporated in barbarous times when a defeated city was destroyed. This is a destruction the Romans did not spare. Alba itself, their mother, and those captured were scattered over the plains, obliged to cultivate the fields for the conquering people. It was these defeated who were the first provinces, called this as if to say prope victi, those defeated nearby, hence the Corioli, from whose defeat Marcius was called Coriolanus, in contrast to what were called faraway provinces because they were proculvicti, defeated far away. And it was into this countryside that they led the first inland colonies, which are, with complete propriety, called coloniae deducti, that is, bands of those rusticated for day labor who were led down from above, whereas, later, the expression faraway colonies meant the complete opposite, that from the lowly and burdensome places in Rome which they inhabited, the impoverished plebeians were led up to the lofty and strong places of the provinces so as to hold them as lords must, and to change the lords of those fields into impoverished day laborers. In this fashion, referred to by Livy 425, who saw only its effects, Rome grew upon the ruin of Alba, and the Sabines brought to their sons-in-law in Rome, as dowries for their abducted daughters, the riches of Ceres, upon which Florus 426 offers empty reflections. These are the colonies prior to those which came after the agrarian laws of the Gracchi, colonies which, as the same Livy relates, the Roman plebs, in the heroic disputes in which they engaged with the nobility, disdained, or rather considered a provocation, because they were not like the colonies far away and because they did nothing to raise up the Roman plebs. And when Livy finds that the disputes continued even with these colonies, he offers his empty reflections upon them. 596, finally, that Minerva signified the armed aristocratic orders is proved by Homer 427, where he tells us that in their dispute, Minerva wounds Mars, who, as we saw above 597, is a character representing the plebeians who served the heroes in war, with a blow from a rock, and where he relates that Minerva intended to conspire against Jove, which is the convention in aristocracies when the lords by secret council suppress their princes when they affect tyranny. It is only in aristocratic times that one reads of statues raised for tyrannicides. If we were to suppose that the rulers killed were monarchs, then their killers would have been traitors. 597, thus, the earliest cities were composed only of nobles who were in command. However, since they also still needed others who would serve them, the heroes were constrained by a common sense of advantage to make content the multitude of clients rising up and to send to them the earliest embassies, which, by the law of the Gentile peoples, sovereigns send, and to send with those embassies the earliest agrarian law which came to be in the world, by which the strong concede to their clients only as much as they can bear to concede, that is, bonitary domain over the fields, which concessions are the mark of heroes. And thus is it true that Ceres discovered both grain and laws. 428. Such a law was dictated by this natural law of the Gentile peoples, since domain comes with power in its train, and since these familial servants had a precarious life owing to the heroes, who had saved them with their asylum, it was lawful and legitimate that they would have a similarly precarious domain over the fields, which they enjoyed as their own only to the extent that it pleased the heroes to maintain them in possession of the fields to which they had been assigned. Thus, the familial servants came together to compose the earliest plebs of the heroic cities, having none of the privileges of citizens. This is exactly the way that Achilles says he was treated by Agamemnon, when Agamemnon wrongfully took Briseis from him. There, Achilles says that Agamemnon had committed an outrage which would not have been committed against a day laborer who had none of the rights of a citizen. 429. 598, such were the Roman plebeians up until the dispute over connubium. For by the second agrarian law granted to them by the nobles with the law of the 12 tables, the plebeians had taken queritary dominion over the fields, as was demonstrated many years ago in our Principles of Universal Law 431, of two places for which we are not sorry that that work came into the light, and yet, by the law of the Gentile peoples whereby foreigners have no ability to acquire civil dominion, the plebeians were still not citizens so that, when they died, they were not able to leave the fields inte state to their relatives because they did not have familial relations in the forms of direct paternal or tribal kinship, which depend completely on solemnized nuptials, and they were not able to dispose of the fields by testament because they were not citizens. As a result, the fields assigned to them returned to the nobles, from whom came the legitimacy of the domain of the plebeians. They noticed this quickly, after 3 years, and made claim to connubium, in which they did not make claim, in that state of miserable slaves which Roman history plainly tells us they were in, to join in marriage with the nobles, for which claim, in Latin, they would have said connubia cum patribus, nuptials with the patricians, but, instead, demanded that they be able to contract in the solemnized nuptials which the fathers contracted, and so demanded connubia patrum, the marriages of the patricians, the major solemnity of which is the public auspices, which Varro and Messala called the public auspices, to which the fathers said auspicia sesua 431. The auspices were theirs. 432. As a result, the plebeians, by this claim, demanded Roman citizenship, whose natural beginning was those nuptials which are defined by the jurist Modest Enus, as omnes divini et humani iris communicatio 433. The sharing in common all rights, divine and human, and no more proper definition can be assigned to citizenship itself. All republics have come to be from certain eternal principles of fealties. 599. In this fashion, first, because it is the nature of the strong to preserve their acquisitions, and, second, because it is the nature of benefits which they can expect from civil life, upon which the twofold nature of human things are founded, the eternal principles of fealties. As we said in the Axioms 434, there came to be in the world republics with 3 kinds of domain for 3 kinds of fealty, which 3 kinds of person have over 3 kinds of thing. 600. The first was the bonitary domain of rustic, or human fealties, which the men, those who in the feudal laws of the return to barbarism were called vassals, a source of wonder for hotmen, that is, plebeians had over the fruits of the farms belonging to their heroes. 601. The second was the queritary domain of noble fealties, that is, the heroic and armed fealties which today are called military fealties, in which the heroes, by uniting in armed orders, preserved sovereignty over their farms. In the state of nature, this was the supreme domain of which, as was stated in another place 490, Cicero 435 in his speech De Ruspicum Responsus, knew in some of the households which remained in Rome in his time, he defined it as domain over real estate subject to no encumbrance either private or public. About this, there is a golden passage in the Pentateuch 436 where Moses tells us that, in the times of Joseph, the Egyptian priests did not pay the king tribute for their fields, and we have just demonstrated above 594 that all heroic regimes were priestly, and we will demonstrate below 619 that, at first, the Roman patricians did not pay the public treasury any tribute for theirs. These sovereign, private fealties, in the forming of heroic republics, were naturally subject to the greater sovereignty of the ruling heroic orders. This was an interest common to each of them which, with the word residential implicitly understood, was called patria, fatherland, that is, the interests of the fathers, which must be defended and maintained because it preserved their sovereign family power and the equality of all them relative to each other, and this alone made for the liberty of the lords. 602. The third, with complete propriety, was called civil domain, which those heroic cities, composed in their beginning only of heroes, had over the grounds through certain divine fealties which the paterfamilias had previously received because of the divine providence by which, as we demonstrated above 586, 587, they found themselves to be sovereigns in the familial state and composed themselves in ruling orders in the civil state. Thus, they became sovereign civil regimes subject only to a supreme sovereign God, in whose providence is recognized all civil sovereign power. This is well professed, in a human sense, by the sovereign powers when they join to their titles of majesty the expressions through divine providence and through the grace of God, expressions in which they must publicly profess that they have received their regimes by providence and grace. As a result, if the worship of providence were forbidden, those regimes would naturally go toward their downfall, for nations of fatalists or chancists 437 or atheists never existed in the world. And we saw above 334 that all the nations of the world, through 4 primary religions and no more 438 believe in a provident divinity. Accordingly, the plebeians swore by the heroes. There are remnants of this in the oaths Mehercules, Me Castor, Oedipole, and Medius Phidias, to the god Phidias who, as we will see 658, 761, 766, 1065, was the Roman Hercules, but the heroes swore by Jove. 439 For the plebeians were, from the first, subject to the strength of the heroes, so Roman nobles up until year 419 of Rome exercised the right of private incarceration over plebeians who were debtors, and the heroes, who formed regnant orders for themselves, were subject to the strength of a Jove whose right was in the auspices. With these auspices, if they seemed to permit it, the heroes would appoint magistrates, decree laws, and exercise other rights of sovereignty, and if the auspices seemed to forbid it, the heroes would abstain. All this is in the Fides Deorum et Hominum 440 The faith of gods and men, to which pertain the Latin expressions implorare fidem 441 to implore succor and help, and recipere in fidem 442 to receive under one's protection and power, and to which pertains the exclamation pro deum et fidem imploro, 443 by which the oppressed implore on their behalf the strength of gods and of men, which, in connection with its human sense, Italians turned into the powers of the world. For, on the one hand, this is the power by which the highest civil powers are called potentates. This is the strength, this is the fealty by which those observed above who swear the oaths bear witness to the deference of subjects. On the other hand, this is the protection that the powerful owe to the weak. And in these two things consist the complete essence of fealties. It is the strength which sustains and directs the civil world whose center was sensed, but not reasoned out, by the peoples of Greece in their medallions, as we noted above 491, and by the peoples of Latium in their heroic phrases, as we observed, as being the ground of each civil sphere, just as today sovereigns have, on their crowns, a sphere upon which is set the ensign of the divinity of the cross. This is the sphere that, as we demonstrated above 548, is a golden apple, which signifies the high domain that sovereigns have over the lands of which they are lords, and, accordingly, in the midst of the greater solemnities of their coronation, it is put in their left hand. Hence, this is to say that civil powers are lords over the substance of peoples which sustains, contains, and maintains all that is above it and rests upon it, and because it is one part of the substance a part which is pro indiviso indivisible the patrimony of each paterfamilias, in the distinctions of the Roman legal code, was called patris substantia the father's substance or paterna substantia the paternal substance. This is the fundamental reason why sovereign civil powers can dispose of all that is conjoined to their subjects as much their persons as their acquisitions, work, and labor and can impose tributes and taxes whenever they must exercise their domain over this ground fondi, which today from an opposite perspective, but one that in substance has the same meaning, is called by moral theologians and writers de ire publico on the public law eminent domain, just as the laws regarding this domain are also now called the fundamentali laws of the regime. This domain, because it is domain over the ground fondi itself, sovereigns naturally cannot exercise except to preserve the substance of their state, on whose standing or falling the particular things of their people stand or fall. 603, that the Romans sensed, even while they did not understand, this generation of republics on such eternal principles of fealties. This is demonstrated in the formula left to us for claiming property, conceived as follows: Aiohunc fundum meum sexiure quiritium I say this ground is mine by law of the Quirites. This is the formula connected with a civil action for domain over the ground that belongs to the city itself and comes from the center, so to speak, of the strength of that city. By this center, Every Roman citizen is the certain lord over his own farm with a dominion pro indiviso, as a scholastic would say, since it is a purely rational distinction, and, accordingly, they said that this domain was ex ire quiritium, these quirites, by 1,000 proofs so far made or to be made 562, 1077, were, at first, the Romans armed with spears in public assembly, who made up the city. Such is the profound reason that the grounds I fondi and all the goods which come from these grounds, when they are vacated, fall back to the treasury, for every private patrimony pro indiviso is a public patrimony, whence, in absence of a private patron, it loses its designation as a part and retains its designation as a whole. This must be the cause of that elegant legal phrase, that inheritances, particularly those of legitimate heirs, are said to return to the heirs, even though, in truth, the inheritance only comes one time, for the founders of Roman law, those who were the founders of the Roman Republic, established as orders all private patrimonies as fealties, which the feudalists say are ex pacto et providentia, that is, all of them come from the public patrimony, and these patrimonies, by pact and providence of the civil laws, rotate with certain solemnities from private person to private person and, in the absence of them, must return to the beginning whence they came. All that has been stated clearly becomes confirmed in the Lex Popia Popia concerning caducaries, which punishes those who were celibate with the just penalty that, for citizens who have foregone propagating their Roman name by marriage, if they should have made a testament, it is rendered void, and, in addition, they were deemed to have no relatives who succeed them if they died in state, and so, one way or the other, they would have no heirs who would preserve their name. And their patrimony fell back to the treasury, not as an inheritance but as wealth, which, as Tacitus 444 puts it, goes to the people tomcum omnium parentum, as the parent of all. Here, this fundamental writer calls forth the reason for caducary penalties from the most ancient times, when the earliest fathers of humankind occupied the earliest empty lands, an occupation which was the originary source of all domains in the world. These fathers, later united in cities, made the civil power out of their paternal power, and made out of their private patrimonies the public patrimony, which is called the treasury, and these patrimonies went from private citizen to private citizen in the quality of inheritances, but when they fall back to the treasury, they take on their first, most ancient quality of wealth. 604, here, during the generation of their heroic republics, the poet heroes imagined an 11th major divinity, that is, Mercury, who conveys to the rebelling familial servants the law as a divine rod, a real word for the auspices. This is the rod with which Mercury calls back souls from Arcus, as Virgil 445 tells us, and it calls back, to the life of sociability, the clients who, when they left the protection of the heroes, returned to being scattered in a lawless state, which is the Arcus of the poets, who devours all men, as will be explained below. 688, 717. This rod comes to be depicted with one or two serpents wound around it, which must be the skins of serpents, signifying the bonitary domain left to them by the heroes and the quiritary domain which the heroes reserved for themselves. It is depicted with two wings at the top of the rod, to signify the eminent domain of the orders, and it is depicted with a cap, also winged, to affirm the profound legitimacy for their sovereign liberty. So too, the cap remains a hieroglyph for liberty. In addition to this, Mercury is depicted with wings on his ankles, to signify that domain over the ground belonged to the regnant Senate. Except for this, he is conveyed the law completely naked, for he conveys to them a domain naked of civil solemnities, and which consists completely of the shame of the heroes. This is exactly the nakedness which, we saw above 569, was devised for Venus along with the Graces. As a result, from the bird of Idanthersis, by which he meant to say to Darius that he was sovereign lord over Scythia by the auspices which he held, the Greeks sprouted the wings to signify heroic legitimacy, and eventually the Romans, with articulate language, said in abstract terms that auspicia sesua, the auspices were theirs, by which they meant to demonstrate to the plebs that all civil legitimacy and law was their property. Thus, this winged rod of Mercury of the Greeks, when its serpents are removed, is the eagled scepter of the Egyptians, the Etruscans, the Romans, and, last of all, the English, as we stated above 487, which was called by the Greeks kappa hetero kappa epsilon iota omicron nu Chirukian, for it conveyed that agrarian law to the familial servants of the heroes, who, in Homer, are named kappa rho u kappa epsilon Chirux. It conveyed the agrarian law of Servius Tullius by which he instituted the order of the census so that rustics under its conditions were called, in Roman law, censitae those assessed. It conveyed, in those serpents, boni terri domain over the fields in Greek, phi lambda epsilon iota alpha ophilia, derived from phi iota ophis, serpent, is the word for the land rent which, as we demonstrated above 541, the plebeians paid to the heroes. Finally, it conveyed the famous knot of Hercules, by which men paid to the heroes the tithe of Hercules, and by which the Roman plebeians, in debt up until the Petlian law, were bound, or liege, vassals of the nobles. We reason much upon all of these things below 1065, 1066. 605, consequently, one must say that this Greek Mercury was the Thoth, or Mercury, who gave laws to the Egyptians, signified by the hieroglyph of Neph. He is depicted as a serpent to denote the cultivated land. He is depicted with the head of a hawk or an eagle, just as, later, the hawks of Romulus became the eagles of the Romans, by which are understood the heroic auspices. He is depicted as girded with a belt, a sign of the knot of Hercules. He is depicted with a scepter in hand, which means the Egyptian regime of priests. He is also depicted with a winged cap, which points to the profound domain of the ground, and, finally, he is depicted with an egg in his mouth, which allows one to understand the Egyptian sphere, unless, perhaps, it is the golden apple which, as we demonstrated above 548, signifies the profound domain which the priests held over the lands of Egypt. It is within this hieroglyph that Manetho stuck the generation of the entire world, and the vanity of the learned reached such a point of madness that Athanasius Kircher 446 in his Pamphyli Obelisk, says that it signifies the Holy Trinity. 606, here was the start of the earliest commerce in the world, whence Mercury has his name and, later, was considered the god of mercantile trade, just as from those earliest embassies, he was also believed to be the god of ambassadors, and in a way true to the senses, he was said to have been sent by the gods whom we found above 449 to be what the heroes of the earliest cities named themselves to men, which Hotman notes with wonder was what, in the recourse to barbarism, they called vassals, and the wings, which herein we saw 488, 604 signify heroic origin, were later believed to be used by Mercury to fly from heaven to earth and subsequently to fly back from earth to heaven. However, to return to commerce, it started with the commerce concerning real estate, and the earliest payment was, as it must have been, most simple and natural, that is, payments in the fruits gathered from the land. Such payment, either in toil or in goods, is even today the customary commerce of rustics. 607, the Greeks preserved all of this history in the word nu mu omicron nomos, which signifies both law and pasture, for the earliest law was that agrarian law by which heroic kings were called shepherds of the people, as has been noted here in 557 and will be explained more fully below 1058, 1059. 608, thus the plebeians of the earliest barbarous nations, exactly as Tacitus 447 tells us concerning the ancient Germans, where he erroneously believed that their plebs were slaves because, as has been demonstrated 258, 555, 558, 582, the socii of the heroes were like slaves, must have been scattered by the heroes throughout the countryside, and lived in their houses in the fields to which they were assigned, and contributed, with the fruits of these villas, as much as was needed to sustain their lords. Along with these conditions, they swore the oath, which above 559 we also heard from Tacitus 448, that they must guard and defend and serve the glory of their lords. And if one thought to define this kind of rights with a legal term, one will clearly see 1057, 1087 that another term could not agree better with them than the one by which we have called them, Fealties. 609. In this manner, the earliest cities are discovered to have been founded upon the orders of nobles and bands of plebeians by two opposite eternal properties which come from the nature of the human civil things, upon which herein we have reasoned. The nature of the plebeians is to want always to change the state, as it is always they who do change it, and the nature of the nobles is always to preserve it. Hence, during upheaval in civil governance, the ones who are all called optimates are those who work to maintain the state, so named from their property of standing firm and on a stable footing. 610. At that time, two distinctions came into being. The first distinction is between the wise and the common run, insofar as the heroes founded their regimes on the wisdom of the auspices, as was stated in the Axioms 449 and was reasoned upon more fully above 365, 488, 525. As a result of this distinction, the common run has retained the perpetual epithet, profane, for the heroes, or the nobles, were the priests of heroic cities, just as they certainly were among the Romans up until 100 years after the law of the 12 tables, as was stated above 250. Hence, the earliest peoples, by a certain kind of excommunication, took away citizenship. Among the Romans, this was the interdict of water and fire, as will be shown below 957. Accordingly, the earliest plebeians of the nations were considered foreigners, as we will see herein 611, and this is retained in the eternal property of not granting citizenship to a man whose religion is different. And it was of such common people vulgo that vulgo quicidi those begotten of the common run remained as an expression for children conceived in whoring on account of the fact that, as we reasoned above 567, insofar as the plebeians of the earliest cities had no common share in sacred or divine things, they did not contract solemnized marriages for many centuries. 611. The second distinction was between civis citizen and hostis, signifying both guest, or foreigner, and enemy. 450. For the earliest cities were composed of heroes and of those received in their asylums, and it is in the sense that one has to take all heroic hospitality, which, because of the return to barbarism, Italian retains in the word ost for innkeeper and soldiers' quarters, and in the word ostello for inn. Thus, Paris was a guest of the royal household of Argos, that is, was an enemy who abducted noble Argive women. Thus Theseus was a guest of Ariadne, and Jason of Medea, whom they later abandoned and with whom they did not contract marriages. These were reputed to be heroic actions, while, to our present sensibilities, they seem to be, and, indeed, are, the actions of wicked men. 451. Thus does one have to defend the piety of Aeneas. He abandoned Dido after he ravished her, besides the great benefits he had received from her and the magnanimous offer that she had made of the regime of Carthage as a dowry. For their nuptials. 452. It was a piety obedient to the fates who had destined Lavinia in Italy, although she was also a foreigner, to be his wife. This heroic custom is preserved by Homer. 453. In the person of Achilles, the greatest of the heroes of Greece, who refused any of the 3 daughters whom Agamemnon offered him in marriage along with the royal dowry of 7 lands well populated with ploughmen and shepherds, replying that he intended to take in marriage the woman whom, in his fatherland, his own father, Peleus, gave to him. In sum, the plebeians were guests in the heroic cities, against whom, we have learned many times from Aristotle 271, 588, the heroes swore to be eternal enemies. The same distinction is demonstrated for us with the opposite terms civis citizen and peregrinus alien, taking alien with the property native to it, of being a man who wanders through the countryside, called, in Latin, an ager, meaning a territory or district, from which the expressions in Latin ager neapolitanus, ager nolinus for Naples, Nola, and a peregrinus, as it were, wanders thus, whereas foreigners who travel through the world do not wander through the fields, but hold straight to the public roads. 612. Reasoning out such origins for heroic guests sheds great light on Greek history when it tells of Samians, Sybarites, Troezernians, Amphipolitans, Chalcedonians, Nidians, and Chians, whose republics were changed by foreigners from aristocratic to popular. and it sheds conclusive illumination on a fact which we published many years ago in our Principles of Universal Law 454 concerning the myth of the laws of the 12 tables coming from Athens to Rome, one of the two places for which we deem that it was not useless to have composed that work. We proved that for the heading 40 sanate nexo solido the strong, once corrected, are freed from bondage. Its entire subject was the dispute in which the expression the strong, once corrected, referred not, as the Latin philologists say, to foreigners reduced to obedience, but to the Roman plebs, who revolted because they could not take from the nobles certain domain over the fields, a domain which could not remain certain unless its law was fixed eternally on a public tablet. By this tablet, what was uncertain in the law was made determinate, and what was hidden was made manifest, thus binding the nobles from taking it back again with the royal hand, which is the truth in what Pomponius recounts. Because of this dispute, the plebs made such a clamor that there was need to create the Decemvirs, who gave a new form to the constitution and reduced the plebs in their uprising to obedience by declaring, in the heading above, that the plebs were released from the true bondage of bonitary domain, by which they were glebia dicti bound to the soil, ascriptati enrolled, or censiti assessed under the census of Servius Tullius, as was demonstrated above 597, 604, and, instead, were obligated by the fictive bondage of quiritary domain. However, a vestige of the old bond was preserved up until the Petlian law in the right of private imprisonment, which the nobles had over plebeians who were debtors. It was these foreigners who, with the enticements of the tribunes, as Livy 455 elegantly calls them, and enumerated by us in the note on the Publian law in the chronological table 104, eventually changed the Roman constitution from aristocratic to popular. 613, that Rome was not founded upon the earliest agrarian revolts demonstrates for us that it was a new city, as is sung in its history. It was founded, instead, upon the asylum where, while violence still prevailed everywhere, Romulus and his companions must have, first, made themselves strong and, later, received those seeking refuge, and at that time founded clientships, as we have explained above 556, 557, 597. Hence, 200 years must have passed for the clients to grow weary of the state, exactly the amount of time to run its course for the king, Servius Tullius, to bring the earliest agrarian law, but it must have taken 500 years to run its course in cities which were old, for they were composed of men most simple, while Rome was composed of those most cunning. This is the cause of Rome manumitting Latium, then Italy, and, later, the world, for more than the other peoples of Latium, its heroism was young. This is also the most proper reason, as was stated in the Axioms 456, that the Romans wrote their heroic history in vernacular language, while the Greeks wrote this history with myths. 614, all of that upon which we have meditated concerning the principles of poetic politics and have seen in Roman history is wondrously confirmed in the following four heroic characters: first, the lyre of Orpheus, or Apollo; second, the head of Medusa; third, the Roman fasces; fourth and last, the struggle of Hercules with Antaeus. 615, and, in the first place, the lyre was discovered by the Mercury of the Greeks, just as law was discovered by the Mercury of the Egyptians, and this lyre was given to him by Apollo, the god of civil light, or the nobility, for in heroic republics, the nobles decreed the laws. And by this lyre, Orpheus, Amphion, and the other theological poets who professed science of the laws founded and established humanity in Greece, as we will explain more fully below 661, 734. As a result, the lyre was the union of the chords, or the strengths of the fathers, whence was composed the public strength called civil power, which finally made private strength and violence cease. Hence, with perfect propriety, law continued to be defined by the poets as the lyra regorum, the lyre of regimes, in that it brought into accord the familial regimes of the fathers which previously were discordant, for they were all alone and separated from one another in the familial state, as Polyphemus says to Ulysses, and the glorious history of the sign of the lyre, later, was described with the constellation in the heavens, and the regime in Ireland, in its coat of arms for the King of England, bears on its shield a harp. However, later, the philosophers made this lyre into the harmony of the spheres brought into accord by the sun. Yet, Apollo played the lyre on earth, a lyre which Pythagoras not only could have, but must have heard and played himself, when he is taken as a theological poet and a founder of nations, not as a part of the imposture of which he has until now been accused. 616, the serpents united on the head of Medusa, whose temples bear wings, are the profound family domains the fathers have in the familial state, which come to compose the civil eminent domain. And this head was nailed onto the shield of Perseus, the same shield with which this Minerva is armed, she who, in the midst of these arms, that is, these armed assemblies of the first nations among which we found 593, 594, 562, the Roman assembly declared terrifying punishments that turn to stone those who look at them. One of these serpents, we stated above 423, was Draco, who was said to have written laws in blood, for Athens, which called Minerva Alpha Theta Nu Athena, was armed with these laws at the time when it was occupied by the Optimates, as was stated above 423, 542. And the dragon, among the Chinese who still write with hieroglyphics, as was seen above 542, is the insignia for civil power. 617, the Roman fasces are the litui of the fathers in the familial state, and Homer 457 names one rod of this sort in the hands of those fathers with the freighted word scepter, and he calls such fathers kings when he describes the shield of Achilles, which contains the history of the world. In this passage, the epoch of the families is situated prior to the epoch of cities, as will be explained more fully below 683, 684. For when the fathers had with these litui taken the auspices what they decree, they dictated punishments to their children. One such punishment for the impious son was passed on to the law of the 12 tables, as we saw above 526. Hence, the union of these rods or litui signifies the genesis of the civil power upon which we reason herein. 618, finally, Hercules, a character representing the Heraclids or nobles of the heroic cities, struggles with Antaeus, a character representing the rebelling familial servants, and by raising Antaeus to the heavens, leading the familial servants back to the earliest cities located on high, Hercules defeats him and binds him to the earth, which is retained in the Greek game called the knot, that is, the knot of Hercules, by which Hercules founded the heroic nations and through which the plebeians paid the tithe of Hercules to the heroes, which must have been the census which was the basis of aristocratic republics. Hence, the Roman plebeians, through the census of Servius Tullius, were the nexi bondsmen of the nobles, and through swearing the oath which Tacitus tells us was given by the ancient Germans to their princes, they must have been at the service of those princes as vassals pressed into service during war at their own expense. About this, the Roman plebs complained during what was dreamed to have been popular liberty. These must have been the earliest assiduous tribute payers, who sui acibus militabant were soldiers at their own expense, but these were soldiers not of fortune, but of hard necessity. On the origins of the census and the treasury. 619, however, finally, the heavy usury and frequent usurpations which the nobles made upon the fields were so marked that, at the height of this age, Philippus, tribune of the plebs, cried out in a loud voice that 2,000 nobles possessed all the fields which should have been portioned out among the well over 300,000 citizens counted in Rome at the time. For now 40 years after the expulsion of Tarquinius Superbus, because the nobility was secure in his death, they started again in their insolence towards the impoverished plebs, and the Senate at this time must have started to enact the ordinance that the plebeians pay the census to the treasury, which previously they were required to pay privately to the nobles, so that this treasury could thenceforth administer the expenses of later wars. At this time, the census displayed something new in Roman history. Livy 458 relates that the nobles disdained to administer it as a thing disagreeable with their dignity, for Livy could not understand that the nobles did not want it because it was not the census instituted by Servius Tullius, that is, the one which was the basis for the liberty of lords and which was paid privately to those nobles, and so Livy, along with everyone else, was deceived into thinking that the census of Servius Tullius was the basis for popular liberty. For certainly there was no magistracy of greater dignity than that of the censorship, and from its first year it was administered by the consuls. Thus, the nobles themselves through these avaricious arts came to establish the census in the form which later was the basis of popular liberty. As a result, when all the fields came within their own farms during the time of Philippus the tribune, 2,000 nobles were required to pay tribute for the 300,000 other citizens who had then been counted, exactly as in Sparta, where the entire Spartan countryside had come into the hands of a few. For in the treasury were written down the census taxes imposed privately by the nobles on fields which, uncultivated, the nobles had assigned ab antiquo from an ancient date to the plebeians for cultivation. On account of such inequality, there must have come great unrest and revolts from the Roman plebs. These Fabius set in good order with the wise ordinance which earned him the title Maximus 459 by ordering that all the Roman people be partitioned out into 3 classes, senators, knights, and plebeians, and that citizens be put into these classes according to their ability. This consoled the plebeians insofar as previously the senatorial order, which held the magistracies, was comprised from the first of all nobles, whereas thenceforth plebeians could advance to it by wealth and, consequently, this opened to the plebeians an ordinary avenue to all civil honors. 620. Such is the fashion which makes true the tradition that the census of Servius Tullius was the basis of popular liberty, for it was from it that material was arranged and occasions came into being as was reasoned upon hypothetically above in the annotations to the chronological table in the passage on the Publian Law 111. And it was this ordinance, born within Rome itself, that truly instituted the orders of the democratic republic, not the law of the 12 tables brought there from Athens. So much so that Bernardo Sani 460 renders what Aristotle called a democratic republic in Tuscan as a republic by census, to express a republic of popular liberty. This is demonstrated by Livy 461 himself who, in spite of being ignorant about the Roman constitution in those times, still tells us that the nobles complained that they had lost more by that law within the city than they gained by arms outside the city, in a year when they, indeed, had brought back many great victories. This is the cause of Publilius, who was the author of the law, being called the people's dictator. 621. With popular liberty, in which the entire people is the city itself, it came to pass that the civil domain, the term civil was derived from the word for city, lost its proper significance as the public domain and was dispersed throughout all the private domains of the Roman citizens who all later made up the Roman city. The supreme domain came to be obscured in its native signification of the strongest domain which, as we stated above 490, is not weakened by any real encumbrance, even public ones, and retained its significance as domain over property free from any private encumbrance. The quiritary domain no longer signified domain over the ground, which, if the client or plebeian lost possession of his grounds, obliged the noble, because of this domain, to come to his defense. These were the earliest auctories iuris authors of law in the Roman legal system, who only for these clientships instituted by Romulus instructed the plebeians in only these laws. Indeed, in what other law would the nobles have instructed the plebeians when, up until year 309 of Rome, the plebs did not have the privilege of citizenship, and when, up until 100 years after the law of the 12 tables, the nobles kept these laws secret from the plebs in the college of pontiffs? Thus, the nobles in those times were auctories iuris authors of law of the kind which still remains for those who possess lands that have been purchased. When such owners are summoned to a lawsuit by a claim on that land by others, they cite the authors and defend them. Such quiritary domain now came to signify private civil domain assisted by claims of ownership, as distinct from bonitary domain, which was maintained by possession alone. 622. In this same fashion, and not otherwise, these things based upon the eternal nature of fealties came back in the return to barbarous times. Let us take, for example, the regime in France. The several provinces of which it is now composed were sovereign lordships of princes subject to the king of this regime. There, These princes must have held their goods, not subject to any public encumbrance. Later, either by succession or by rebellion or by failure in succession, these goods were incorporated into the regime, and all the goods of these princes ex ire optimo were subject to public encumbrance. For even the household and grounds of that king, including the royal chambers proper, because they have been transferred to their vassals either by parental lineage or by concessions, are today found to be subject to taxes and tributes. In this way, hereditary regimes come to confound domain ex ire optimo with private domain subject to public encumbrance, so the Roman fisc, which was the patrimony of the princeps, came to be confounded with the treasury. 623. This research into the census and the treasury has been the most rigorous of our meditations upon Roman things, as we remarked in the idea of the work 25. On the origins of the Roman assemblies. 624, through the things upon which we have thus far meditated 67, 521, the beta omicron upsilon lambda bool and the gamma omicron rho agora, the two heroic assemblies of which Homer tells and which we observed above 67, 521, must have been, among the Romans, the curiate assembly, which we read was the most ancient assembly under the kings, and the tribal assembly. The former was called curiate from queer, spear, whose genitive, queries, was later kept as the nominative, in conformity with our reasoning in the origins of the Latin language 462, just as it was that from chi epsilon rhochair, hand, which among all nations signifies power, must have come the Greek word kappa upsilon rho alpha curia, used in the same sense as the Latin word curia, hence came the curates, the priests armed with spears, for all heroic peoples were composed of priests and only heroes had the right to bear arms, and the Greeks, as we saw above 593, 594, observed these curates in ancient Italy, in Crete, and in Asia. And kappa upsilon rho alpha, in this ancient sense, was understood to mean lordship, just as now we call aristocratic republics lordships. From these heroic senates came the word kappa rho omicron kuros, authority, but as we have observed above 389, 603, 621 and will observe more below 944, 1073 it was an authority of domain, whose origins are retained in the use of kappa rho iota omicron kurios and kappa upsilon rho alpha for sir and madam, and just as the Greek curates came from chi epsilon rho, so we saw above 562 that the Roman quirites came from queer, which was the title of Roman majesty given to the Roman people in public assembly, as we noted above 594 when we observed from the Gauls and the ancient Germans, in combination with those called curates by the Greeks, that all the earliest barbarous peoples held public assemblies under arms. 625, consequently, such a title of majesty must have started at a time when the people were comprised only of nobles, who alone had the right to bear arms, and when, later, it passed on to a people composed also of plebeians, the Roman Republic became popular. For it was from the plebs, who did not at first have such a right, that the tribal assemblies were named from tribus, tribe, and just as, among the Romans, families in the familial state were named from famuli, so too, later, in the civil state, the tribe was understood as derived from the plebs who assembled to receive the orders of the regnant senate, among which orders, because it was the principal and most frequent, the one requiring the plebeians to contribute to the treasury came to be named tributum tribute, derived from the word tribe. 626, however, afterwards, Fabius Maximus introduced the census which separated the whole Roman people out into three classes, according to the patrimonies of the citizens, for previously only senators were knights because only the nobles in heroic times had the right to bear arms. Accordingly, one reads of the ancient Roman Republic based on this history divided between Patra the fathers and Plebum the plebs. As a result, previously the word senator meant the same as patrician, and, by contrast, plebeian meant the same as low-born ignoble. Consequently, just as there were previously only two classes for the ancient Roman people, so too there were only two sorts of assembly, first, the curiate assembly comprised of fathers, or nobles, or senators; second, the tribal assembly of plebeians, that is, those who were low-born. However, afterwards, when Fabius portioned out the citizens according to their ability into the three classes of senators, knights, and plebs, those nobles no longer made up an order in the city, and they were placed, according to their ability, into these three sorts of classes. From that time on, they came to distinguish patrician from senator and knight, and plebeian from low-born, and plebeian was no longer contrasted with patrician, but with knight and senator. No longer did plebeian mean low-born, but rather a citizen with a small patrimony, who might well be a noble, and, by contrast, senator no longer meant patrician, but rather a citizen with a quite ample patrimony who might well be low-born. 627, on account of all this, thenceforth, the Comitia Centuriata assembly was the assembly in which the whole Roman people from all three classes convened so as to decree, among other public activity, consular laws, and they retained the Comitia Tributa as the assembly where only the plebs decreed tribunicial laws, that is, the plebisciti. Plebiscites previously called this in the sense in which Cicero 463 called them plebinota, that is, laws made public to the plebs. One of these laws is that of Junius Brutus, of which Pomponius 464 tells us. By it, Brutus publicly announces to the plebs that kings have been forever expelled from Rome, just as, in a monarchy, royal laws with equal propriety would be called popolo nota, laws made public to the people. Because of this, Baldus 465, with little erudition but great acuity, wonders at the fact that the term plebiscitum, as it comes down to us, has only one s, because if it had the sense of a law decreed by the plebs, it should have been written with two, plebiscitum 466, and would have been derived from siscor, to approve, and not from scio, to know. 628, lastly, for certainty in divine ceremonies, they retained the assembly called the Comitia Curiata, assemblies of only the heads of the curias, which treated of sacred things, for in the times of kings, they regarded all profane things under the aspect of the sacred, and the heroes everywhere were the curates, or armed priests, as was stated above 593. Hence, even up until the final times of Rome, paternal power continued to be regarded under its aspect as a sacred thing, and the regulations in the laws for this power were often called the Sacra Patria, sacred things of fathers. Such is the cause of celebrating adoptions in such assemblies with curiate laws. Corollary. It is divine providence which is the institutor of the orders of republics and, at the same time, of the natural law of the Gentile peoples. 467. 629. This genesis of republics is discovered above in the age of the gods, in which governance was theocratic, that is, was divine governance, and later came the earliest human governance, that is, heroic governance, which is called human so as to distinguish it from divine governance. Into such human governance, like the great current of a royal river retains long into the sea the impression of its current and the sweetness of its waters, course this age of gods. For there must have persisted that religious manner of thinking, that it is the gods who do all that men themselves do. Hence, from the ruling fathers of the familial state, they made Jove, from those same fathers, closed off in orders when the earliest cities came to be, they made Minerva, from the embassies sent to the clients rising up against them, they made Mercury, and, as we will see shortly below 634, from the corsair heroes, they finally made Neptune. It is because of this, especially, that divine providence is to be admired, that although men intended to do something completely different, it brought them, from the first, to a fear of divinity, whose religion is the earliest fundamental base of republics. Thence, because of religion, they settled in the first empty lands, which they occupied first, before all others, and this occupation is the source of all domains. And when the even hardier giants occupied the heights of mountains, where sprang forth perennial fountains, Providence disposed that they would discover places healthy, and strongly situated, and with an abundance of water, so that they could remain settled there and no longer wander. These are the three qualities that lands must have for cities to spring from them later. Then, by that same religion, Providence disposed them to unite with certain women in continuous companionship for life. These are marriages, recognized as the source of all power. Later, they are discovered to have founded families with these women, which are the seedbeds of the republics. Finally, by opening asylums, they are discovered to have founded clientships, whence were arrayed the materials that later, through the earliest agrarian laws, gave birth to cities upon the two communities of men that compose them, first, that of the nobles who command and, second, that of the plebeians who obey. The latter, Telemachus in his speech in Homer 468 calls the other people, that is, a subject people different from the ruling people, which was composed of heroes. Hence comes the matter of political science, which is nothing other than the science of commanding and obeying in cities. And in that same coming into being Nascimento, Providence makes it that republics come into being in an aristocratic form, conforming to the primitive and retiring nature of those earliest men. This form consisted entirely, as indeed the political theorists have noticed, in guarding boundaries and orders, so that peoples freshly arrived to their humanity might even by their form of governance continue for a long time to remain enclosed within them and leave off from the primitiveness of that profane and infamous community of the state of beasts and wild animals. And, because these men had minds entirely beholden to particulars and, thereby, were unable to understand the common good, they were accustomed never to meddle with the particular things of others, just as Homer 469 has Polyphemus say to Ulysses. In this giant, Plato 470 recognizes the paterfamilias in what they call the state of nature, which is prior to that of the cities. With this same aristocratic form of governance, Providence led them to unite themselves to their fatherlands, so as to preserve such great private interests as they had in their monarchical families, and preserving those interests is all that they intended. And so, beyond any of their purposes, they came together in a universal civil good, which is called a republic. 630. Now reflect here, through those divine proofs upon which we remarked in the method 343, by meditating upon the simplicity and naturalness with which Providence orders these human things, such that, although in a false sense, men say truly that the gods have done everything. Reflect by combining this with meditation upon the countless number of civil effects all evoked by the following four causes, which are, as will be observed throughout this entire work, the four elements, as it were, of this civil universe, namely, religion, marriage, asylum, and the earliest agrarian law, upon which we reasoned above 265, 597, 604. And then go on to inquire among all the human possibilities if so many things so varied and so different could have had in some other fashion a starting point that was simpler and more natural among those very men whom Epicurus says have come about by chance and Zeno says burst forth by necessity, men whom neither chance swerved nor fate dragged away from this natural order. It was at this point, the point at which these republics must have come into being, that, prior to their birth, the materials were already arrayed and ready to receive form, and there came from them the forming of republics composed of mind and body. The materials arrayed were their own religions, their own languages, their own lands, their own nuptials, their own names, that is, their own peoples and households, their own arms, and, consequently, their own power, their own magistracies, and, last of all, their own laws, and because these were their own, they were, accordingly, completely free, and because they were completely free, they were constitutive of true republics. And all this came to be because all the aforesaid rights previously belonged to the monarchical paterfamilias in the state of nature. These fathers, at the point when they united in orders, came to generate civil sovereign power, just as in the state of nature these fathers had held their family powers previously subject to no one but God. This sovereign civil person was formed of a mind and a body. The mind was an order of such wise men as could naturally exist in that state of extreme rudeness and simplicity, and with this order, republics retain the eternal property that, without an order of wise men, states seem, at first sight, to be republics, but are dead bodies without a soul. For its other part, the body of this person is formed of a head and other secondary members, whence republics retain this second eternal property, that some must exercise the mind in the employments of civil wisdom, and others the body in trades and arts required to serve in peace as well as war. With this comes a third eternal property, that the mind always commands and that the body must perpetually serve. 631, however, it is this which must induce even greater wonder, that just as Providence, in the midst of making families come into being, which all came into being with some knowledge of a divinity, although because of their ignorance and disorder, they did not know the true divinity, families which each had their own religion, language, land, nuptials, name, arms, governance, and laws, had at the same time made for the coming into being of the natural law of the gentes mires, with all the aforesaid propriety for the paterfamilias to use later over his clients, so too Providence, in the midst of making for the coming into being of republics, by means of that aristocratic form with which they came into being, made it such that the natural law of the gentes mires, that is, the law of the families which was previously observed in the state of nature, passed over to the natural law of the gentes minors, that is, the law of peoples observed in the civil state. For the paterfamilias, who held as their own all of the aforesaid rights over their clients, at the point at which they closed themselves off in a natural order against those clients, came to close off all the aforesaid properties within their civil orders against the plebs, which constituted the strict aristocratic form of heroic republics. 632, in this fashion, the natural law of the Gentile peoples, which now comes to be celebrated among peoples and nations, was at the coming into being of republics born as a property of the civil sovereign powers. As a result, a people or nation which has within it no civil sovereign power furnished with all the aforesaid properties is not, properly speaking, a people or nation, nor could it exercise abroad against another people or nation the natural law of the Gentile peoples. Rather, both legitimacy and its exercise will be held by another people or a superior nation. 633, these things upon which we have reasoned, put together with what was noted above 449 that the heroes of the earliest cities called themselves gods, allow for an explanation of the significance of that saying, iuraa disposita, laws posited by the gods, used to express the dictates of the natural law of the Gentile peoples. However, when later it was succeeded by the natural law of humane peoples, as Ulpian has called it many times above 569, 575, 578, 582, upon which the philosophers and moral theologians ascended to understand the natural law of eternal reason fully explicated, then this saying congruously passed on to signify the natural law of the Gentile peoples, ordained by the true God. Heroic politics, continued. 634, however, all historians allow that the heroic age begins with the corsairs of -471 and the naval expedition that Jason made to Pontus, that it continues on with the Trojan War, and that it ends with the wandering of the heroes, which comes to a close with the return of Ulysses to Ithaca. Hence, there must have come into being at this time the last of the major divinities, that is, Neptune, as attested by the authority of historians. We may corroborate this authority with philosophical reasoning, assisted by several golden passages in Homer. The philosophical reasoning is that the naval and nautical arts were the last discovered by the nations, for they needed the peak of ingenuity to discover them, such that Daedalus, who was their discoverer, continued to signify this ingenuity, and Lucretius uses didala, in the expression didala tellus didal earth for ingenious. The passages from Homer 472 are the ones in the Odyssey where Ulysses, either landing or carried by storm, mounts some hill so as to look inland for smoke, which signifies that the place is inhabited by men. These passages from Homer are strengthened by a golden passage in Plato, to which, we learned in the Axioms 473 Strabo refers, concerning the long-standing horror which the earliest nations had of the sea. The reason for this was noted by Thucydides 474, that it was on account of their fear of corsairs that the Greek nations were slow to come down to inhabit the coasts. Accordingly, we are told that Neptune was armed with a trident which made the earth shake. This must have been a great hook for grappling ships, spoken of with a beautiful metaphor, a tooth, with the superlative, 3, as we stated above 491, 535, and with this trident, he made the lands of men shake in terror of his corsairs. Neptune later, already in the times of Homer 475 was believed to make the lands of nature shake, and in this opinion Homer was later followed by Plato 476 with his abyss of waters which he placed in the bowels of the earth. The extent to which he did so discerningly will be demonstrated below. 714, 753. 635, these corsairs must have been the bull by which Jove abducted Europa 477 and the Minotaur, or the bull of Minos, by which he abducted lads and maidens from the shores of Attica. This is retained in speaking of sails as the horns of ships, an expression later used by Virgil 478, and those on the land explained with complete truthfulness that the lads and maidens were devoured by the Minotaur, whom they saw in horror and sadness were swallowed up by the ships. So, Arcas wants to devour Andromeda 479 chained to a rock, who becomes a stone on account of terror. This is retained in the Latin expression terrare defixus, to become immobilized on account of terror. The winged horse with which Perseus frees her must have been the ship of another corsair. Thus, sails continued to be called the wings of ships, and Virgil 480 with his knowledge of heroic antiquity, when he spoke of Daedalus, whom he says discovered a ship which mechanically could fly, called it alarum remigium, an orage of wings, and, indeed, we are told that Daedalus was the brother of Theseus. As a result, Theseus must have been a character representing the Athenian lads who, by the law of force practiced upon them by Minos, were devoured by his bull, or ships of corsairs. Ariadne, the seafaring art, teaches him how, by the thread of navigation, to leave the labyrinth of Daedalus which, prior to the labyrinths which are the delight of royal villas, must have been the Aegean Sea, on account of the great number of islands which that sea washes over and surrounds. And when he learns the art from the Cretans, he abandons Ariadne and returns with Phaedra, her sister, that is, a similar art, and thus, he kills the Minotaur and frees Athens from cruel ransom imposed by Minos by allowing those Athenians to be corsairs. And just as Phaedra was the sister of Ariadne, so Theseus was the brother of Daedalus. 636, on the occasion of these things, Plutarch says in his Life of Theseus 481 that the heroes took it as a great honor and considered it a part of their prestige in arms, to be called thieves, just as in the return to barbarous times, corsair was considered a title of lordship. At about this time comes Solon, who is said to have permitted in his laws societies for the purpose of pillage. This is how much Solon understood our own perfected humanity, in which corsairs enjoy no protections from the natural law of the Gentile peoples. However, we may wonder even more that Plato and Aristotle 482 posited thievery as a kind of hunting. So, these great philosophers of the most humane people agree with the barbarous ancient Germans, among whom Caesar 483 relates that thievery was not only not infamous, but was even considered a part of the exercise of virtue, by which someone who was not committed to some art would escape idleness. This barbarous custom endured for so long among the most luminous nations that Polybius 484 tells us that the peace between the Romans and the Carthaginians, among its other laws, decreed that the Romans could not pass by the Cape Pellorum in Sicily, because of pillage or trade. However, the point about the Carthaginians and Romans is minor. They put themselves forward as barbarians in those times, as one can observe in Plautus 485 in the passage where he says that he translated Greek comedies into a barbarous tongue, by which he means Latin. It is a major point that the most humane Greeks in the times of their most cultivated humanity celebrated so barbarous a custom. Hence, it is treated in almost all the plots of their comedies, and it is, perhaps, because of the same custom, for it is still practiced today against Christians, that the coast of Africa opposite to us is called the Barbary coast. 637, the principle pertaining to this most ancient law of war was the lack of hospitality in heroic peoples, upon which we reasoned above. 611, they regarded foreigners under the aspect of perpetual enemies and rested their reputation for power upon keeping foreigners as far from their border as possible, as Tacitus tells us concerning the Suevi, the nation of greatest repute in ancient Germany. And they regarded foreigners as thieves, upon whom, We have reasoned a little above, concerning this. There is a golden passage in Thucydides 486 that up until his own time, whenever they encountered one another traveling by land or making passage by sea, they would ask, interchangeably, if they were thieves or foreigners, which meant the same. However, as Greece hastened on in its humanity, it presently shed this custom, and they called barbarous all nations which preserved it. This significance was retained in the name Beta Alpha Alpha Barbaria for the troglodytes, who must have killed the sort of guests who entered within their borders, just as even today there are barbarous nations for whom this is customary. Certainly, even humane nations do not allow in foreigners without their having been given permission. 638, among those whom, because of this custom, the Greeks called barbarous nations was the Roman nation, on account of two golden passages in the Law of the 12 Tables. The first is adversus hostem aeterna auctoritas esto, against a stranger, let authority be eternal. The second, reported by Cicero 487, is si status die sit cum hosta venito, if a day is established, let him come with the stranger. And here the term hostis is taken as suggestive of more general terminology, as a metaphor expressing an adversary in the courtroom. However, Cicero's reflection on this passage is much to our purpose. He says that, for the ancients, hostis meant the same as what was later called peregrinus, traveler. Putting these two passages together allows one to understand that, from the beginning, the Romans considered foreigners as eternal enemies at war. However, the two passages as stated must be understood in terms of those who were the earliest hosts in the world, those who, as was stated above 611, were the foreigners received in the asylums, who later took on the condition of plebeians in the formation of heroic cities, as more fully demonstrated above 553, 555. As a result, the passage in Cicero means on the established day, let the noble come with the plebeian to claim the farm, as was also stated above 603, 621. Accordingly, the eternal authority expressed in the same laws must have been authority against the plebeians, against whom Aristotle says in the Axioms 488 that the heroes swore eternal enmity. On account of this heroic law, usurpation of any Roman ground was impossible for the plebeians, no matter how long the course of time, for such grounds were exchanged only among the nobles. This is, in good part, the reason why the Law of the 12 Tables did not recognize bare possession. Hence, later, when heroic law started to fall into disuse and human law grew stronger, the praetors assisted those with bare possession on an extraordinary basis, for neither openly nor by any interpretation did they have in the Law of the 12 Tables any basis for establishing ordinary judgments, either strict or equitable. And all this was because the same law considered even bare possession by the plebeians to be entirely at the disposal of the nobles. In addition, this law was untroubled by the furtive or violent acts of these same nobles on account of that other property of the earliest republics, which Aristotle also stated in the Axioms 489, that they did not have laws concerning private damages and offences. They must have seen to these private matters by force of arms, as we will demonstrate more fully in Book 4, and this true force, later, remained in the fictive force in the solemnities around repossession of property, which Aulus Gellius 490 calls of straw. All this is confirmed by the interdict on day 6 on force, which was granted by the praetors in extraordinary cases, because the Law of the 12 Tables had no understanding of, much less language for, private violence, and by 2 acts, de 6 bonorum raptorum concerning the use of force with stolen goods, and quod metus causa action whose cause is duris, which came late and were also from the praetors. 639. Now, this heroic custom of considering foreigners as eternal enemies, which was observed in private affairs by each people in peace, when it was brought to bear abroad, was recognized as common to all heroic peoples in their exercise of eternal wars with each other by continuous raiding and piracy. Thus, it is from these cities, which Plato 491 says were born on the basis of arms, as we have seen above 588, and which at their start were governed in a warlike fashion, even before the arrival of wars waged between cities. It is from this Pylambda Iota Polis, city, that the Greek word for war, pi lambda epsilon mu omicron polemos came. 640, now, as proof of what has been said, the following important observation must be made: the Romans extended the conquests and spread out the victories they brought back from the world by 4 laws which they used upon the plebeians within Rome. For with the more ferocious provinces, they used the clientships of Romulus, by sending Roman colonists which changed the patrons of fields into day laborers. With the tamer provinces, they used the agrarian law of Servius Tullius, by permitting those provinces bonitary domain over the fields. With the Italian provinces, they used the agrarian law of the 12 Tables, by permitting quiritary domain, which they enjoyed as grounds called Italian soil. With the municipalities, or well-deserving cities, they used the laws pertaining to connubium and the consulship, which were shared with the plebs. 641, this eternal enmity among the earliest cities did not require that wars were declared, and so pillaging was considered just. And so, by contrast, when, later, nations left behind primitive and barbarous customs of this sort, they held undeclared wars to be pillaging, no longer recognized by the natural law of the Gentile peoples, which Ulpian 492 calls humane. This same eternal enmity of the earliest peoples must explain for us that the long period of time in which the Romans waged war with the Albans was the whole previous time in which both sides practiced one against the other, back and forth, the pillaging of which we are here speaking. Hence, it was more reasonable that Horatius would kill his sister 493, for she mourned that her Curiatius was someone who had abducted, not married, her, whereas Romulus himself was not able to have a wife from those same Albans, in no way aided either by the fact that he was one of the Alban royalty or by the great benefit of expelling the tyrant Aemulius and restoring the Romans' legitimate king, Numitor. It is noteworthy that they contracted laws of victory upon the outcome of combat between those principally interested in the outcome. In the case of the war with Alba, these were the 3 Horatii and the 3 Curiatii, and in the case of the Trojan War, these were Paris and Menelaus, and when this outcome remained undecided, the Greeks and the Trojans later continued the war until its conclusion. So too, in the more recent barbarous times, princes by personal combat would similarly bring the controversies over their regimes to a conclusion, to whose outcome their peoples were subject. 642, and behold, Alba was the Latin Troy, and the Roman Helen was Horatia, who had a history among the Greeks which was completely the same, as was reported by Gerald van Voss in his Rhetoric. And the 10 years 494 of the siege of Troy for the peoples of Greece must have been the 10 years of the siege of the Veii for the peoples of Latium, that is, a finite number representing an infinite amount of previous time in which cities practice eternal hostility toward one another. 495 for reckoning numbers, insofar as they are most abstract, was the last thing to be understood by the nations, as will be reasoned upon in this book to other purposes. 713, 1026. This, even after reason was more fully articulated, was retained in Latin by Sexcentus 600, just as, in Italian, we said 100 at first and 1000 and 100 later, in order to express a number beyond counting, for the idea of an infinite number can only fall within the mind of philosophers. Consequently, it is, perhaps, in order to express a great number that the earliest peoples said 12. So, 12 were the gods of the gentes Myres, of which Varro 496 and the Greeks counted 30,000, 12 also were the labors of Hercules, which must have been countless. And the peoples of Latium said that 12 were the parts of a penny, which can be divided into infinite parts. Of this sort must have been what was called the law of the 12 tables, representing the infinite number of laws which were inscribed on tables over time. 643, therefore, at the time of the Trojan War, it was necessary that the Greeks were called Achaeans in that part of Greece where it was waged. They had been previously called Pelasgians after Pelasgus, one of the most ancient heroes of Greece, upon which we reasoned above. 564. Later, the name Achaean came to expand over all of Greece, and this lasted up until the time of Lucius Mummius, as was observed by Pliny 497, such that, from that point and for all of time thereafter, they were called Hellenes. And so, the propagation of the name Achaeans made those in the time of Homer find that all of Greece was allied in that war. This is exactly how, as Tacitus 498 relates, the name Germany eventually spread over all that great part of Europe, derived from those who had crossed the Rhine and, from there, expelled the Gauls and started to call themselves Germans. And so, the glory of these peoples poured this name out over Germany, just as the fame of the Trojan War spread the name Achaeans over all of Greece. For this is how much peoples in their earliest barbarism understood of leagues, that none of the peoples of those kings who were offended cared to take up arms so as to vindicate them, as was observed at that beginning of the Trojan War. 644, because the nature of human civil things is such, and not otherwise, one can resolve the following problem worthy of wonder. How is it that Spain, which was the mother of such nations which Cicero 499 acclaimed as the strongest and most bellicose and which Caesar himself experienced, while in every other part of the world which he defeated, Caesar fought for empire, only in Spain did he fight to save himself? How is it, we say, that with the disaster of Saguntum 500, which for 8 continuous months made Hannibal sweat with his entire force fresh from Africa, forces with which later, although they were tired and much reduced, he came just short after the rout at Cannae of a triumph over Rome on the Capitoline itself? How is it with the clamor from Numantia, which made Roman glory tremble although it already triumphed over Carthage and proved a match to the very virtue and wisdom of Scipio which had triumphed over Africa? How is it that Spain did not unite all its peoples into a league to establish a universal empire on the banks of the Tagus, but instead afforded Lucius Florus 501 a place for the unhappy eulogy which he made? That Spain became aware of its strength only after it had been defeated in all its parts? Tacitus 502 in his Life of Agricola noticed this same custom in the English at a time when they were found to be most ferocious and reflected on it with another expression of sound understanding, dum singuli pugnant, universi vincuntur. While they fight separately, they are defeated as a whole. For while they remained untouched, like wild beasts within the dens of the borders, they continued to pay homage to the primitive and solitary life of the sons of Polyphemus demonstrated above 516, 547, 576, 615, 629. 645, therefore, historians are completely taken up by the fame of heroic warfare at sea and so completely stunned by it that they have not noticed heroic warfare on land, much less the heroic politics by which the Greeks at this time must have governed themselves. However, Thucydides 503, a writer of great acuity and wisdom, left us with a great indication of this where he tells that heroic cities were without walls, as remained the case with Sparta in Greece and with Numantia, which was the Sparta of Spain. And given their arrogant and violent nature, the heroes all were expelling one another from their seats, just as Amulius expelled Numitor, and Romulus expelled Amulius and restored Numitor. This is how much assurance 504 the chronologists should take from the genealogies of the royal households of heroic Greece and from the succession of 14 kings in Latium in their reckoning of time. For in the recourse to barbarism, at the time when Europe was at its crudest, one reads of a thing no more inconstant and no more variable than the fortune of regimes, as was noted above in the chronological table 76. And truly Tacitus 505 with great awareness, remarks upon this in the opening words of his Annals Urbum Romum Principio Regis Habuer. The city of Rome at its beginning had kings by using the verb which signifies the weakest of the 3 kinds of possessions made out by the jurists, that is, habere to have, tenere to hold, and possidere to possess. 646, the civil things celebrated under regimes of the sort are told to us in the poetic history of these myths, which contain contests of song, taking the word song canto as derived from canere or cantare, which mean to foretell, and, consequently, contain heroic contests concerning the auspices. 647, thus, Marsyas 506, the satyr who is Sicum Ipse discourse in discord with himself and the monstrosity of whom Livy speaks after defeated by Apollo in a contest of song, he is flayed alive by the god. Behold the savagery of heroic punishments. Linus, who must be a character representing the plebeians, for the other Linus was a heroic poet counted among Amphion, Orpheus, Musaeus, and others, was killed in a similar contest of song by Apollo. 507. And in both of these myths, the contests are with Apollo, the god of divinity, of the science of divination or of the auspices, and we found above 537, 538 that he was also the god of the nobility, for the science of the auspices, as has been demonstrated with many proofs, belonged to the nobles alone. 648. There are the myths of sirens who put to sleep wayfarers with song and then murder them, of the Sphinx who proposes riddles to travelers and, when they do not know how to solve them, kills them, of Circe, who with her incantations changes the companions of Ulysses to swine. As a result of this, later, cantare was taken to mean making witchcraft, as in the phrase cant ando rumpeter anguis 508. The serpent bursts from the singing. Whence the magic, which in Persia must have, at first, been wisdom in divining the auspices, continues to signify the art of witches, and the word witchcraft itself continues to be used to express incantations. The wayfarers, travelers, and wanderers of this sort were the foreigners of heroic cities, who, we stated above 611, 638, were the plebeians who contend with the heroes so as to take a share of the auspices in common with the nobles, and who, when they were defeated in these efforts, were cruelly punished. 649, because of the same deeds, Pan the satyr tries to seize Syrinx, a nymph, as we said above 467, valiant in song, and finds himself embracing reeds 509 and, just as with Pan and Syrinx, in his turn Ixion, in love with Juno, goddess of solemnized nuptials, embraces a cloud. As a result, the reeds signify the lights and the cloud signifies the emptiness of natural marriages. Hence, it is said that born from this cloud are centaurs, that is to say, plebeians who are monstrosities because of their discordant natures, as Livy says 510, centaurs who abduct their spouses from the Lapiths in the midst of their celebrating their nuptials. So too Midas, whom here we have found above 580 to be a plebeian, wears hidden the ears of an ass, and the reeds which Pan seizes, that is, natural marriages, uncovers those ears, exactly as the Roman patricians proved to their plebeians that each of them was a monstrosity, for they agitabant connubium or ferarum 511 practiced marriage in the manner of wild animals. 650, Vulcan, who here also must be a plebeian, tries to interpose in a contest between Jove and Juno, and with a kick from Jove, he falls from the heavens and remains lame. 512 This must be a contest that the plebeians had made so as to take a share of the auspices of Jove and the connubium of Juno in common with the heroes, and when they were defeated in this contest, they remained lame in the sense that they were humiliated. 651, Thus, Phaethon, from the family of Apollo and consequently a child of the sun, tries to direct the golden chariot of this father, the chariot of the poetic gold of grain, and turns it away from the accustomed paths which lead to the granary of his paterfamilias, and, with pretensions of domain over the fields, he falls from the heavens. 513. 652, however, above all, there is also falling from the heavens the apple of discord, that is, the apple which, as we have demonstrated above 548, signifies domain over lands. For the earliest discord came into being because of the fields that the plebeians wished to cultivate for themselves, and Venus, who must here be the plebeian Venus, contends with Juno over connubium and with Minerva over power. For concerning the judgment of Paris, Plutarch 514 to our good fortune, notices in his Life of Homer that the two verses at the end of the Iliad 5:15 which speak of this judgment were not from Homer, but from the hand of someone who came later. 653, Atlanta 5:16 By casting away the golden apples, defeats her suitors on the race course, exactly as Hercules wrestling with Antaeus raises him to the heavens and defeats him, as was explained above 618. Atlanta leaves to the plebeians first bonitary domain and then quiritary domain over the fields, and reserves connubium for herself, exactly as the Roman patricians with the first agrarian law of Servius Tullius and with the second agrarian law of the Law of the 12 Tables also preserved connubium within their own order in the chapter entitled Connubia Incommunicata Plebi Sunto. Nuptials are not to be shared in common with the plebs, itself the consequence of another earlier chapter. Auspicia Incommunicata Plebi Sunto. The auspices are not to be shared in common with the plebs. 517 Hence, 3 years after the Law of the 12 Tables, the plebs started to make a claim to the auspices and nuptials, and after a heroic contest of 3 years they took them. 654, the suitors of Penelope invade the royal household of Ulysses, that is to say, the regime of the heroes, and call themselves kings. If they devour the royal substance, this is because they consider domain over the fields to be their property. They seek to claim Penelope in marriage, they make claim to connubium. In some versions, Penelope remains chaste, and Ulysses hangs the suitors like thrushes in nets of the kind by which the heroic Vulcan caught the plebeian Venus and Mars. 518, he ties them up to cultivate the fields, like the day laborers of Achilles, just as Coriolanus tried to reduce the Roman plebeians who were not content with the agrarian law of Servius Tullius to the day laborers of Romulus, as was stated above. 108. 655, at this point, Ulysses 519 also fights with the impoverished Iris, and murders him, which must have been an agrarian contest in which the plebeians were devouring the substance of Ulysses. In other versions 520 Penelope prostitutes herself to the suitors, allowing the plebs to share in connubium. From this she gives birth to Pan, a monstrosity with two discordant natures, human and bestial, which is precisely the secum ipse discourse, something in discord with itself in Livy 521, which the Roman patricians said to the plebeians would be the nature of whosoever was born from those plebeians who had a share of connubium in common with the nobles, a monstrosity similar to the Pan who, a monster with two discordant natures, was the offspring of Penelope when she prostituted herself to the plebeians. From the Pasiphae, who lies with a bull, was born the Minotaur, a monstrosity of two different natures. 522 This must be the history of the heroic Cretans sharing connubium with foreigners, who must have come to Crete in the ship called Bull. It was by this ship, as we have explained above 635, that Minos abducted lads and maidens from Attica, and that Jove previously had abducted Europa. 656, it is to this kind of civil history that the myth of Io must appeal. Jove falls in love with her, he is favorable to her in his auspices. Juno is jealous with a civil jealousy that, as we explained above 513, preserves solemnized nuptials for the heroes. Jove gives her to be guarded by Argus of the 100 Eyes, she is guarded by the Argive fathers, each one with his own Lucus, with his own cultivated land, as we interpreted the Lucus above 564. Mercury, who here must be a character representing plebeian traders, by the sound of his pipe, or rather, by his song, puts Argus to sleep. He defeats the Argive fathers in a contest over the auspices, by which they sang out each person's lot in solemnized nuptials. And Io at this point changes into a cow and lies with the bull with which Pasiphae laid. She goes wandering in Egypt, that is, among those Egyptian foreigners by whom Danaus had expelled the Anakids from rule in Argos. 523. 657, however, Hercules at the end of his time becomes effeminate and spins under the command of Iole and Omphale. The heroic right over the fields came to be subject to the plebeians, in comparison with whom the heroes called themselves viri men, which means the same in Latin as heroes does in Greek. So, Virgil starts his Aeneid with a weight given to this word. Arma virumque kino 524. I sing of arms and the man. And Horace translates the first verse of the Odyssey. Dic mihi, Musa, virum 525. Speak to me, Muse, of the man. And viri continued for the Romans to signify solemnized husbands, magistrates, priests, and judges, for in the poetic aristocracy, nuptials, and civil powers and priesthoods and judgeships were all enclosed within the heroic orders. And thus, there was a sharing of the heroic right over the fields with the plebeians of Greece, just as there was by the Roman patricians a sharing of quiritary right with the plebeians, fought for through the second agrarian law and taken with the law of the 12 tables, as was demonstrated above 109, 598. Exactly in this way in the times of the return to barbarism, feudal goods were called goods of the lance, and borough goods were called goods of the distaff, as it is held in the laws of the English. Hence, the royal arms of France, in order to signify the Salic law which excludes women from succession of rule, are supported by two angels dressed in priestly robes and armed with spears and adorned with the words, Lilia non nent lilies do not spin. As a result, just as Baldus 526 by our good luck called the Salic law ius gentium Gallorum the law of the Gallic peoples, so we can call the law of the 12 tables, inasmuch as in its rigor it preserved in succession inte state to direct paternal or tribal kinship, ius gentium Romanorum the law of the Roman peoples. For it will be shown below 991 how true 527 it is that, in the earliest times of Rome, it was customary for daughters to succeed inte state their fathers, such that, later, this passed into the law of the 12 tables. 658, finally, Hercules goes into a fury by being stained by the blood of Nescius the centaur, the exact plebeian monstrosity of two discordant natures of which Livy speaks, that is, in the midst of civil furor he shares connubium with the plebs and is contaminated by plebeian blood, and it is in this fashion that, as Fidus, the Roman Hercules, dies, on account of the Petlian law called de nexu, by this law, vinculum fide vitam est the bond of faith was unbound, and although Livy 528 reports this on the occasion of a deed which came to pass 10 years later, it was in substance the same as that which was the cause of the Petlian law, which must have required that they institute as an order what was contained in the words. These words must have been in some ancient writer of annals, which Livy with as much good faith as ignorance reported. For by freeing the plebeians from the private incarceration by the noble creditors, those in debt were still constrained by judicial laws to pay their debts. However, they were released from the law of fealties, the law of the Herculean knot, born inside the earliest asylums of the world. Accordingly, it is a strong conjecture that the author of these annals had written vinculum fidi the bond of Fidus, for the god Fidus, whom Varro 529 says was the Roman Hercules, and others who came later, not understanding the word, erroneously believed that it was written fide. This heroic natural law has been found to be the same for peoples in the Americas, and even today it endures in our world among the Abyssinians in Africa and among the Muscovites and Tartars of Europe and Asia. However, it was practiced with greater tameness among the Hebrews, with whom debtors served for no more than 7 years. 659, and, to bring this to an end, eventually Orpheus, the founder of Greece with his lyre or his cord, or his force, all of which signify the same thing as the knot of Hercules, the knot of the Petlian law, dies, killed by the Bacchantes of the plebs in their furor. The Bacchantes broke into pieces his lyre 530, which, in the many proofs made above, signifies the law. Hence, already in the time of Homer, the heroes brought foreign women as their wives, and bastards came into royal successions. This demonstrates that popular liberty had already started to have currency in Greece. 660, on account of all this, one has to conclude that these heroic contests gave the Age of Heroes its name. And one has to conclude that in these contests, many leaders, defeated and suppressed, were given to taking to the sea in wandering so as to discover other lands, that some, like Menelaus and Odysseus, eventually returned to their fatherlands, while others, like Cecrops, Cadmus, Danaus, and Pelops, settled in foreign lands. Insofar as these heroic contests had come to pass many centuries previously in Phoenicia, Egypt, and Phrygia, since in these places humanity had its start much earlier than those who settled in Greece, Dido must have been one of those who, after fleeing Phoenicia from the faction of her brother-in-law, who was pursuing her 531, settled in Carthage, which was called Punica as if for Phoenicia, and of all the Trojans after the destruction of Troy, Capi settled in Capua, Aeneas landed in Latium, Antenor entered into Padua. 661, in this fashion, there came an end to the wisdom of the theological poets, the wise men or political theorists of the poetic age of Greece, that is, Orpheus, Amphion, Linus, Musaeus, and others, and by singing to the Greek plebs of the strength of the gods of the auspices, these were the praises these poets must have sung to the gods, that is, praises to the divine providence it belonged to them to sing. They kept those plebs in deference to their heroic orders. This is exactly how Appius, the grandson of the December, around year 300 of Rome, as was stated in another place 81, maintained the obedience of the plebs to the nobles, when he sang to the Roman plebeians of the strength of the gods in the auspices, whose science was held by the nobles. In the same way Amphion, when he sang on his lyre, raised from stones, thus moved the walls of Thebes, which 300 years previously Cadmus had founded, that is, confirmed by singing the heroic state. Corollaries. Concerning the ancient Roman things and, in particular, the dreamed-up monarchical regime in Rome and the dreamed-up popular liberty instituted by Junius Brutus. 662, such great convergence between the human civil things of the Romans and the Greeks, by this ancient Roman history is found, by so many proofs, to be a continuous historical mythology for the numerous, varied, and different Greek myths. Put anyone who has understanding, which is not the same as memory or imagination, under the necessity of affirming resolutely that from the time of kings up until the sharing of connubium with the plebs, the Roman people, the people of Mars, was composed only of nobles, and that to this people, the king Tullus, starting with the trial of Horatius 532, permitted the one condemned of a crime by the duumvirs or by the quaestus to appeal to the entire order at a time when the only orders were the heroic peoples and the plebs were mere additions to such peoples. Later, provinces continued to be such additions to conquering nations, as Grotius 533 well noticed, and it is exactly these plebs who are the other people, which Telemachus 534 called his plebeians in assembly. As we noted herein above 590, 629. Hence, on the strength of an undefeatable metaphysical art of criticism applied to these authors of the nations, one must shake out the error that a band comprised of the basest of day laborers, who were kept as slaves up from the death of Romulus, held elections for their kings, who were later approved by the fathers. This must be an anachronism, from times in which the plebs were already part of cities and concurred in electing consuls. This was after connubium was shared with the plebs by the fathers, and imposed on a time 300 years earlier during the interregnum of Romulus. 663, this term people, when applied to the earliest times of the world of cities with the signification it has in more recent times, because neither philosophers nor philologists are able to imagine this kind of strict aristocracy, tends to entail two errors concerning two other terms, king and liberty. Hence, all have believed that the Roman regime was a monarchy and that the liberty instituted by Junius Brutus was popular. However, although Jean Bodin enters into that common folk error into which all previous political theorists entered, that first there were monarchies, later tyrannies, then popular republics, and finally aristocracies, here one sees what distortions can be made and actually are made when there is a lack of true principles, when he observes, during the dreamed-up popular liberty of ancient Rome, that the effects were nevertheless those of an aristocratic republic, and so shores up his system with the following distinction, that in ancient times Rome had a popular constitution, but aristocratic governance. 535 Even with all this, because the effects came to contradict it, and even by shoring his system up in this way, his political structure eventually collapsed under the weight of the truth, and with brute inconsistency he confesses that in ancient times, the Roman Republic had an aristocratic constitution, and not just aristocratic governance. 664, all of this is confirmed by Titus Livy 536 in telling us that Junius Brutus instituted the order of 2 yearly consuls. Livy plainly says and claims that this did not change the constitution, and in doing so, the wise Brutus must have called that constitution back to its beginnings, and he says that with the 2 annual consuls nihil quicquam de regia potestate diminutum, in no way was royal power decreased. This is inasmuch as the consuls came to be 2 yearly aristocratic kings, whom Cicero 537 in his laws names regis annuos yearly kings, just as there were 2 kings for life in Sparta, a republic which undoubtedly was aristocratic. These consuls, as everyone knows, were subject to recall during the time of their rule, just as the Spartan kings were subject to being corrected by the ephors and, at the end of their year of rule, were subject to prosecution, which conforms to the fact that Spartan kings were put to death by the ephors. For this, there is a passage in Livy which demonstrates in one stroke both that the Roman regime was aristocratic and that the liberty instituted by Brutus was not popular, that is, the liberty of the people from the lords, but was lordly, that is, the liberty of the lords from the Tarquin tyrants. It is certain that Brutus would not have been able to do this if he had not been offered the deed of the Roman Lucretia, which he wisely seized. This occasion was clothed in all the sublime circumstances so as to arouse the plebs against the tyrant Tarquinius, who had so badly governed the nobility that it was up to Brutus to refill the Senate depleted by the deaths of so many senators because of Tarquinius Superbus. 538 In doing this he achieved, with wise counsel, 2 public advantages, both the re-strengthening of the order of nobles that was in decline and the preserving of the favor of the plebs, for it was from the body of the plebs that he must have culled many men, and perhaps the most ferocious of them who would have opposed re-instituting lordship, and made it so that it was they who entered into the orders of the nobility and from whom the city was composed, a city which was at that time completely divided inter patra et plebum. 539 between the fathers and the plebs. 665. Consider the initial course taken by the many varied and diverse causes up until the age of Saturn, upon which we meditated herein. Consider the subsequent course of their many varied and diverse effects in the ancient Roman Republic, which Bodin 540 observes, and consider the continuity and consistency by which those causes led to the effects that Livy considers. See whether these are not worthy enough to establish that the Roman regime was aristocratic and that the liberty instituted by Brutus was lordly and only so as to hold on to their authority. If they are not, then one needs to say that the Romans, a barbarous and rude people, had to have a privilege from God which the Greeks could not have had, a people of acuity and the greatest humanity who, as told by Thucydides 541, knew nothing about their own antiquity up until the Peloponnesian War, the most luminous time of Greece, as we observed above in the chronological table 101, where we demonstrated the same for the Romans up until the time of the Second Carthaginian War, after which Livy claims to write Roman history with more certainty, and yet plainly admits that he did not know about 3 circumstances most worthy of consideration for that history, which were also observed in the chronological table 117. However, were one in spite of all this to concede such a privilege to the Romans, what remains is still an obscure memory, a confused image, and as such one is not able to deny the reasoning we have done upon these ancient Roman things. Corollaries. Concerning the heroism of the earliest peoples. 666. But the heroic age of the earliest world which we are treating draws us along by hard necessity to reason about the heroism of the earliest peoples. This heroism through axioms proposed above 542 and used here and through the principles established here concerning heroic politics 582, 598 was a heroism quite different from that which was a consequence of the unaccountable wisdom of the ancients 543 which the philosophers imagined, and which deceived the philologists. In defining the 3 terms which we noted above 663, people, king, and liberty, the philologists took heroic peoples also to include the plebeians, they took heroic kings to be monarchs, and they took heroic liberty to be popular. By contrast, the philosophers applied to this heroism 3 of their genteel and learned ideas. First, the justice reasoned from the maxims of Socratic morals, 544. Second, the glory which is fame for having done benefits for humankind, 545. And, third, the desire for immortality. Hence, with these 3 errors and by these 3 ideas, they believed that kings and other great personages in ancient times consecrated themselves and their families, as well as their entire patrimony and substance, to making happy those who are unfortunate, who are always the majority in cities and in nations. 667. Yet Achilles, who is the greatest of the Greek heroes, had three properties, as Homer tells us, which were completely at odds with those three ideas of the philosophers. And concerning justice, when Hector says that he intends to bury Achilles if he kills him in battle, Achilles ferociously responds, without reflecting upon their equality of status or upon their common lot, the two considerations which naturally induce men to recognize justice: when have men ever made pacts with lions, and when have wolves and lambs ever agreed in their intentions? Indeed, he responds, if I kill you, I will drag you naked tied to my chariot for 3 days around the walls of Troy, which he did, and in the end give you to my hunting dogs to eat. 546. He also would have done this if the unfortunate father of Hector, Priam, had not come to him to ransom the corpse. Concerning glory, on account of a private grievance Agamemnon had offended him by taking his Briseis. He called himself wronged by men and gods, made an appeal to Jove to restore his honor, withdrew his men from the allied army and his ships from the armada, and suffered Hector to bring affliction upon the Greeks, and contrary to the dictates of the devotion that one owes to one's fatherland, Achilles makes a show of avenging his own private wrong with the destruction of his entire nation. Indeed, he is not ashamed to rejoice to Patroclus at the slaughter which Hector brings upon his Greeks, and to this same Patroclus, Achilles, this man who carries in his heels the fate of Troy, says something much worse, praying that all the Greeks and Trojans might die in the war and that they alone survive. 547. Concerning their third idea, asked by Ulysses in the underworld if he wishes to stay there, Achilles responds that he would rather be alive and the basest of slaves. 548. Behold the hero of whom Homer sings with the invariable epithet blameless to the Greek people as a model of heroism. If Homer profits us by teaching and delighting at the same time, as poets ought to do, then one cannot understand this epithet otherwise than in terms of a man who is so arrogant that he would not allow, as we would say today, a fly to pass before the tip of his nose. Thus, Homer preaches the virtue of punctiliousness, in which during the return to barbarism those who engage in duels place their entire morality. From this ethics came the proud laws, the lofty duties, and the vengeful satisfactions of the knights errant of whom writers of romances sing. 668. In comparison with this, reflect upon the oath which Aristotle 549 says that the heroes swore against the plebs, to be their eternal enemies. Reflect, subsequently, upon Roman history in the time of Roman virtue, a time which Livy 550 determines to be up until the Pyrrhic War and to which he gives a claim with the words nulla ita virtutum feracior. No age was more fruitful in virtues, a time which we, following Sallust 551 in St. Augustine's De Civitate Dei, extend from the expulsion of the kings up until the Second Carthaginian War. There is Brutus, who consecrated his household along with his 2 sons to liberty. There is Savola 552 who punishes his own right hand in fire for not knowing how to kill Porsenna, the Etruscan king, and by doing so terrifies Porsenna and puts him to flight. There is the Manilius, called the Imperious, who because of a happy fault 553 of military discipline, which was still successful and inspired by the motives of valor and glory, cut off the head of his own victorious son. There is Curtius 554 who casts himself, armed and mounted, fatally into a trench. There are the Decii 555 father and son who consecrate themselves to the safety of their armies. There are Fabricius and Curius 556 who refuse Samnite gold beyond compare and a share in rule offered by Pyrrhus. There is Attilius Regulus 557 who went to Carthage and to a certain death of the most cruel kind so as to preserve the sanctity of a Roman oath. What did any of these men do for the miserable and unfortunate Roman plebs? What did they do other than oppress them more with taxes in wartime, plunge them more deeply into an ocean of usury, bury them at the bottom of private prisons where the nobles beat their bared shoulders in the fashion of the basest slaves? And if someone tried to lift up the plebs with some grain law or agrarian law, this order of heroes in the time of this Roman virtue would condemn and kill him as a traitor. This is what came to pass, so as not to touch on all the others, for Manilius Capitolinus, who had preserved the Capitoline from the fire of the exceptionally brutal Senonic Gauls, this is what came to pass in Sparta, that city of the heroes of Greece, just as Rome was that of the heroes of the world for the magnanimous king Agis, because, when he attempted to lessen the poverty of the plebs of Lacedaemon oppressed by usury of the nobles, with one law erasing debts and with another law attempted to lift up the plebs concerning testaments, he was, as stated in another place 592, strangled by the ephors. Hence just as the valorous Agis was the Manlius Capitolinus of Sparta, so Manlius Capitolinus was the Agis of Rome and, on the mere suspicion of somewhat assisting the impoverished and oppressed Roman plebs, was thrown down from the Tarpeian rock. As a result, it was on account of this namely, that the nobles of the earliest peoples considered themselves heroes, that is, of a nature superior to that of the plebeians, as was fully demonstrated above 197, 449, 560, 586, 606, that they acted so badly in their governance of the impoverished multitudes of the nations. For certainly Roman history will baffle any discerning reader who combines the reports above. Where is the Roman virtue in the midst of such great pride? Where is moderation in the midst of such great avarice? Where is the tameness in the midst of such great savagery? Where is the justice in the midst of such great inequality? 669, hence, the principles that are able to satisfy someone in such great wonder must necessarily be the following. 670, I subsequent to the wild education of the giants reasoned upon above 369, 371, 523 to 524, the education of children would be severe, harsh, and cruel, as it was for the unlettered Lacedaemonians, who were the heroes of Greece 558 and who would beat their sons in the temple of Diana within an inch of their lives. As a result of this they often fell dead, writhing in pain under the blows of their fathers, in order to inure them to fear of pain and death. This cyclopean paternal power remained for both the Greeks and the Romans, permitting them to kill innocent infants newly born. For now we make our young children our delight, which today makes for all the refinement of our natures. 671, 2. Wives were bought with heroic dowries, which remained later as a solemnity in the nuptials of Roman priests, which were contracted coemption et for by mutual sale and spelt cakes, and which was also, as Tacitus 559 tells us, the custom of the ancient Germans, which allows us to deem the custom to be the same for all the early barbarous peoples. And wives were kept, as if by natural necessity, for the purpose of making children. In other respects, they were treated as slaves. This is a custom of nations to which many parts of our world conform, and to which almost the whole of the New World does. 672, 3. Sons acquired for and wives saved for their husbands and their fathers, entirely the opposite of what is done today. 673, 4. Games and pleasures were tiring, for example, wrestling and racing, hence, Homer 560 gives Achilles the continuous epithet swift-footed. They were also dangerous, for example, justing and hunting wild beasts, whence they were accustomed to hardening their strength and spirit and to risking and scorning their lives. 674, v. They were completely lacking in understanding of luxury, daintiness, and ease. 675, 6. Wars, like heroic antiquity, were completely beholden to religion, which, for the reason that we have taken it as the first principle of the science 333, 335, makes them all extremely atrocious. 676, 7. Slavery also had currency in heroic times, which came about as a result of those wars, in which the defeated were considered men without God, and so lost their natural liberty along with their civil liberty. And here we have use for that axiom posited above: natural liberty is fiercer inasmuch as its goods are more properly connected to our bodies, and civil servitude binds with goods of fortune that are not necessary for life. 561. 677, because of all this, republics were naturally aristocratic, that is, republics of those who were naturally strongest, which closed off but to a few noble fathers all civil honors, and the public good was in the family monarchies preserved by the fatherland, for the true fatherland, as we have stated more fully elsewhere 584, 601, was the interests of a few fathers, because of which the citizens were naturally patricians. And with such natures, such customs, such republics, such orders, and such laws, the heroism of the earliest peoples will have currency. This heroism, since the causes just enumerated are the complete opposites of those which later produced the other two kinds of civil constitution which, as we proved above 292, are both human, namely the free popular republics, and, still more human, the monarchies, is now impossible, because of our civil nature. For throughout the entire time of Roman popular liberty, only Cato of Utica had a reputation for heroism, and this reputation remained the guiding spirit of the aristocratic republic, after the fall of Pompey and with Cato left as the head of the nobility, because he was not able to suffer seeing his party humiliated by Caesar, Cato committed suicide. During monarchies, the heroes are those who consecrate themselves to the glory and greatness of their sovereigns. Hence, one has to conclude that such a hero is desired by afflicted peoples, reasoned about by philosophers, and imagined by poets. However, civil nature, as we considered it in an axiom 562, does not tend towards the sort of benefit. 678. All the things about which we have reasoned here concerning the heroism of the earliest peoples gains light and splendor from the axioms posited above 563 concerning Roman heroism, which will be common both to the heroism of the Athenians in the times when, as Thucydides tells us, they are governed by the most severe Areopagites, which, as we have seen, was an aristocratic senate, and to the heroism of the Spartans, who were a republic of the sons of Hercules, that is, of lords, as a thousand proofs above have demonstrated. 592. Epitomes of poetic history. 679. This entire divine and heroic history of the theological poets was described to us with much infelicity of expression in the myth of Cadmus. 564. He kills the great serpent, he deforests the great ancient forest of the earth. He sows the teeth of the serpent. This is a fine metaphor, as was stated above 541, for the hard curved wood which prior to the discovery of the use of iron must have served as the teeth of the earliest plows, and with these, which are still called teeth, they plowed the earliest fields of the world. He casts a great stone, that is, the hard earth that the clients, or familial servants, wished to plow for themselves, as was explained above 583. Born from the furrows were armed men. These represent the heroic contests over the first agrarian law in which, as we stated 584, the heroes emerged from their grounds, which is to say that they were the lords of those grounds and united in arms against the plebeians. And they fought not among themselves but with the clients rebelling against them. And the furrows signify those orders in which they united and by which they formed and settled the first cities on the basis of arms, as is all stated above 338, 446, 563. And Cadmus changes into a serpent. Thus does the authority of aristocratic senates come into being, or, as the most ancient peoples of Latium would have said, Cadmus fundus factus est. 565. Cadmus has become the ground, and, as the people of Greece said, Cadmus changed into a Draco, who wrote laws in blood. 566. All of this is that which above 446 we promised to make it possible to see, that the myth of Cadmus contains many centuries of poetic history and is a great exemplar of the infant muteness in which the world in its childhood toiled to express itself, which is one of the 7 great sources of the difficulty about myths that we will enumerate below. 814. This shows with how much felicity of expression Cadmus knew how leave a history written in his common alphabetic letters, which he supposedly brought to Greece from the Phoenicians. 567. And Desideratus Erasmus, by 1,000 inanities unworthy of a man with such great erudition that he was called the Christian Varro, suggests that the myth of Cadmus contains the history of the letters discovered by Cadmus. 568. If this were so, then this brilliant history, the history of so great a benefit to the nations as the discovery of letters which, because of its brilliance, ought to have had the widest repute, was instead hidden by Cadmus for humankind in Greece within the folds of this myth in obscurity until the times of Erasmus, so as to keep secret from the common run one of the greatest discoveries of commonplace wisdom, that it is from the common run vulgo that such letters are called common. Vulgari. 2. 680, by contrast, with wondrous brevity and congruity Homer 569 tells this whole history, compressed into the hieroglyph left on the scepter of Agamemnon. Vulcan made the scepter for Jove with the first lightning bolts after the flood founded his regime over gods and men, that is, the divine regimes in the familial state. Later, Jove gave the scepter to Mercury, and it was the caduceus with which Mercury brings the first agrarian law to the plebs, hence there came into being the heroic regimes of the first cities. Here, Mercury gave the scepter to Pelops, Pelops gave it to Thyestes, Thyestes to Atreus, and Atreus to Agamemnon, which is the entire succession of the royal household of Argos. 3. 681, but this same Homer 570 with greater fullness and explicitness tells us the history of the world in his description of the shield of Achilles. 682, I. In the beginning, one sees on that shield heaven and earth, the sea, the sun, the moon, the stars. This is the epoch of the creation of the world. 683, 2. Later, there are two cities. In the first city, there are songs, wedding hymns, nuptials. This is the epoch of the heroic families composed of sons born of solemnized nuptials. In the second city, we see none of these things. This is the epoch of the heroic families composed of servants who do not covenant except in natural marriages, lacking any of the solemnity of the heroic nuptials in which heroes covenant. Thus, both of these cities represent the state of nature, that is, the familial state, and it was exactly these two cities which Eumaeus 571 swineherd to Ulysses, recounts two fatherlands, both ruled by his father. In them, the citizens had fully divided up their things, that is, had no share in citizenship among the things they shared in common. Hence, the city without wedding hymns is precisely the other people, as Telemachus calls the plebs of Ithaca in an assembly, 572, and Achilles, lamenting the outrage done to him by Agamemnon, says that he has been treated as a day laborer who has no share in governance. 573. 684, 3. Later, in the city with nuptials, are seen parliaments, laws, judges, penalties, which is exactly how the Roman patricians responded in the heroic contests to the plebs, that nuptials and political power and the priesthood, on which ultimately depends the science of the laws and, along with this, judgments, were legitimately their own property, for the auspices which made for the greatest solemnity of nuptials were their property. Hence, viri men, which names in Latin what heroes does in Greek, is what they called husbands of solemn marriages, magistrates, priests, and, last of all, judges, as was stated in another place above 657. Thus, this is the epoch of heroic cities, which arose out of the families composed of servants with the most severe aristocratic constitution. 685, 4. The second city is besieged by arms, and each city loots the other in turn in the earliest raids. And therein the city without nuptials, that is, the plebs of heroic cities, becomes an entirely separate, enemy city. Here is wondrously confirmed what we reasoned upon above 638, that the earliest foreigners, the earliest hosts' enemies, were the plebs of heroic peoples, against whom, as we have many times learned from Aristotle 574-71, 588, 611, 638, 688, the heroes swore eternal enmity. Hence, later, separate cities, because they were foreigners to one another, practiced with heroic thievery eternal enmity towards one another, as we reasoned above 636, 637. 686, v. And, finally, one sees described on the shield the history of the arts of humanity, starting during the epoch of families. For, first before all other things, one sees the father and king who decrees with his scepter that the roasted oxen be divided among the harvesters. Next, one sees vineyards planted, then flocks, shepherds, huts, and last of all are described dances. This image so beautifully and truly lays out the order of human things. First were discovered the arts pertaining to the necessary, so there is agriculture giving bread first and then wine, and later were discovered the arts pertaining to the advantageous, so, herding, and subsequently were discovered the arts of pertaining to the comfortable, so, architecture for cities, and finally the arts pertaining to the pleasurable, so, dances. On Poetic Physics. 687, let us pass now to the other branch from the trunk of poetic metaphysics, from which poetic wisdom branches off into physics and subsequently into cosmography, and from this into astronomy, whose fruits are chronology and geography. We will offer this second part of our reasoning on poetic metaphysics, beginning with physics. 688, the theological poets gave consideration to a physics for the world of nations and, accordingly, defined chaos 575 as the confusion of the seeds of humans in the state of the infamous sharing of women in common. It was from this confusion that later physicists were given to think about the confusion of seminal matter of the universe in nature, and to explain this confusion they used the already discovered, and hence congruous, term of the poets. There was confusion in chaos because none of the orders of humanity were there. There was darkness because it was deprived of that civil light by which the heroes were called brilliant. They also imagined it as Arcus, a malformed monster who devours everything, for men in that infamous sharing did not have the form proper to men and were sucked into nothingness because, owing to the uncertainty of their offspring, they left nothing of themselves. This Arcus was later taken up by physicists as the primal matter of natural things, which, unformed, is greedy for forms and devours all forms. However, the poets also gave chaos the monstrous form of Pan, the forest god who is the numinous presence of all satyrs, inhabiting not cities but the woods, and who is a character to which are reduced the impious men wandering through the great forest of the earth, those who have a human aspect, but profane and bestial customs. Later by forced allegories, as we will observe below 910, philosophers deceived by the word painu pan, which means in Greek all, took Pan to be the formed universe. The learned also believed that the poets had an understanding of primal matter in the myth of Proteus, with whom Ulysses wrestles in Egypt, Proteus in the water and Ulysses out of it. Ulysses is not able to take hold of him, because he is always changing into new forms. 576 However, such sublimity of learning on their part was great gullishness and simplicity on the part of the earliest men who, like children looking in a mirror and trying to take hold of their reflections, believed, because of the various modifications of their gestures and appearances, that there was a man in the water who was changing into various forms. 689, Eventually, the heavens cast forth lightning bolts, and Jove gave beginning to the world of men by putting in them the conatus 577 that is proper to freedom of the mind, just as by the motion that is proper to bodies, which are agents of necessity, he gave a start to the world of nature, insofar as what seems to be conatus in nature is the motion of insensate bodies, as was stated above in the method 340.578. From such conatus came the civil light whose character was Apollo, and in this light, there became distinct the civil beauty by which the heroes were beauty, and whose character was Venus. Later, physicists took this as the beauty of nature, indeed, as all of formed nature, which is beautiful and adorned with all sensible forms. 690, the world of the theological poets came from four sacred elements, from the air where Jove casts lightning bolts, from the water of the perennial springs whose numinous presence is Diana, from the fire by which Vulcan cleared the forests, and from the cultivated earth that is, Cybe or bare Cynthia. All four of these are the elements of divine ceremonies, that is, the auspices, fire, water, and spelt guarded by Vesta, who as was stated above 549 is the same as Cybe or bare Cynthia. She goes crowned by cultivated lands fortified by walls and accompanied by villages which, because they are placed on high, are figured as towers, hence, in Latin, extoris exiled is used as if it were from exteris. With this crown is enclosed what is still called the orbis terrarum, which is, properly speaking, the world of human beings. Consequently, the physicists were later moved to meditate upon the four elements from which the world of nature is composed. 691. These same theological poets gave to the elements and to countless kinds of natures coming from the elements forms that were living and sensate and, for the most part, human, and devised the many and varied divinities upon which we reasoned above in the Poetic Metaphysics 375. Hence came the congruity which allowed Plato to impose his tenets about mind or intelligence, so that Jove is the mind of ether, Vulcan the mind of fire, and so on. So much did the theological poets understand such intelligent substances, that up to Homer's time they did not understand a human mind which on the strength of reflection is opposed to the senses. On this there are two golden passages in the Odyssey 579 where the mind is called either a sacred force or a hidden strength, which are the same. On the Poetic Physics concerning man, that is, on heroic nature. 692, however, the greatest and most important part of physics is the contemplation of the nature of man. This is to contemplate how the authors of the Gentile human race in a certain way generated themselves and produced their own human form in both of its two parts, namely, by terrifying religions and by horrific paternal powers. By sacred ablutions, they brought forth edusero from their gigantic bodies the form of our correct bodily statures, and by the same household discipline they brought forth edusero from their bestial spirits the form of our human spirits. 580 All of this was reasoned upon above in the Poetic Economics 520, 524, and this is the proper place in which it must be repeated. 693, Now, the theological poets, under the aspect of a very rude physics, saw in man these two metaphysical ideas, being and substance. Certainly, the heroes of Latium used the word being in quite unrefined terms to mean eating. This must have been the earliest significance of the verb sum to be, which was later used with the former and the latter significance. This conforms with our rustics today using he eats to say he still lives. 581 For sum in its significance as being is most abstract, in that it transcends all beings, most pervasive, in that it penetrates through all beings, most pure, in that it circumscribed by none of these beings. They felt substance as if it meant a thing which stands under and sustains, a thing resting in the heels, for a man stands on the base of his feet. Hence, Achilles carried his fate in his heel, for there his fate rested, that is, his lot in life and in death. 582. 694, The composite of the body they reduced to solids and liquids. They declared as solids the viscera, that is, flesh, and so among the Romans visceratio was used for the division that the priests made for the people of the flesh of the sacrificial victims. 583 So that by vesi they understood to nourish oneself in cases where the food was meat. They declared as solids bones and joints, which they called artis. What they called artis was derived from ars, which for the ancient people of Latium signified bodily strength, whence came artitus, vigorous of person. Later, ars was used for any composite of precepts which held fast some faculty of the mind. They declared as solids the sinews, which, when the poets were mute and spoke through objects, they took to mean strength, and it was from the sinew called fides, in the sense of a cord, that they used fides for strength of the gods, and from sinew or cord or strength they later made the lute of Orpheus. In this correct sense, they located strength in the sinews, given that they extend the muscles that need to be extended for the use of one's strength. And, finally, they declared as solids marrow, also in a correct sense, they located the very bloom of life in this marrow, whence the word medulla was used by a lover for the woman he loved, and medullatus for that expression of ours, with all one's heart, and love, when it is great, is said to burn the marrow. The liquids they reduced only to blood insofar as they also called neural and spermatic substance blood, as is demonstrated in the use of the poetic phrase, sanguine critus 584 born of blood to express being engendered. They did this also in the correct sense, for such substance is the very bloom of blood. And also, in a correct sense, they deemed blood to be the juice in the tissue of which flesh is composed, whence in Latin the word succiplinus 585 full of sap retained the meaning of fleshy, steeped in good blood. 695, As for the other part of the form proper to humans, the soul, the theological poets located it in air, a word which is also used in Latin for soul, and they deemed air to be the vehicle of life, retained in Latin in the proper sense of the expression anima vivimus 586 by breath we live, and in the poetic expressions, feri ad vitals auras 587 to approach the living air for to be born, ducere vitals auras 588 to draw in the living air of to live, and vitam referre in auras to return life to the air for to die, and in common Latin, the expressions animam ducere 589 to draw breath for to live, animam trahere 590 to drag in a breath for to be in agony, and animam efflare and animam emitter 591 to emit breath for to die, whence, perhaps, the physicists were moved to place the world's soul in air. And the theological poets, also in the correct sense, put the life coursing in us within the blood coursing in us, in which correct motion our life consists. 696, They must also, in the correct sense, have felt that spirit is the vehicle of sensation, which Latin retains in the proper meaning of the expression animo sentimus by the spirit we sense. And, also in the correct sense, they made animus masculine and anima feminine 592 for the spirit works upon the soul, it is the ignos vigor fiery strength of which Virgil 593 speaks, and as a result the spirit must have its subject in the nerves and in neural substance, and the soul in the veins and in the blood. And so, the vehicle of the spirit is ether, and the vehicle of the soul is air, in keeping with the proportion by which the animal spirits are as swift as the vital spirits are slow, and just as the soul ministers to motion, so the spirit ministers to conatus 594 and, consequently, begins conatus. This is the ignos vigor fiery strength of which Virgil spoke above. The theological poets sensed this, without understanding it, and Homer called it a sacred force and a hidden strength and an unknown god 595, the peoples of both Greece and Latium, whenever they said or did a thing the beginning of which they sensed was superior to themselves, said that some god had willed a thing of this sort. This beginning was called by those same peoples of Latium mens animae 596 mind of the spirit. And so, in their rude way, they understood that lofty truth which the natural theology of the metaphysicians later demonstrated by virtue of invincible reasoning against the Epicureans, who want ideas to be the result of bodies, namely, the truth that ideas come to man from God. 697, They understood generation in its proper fashion, and we do not know if the learned who come later have been able to discover a better one. That fashion is entirely contained in the term concipere to conceive, used as if it were derived from concipere to take in, which expresses the natural tendency observed by physical forms. To this nowadays we must add the weight of air demonstrated in our times, to incorporate any neighboring objects, to overcome resistance, and to adapt and shape those objects to their own form. 698, Decay they explained most wisely with the term corrumpi, which signifies the breaking up of all the parts which compose a body in contrast to the term sanum whole, for life consists in all the parts remaining whole, so they must have deemed disease to tend toward death, because of the damage to the solidity of the body. 699, They reduced all the internal functions of the spirit to three parts of the body, the head, the breast, and the heart. And they declared all cognition to be in the head, and insofar as all their cognition was imaginative, they located in the head memory, which in Latin is called fantasia, and in the return to barbarous times, they used the word fantasia for ingenuity and, in turn, called a man of ingenuity an imaginative man, as we are told of Cola di Rienzo in the barbarous Italian of a biography written by an author from our times. This biography contains natures and customs most similar to those of the ancient heroes about whom we are reasoning. This is a great argument for the recurrence that, in natures and customs, the nations make. However, imagination is nothing other than the resurfacing of reminiscences, and ingenuity is nothing other than laboring over the things which have been recalled. Now, because the human mind in the times about which we are reasoning has not been rendered subtle by the art of writing, nor been spiritualized by any practice of counting or reckoning, nor made abstract by the many abstract terms which abound in languages now, as was stated above in the method 597, it exercised all its strength in these three beautiful faculties coming from the body, and all three faculties pertain to the first operation of the mind, whose regulative art is the art of topics. Just as the regulative art for the second operation of the mind is the art of criticism, and just as the latter is the art of judgment, the former is the art of invention, in conformity with what was stated in the final corollaries of the Poetic Logic 495, 498. And just as invention of things naturally comes first, judgment of them second, so it was convenient for the infancy of the world to exercise itself in the first operation of the human mind at a time when the world had need of discovering the necessities and advantages of life, all of which were provided prior to the arrival of the philosophers, as we will more fully demonstrate in the discovery of the true Homer. Consequently, with reason the theological poets called memory the mother of the muses, which we found above 508 to be the arts of humanity. 700, and in this part we cannot leave out an important observation of great consequence to what was stated above in the method 338, that now one is scarcely able to understand and completely unable to imagine how these earliest men who founded Gentile humanity would have thought. Their minds would belong so much to singulars and be so confined as to deem every new facial expression as a new face, as we observed in the myth of Proteus 688, and to deem every new passion as another heart, another breast, another spirit. Hence there are those poetic expressions used not out of the necessity of counting, but on account of the nature of human things, which take a plural as its singular, such as in the expressions, ora, vultus, animi, pectora, corda. 701, they made the breast the seat of all the passions, under which in the correct sense they placed two kinds of leaven or principles, that is, the irascible principle in the stomach, insofar as it is there that, in rising to overcome some evil pressing upon us, we are made to feel the bile contained in the biliary vessels expanding because of the ventricle, which, agitated by the stomach's peristaltic motion, presses upon them and spreads bile in the stomach. They put the concupiscent principle 598 for the most part in the liver, whose office belongs to the blood, and the poets called these precordia, the organs where Titan implanted the signature passions which arise in other animals. And they understood in these precursors that concupiscence is the mother of all passions, and that these passions are with our humors. 702, they declared the heart to be the seat of all counsel, whence the heroes agitabant, versabant, volutabant cord curas would worry, turn, revolve their concerns in their heart, for they did not think about things to be done except when shaken by passion, since they were stupid and insensate. Consequently, in Latin, they called cordati those were wise, and vecerdes 599 those were fools. And their resolutions they called sententiae, for as they sensed, so they judged. Hence, heroic judgments were all true in their form, although they were often false in their matter. Corollary. On heroic sentences. 703, now because the earliest men of Gentile humanity had minds no less focused on singulars than the minds of beasts, for whom every new sensation completely cancels out the old one, this is the reason that they are not able to think synthetically or discursively. Accordingly, all their sentiments must have been singular to the one who sensed them. Hence, that sublime sentence which Dionysius Longinus 600 admires in the Ode of Sappho, which Catullus later translated into Latin, where the lover in the presence of the woman who is his beloved expresses himself with a likeness. Il me parse deo videtur 601. That one seems to me equal to a god. And yet the likeness falls short of sublimity of the highest rank, for the sentence is not made singular to himself, as Terence does by saying, Vitam deorum adepti summa 602. We have attained the life of gods. And yet this sentiment, although it is proper to the one speaking, nevertheless, on account of the mannerism in Latin of using the first person plural for the singular, still has the air of a common sentiment. By contrast, the same poet in another comedy raises the same sentiment to sublimity of the highest rank, when it is made singular and so proper to the one sensing it. Deus factus sum 603. I am become a god. 704, accordingly, those abstract sentences belong to philosophers, for they contain universals, and reflections upon these passions belong to false and frigid poets. Corollary. On heroic descriptions. 705. Eventually, these earliest men reduced the external functions of the spirit to the five senses of the body, senses still discerning, lively, and alert, since they had little or no reason and were all robust imagination. This is proved by the terms offered for the five senses. 706. They spoke of audier hearing as if it were horier drawing in, for the ears drink in the air struck by other bodies. They spoke of cernere oculi 604 separating out by eye for seeing distinctly, hence, perhaps, came the Italian verb to sift cernere, for the eyes are like a sieve and the two pupils are like holes, and so just as lines of dust issue from a sieve on their way to touching the earth, so lines of light issue from the eyes through the pupils on their way to touching things which are seen distinctly. It is this line of sight that was later reasoned upon by the Stoics and was successfully demonstrated in our time by Descartes. 605 And they spoke of usurpare oculi 606 capturing by eye for seeing in general, as if one could possess the things being seen by seeing them. With the verb tangere 607 to touch, they also spoke of stealing, for something is taken away from bodies that are touched in the touching of them, as is now more fully understood by more perceptive physicists. They spoke of smelling as olfacere, as if one made the smells by smelling. This was later by careful observation found to be true by natural philosophers, that the sense makes what are called the sensible qualities, and, finally, they spoke of tasting as sapere, and this verb is properly used for things which give off a flavor, for in tasting one tests things for the flavor which is proper to the thing. Hence, later by a beautiful metaphor wisdom sapienza was the word for the use of things according to the uses they have in nature, rather than those which opinion devises. 707. It is for this that one is given to admire divine providence, that at a time when men had fallen into a bestial state, it gave us the senses as the guardians of our bodies, senses that are wondrously keener in beasts than they are in men, and so, because of their very nature, men had the most discerning senses for preserving themselves. Later, when they entered the age of reflection, by which they could make use of counsel so as to guard their bodies, the senses became less keen. It is on account of all this that heroic descriptions, as we have them in Homer, shine forth with such light and splendid clarity that they were impossible to imitate, much less equal, for all later poets. Corollary. On heroic customs. 708. Because of such heroic natures furnished with such heroic senses, heroic customs were similarly formed and established. The heroes, on account of their still recent origins from giants, were to the highest degree gullish and savage, as we had stated of the Patagonians, most restricted in their understanding, most capacious in their imagination, and most violent in their passions. Because of this, they must have been clumsy, crude, harsh, savage, arrogant, difficult, and obstinate in their purposes, and at the same time most tractable when presented with new and contrasting objects, just as we always observe in stubborn rustics who yield to any rational motivation stated to them, but because of their weakness in reflecting will return to their original purpose as soon as the reason which moved them becomes unstuck from their minds. And, by this same deficiency of reflection, they were straightforward, resentful, magnanimous, and generous. This is how Homer describes Achilles, the greatest of all the heroes of Greece. From these examples of heroic customs, Aristotle 608 advances the precept in his Poetics that the heroes whom tragedy takes as its subjects be neither the best nor the worst, but that they be a mixture of great vices and great virtues. For that heroism of virtue, which becomes complete in its best idea, belongs to the philosophers, not the poets. And that heroism of gallantry belongs to poets who came after Homer 609, who either devised myths of a new cast or took myths which were originally grave and severe, as accorded with the founders of nations, and altered, and eventually corrupted, them to accord with the effeminate customs of later times. A great proof of this, which at the same time must be a great canon for the historical mythology upon which our reasoning, is Achilles. On account of Briseis being taken from him by Agamemnon, he makes such a clamor that it fills heaven and earth and yields material sufficient for the entire Iliad from start to finish, and yet he does not show in the entire Iliad even the slightest sense of amorous passion from being deprived of her. 610 And Menelaus, who on account of Helen moved all of Greece against Troy, does not show throughout that entire long and great war even the smallest sign of amorous distress or jealousy that she is being enjoyed by Paris, who seized her from him. 709. All that has been stated in these three corollaries on heroic sentences, descriptions, and customs pertains to the discovery of the true Homer, a discovery which will be made in the following book. 611. On Poetic Cosmography. 710. Just as the theological poets posited as principles in physics the substances which they imagined were divine, so they described a cosmography in agreement with this physics, positing a world formed of gods of the heavens and gods of the underworld, called in Latin dei superi and dei inferi, and of the gods positioned in between heaven and earth, who must have been the gods called at first in Latin medioxumi. 612. 711. The first place of this world they contemplated was the heavens, and the heavenly things must have been for the Greeks the first mu alpha tau alpha mathemata, that is, sublime things, and must have been the first theta epsilon omega rho mu alpha tau alpha theoremata, that is, divine things for contemplation. The word in Latin for the contemplation of these things was derived from those regions of heaven called templa caeli, which the augurs designated for taking the auspices, for divining from the trajectories of stars falling at night. Hence for Bockhart 613 the name Zoroastrian means contemplator of stars. 712. There was for the first poets no heaven higher than the heights of the mountains, where the giants because of the first lightning bolts of Jove settled after their wild wandering. This is the heaven which reigned on earth and, subsequent to the starting point, made for great benefits for humankind, as was fully explained above. 64, 379. Hence, they must have deemed that the heavens were the peaks of those mountains, and from the acuity of these mountains the word in Latin, caelum heaven, came to be used also for a chisel, the instrument for engraving in stone or metal. So too in exactly this way children imagine that the mountains are columns which support the canopy of heaven, so too Arabs have given these principles of cosmography in the Quran. Two of these columns continued later as those of Heracles, as we will see more fully below. 726, 750, the original word in Latin, columen, must have been a prop or stay, and later came to be the rounded columns of architecture. It was aloft in a canopy of this sort, says Thetis to Achilles in Homer 6:14, that Jove along with the other gods went to feast on Mount Atlas. Thus, as we stated above 399 when reasoning upon the giants, that myth of war made by the giants on heaven and their piling up the highest mountains, Ossa on Pelion and Olympus on Ossa, so as to scale to the heavens and to cast out the gods, this must have been invented after Homer. For in the Iliad 6:15 certainly, he always tells of the gods situated on the peak of Mount Olympus, whereby it would suffice to shake Olympus alone, so as to make the gods fall. Nor does this myth, although the Odyssey refers to it, accord well with the Odyssey 6:16, for in that poem the underworld is no deeper than a ditch, the place where Ulysses sees and reasons with the heroes who have passed over to there. Hence, inasmuch as the Homer of the Odyssey had a curtailed idea of the underworld, it is necessary that he would have had a proportionally curtailed idea of the heavens, conforming to the one held by the Homer who is author of the Iliad. Consequently, it is demonstrated that this myth is not from Homer, as we promised to demonstrate above. 713. In this heaven, the gods at first reigned on earth and consorted with heroes, following the order of the natural theogony reasoned upon above 317, starting with Jove. In this heaven, right was rendered on earth by Astrea, crowned in ears of grain and additionally furnished with a balance, for the first human justice was administered by the heroes for men with the first agrarian law, as we have seen above. 265, 597, 604, insofar as men sensed first, weight, then measure, and, quite late, number, on which reason settled last of all. 617 Thus, Pythagoras, because he understood no things more abstracted from bodies than numbers, posited the essence of the human soul in number. 618. Through this heaven, the heroes went riding on horseback, as does Bellerophon on Pegasus. 619 retained in Latin in the expression volare equo. 620 to fly by horse, for going riding on horseback. In this heaven, Juno whitens the Milky Way. 621 with milk, not with her own, for she is sterile, but with that of the mothers of the families who nursed legitimate offspring on account of those heroic nuptials whose numinous presence was Juno. In this heaven, the gods were carried on high in carts of poetic gold, for whose grain it was called the Golden Age. Within this heaven, wings were used, but not to fly or to signify swiftness of ingenuity. Hence, they were the wings of Hymen, who is the same as the heroic love, of Astrea, of the Muses, of Pegasus, of Saturn, of Fame, of Mercury, winged both on his temples and his heels, and whose caduceus is winged, the one with which he brought from this heaven the first agrarian law to the rebelling plebeians in the valleys, as was stated above. 604, of the dragon, Draco, for the Gorgon is also winged on her temples, signifying neither ingenuity nor flight. So, it was in this heaven that wings were used, but to signify heroic rites, all of which are founded in their claim to the auspices, as was fully demonstrated above. 488. In this heaven, Prometheus steals fire from the sun, which the heroes must have made with flint stone and applied to the thorny underbrush dried out on the mountains by the burning summer sun. From this heaven, Vulcan fell because of a kick from Jove. From this heaven, Phaethon fell from the chariot of the sun. From this heaven, the apple of discord fell. This myth has been completely explained above. 579, 650 to 652. And from this heaven must finally have fallen the ancilia, the shield sacred to the Romans. 714, the first of the deities of the underworld which the theological poets imagined was water, and the first water was that of the perennial fountains which they called Styx, and by which the gods swore, as was stated above. 527. Hence, perhaps, Plato 622 opined that the center of the earth was an abyss of waters. Now, Homer 623 in the contest of the gods makes Pluto fear that Neptune will open up the earth with earthquakes and leave the underworld exposed to men and gods. However, given that the abyss is in the deepest entrails of the earth, earthquakes would have done the complete opposite, the underworld would have been submerged and completely covered over with water. This is what we had promised above. 634 to demonstrate, that this allegory of Plato poorly accords with the myth. On account of what has been stated, the earliest underworld must have been no deeper than the spring of the fountains, and the earliest deities of these fountains was believed to be Diana, of whom poetic history recounts as having three forms, for she was Diana in heaven, the huntress Cynthia on earth, and Proserpine in the underworld. 715, the idea of the underworld was extended by burial, whence the poets call the grave an underworld, an expression also used in the sacred books. 624 As a result, the underworld was no deeper than a ditch, where Ulysses in Homer 625 sees the underworld and therein the souls of the heroes having passed away. For in this underworld were imagined the Elysian fields. 626 where, in connection with burial, the souls of the buried enjoy eternal peace. And the Elysian fields are the blessed seat of the gods, the manes, that is, the good souls of the dead. 716, later, the underworld had depth no greater than the height of a furrow. This is where Ceres, that is, the same Proserpine who is the seed of the grain, is abducted by the god Pluto, and stays there for 6 months, returning later to see the light of the heavens. By this will later be explained 721 the golden bough with which Aeneas descends into the underworld, which Virgil 627 devised to give continuity to the heroic metaphor of the golden apple, which we have found above. 539, 540, 544, 546 to be ears of grain. 717, finally, the underworld was taken as the plains and valleys, opposed to the heights of a heaven, situated in the mountains, where those scattered in their infamous liaisons remained. Hence, the god of this underworld is Erebus, called the son of chaos, that is, the confusion of human seed, and he is the father of civil night, of the night-darkening family names, just as heaven is illuminated by the civil light by which the heroes are called brilliant. In this underworld runs the river, Lethe, that is, the river of oblivion, for such men left no name for themselves to their posterity, just as glory in heaven makes eternal the name of these shining heroes. Consequently, Mercury, as was stated above 604, 688 concerning his character, carries into this underworld the agrarian law with his rod and calls forth souls from the Arcus who devours all. This is the civil history preserved by Virgil in those words. Hac il animus evocat Orco 628. With this he calls forth the souls from Arcus. He calls the lives of lawless and bestial men from their wild state. This state devours men in their entirety, for they leave nothing of themselves to their posterity. Hence, later mages tried to work magic with wands in the empty belief that with them they could raise the dead, and the Roman praetor struck slaves on the shoulders with a staff and, in doing so, made them become free, almost as if with this they made them return from death to life. And sorcerous mages use in their sorcery the wands which the wise mages of Persia used for divining the auspices. Hence, divinity was attributed to these wands, and they were considered by the nations as gods that could make miracles, as Trogus Pompeius 629 makes certain for us in the abridgment of his work by Justin. 718. This underworld is guarded by Cerberus 630 by the dog-like practices of a Venus lacking decent regard for others. And Cerberus is triple-throat, that is, he has an enormous gullet, in keeping with 3 as a superlative, as we more fully observed above in another place 491, 535, and so, like Arcus, he devours everything. And, when he emerges up onto the earth, the sun turns backwards. When he enters in the heroic city, the civil light of the heroes turns back to civil night. 719. At the bottom of this underworld runs the river Tartarus 631, where the damned are tormented. Ixion turns his wheel, Sisyphus rolls his stone, Tantalus dies of both hunger and thirst, a myth which was completely explained above 583. And the river which tortures with thirst is the same river where there is no contentment, which is what Acheron and Phlegethon signify. 632. To this underworld, mythologists ignorant of these things later banished Tityrus and Prometheus. However, it was in heaven that they were chained to a rock where their entrails were devoured by an eagle flying in the mountains, the torment coming from superstition belonging to the auspices, as we have explained above 387. 720. All these myths, the philosophers later discovered to be most congruous for meditating upon and explaining their moral and metaphysical things. And this awakened Plato 633 to understand 3 divine punishments, which only the gods give and which men cannot give, the punishment of oblivion, the punishment of infamy, and the punishment of remorse by which a guilty conscience torments us. And he understood that it was through the via purgativa of the passions of the spirit which torment men, which he understood by the underworld of the theological poets, that one enters upon the via unitiva, along which the human mind goes toward God by means of contemplation of the eternal divine things, which he interprets to be what the theological poets understood by their Elysian fields. 721, however, it was with ideas entirely different from these moral and metaphysical ones, different insofar as the ideas which the theological poets stated were political, as was naturally necessary for them to do as the founders of nations, that the founders of Gentile peoples descended into the underworld. To there descended the Orpheus, who founded the Greek nation, and although forbidden in his departure from turning to look back, he did so turn and lost his wife, Eurydice, returning to the infamous sharing of women in common. 634. To there descended the Heracles, of whom every nation recounts some version as the one who founded it, and there he descended so as to free Theseus, who founded Athens 635, and who himself descended there so as to lead out Proserpine, who, as we have stated, is the same as Ceres, so as to bring back the seeds ripened into grain. However, this descent is explained most fully of all later by Virgil, who in the first 6 books of the Aeneid sings of the political hero and in the second 6 sings of the military hero, and it is by his profound knowledge scienza of heroic antiquity that he tells us that Aeneas made his descent in keeping with the advice and guidance of the Cumaean Sibyl 381, 464, one of whom we have stated every Gentile nation had, and the names of 12 of whom have come down to us, meaning that he descended as a result of divination, which is the commonplace wisdom of Gentile humanity. In keeping with a bloody religion, Aeneas, who is pious in the piety professed by the most ancient heroes in the savagery and brutality of the recent bestial origins which was demonstrated above 517, sacrificed his associate, Misenus, that is, through that cruel right which, we also stated above, is the right which the heroes held over their earliest associates, upon which we also reasoned above 558, from there he carries on into the ancient forest, that is, the earth everywhere uncultivated and wooded. He throws a sleep-inducing morsel to Cerberus, who then falls asleep, just as Orpheus had put him to sleep with the sound of his lyre, a lyre which, as we have shown above 523, 615, was the laws, and just as Heracles bound him with the knot by which he defeated Antaeus, that is, with the first agrarian law conforming to what we have stated about it above 265, 266, 597, 604, and it was on account of his insatiable hunger that Cerberus was devised as being triple-throated with a capacious gullet expressed by the superlative 3, as was explained above 491, 535, 718. Thus Aeneas descends into the underworld, which we found 716 was originally no deeper than the height of a ditch, and he presents to Dis, the god of heroic riches, of poetic gold, of harvest, the Dis who was the same as Pluto, who abducted Proserpine, who was the same as the Ceres, who is the goddess of grain, the golden bough. Here, the great poet 636 takes the metaphor of the golden apple which we found above 539, 540, 544, 546, 716 to be ears of grain, and transfers it to the golden bough as the harvest. Where this bough is torn off, another comes in its place. 637 For no subsequent gathering of a harvest comes until a year after the previous gathering has been made. And when the gods are so pleased and so willing, the bough comes easily into the hand of the one who seizes it, but otherwise there is no strength in the world which is able to tear it off, for grain comes forth naturally where God wills, and where God does not so will, there is no human industry which is able to gather in its harvest. From there Aeneas carries on through the middle of the underworld to the Elysian fields, for the heroes, by remaining settled in the cultivated fields, later in death enjoyed with burial eternal peace, as we have explained above 529. And from there Aeneas sees his ancestors and descendants, for it was with the religion of burial which the poets called the underworld, as was also seen above 715, that they founded the first genealogies from which history took its start, as was also stated above 529. 722, the earth of the theological poets was sensed as connected with the guarding of boundaries, whence it has its name, earth. The heroic origin of this name is preserved in Latin by the term territorium, which signifies the district within which power is exercised. The Latin grammarians are in error in believing that territorium is derived from the terendo to terrify of the lictors, that terror of the fasces by which they removed the throng to make way for the magistrates. Instead, in the times in which the term territorium came into being, there were not great throngs in Rome, which, during 250 years of rule, subdued more than 20 peoples and extended their power no more than 20 miles, as we heard stated above by Varro 88. Therefore, the origin of this term is that these boundaries of the cultivated fields out of which later arose civil powers that were guarded by Vesta with bloody religions, as was seen above 549, 690, here, we found that the Latin Vesta is the same as the Greek Cybe or Bear Cynthia, who is crowned with towers, that is, by lands on fortified sites. From this crown, what is called the Orbis Terrarum started to form, that is the world of nations, and later this sphere was enlarged by the cosmographers and called the Orbis Mundanus, and in one word, mundus, is expressed the world of nature. 723, This poetic world was divided into three realms, that is, three regions: first, that of Jove in the heavens; second, that of Saturn on earth; and third, that of Pluto in the underworld. And Pluto was called Dis, the god of heroic riches, of the first gold, of grain, for the cultivated fields make for the true riches of peoples. 724, thus, the world of the theological poets was formed of four civil elements, which the physicists later took as natural elements, as was stated more fully just above 690, these were the elements of Jove, that is, air, and Vulcan, that is, fire, and Cybele, that is, earth, and the underworld Diana, that is, water. For Neptune was recognized late by the poets because, as was stated above 634, the nations descended late to the coasts. And the word ocean was used for any sea of unlimited prospect, and land that it encircled was called an island, as Homer calls Aeolia the island surrounded by ocean. It was from this ocean that must have come, as we will demonstrate just below 742, the steeds of Rhesus made pregnant by Zephyr, the Greek west wind, and must have been born the horses of Achilles also made pregnant by Zephyr. Later, geographers observed that the whole earth is encircled by seas like a great island, and called all the seas which encircle the earth the ocean. 725, finally, in this time, they started from the idea by which they called any short incline a mundus, whereby the phrases in Mundo s 638 and in Proc Livy s 639 meant it is easy, and later they had the idea by which all that by which a woman is cleaned, monda, refined, and put together was called mundus muliebra 640, feminine adornment. Later, they understood that the earth and heavens have a spherical shape in which every part of a circumference inclines towards every other part, and that the ocean bathes the earth on every side, and that the whole is adorned with countless, varied, diverse sensible forms. Given all this, the universe was called mundus, which conveys in a most beautiful and sublime metaphor that by which nature adorns itself. On Poetic Astronomy. 726, this system of the world endured up until the time of Homer, where it was somewhat further developed. In the Iliad, Homer 641 always tells us the gods dwell on Mount Olympus, and we have heard 712 what he makes Thetis, mother of Achilles, say to Achilles, that the gods went to feast on Mount Atlas. 642 Thus, the highest mountains of the earth must have been believed in the time of Homer to be columns which supported the heavens, just as Abila and Calpe on the Straits of Gibraltar continued to be called the columns of Heracles, Heracles who succeeded Atlas when he tired of supporting any more the heavens upon his shoulders. An astronomical physico-philological demonstration of the uniformity of principles in all the ancient Gentile nations. 727, however, as the undefined strength of the human mind developed a great deal more, and as contemplation of heavens with a view to taking the auspices obliged peoples to observe the heavens at all times, the heavens rose much higher in the minds of nations, and, with the heavens, the gods and heroes rose much higher. Here, we are aided in the discovery of a poetic astronomy by making use of the following three pieces of erudition from philology. The first is that astronomy came to be in the world from the Chaldean peoples. The second is that the Phoenicians brought from the Chaldeans 643 to the Egyptians the practice of using the quadrant and the science of the elevation of the pole star. The third is that the Phoenicians must have accepted from these same Chaldeans gods who dwell in the stars, and subsequently brought them to the Greeks. These three pieces of erudition from philology should be composed with the following two truths from philosophy. First, the civil truth that unless nations are unbound from religion by the late stages of liberty, which do not arrive unless they are in the late stages of decadence, they naturally withhold accepting foreign divinities. Second, the physical truth that, because of a trick of the eye, the planets seem larger to us than the stars. 728, having posited these principles, let us state that among all Gentile nations, in the Near East, in Egypt, in Greece, and even, as we will see, in Latium, astronomy came into being from commonplace origins that were uniform. Through a uniform allocation, the gods were elevated to the planets and the heroes were assigned to constellations, for the planets appear much larger than the stars. Hence, the Phoenicians found among the Greeks an array of gods ready to revolve with the planets and an array of heroes ready to compose constellations, and this facility was the same for the Phoenicians as it was for the Greeks, who later discovered gods and heroes among the peoples of Latium. And one is allowed to say, based on these examples, that the Phoenicians found the same facility among the Egyptians as they did among the Greeks. In this fashion, the heroes, along with the hieroglyphs signifying either their rights or their insignia, as well as a good number of the greater gods, were raised to the heavens as an array ready through learned astronomy to give their names to heavenly bodies which previously did not have names, to give form, as it were, to the matter of the stars, that is, the constellations as well as of the planets. 729, thus, starting from a commonplace astronomy, the earliest peoples wrote on the heavens the history of their gods, of their heroes. And there was retained that eternal property that the matter worthy of history is the memory of men filled with divinity and with heroism, the former on account of their works of ingenuity and recondite wisdom, the latter on account of their works of virtue and commonplace wisdom. So, poetic history offered learned astronomers the motive to depict in the heavens heroes and heroic hieroglyphs with one group of stars rather than another, with one part of the heavens rather than another, and to connect the major gods with some planets rather than others, and the names of these gods later came to be our names for these planets. 730, and, to speak about a thing pertaining more to the planets than to the constellations, certainly Diana, the goddess of the modesty preserved in nuptial couples, who lies completely silent all night with the sleeping Endymion, was connected with the moon, which gives light at night. Venus, the goddess of civil beauty, is connected with the most radiant, gay, and beautiful planet of all. Mercury, the divine herald clothed in civil light along with the many wings, the hieroglyphic for nobility in which he is adorned while bringing the agrarian law to the rebelling clients, is located on a planet which is so covered over by the rays of the sun that it is rarely seen. Apollo, the god of that civil light whence the heroes are called brilliant, is connected with the sun, source of natural light. Mars, so bloody, is connected with a planet similar in color. Jove, king and father of gods and men, is above all of them, but below Saturn, for as father of both Jove and time, Saturn takes a yearly orbit longer than the other planets. As a result, wings poorly suit him if by forced allegory they mean to signify the quickness of time, given that Saturn takes a year that is much slower than all the other planets, but he brought those wings to heaven along with his scythe, which signifies not the reaping of the lives of men, but the reaping of the harvests by which the heroes counted years, and the wings signify the claims of the heroes over the cultivated fields. Finally, the planets, going along with carts of gold, that is, the carts of the grain with which they went through heaven when heaven was on earth, now rotate in their assigned orbits. 731, through all that upon which we have reasoned here, one has to say that the dominion and influence which the stars and planets are believed to have over sublunary objects was attributed to them from what prevailed in both gods and heroes when they were on earth. So much does this influence depend on natural causes. On poetic chronology. 732, in conformity with this astronomy, the theological poets offered starting points of their chronology. For Saturn, who was so called from Satis, from the Latin word meaning sown ground 644, and who was called Kaparonu Omicron Chronos among the Greeks, for whom Chironu Omicron Chronos means time, gives us to understand that the earliest nations, which were composed entirely of rustics, started their reckoning years with the harvest they made in gathering grain, the only or, at least, the major thing over which rustics travail all year. And at first mute, they must have reckoned years by as many ears of grain or by as many straws or by making as many gestures of reaping as were the years they meant to signify. Hence, there are two passages in Virgil, more learned about heroic antiquity than anyone else ever was, the first of which is infelicitous and, with a mimetic art of the highest kind, expresses infelicitously with a contorted order the infelicity of the earliest times in expressing themselves. Post aliquot mea regna videns mirabor aristus 645. After several ears of corn, I will look in wonder upon my regime. Where post aliquot aristus means post aliquot annos after several years, the second passage is somewhat more explicit, saying, Tertia messes erat 646. It was in the third harvest. Just as even today rustics of Tuscany, a nation held in high esteem in all of Italy for its reputation for speaking, instead of saying, for example, 3 years, say we have harvested 3 times. And the Romans preserved this heroic history upon which we are reasoning here, that of signifying a poetic year with harvests by giving the name annona grain supply to those concerned with the surplus, principally, of grain. 647. 733, consequently, we are told that Heracles was the founder of the Olympiads, the period of time which had currency among the Greeks, from whom we have all that we do have from Gentile antiquity. For he set fire to the forests so as to reduce them to the fields for planting, from which they gathered the harvest, by which they originally reckoned years. And these games must have started with the Nemeans to celebrate the victory brought back from the fire-spewing lion of Nemea, a lion which we have interpreted above 3, 4, 540 as the great woods of the earth. They subsumed the earth under the idea of the strongest animal, so much toil was needed to domesticate it. They gave it the name lion, and later this name was transferred to the strongest of animals, as was reasoned upon above in the section on the beginnings of Gentile coats of arms. 648. And the lion was assigned by the astronomers to the house in the zodiac connected to the house of Astrea, crowned in ears of grain. This is the cause of images of lions and images of the sun frequently being seen at Roman circuses, of the turning posts at those circuses which must have originally been turning posts made of grain being seen topped with eggs, of the circus itself being a lucus, that is, a clearing which is the deforested eye, as was reasoned upon above in the section on giants. It is here that the astronomers later affixed the significance to the elliptical figure described by the sun in the yearly elliptical orbit it makes. This significance would be more congruous with the egg that Neph carries in his mouth than the one that Manetho gives it, that the egg signifies the genesis of the universe. 734, therefore, it is with the natural theogony upon which we have reasoned herein above 69, 317, 489, 634 that we determine the temporal course. In the times that correspond to the occasions of certain early necessities or advantages of humankind, which everywhere took its start from the religions, this course is the age of gods, which must have lasted at least 900 years, starting from the various versions of Jove among the Gentile nations, that is, from the time when the heavens cast forth lightning bolts after the universal flood. And the 12 major gods imagined within this time, starting with Jove, are posited as 12 smaller epochs and reduce poetic history to a temporal certainty. So, for example, Deucalion, who mythical history tells us came immediately after the flood and the giants, founds the family with his wife, Pyrrha, by means of marriage. He was born in the Greek imagination during the age of Juno, goddess of solemnized nuptials. Helenus 649 founds the Greek language and, through his 3 sons, divides it up into 3 dialects. He was born in the age of Apollo, god of song, in whose time poetic speech must have started in verse. Heracles undertakes the great task of killing the Hydra or Nemean lion, that is, reducing the earth to planted fields and bringing back from Hesperia the golden apples, that is, brings back the harvests, an enterprise worthy of history, not pomegranates, a deed worthy of a dandy. He becomes distinct in the age of Saturn, god of plantings. So too Perseus must have shined in the age of Minerva, that is, during the birth of civil power, given that his shield bears the head of Medusa, which is the shield of Minerva. And, finally, Orpheus must have been born after the age of Mercury, by singing to the wild beasts of Greece of the strength of the gods of the auspices, the science of which was held by the heroes. He established again the Greek heroic nations and gave them their name, heroic times, for it was in such times that there were actually heroic contests of this sort. Hence, along with Orpheus flourished Linus, Amphion, Musus, and the other poet heroes. Among them, Amphion raises with stones, that is, with plebeians. Latin retains this association in using lapis stone to mean a dull-witted person, 650 The walls of Thebes 300 years after Cadmus had founded Thebes, exactly as it was 300 years after the founding of Rome that Appius, grandson of the December, sang to the Roman plebs, whom, as we stated in another place above 661, 681, agitabat connubii amor ferarum 651 practiced marriage in the manner of wild animals. Animals that are the wild beasts of Orpheus, of the strength of the gods of the auspices, the science of which was held by the nobles, and so reduced the plebs to duty and confirmed the Roman constitution as heroic. 735, Furthermore, here we must take note of the 4 species of anachronism contained under the genus of events posited too early or too late. The first is that of positing times that must have been filled with deeds as void of them. So, it was during the age of the gods, as we have found, that there were the origins of almost all the human civil things, and yet the most learned Varro runs through this age as if it were a time of darkness. 652. The second is that of positing times which must have been void of deeds as filled with them, so it was with the age of heroes, which ran for 200 years and was considered filled with deeds on the basis of the false opinion that myths are to be discovered in the forges of the heroic poets and, above all, of Homer, deeds which ought to be returned from an age void of them to the age of the gods. The third is that of positing times as a unit that ought to be kept separate, so that within the lifetime of just one man, Orpheus, Greece does not pass from wild beasts to the splendor of the Trojan War. This is the monstrosity of chronology that we made it possible to see in the annotations on the chronological table 79. The fourth is that of positing times as separate which ought to be considered a unit, so, the Greek colonies in Sicily and Italy are thought to have been conducted more than 300 years after the wanderings of the heroes, whereas it was by these very heroes that these colonies were conducted with their wanderings and as a result of their wanderings. Chronological canon. For giving the beginnings of universal history, which must have begun its course prior to the monarchy of Ninus, from which that universal history is presumed to start. 736, On the strength, therefore, of what we have called a natural theogony, this has given what we have called a rational poetic chronology, and by means of the discovery of the aforementioned kinds of anachronisms in poetic history noted above, now we will establish the following canon for chronology for giving the beginnings of universal history, which must have begun its course prior to the monarchy of Ninus, from which that universal history is presumed to start. At first, humankind was dispersed because it was lost in the great forest of the earth. This wild wandering started in Mesopotamia, as we have postulated with discretion in the axiom 653, and for the impious race of Shem in Near Eastern Asia, ran its course in only 100 years, and for the 2 other races of Ham and Japheth in the rest of the world, ran its course in 200 years. After this, because of the many religions of Jove which we proved above 47, 193, 380 were spread after the universal flood throughout the earliest Gentile nations, the princes of nations started to settle, each in the land where on account of fortune they were discovered to be dispersed. The 900-year age of the gods ran its course, at the end of which, because they were dispersed throughout the earth to search for food and water, which are not found on the shores of the sea, the nations that had all been founded inland must have descended to the coasts, whence came to the Greek mind the idea of Neptune, whom we found 634 was the last of the 12 major divinities. Similarly, among the peoples of Latium, 900 years ran their course from the age of Saturn, that is, the golden age in Latium, to Ancus Marcius's coming down to the sea to take Ostia. 654. Eventually, 200 years ran their course, which the Greeks counted the heroic age, starting with the corsair raids of King Minos, followed by the naval expedition that Jason made to Pontus, and later by the Trojan War, and ending with the wandering of heroes up until the return of Ulysses to Ithaca. It was thus that Tyre, the capital of Phoenicia, must have been brought from inland to the shore and, subsequently, more than 1,000 years after the flood, to an island near the Phoenician Sea. And because Tyre was celebrated prior to the heroic age of the Greeks for its seafaring and for its colonies spread throughout the Mediterranean and even beyond on the ocean, this comes to be clear proof that the beginning of all of humankind was in the Near East, and that the earliest nations were spread throughout the remaining parts of the world by, first, the wild wandering throughout the inland places of the earth, second, the heroic law by both land and sea, and, finally, the maritime trade of the Phoenicians. These beginnings for the migrations of peoples, conforming to what we proposed in an Axiom 655, seem more reasonable than those which Wolfgang Lazius 656 has imagined. 737, now, on account of the uniform course that all the nations make, which was proved above 727 by the uniformity by which the gods were raised to the stars, brought by the Phoenicians from the Near East to Greece and to Egypt, one has to say that the reign of the Chaldeans in the Near East must have run its course over just as much time. As a result, it went from Zoroaster to Ninus, who founded the first monarchy in the world, that is, the monarchy of Assyria, and, similarly, from Hermes Trismegistus to Sesostris, that is, the Ramses in Tacitus 657, who founded a monarchy which was also quite great. And because both were inland nations, they must have gone from divine governance through heroic governance, and, subsequently, through popular liberty to arrive at monarchy, which is the last form of human governance in order for the Egyptian division of ages through which the world ran its course prior to them to stand. For, as we will demonstrate below, 1006, 1008, 1104, monarchy cannot come to be except in the unrestrained popular liberty to which the optimates come to subject their power during civil wars, when later this power is divided up among peoples into its least parts. The whole of it is easily claimed by those who, with their partisanship for popular liberty, eventually emerge as monarchs. However, Phoenicia, because it was a maritime nation enriched by trade, must have maintained itself in popular liberty, that is, the first form of human governance. 738, thus, with the understanding alone, without any need of memory, which has nothing to do unless the senses supply it with what has been done, it seems that we have given universal history its beginnings, both for ancient Egypt and in the Near East, which is more ancient than Egypt, and within the Near East, the beginnings of monarchy in Assyria. Up until now, in absence of the course taken prior to this monarchy, with the many and varied causes that go into the forming of monarchy as the last of the three forms of civil governance, it has come into history fully born at one stroke, like a frog born in a summer shower. 739, in this fashion, chronology comes to have certainty, in the progression of customs and deeds by which humankind must proceed, for, through an axiom 658 posited above, chronology has started its teaching where its subject matter takes its start, from Kaparonu Omicron Chronos, from whom the Greeks derived the word Chironu Omicron Chronos, time, Saturn, who counts the years in terms of harvests, and from Urania, who contemplates the heavens with a view to taking the auguries, and from Zoroaster, who contemplates the stars so as to offer oracles from the falling stars. These were the first mu alpha theta mu alpha tau alpha mathemata, the first theta epsilon omega rho mu alpha tau alpha theoremata, the first sublime or divine things which the nations contemplated and observed, as was stated above 391, 477, 711. And later with the ascent of Saturn into the seventh sphere, thenceforth Urania became the contemplator of the planets and stars, and the Chaldeans, with the advantage of their boundless plains, became astronomers and astrologers, measuring the motions and observing the aspects of these planets and stars, and imagining their influence upon the bodies called sublunary, and also, though vacuously, upon the free wills of men. These sciences retain the first names, which were given to them with complete propriety, the name astronomy, that is, the science of the laws of the stars, and the name astrology, that is, the science of the language of the stars, both of which names signified divination. So, from those aforementioned theorems came the term theology, the science of the language of the gods in their oracles, auspices, and auguries. Hence, eventually mathematics descended to measure the earth, whose measure could not have had certainty without demonstrated measurements of the heavens, and the first and principal part of such measuring is shown by the word proper to it, geometry. 740, because, therefore, those two men do not take their start in their teaching where the matter which they treat takes its start, for they start with the astronomical year which, as was stated above 659 did not come into being among nations for at least 1,000 years and, besides, could only have made certain for them the conjunctions and oppositions which constellations and planets make in the heavens, but nothing about things which take and run their course here on earth, something upon which the generous strength of Cardinal Pierre d'Ailly is wasted. Accordingly, those two men whose ingenuity is a wonder to behold along with their stupendous erudition, Joseph Justus Scaliger in his De Emendatione Temporum and Denis Peta in his De Doctrina Temporum 660, because they fail completely in taking the proper start, bear little fruit for the beginnings and progress of a universal history. On Poetic Geography. 741, Now, finally, it remains for us to purify the other eye of poetic history, that is, poetic geography. This purification is done through that property of human nature which we counted as one of the axioms 661, that whenever men have no true idea about things which are unfamiliar and distant, or must explain them to others who have no such idea, they describe them in terms of their similarity to things which are familiar and nearby. So, the corpus of poetic geography as a whole and in its parts came into being from ideas as small as Greece itself 662, and because the Greeks later went throughout the world, it came to be enlarged into the larger form in which it remains depicted to us now. And the ancient geographers were in agreement with the following truth, although later they did not know how to make use of it, that ancient nations, in taking themselves to foreign and distant lands, gave names native to themselves to the cities, mountains, rivers, hills, straits, islands, and promontories. 742, within Greece, therefore, came into being that part of the east called Asia, or India, of the west called Europe, or Hesperia, of the north called Thrace, or Scythia, of the south called Libya, or Mauritania. Thus, they named the parts of the world after their names for the smaller world of Greece on account of the likenesses that the Greeks observed between the places they saw in the world and the ones they saw in Greece. There is clear proof of this as the cardinal winds, which retain in their geography the names that they certainly must have had in the first place within Greece. As a result, the mares of Rhesus 663 were impregnated on the shores of ocean. We will see 753 that this is the word for any sea of unlimited prospect by Zephyr, the west wind of Greece, and also on the shores of ocean. In the primary signification just stated, the horses of Achilles must have been conceived by Zephyr, so too were the mares of Erichthonius said by Aeneas to Achilles to have been impregnated by Boreas, the north wind of this same Greece. 664. This truth about the cardinal winds is confirmed for us by the immense extension given by the Greek mind, itself developing to an immense extent, to their Olympus, from the name in Homer's time for the mountain where the gods had their abode to the name for the starry heavens which it continued to have for them. 665. 743, given these beginnings for geography, the great peninsula situated to the east of Greece continued to have the name Asia Minor, since the name Asia was transferred to the eastern part of the larger world, which continued to be called Asia in an unqualified sense. By contrast, Greece itself, from the perspective of being west of Asia, was called Europe, the Europa whom Jove seized in changing himself into a bull. 666, and later the name Europe was the great continent distinct from Asia which went all the way to the ocean in the west. They called the western part of Greece Hesperia, where in the fourth quarter of the horizon arose at night the star, Hesperus. Later, they saw Italy in the same place, and called it Hesperia Magna, and eventually Spain stood in the same place, and they called it Hesperia Ultima. The Greeks of Italy, by contrast, from their perspective called the part of Greece east of them across the sea Ionia, and the sea between these two parts of Greece continued to be called the Ionian Sea. Later, because it was similarly situated as an Asiatic Greece relative to a native Greece, native Greeks called Asia Minor, from their perspective east of them, Ionia. And, it is reasonable that it was out of this earlier Ionia that Pythagoras came to Italy from the Samos, which was one of the islands over which Ulysses was lord. He did not come to Italy from the Samos belonging to that later Ionia. 667. 744, it was from a Thrace which was native to Greece that Mars came, who was certainly a Greek deity, and consequently it was from Thrace that Orpheus must have come, the earliest of the Greek theological poets. 745, it was from a Greek Scythia that Anaxagoras 668 came, who left oracular writings in Greece which must have been similar to the oracles of Zoroaster, which need to have originally been an oracular history. Hence, Anaxagoras was accepted among the most ancient of the prophetic gods. These oracles were later translated by imposture into the dogmas of philosophy, just as the Orphic hymns were supposed to be made by Orpheus, even though they, like the oracles of Zoroaster, have nothing poetic about them and smell of the schools of Platonism and Pythagoreanism. Accordingly, it was from this Scythia through a Hyperborea native to Greece that the two famous oracles, those at Delphi and Dodona, must have come to Greece, as we suspected in the notes on the chronological table 100. For Anaxagoras was killed by his brother Catuidas, because he tried to institute in Scythia, that is, among the Hyperboreans native to Greece, humane orders by means of Greek laws. This shows how much the barbarian philosophy of Van Ern 669 profited him. He did not even know how to discover such laws for himself. For these same reasons, consequently, Abaris must also have been a Scythian. He is said to have written the Scythian oracles, and these oracles can have been none other than the ones called above the oracles of Anaxagoras, and he wrote them in the same Scythia where Idantharsis, who came a long time after, wrote with things themselves. Hence, one is necessarily given to believe that they must have been written by some impostor from some time after philosophy was introduced into Greece, and consequently the oracles of Anaxagoras, because of the vanity of the learned, were accepted as oracles of a recondite wisdom, which have not come down to us. 746, Zalmoxis was a Getaean, just as Mars was a Getaean, who, as Herodotus 670 relates, brought to the Greeks the dogma of the immortality of the soul. 747, thus, it was from a Greek India that Bacchus must have come triumphant from an Indian East, from some Greek land rich in poetic gold. And Bacchus comes triumphant upon a chariot golden with grain, whence he is the tamer of serpents and tigers, just as Heracles is a tamer of hydras and lions, as was explained above 540, 543. 748, certainly, the name Morea has been preserved up until our time as a term for the Peloponnesus, which proves for us that Perseus, certainly a Greek hero, made his expeditions within a Mauritania native to Greece, for the Peloponnesus bears the same relation to Achaia as Africa does to Europe. Consequently, Herodotus understood so little of his own antiquities, for this he is reproved by Thucydides 671, that he tells us that Morenes at one time were white. Certainly, the Morenes were white in the Greece of his time, which even today is called White Morea. 749, thus, it must have been from the plague from this Mauritania that Aesculapius 672 saved the island of Kos with his art, for if he had to save it from a plague from Morocco, he would have had to save Kos from all the plagues in the world. 750, it was in this Mauritania that Heracles must have shouldered the burden of the heavens, which Atlas in his old age had grown weary of supporting. Originally, he was called Atlas for Mount Athos, the stretch of land dividing Macedonia and Thrace into which Xerxes 673 later made a foray. In that place between Greece and Thrace, there is a river which continues to be called Atlas. 674 later, when it was observed that in the Strait of Gibraltar, Mount Abila and Mount Calpe divide Africa and Europe by a similar strait of water, it was said that Heracles planted there the columns which, as we stated above 712, 726, supported the heavens, and the mountain in Africa near that place was called Atlas. And in this fashion, one can make out some verisimilitude in the response which in Homer 675 Thetis makes to her son Achilles, that she is not able to take his complaint to Jove because he had gone from Olympus with the other gods to feast on Atlas. This response is based on the opinion, as we observed above, 489, 399, 712, that the gods had their abode on the peaks of the highest mountains. And if they had been on the Mount Atlas in Africa, it would be too difficult for anyone then to believe, since Homer 676 himself says that even the winged Mercury arrived only with the greatest difficulty at the island of Calypso located in the Phoenician Sea, and this island was much closer to Greece than the regime which is nowadays called Morocco. 751, thus, it must have been from a Greek Hesperia that Heracles brought the golden apple to Attica. It was also there that the nymphs called the Hesperides, that is, the daughters of Atlas, kept safe that golden apple. 752, thus, the Eridanus where Phaethon fell must have been the Danube in Greek Thrace, which flows into the Black Sea. Later, when the Greeks observed that the Po is the other river in the world which, like the Danube, runs from west to east, they called the Po the Eridanus, and the mythologists made Phaethon's fall take place in Italy. However, it was only the things from Greek heroic history, and not those of other nations, which the Greeks fixed in the stars, among which is Eridanus. 753, finally, the Greeks went as far as the ocean, and there extended their narrow idea of ocean to any sea which was of unlimited prospect. Hence, Homer 677 said that Aeolia was girded by ocean, and along with this idea, they extended the name of ocean, which now signifies the sea that encircles the earth, which they believed was a great island, and there was an enlarging of the power of Neptune, who from the abyss of waters, which Plato 678 places in the bowels of the earth, makes earthquakes. With his great trident the rude beginnings of this poetic physics that have been explained by us above. 714. 754, such beginnings for geography can acquit Homer unconditionally of the weighty errors that are wrongly imputed to him. 755, I. The lotus eaters 679 who ate the bark of a plant called the lotus, must have been much closer when Homer says that Ulysses made the journey from Malea to the lotus eaters in 9 days, for if the lotus eaters were, as been said of them, beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, it would be not only difficult, but impossible to believe that Ulysses made this journey in 9 days. This is the error noted by Eratosthens. 680. 756, 2. The Laestrygones in Homer's 681 time must have had days longer than other peoples within Greece itself, not longer than all the other people of the earth. This passage led Aratus 682 to locate the Laestrygones under the heading of Draco. Certainly Thucydides 683, who is a weighty and precise writer, tells us about the Laestrygones in Sicily, who must have been the northernmost people of that island. 757, 3. For the same reason, the Cimmerians had the longest nights of all peoples in Greece, for they were situated in the northernmost part of Greece, and accordingly, on account of their long nights, they were said to inhabit a place near the underworld. Because of this, their name was later transferred to the distant inhabitants of the Sea of Azov. And, consequently, the people of Kyme, because they were situated near the grotto of the Sibyl, which led to the underworld, must have been called Cimmerians, because it was believed they were similarly situated. For it is not believable that Ulysses was sent by Circe and that without any magic, for, as we observed above 437, Mercury had given him a secret antidote to the witchcraft of Circe. He went in a single day to those Cimmerians who later remained near the Sea of Azov in order to see the underworld, and that he returned that same day from there to the Circe Tug, which is now called Mount Circlo, near Kyme. 758, with these same principles pertaining to Greek poetic geography, it is possible to solve many great difficulties pertaining to the ancient history of the East. There, peoples who originally must have been situated in the Near East must have been taken to be far-off peoples, particularly those in the north and the south. 759, for what we stated concerning poetic geography in Greece is found to be the same for ancient geography in Latium. Latium must have originally been quite confined in that for 250 years of rule, Rome subdued a good 20 peoples and did not extend its power much more than 20 miles, as we stated above. 88, 160, 722. Italy was certainly limited by its borders with Cisalpine Gaul and Magna Graecia, and it was only later because of Roman conquests that the name extended to the range which endures to this day. Thus, the Tyrrhenian Sea must have been rather small in the days when Horatius Cockles alone stood against all the Etruscans on a bridge. 684 later, because of Roman victories, the name was extended further to include the lower coast of Italy. 760, it was actually in this way and not otherwise that the earliest Pontus, where Jason made his naval expedition, must have been the land nearest to Europe, from which it is divided by the strait called Propontis. This land must have given its name to the Sea of Pontus, which was extended later as far into Asia as where later Mithridates ruled. For we are told in this same myth that Aetes, father of Medea, was born in Chalcis, a city in Euboea, an island within Greece itself which is now called Negropont, which must have given this first name to what is certainly still called the Black Sea. The earliest Crete must have been an island within that archipelago, which is a labyrinth of islands, as we have explained above. 635. And only subsequently after Minos must have been renowned for his corsair raids upon the Athenians did Crete later go to the island in the Mediterranean, where it still remains. 761, now, since we have been called back from Latium to Greece, those vainglorious Greeks, while they went throughout the world, spread everywhere the fame of the Trojan War and the wanderings of the heroes, not only Trojan heroes such as Antenor, Capys, and Aeneas, but also Greek heroes such as Menelaus, Diomedes, and Ulysses. They observed that there was spread throughout the world a character representing the founders of nations similar to the character of the Heracles of theirs called the Theban Heracles, of whom Varro counted throughout ancient nations a good 20 versions, among which had been that whom the Latins had called the god Phidias. Thus, it came to pass that, on account of a vanity which the same as the Egyptians, who said that their Jove Ammon was more ancient than all the other versions of Jove in the world and that all the versions of Heracles of the other nations took their name from their Egyptian Heracles, in keeping with the two axioms 685 proposed above whereby they erroneously believed that they were older than all other nations in the world, the Greeks made their Heracles go through every part of the earth, purifying it of monsters, so as to bring only glory back home. 762, they observed that there was a poetic character representing shepherds who spoke in verse, among whom was the Arcadian Evander. 686 and thus Evander went from Arcadia to Latium and there received within his dwelling his native Heracles and there took Carmanta as his wife, a name derived from Carmi, verses, who in Latium discovered letters that is, the forms of the sounds called articulated, which are the matter of verse. And finally, to confirm all the things stated here, they observed these poetic characters within Latium just as they had done, as we saw above 593, 624, when they found their curettes spread over Saturnia that is, ancient Italy over Crete, and over Asia. 763, however, since these Greek words and ideas arrived in Latium during that most primitive time when nations were closed off to foreigners, during the times of Servius Tullius when Livy says that not even the famous name of Pythagoras, much less the man himself, could have passed through so many nations of such diverse languages and customs to reach Rome. It was precisely with a view to this difficulty that we postulated above 687 what we are inclined to think a necessary conjecture, that on the shores of Latium there was some Greek city later buried in the shadows of antiquity that taught the peoples of Latium letters, which, as Tacitus 688 tells us, were originally similar to the most ancient letters of Greece. This is a strong argument for the people of Latium having received Greek letters from the Greeks of Latium, not from those of Magna Graecia, much less from Greeks across the sea, with whom they had no acquaintance until the time of the war with Tarentum, which later led to their war with Pyrrhus. For otherwise the people of Latium would have used the later letters of Greece and not retained their earlier letters derived from the ancient Greek ones. 764, thus, the names of Heracles, Evander, and Aeneas entered into Latium from Greece through the following customs of nations. 765, first, because in their barbarism nations love their native customs, even as soon as they start to become more genteel, they delight in foreign ways of speaking as much as in foreign wares and fashions, and, accordingly, in Latium, they exchanged their god Phidias for the Heracles of the Greeks, and instead of the native oath, Medius Phidias by Phidias, they introduced me Hercule by Heracles, Oedipole by Pollux, Mecastor by Castor. 766, further, on account of the vanity that nations have, of which we have spoken many times, they boast of well-reputed foreign origins, particularly when they have some motive for believing in this from the times of their barbarism. So, during the return to barbarism, Giovanni Villani tells us that Fiesole had been founded by Atlas and that the Trojan king, Priam, ruled in Germany, and similarly the people of Latium did not wish to acknowledge Fidus, their true founder, in favor of Heracles, a Greek founder, and wished to exchange the characters representing their poet shepherds for the Arcadian Evander. 767, in the third place, when nations observe things belonging to foreigners which they cannot explain with certain terms from their own native language, they are necessarily better served by foreign terms. 768, fourth and lastly, we add the property of early peoples upon which we reasoned above in the Poetic Logic 410, that of not knowing how to abstract qualities belonging to a subject, since they do not know how to abstract, they name a subject in terms of its qualities. We have arguments for this which are quite certain in Latin turns of phrase. 769, the Romans knew nothing of things pertaining to luxury, but, given that they observed such things in Tarentum, they called anyone perfumed a Tarentine. They knew nothing of things pertaining to military strategy, but, given that they observed such things in Carthage, they called them Punic arts. 689. They knew nothing of things pertaining to pomp, but, given that they observed such things in Capua, they said supercilium campanicum. 690. Capuan aloofness for pomp or pride. Thus, Numa and Ancus were Sabines, because they did not know how to speak of the religiosity which marked the customs of the Sabines. Thus, Servius Tullius was a Greek because they did not know how to speak of astuteness, an idea that must have remained mute for them up until later when they became familiar with Greeks in the defeated city of which we just spoke. And he was a servant, because they did not know how to speak of the weakness which relinquished bonitary domain over the fields to plebeians by bringing them the first agrarian law, as was demonstrated above. 107, 420, 613, 640, 653, for this, perhaps, he was killed by the fathers. 691 For astuteness is a property which follows upon weakness, customs which were unknown to Romans in their openness and virtue. In truth, it is a great affront which they make against Roman origins, and which they do as an offense towards the wisdom of the Roman founder, Romulus, when they hold that Rome did not have heroes in its body politic for the creation of kings and, as a result, must have suffered to be ruled by someone who was a base slave. Such is the honor given to Romulus by those critics preoccupied with writers, similar to another kind of honor given to the Romans which followed later, namely, that after they had founded a great power in Latium and defended it against the entirety of Etruscan power, they went searching like lawless barbarians throughout Italy, Magna Graecia, and overseas in Greece for laws by which to institute orders for their liberty. This was done to maintain repute for the myth that the law of the 12 tables came to Rome from Athens. Corollary. On Aeneas coming to Italy. 770, with a view to all upon which we have reasoned here, one is able to demonstrate the fashion in which Aeneas came to Italy and founded the Roman people in Alba, to which the Romans traced their origins. There was a Greek city of this sort located on the shores of Latium that came from a Greek city in Asia where Troy was. It was unknown to the Romans until they extended their conquests from inland down closer to the sea, which they started to do after Ancus Marcius, the third Roman king, and which began with Ostia, the coastal city which was so close to Rome that when later Rome increased further, it made Ostia its port. It was in the same fashion that Rome received into its protection both the Arcadian peoples of Latium, who were refugees by land, and later those Phrygian peoples, who were refugees by sea. And thus, by two anachronisms did the Arcadians and the Phrygians seek safety within the asylum of Romulus, the Arcadians in a time after Romulus and the Phrygians in a time prior to him. 771, if such is not the way things went, then the origins of Rome from Aeneas baffles and confounds all understanding, as we remarked in the axiom 692 stated above. As a result, so as not to be so baffled and confounded, the learned, starting with Livy 693, have placed this origin among myths without noticing, however, as we stated above in the axiom 694, that myths must have some public impetus for the truth. For Evander was so powerful in Latium that he received Heracles into his household 500 years before the founding of Rome, and Aeneas founded the royal house of Alba, which, through 14 kings, grew to such brilliance that it became the capital of Latium, and the Arcadians and the Phrygians, who wandered for so many years, eventually repaired to the asylum of Romulus. So how is it that shepherds from Arcadia in the inland of Greece, who by nature have no knowledge about things pertaining to the sea, drifted across the sea and penetrated into the middle of Latium just when Ancus Marcius, the third king after Romulus, was the first to lead a colony down to the sea nearby? How is it that they came along with the scattered Phrygians not only 200 years before the time when, in the judgment of Livy, not even the name of Pythagoras, the most celebrated man of Magna Graecia, could have passed from Croton through the middle of so many nations so diverse in language and custom to arrive in Rome, but also 400 years before the Tarentines knew anything of Romans, who were already powerful in Italy? 772, however, it is also the case, as we have stated many times through the axiom 695 posited above, that these folk traditions must have their beginning in some great public impetus for the truth, since an entire nation preserved them for such a long time. What then? What needs to be stated is that some Greek city was on the shores of Latium, like so many others that were and later remained on the shores of the Tyrrhenian Sea. This city prior to the law of the 12 tables was defeated by the Romans, and by the heroic right of barbarous victors was demolished, and the defeated were received in the condition of socii to the heroes. And these Greeks, using poetic characters, called those wandering inland lost in the forest Arcadians, and they called those wandering overseas Phrygians, just as the Romans called those defeated received into the asylum of Romulus, and put to lease, that is, those in the condition of day laborers under the order of clientship instituted by Romulus when he opened the asylum in the clearing for those who fled there. It was upon those defeated and put to lease, whom we place in the time between the expulsion of kings and the law of the 12 tables, that the Roman plebeians must have been a distinct class because of the agrarian law of Servius Tullius, which permitted to them bonitary domain over the fields, and when they contested beyond this, Coriolanus tried, as was stated above 108, 654, to reduce to the day laborers of Romulus. And later, when the Greeks made a clamor everywhere about the Trojan War and the wandering of heroes and, especially in Italy, the wandering of Aeneas, for they had previously observed in Italy their own Heracles and Evander and Curetes in conformity with what was stated above 762, it was in this fashion that at some point these traditions in the hands of a barbarous people were altered and corrupted. It was in this fashion, as we said, that Aeneas became the founder of the Roman people of Latium. This is the same Aeneas who Bocchart 696 tries to say never set foot in Italy, who Strabo 697 says never left Troy, and who Homer 698, who has more weight here, tells us died in Troy and left his rule to descendants. Thus, in two different ways, we see the vanity of nations: first, that of the Greeks, who made such a clamor throughout the world about the war in Troy, and second, that of the Romans in boasting of their famed foreign origins. The Greeks imposed and the Romans eventually accepted Aeneas as the founder of the Roman people. 773, this myth could not have come into being but from the time of the war with Pyrrhus, when the Romans started to delight in the things of Greece, for such is the custom that we observe celebrated by nations which have had much experience with foreigners over a long period of time. On the naming and describing of heroic cities. 774, now, because the parts of geography are nomenclature and chorography, that is, the naming and the description of places and, principally, of cities for the completion of the poetic wisdom, it remains to reason upon these things. 775, it was stated above 525 that heroic cities were discovered to be founded by Providence in places which were strong locations, which the ancient people of Latium during their age of gods must have called with the divine termary altars and must have also named Arsa's citadels as places strong by their location. For in the return to barbarous times, lordships were first called roci, steep and rocky cliffs, and later from this roque, and then eventually castella castles. The same was actually the case for the word Uri, which must have extended to include the entire district belonging to each heroic city, a district which was called, as was observed above 546, 611, 722, Ager in claims relative to its borders with foreigners and called territorium in claims concerning its jurisdiction over citizens. All of this is in a golden passage in Tacitus 699 where he describes the Era Maxima, the great altar of Heracles in Rome. Because it offers such weighty proof for these principles, we record it here in its entirety. Igiter aforo borio ubi enium bova simulacrum ad spicemuscia id genus animalium eritro subditer sulcus design andi opidi captus ut magnam Hercules eram complectori ter era Hercules erat. Therefore, from the oxen market where we see the statue of the bronze cow, because it is this kind of animal which is yoked to the plough, begins a furrowing designating the town so as to encompass the great altar of Heracles, which was the altar of Heracles. There is also another golden passage in Sallust 700 when he tells us of the famed altar of the Philanus brothers, which remained at the border between two powers, Carthage and Cyrene. 776. Altars of this sort are actually spread throughout all of ancient geography. And, starting with Asia, Keller 701 observes in his Ancient Geography that all the cities of Syria had the word Ar either before or after the proper name, when Syria itself was called Aramea and Aramea. However, in Greece, Theseus founded the city of Athens on the famed altar of the unfortunates, deeming men unfortunate by the correct idea, that is, those lawless and impious men, and from the quarrels belonging to that infamous sharing in common, these men had recourse to the strongly situated lands of the strong, as we stated above 553, 557, themselves completely alone, weak, and needing all the goods held by the pious men who produced humanity. Hence, in Greek, the word rho era also means oath, for, as we also reasoned out above, upon these earliest altars of Gentile humanity were the earliest victims, called, as we saw above 101, 517, 549, Saturni Hostii, the earliest nu alpha theta mu alpha tau alpha anathemata, who are translated in Latin as dirus devoti, those pledged to the Furies. These were the impious and violent men who dared to enter into the ploughed lands of the strong to pursue of the weak, who fled to escape from the violent. Hence, the verb to escape means to save oneself, and those impious and violent men were consecrated to Vesta and killed. This is retained in Latin in the use of the word supplicium, prayer, to signify penalty and sacrifice, as it is used by Sallust 702 among others. In these significations, Latin corresponds quite congruously to Greek, in which the word rho era, which, as was stated, means votum oath, but, in addition, signifies noxa, that is, an object which has done damage, and also signifies the Diri, who are the Furies. 703 It is precisely they who are those earliest devotee of whom we speaking here, and about whom we will have more to say in Book 4 957, that is, those consecrated to the Furies upon the earliest altars of Gentile humanity. As a result, the word hara, which retained the significance of a stable, must have signified in ancient Latin a victim. From this word is certainly derived the word haruspec, soothsayer, one who makes divinations from the innards of victims killed upon altars. 777, and from what was stated above concerning the great altar of Heracles, Romulus must have founded Rome upon an altar similar to that of Theseus, within the asylum opened up in the clearing, for it is retained in Latin that they never make mention of such a clearing or sacred wood where there is not some altar raised to some divinity. As a result, when Livy tells us above 17, 114, 160, 532, 561 in general terms that these asylums were vetus urbes condentium concilium 704 the age-old council of founders of cities. He discloses for us the reason why in ancient geography one reads of so many cities with the name altar. Hence, one needs to admit that it was because of his knowledge of antiquity that Cicero 705 called the Senate the Ara Sociorum, the altar of associates, insofar as it was to the Senate that the provinces took their official complaints against governors who governed over them avariciously, therefore recalling the origin of associates in those earliest socii in the world. 778, we have already demonstrated, then 775, 776, that altar is a word for the heroic cities in Asia and throughout Europe, in Greece and Italy. In Africa there remained, according to Sallust 706, the famed altar of the Philanus brothers mentioned just above. Returning to Europe, they even today use the expression altars of the Sicilians for the cities in northern Transylvania inhabited by the ancient nation of the Huns who, along with the Hungarians and the Saxons, compose this province. In Germany, one reads in Tacitus 707 there is an altar of the Euboeans. In Spain, the word altar also remains as the name for many cities. However, in the Syrian language, the word Ari means lion. And we demonstrated above 561, 563 in the natural theogony of the 12 major divinities, that in Greek it was out of their defense of their altars that the idea of Mars came into being, a divinity whom they called Alpharoida Ares. As a result, through the same idea of strength, in the return to barbarous times, so many cities and noble houses bore the lion as their insignia. This word, uniform in its sound and significance for so many nations so different and distant from one another in place, time, and custom, must be whence the Latin word auratum plough, the mold board for which is called herbs.708 and, consequently, from this word must have come the Latin words arx citadel and arcio to enclose, whence also ager arcifinius was used by writers delimitibus agrorum for the boundaries of fields, and from this word must come, in addition, the words arma. Arms and archispau, from the correct idea that strength reposes in driving back harm and holding it at a distance. 779, and, behold, poetic wisdom has been demonstrated as justly deserving two lofty and sovereign praises, the first of which has certainly and constantly been attributed to it, that it founded the humankind of Gentile humanity, and those two forms of vanity, first that of the nations and second that of the learned, the former with its ideas of empty magnificence, the latter with its ideas of inopportune philosophical wisdom, while wanting to affirm this about poetic wisdom, have instead denied it. The other praise, for which, indeed, a folk tradition has come down to us, is that the wisdom of the ancients made sages who, in the same spirit, were equally great as philosophers and lawgivers and captains and historians and orators and poets, whence that wisdom is so greatly desired. However, in making them thus, they were more like precursors, such as we have found in those myths in which, as wombs or matrices, is discovered the precursor to all recondite wisdom. One can say that within these myths, the nations have in a rude way 709 and by the human senses described the principles of this world of sciences, a world that later by reasoning and by maxims has been clarified for us by the particular reflections of the learned. This accords with all that we had to demonstrate in Book 2, that the theological poets were the sense, the philosophers were the intellect of human wisdom. Book 3. On the discovery of the true Homer 1. 780, although poetic wisdom was demonstrated in the preceding book to have been the commonplace wisdom of the peoples of Greece, who were, first, theological and, later, heroic poets, it ought necessarily to follow that the wisdom of Homer would not be different in kind. Yet Plato has left the opinion so deeply impressed upon us that Homer was furnished with a sublime, recondite wisdom, hence all the other philosophers have followed in his wake, and above all Plutarch too, who labored over this for an entire book. Therefore, we will herein offer a particular examination of whether Homer ever was a philosopher, on which question, Dionysius Longinus has also written an entire book mentioned by Diogenes Laertius III in his Life of Pyrrho. On the recondite wisdom that has been opined about Homer. 781, for let us concede what certainly must be granted, that Homer must have gone along with the whole common sensibility and, accordingly, the common customs of Greece in its barbarous times, for such common sensibilities and such customs are matters proper to poets. And, accordingly, let us concede that which he tells us, that they had esteem for the gods in terms of their strength, so it was because of the supreme strength of Jove that he tries to demonstrate in the myth of the great chain, for that Jove himself is king over men and gods, as was observed above 387. On the basis of this commonplace, he makes it believable that Diomedes wounded Venus and Mars with the help of Minerva 5, who in a contest between gods disarms Venus and strikes Mars with a blow from a rock. 6 This is the Minerva who in the common belief is the goddess of philosophy. And such is the good use she makes of arms worthy of the wisdom of Jove. Let us concede his telling us of customs most brutal, customs which, although contrary to what the authors of the natural law of the Gentile people 7 have claimed to be eternal among nations, were then current among the barbarous Greek peoples believed to have spread humanity throughout the world, the custom of poisoning arrows. Hence, Ulysses accordingly goes to Ephyra to find poisonous herbs, and the custom of not burying enemies killed in battle but leaving them unburied as food for birds and dogs. Hence at such great cost Priam ransoms the corpse of Hector from Achilles, even though Achilles has bound that corpse naked to his chariot and dragged it for 3 days around the walls of Troy. 8. 782, yet, since the end of poetry is to domesticate the ferocity of the common run, of whom the teachers are the poets, it did not belong to a man wise about such sensibilities and customs so savage to arouse wonder in the common run in order to delight in them, and with delight be even more confirmed in them. It would not belong to a wise man to arouse pleasure in the base common run at the baseness of the gods, much less of heroes. So one reads that in a contest Mars insultingly calls Minerva a dog fly, 9 Minerva punches Diana, 10 Achilles and Agamemnon, the former, the greatest of the Greek heroes, the latter, the prince of the Greek League, and both kings insultingly call one another dogs, something rarely said by servants in the comedies of today. 11. 783, and what word, by God, 12 is more proper and deserved than stupidity in describing the wisdom of Agamemnon, a leader who had to be constrained by Achilles to do what he ought in restoring Chryses to Chryses her father, priest of Apollo, a god who for her abduction made his revenge upon the Greek army with the cruelest of plagues. 13 What other word for a leader who deemed himself put on the spot by this, and believed that he could recover his honor by practicing a justice which follows from a wisdom of this sort, who wrongfully took Briseis from Achilles. 14 Who carried with him the fate of Troy, and as a result of Achilles departing in disgust with his people and his ships, Hector could do what wished to the remaining Greeks who had escaped the plague. Behold, here is the Homer who up until now was believed to have instituted the orders of Greek political life, that is, civil life, who starts with a thread of this sort to weave the entire Iliad, whose principal actors are such a leader, and Achilles is such a hero, as we made it possible to see when we reasoned upon the heroism of the earliest peoples. 667. Behold, here is the Homer whose skill in devising poetic characters is beyond all telling, as we will make it possible to see here in 808, 809, but the greatest of which characters are so incongruous with our civil human nature. However, these characters are perfectly suited to heroic human nature in its punctiliousness, as we stated above. 667. 784, what ought we to say about the fact that he tells of his heroes, and above all, the wise Ulysses, taking such delight in wine and, when they are afflicted, taking all their comfort in getting drunk. 15. These are truly precepts for consolation, most worthy of a philosopher. 785, it makes Scaliger 16 resentful that all the comparisons in Homer are taken from wild beasts and other primitive things. However, one must concede that this was necessary for Homer to make himself better understood by the common run, which was wild and primitive. Nevertheless, as successful as they are, his comparisons are incomparable. They certainly do not belong to an ingenuity domesticated and civilized by some philosophy. Nor could this truculence and savagery of style come into being from the spirit of any humane and devout philosophy, a style with which Homer describes so many, so varied, and bloody battles, so many, so different fashions and kinds of killing, all so extravagantly cruel and making particularly for the sublimity of the Iliad as a whole. 786, the later constancy, which is established and confirmed by the study of the wisdom of the philosophers, could not have devised gods and heroes who are so fickle. Some, even when they are in commotion and disturbed, are quieted by the slightest impetus of some reason at odds with this. Others, while they are boiling with violent wrath, upon remembering some tearful thing, melt into bitter weeping. 17, so during the return to barbarism in Italy, at the end of which comes Dante the Tuscan. Homer 18, who sings of nothing other than history. One reads of Cola di Rienzo, whose biography expounds vividly, as we stated above 699, the customs of the Greek heroes, of which Homer tells us, when Cola makes mention of the misfortune of the Roman state oppressed by the powerful at that time. He and those present to his account break out into outright tears. By contrast, others, when afflicted with extreme grief, if some dainty thing presents itself, as when the feast of Alcinous presents itself to the wise Ulysses. 19, completely forget their woes and devolve one and all into gaiety. Others, in complete repose and quiet, at the innocent statement of another which does not go well with their present humor, become so resentful of it and fly into such a blind rage that they threaten the speaker with an immediate and frightful death. This is what Achilles 20 does when he receives Priam in his tent. Priam, who at night, with Mercury as his escort, goes through the middle of the Greek camp completely alone and by himself, so as to ransom, as we stated in another place above 667, 781, the corpse of Hector. When Priam has been admitted, Achilles makes dinner for him. And, on account of one statement that he will not go along with, which fell inadvertently from the mouth of an unfortunate father out of devotion to a child so brave, Achilles forgets all the laws imagined about hospitality, holds himself aloof from the trust which brought Priam alone and by himself, a trust which Priam had in Achilles alone, moved in no way by the numerous, weighty misfortunes of such a king, in no way by the devotion of such a father, in no way by reverence for a man so old, restrained in no way by a fortune common to all, which avails like no other thing in moving us to compassion. Mounting in his bestial wrath, he thunders about wanting to cut off Priam's head. At the same time, this Achilles is impiously stubborn in not remitting a private offense done by Agamemnon. No matter how weighty this was, it could not justly be avenged with the ruin of his fatherland and all its nations, and it pleases him, as he carries within him the fate of Troy, to see in ruin all the Greeks miserably beaten by Hector. 21, neither devotion to the fatherland nor glory for his nation move him to bring succor to them. He does finally bring succor, but only to satisfy his private grief over Paris having killed Patroclus. 22, and not even in death is he placated over the taking of Brezice, until the unfortunate and beautiful princess maid Polyxena, from the ruined household of the once rich and powerful Priam, has become a wretched slave sacrificed before his tomb, and until his ashes, thirsting for vengeance, have soaked up the last drop of her blood. 23. And we will pass in complete silence over what cannot be understood, how someone who had the sense of gravity and congruousness belonging to the thought of a philosopher managed to discover the many myths appropriate to old women dealing with children, with which Homer crowded his other poem, the Odyssey. 787, such customs rude, base, ferocious, savage, unstable, irrational, and irrationally stubborn, fickle, and foolish can only belong, as we demonstrated in Book 2 in the Corollaries on the Heroic Nature. 670, 677, to men with a weakness of mind like children, a robustness of imagination like women, and a boiling of passions like the most violent young. Hence, one has to deny to Homer any recondite wisdom. The things upon which we reason here are the matter from which doubts started to arise, which imposed upon us the necessity of searching for the true Homer. On the fatherland of Homer. 788, such was the recondite wisdom believed until now to belong to Homer. Now, let us look into his fatherland, for which almost all the cities in Greece were in contention. Indeed, there was no lack of those who wished for him to be a Greek from Italy, and so as to make this determinate, Leone Alexei in De Patria Homeri toils in vain. 24. However, because there has come down to us no writer more ancient than Homer, as Josephus resolutely maintains against the grammarian Apian 25, and because writers also came a long time after him, it is necessitated by our metaphysical art of criticism that to consider him an author of nations, as he has been considered, and, based upon this, to discover the truth about both the Homeric age and fatherland from Homer himself. 789, certainly, concerning the Homer who is author of the Odyssey, we can be sure that he was from the southwest of Greece, from that golden passage 26 where Alcinous, king of the Phaeacia today, Corfu offers to Ulysses as he tries to depart a ship well outfitted with his vassals. These vassals, he says, are expert seamen who could take Ulysses if needed as far as Euboea today, Negropont. Euboea was said by those who chanced to see it to be quite far away, as if it were the Ultima Thule of the Greek world. From this passage it is evidently demonstrated that the Homer of the Odyssey was other than the Homer who was author of the Iliad. This is insofar as Euboea was not very far from Troy, that is, was located in Asia in a place on the banks of the Hellespont, the narrow strait on which today there are two fortresses called the Dardanelles, a name which preserves even to this day its origin from the word Dardania, which was the ancient territory of Troy. And certainly there is in Seneca 27 the celebrated question among Greek grammarians about whether the Iliad and the Odyssey were by the same author. 790 The contest among Greek cities, each vying for the honor of having Homer as its citizen, came about because almost every one of them observed in his poems words, phrases, and dialect belonging to the 791 vernacular language of each. What is stated here serves as the discovery of the true Homer. On the age of Homer. 792, we can be sure about the age of Homer from the following authoritative passages from his poems. 793, I Achilles in the funeral for Patroclus allows one to see almost all the kinds of games that were later celebrated in Greece at its most cultivated. 28. 794, 2. Already discovered were the arts of casting in low relief and of engraving in metal, as is demonstrated among other things by the shield of Achilles 29 which we observed above. 681, 686. Painting had not yet been discovered, for casting abstracts by means of some relief, and engraving does the same by means of some depth, but painting abstracts from surfaces absolutely, which is the most difficult labor of ingenuity. Hence, neither Homer nor Moses ever mentions things which are painted, an argument for their antiquity. 30. 795, 3. The delights of the gardens of Alcinous, the magnificence of his royal household, and the merriness of his feasts. 31 prove for us that the Greeks already admired luxury and pomp. 796, 4. The Phoenicians were already bringing to the shores of Greece ivory, purple dye, and that Arabic incense which is the scent of the grotto of Venus. 32 In addition, they brought linen more subtle than the dry skin of an onion. 33 Embroidered clothes and, among the gifts of suitors to regale Penelope, clothing composed of a fabric of such a refined and soft texture that expanded in the fuller places and contracted in those more slender. 34 A discovery worthy of the softness of our times. 797, v. The coach in which Priam brings himself to Achilles is made of cedar. 35 And the scent of cedar perfumes the cave of Calypso. 36 In this there is a fine taste and sensibility, not intelligible to Roman pleasure when those under Nero and Heliogabalus were most mad for wasting their substance on luxuries. 798, 6. There are described the most refined baths at Circe's. 37. 799, 7. The servants of the suitors are beautiful, nimble, and blonde-haired, exactly the sort of amenity wished for by our present customs. 800, 8. Men fondle their hair like women, for which Hector and Diomedes reproach the effeminate Paris. 38. 801, 9. And, just as we are told that his heroes always ate roasted meat, the food which is the simplest and plainest of all, for it needs nothing other than coals. This custom was retained later in sacrifices, and the Romans retained the word proceasia for meat of victims roasted on altars and then cut up to be shared with feasting guests, so later they roasted it on spits like unconsecrated meat. So that when Achilles offers a meal to Priam 39 he butchers a lamb, and Patroclus then roasts it, prepares the table, and puts bread upon the table in baskets, for the heroes did not celebrate banquets that were not also sacrifices in the days when they themselves were priests. This is retained in Latin in opuli, that is, the dainty banquets celebrated for the most part by the great, and in opulum a public feast given for the people, and in the sacred meals in which banquet those priests who were called opulon. Accordingly, Agamemnon himself kills 2 lambs 40 with whose sacrifice are consecrated the terms of war with Priam. Such was the magnificence that then went along with an idea which today seems to us to belong to a butcher. Later must have come boiled meat, which besides fire needs to have water, a kettle, and, with these, a tripod. Virgil also makes his heroes eat this way and makes them roast meat on spits. Point 41. Eventually come sauced foods, which need, besides all the things already stated, sauces. Now, to return to the heroic meals of Homer, granted that he describes the most refined food of the Greek heroes to be grain mixed with cheese and honey. 42. Nevertheless in 2 comparisons he makes use of fishing. Point 43. And Ulysses 44, when he feigns poverty and begs alms from the suitors, tells them that to hospitable kings, that is, to kings charitable to poor wayfarers, the gods give the fishy seas, that is, seas abounding in the fish which make for great refinement at meals. 802, x. Finally, and what is most important to our purpose, Homer seems to have come at a time after the fall of the heroic law in Greece, when they had started to celebrate popular liberty, for heroes contract in marriages with foreigners, and bastards come to be part of the succession of rule. Point 45. And so the need must have come, for it was a long time previously that Heracles was stained with the blood of the brute centaur, Neshes, and consequently went mad and died, that is, as was explained in Book 2. 658, brought an end to heroic law. 803, therefore, concerning the age of Homer, since we do not intend to scorn the authority of all these things which were observed and gathered from his 2 poems, more so from the Iliad than from the Odyssey, which Dionysius Longinus 46 deems Homer to have composed as an old man, we encourage the opinion of those who place him long after the Trojan War, a period of time which runs the length of 400 years, which comes to be about the time of Numa. And also, we believe that we are making them happy in not placing him much later in a time nearer to us. For it was after the time of Numa that they say Psammetichus opened Egypt to the Greeks, who, according to an infinite number of passages, particularly in the Odyssey, had a long time before opened Greece to trade with the Phoenicians. 47. And the Greek people grew used to delighting in the information related by the Phoenicians no less than in their wares, as today Europeans do with information from the Indies. Hence, these 2 things are in agreement: first, that Homer never saw Egypt, and, second, that he tells us many things about Egypt and Libya and Phoenicia and Asia and, above all, Italy and Sicily, on account of the information which the Greeks had from the Phoenicians. 804, however, we do not yet spy how those many, refined customs are in agreement with the equally many wild and savage customs about which he tells us at the same time, particularly in the Iliad. As a result, Ne Placides coeant Amicia 48. Lest harsher things grow together with milder. It would appear these 2 poems were for many ages and by many hands labored over and directed. 805, thus, by these things stated here about the fatherland and the age of the one believed to be Homer up until now, our doubts advance in search of the true Homer. On the unaccountable faculty of Homer for heroic poetry. 806, however, besides the lack of philosophy in Homer, which we demonstrated above, and besides the discoveries made about his fatherland and age, which impose upon us doubts about whether perhaps he was not actually a common man, we are encouraged to go further by the desperate difficulty that Horace proposes in his Art of Poetry 49, the difficulty of being able after Homer to devise tragic characters, or personae, of a new cast. Today, this desperate difficulty is combined with another, that the personae devised by new comedy are also completely fictional. Indeed, the Athenians required by that new comedy appear in the theatre with personae which were completely fictional, and this was so successful in Greek that dramatists in Latin, for all their haughtiness, despaired of their competence to compete, as Fabius Quintilian said in his judgment, cum grisis de como etia non contendimus 50, we do not compete with the Greeks in comedy. 807, to this difficulty from Horace we can join two others of wider scope. First, how is it that Homer, who came earlier, was so inimitable a heroic poet, while tragedy, which came into being later, had the rude start that is known to everyone and that we will later hear in 910, 911 observe more closely? Second, how is it that Homer came before the philosophers and the arts of poetry and criticism, and yet was the most sublime of all the sublime poets, and how is it that after the discovery of philosophy and the arts of poetry and criticism there was no poet who could come within a long distance of keeping up with him? However, even if we leave aside our two difficulties, the difficulty from Horace combined with what we have stated about new comedy ought to have given some footing, in the research of Patrizzi, Scaliger, Castelvetro and the other bold teachers of the art of poetry, for an investigation into the reason for this difference. 808, this reason can have no other foundation than upon the origins of poetry discovered herein above in the Poetic Wisdom 376, 384 and, as a consequence, in the discovery of the poetic characters of which the essence of this same poetry solely consists. For new comedy puts forward a treatment of the customs of our present humanity. It is upon these customs that Socratic philosophy meditated. There, from the general maxims of Socratic philosophy concerning human morality, the Greek poets were able because they were profoundly learned in this philosophy, as was Menander, in comparison with whom Terence was called in Latin a Menander by half 51, were able, I say, to devise certain brilliant exempla for ideal men, and by the light and splendor of these were able to direct the common run, who are as teachable by grasping strong examples as they are incapable of learning through reasoned maxims. Old comedy took arguments, or true subjects, and placed them in a mythical setting just as they were, so in one of these, the bad Aristophanes put the very good Socrates into a mythical setting and ruined him. 52. However, tragedy casts upon the stage heroic hatred, contempt, wrath, and vengeance, which arise from sublime natures, and out of these natures naturally come sentiments, words, and actions of a kind capable of ferocity, crudity, and atrocity, and whose trappings inspire wonder. And all these things have the highest conformity with one another and uniformity with their subject. Such labors are known to have been done by the Greeks only in their heroic time, at the end of which Homer must have come. It is demonstrated by our metaphysical art of criticism that myths, which in their coming into being had correctness and propriety, reached Homer distorted and incongruous, as one can observe in all the reasoning herein above. 512, 514, 515, 533, 569, 708 throughout the entire Poetic Wisdom. These myths were originally true histories which gradually were altered and corrupted, and it is thus corrupted that they eventually came to Homer. Hence, he belongs to the third age of heroic poets and after the first, which invented these myths for use as true narrations. This is the primary signification proper to the word mu theta omicron muthos, which the Greeks defined as a true narration. In the second age, these myths were altered and corrupted. It is in the third that Homer eventually received them thus corrupted. 809, however, to call ourselves back to what we proposed and to the reason for the effect we have designated, Aristotle in his Poetics says that only Homer knew how to invent poetic lies. 53 For his poetic characters, which were incomparable in the sublime congruity admired by Horace. 54 were imaginative genera, as we define these in the Poetic Metaphysics 381, with these genera, the Greek peoples connected all the different particulars pertaining to each genus. So, they connected with Achilles, the subject of the Iliad, all the properties of heroic virtue, that is, resentfulness, punctiliousness, wrath, implacability, and a violence that arrogates all right to might, exactly the properties gathered by Horace 55 when he describes this character. To Ulysses, the subject of the Odyssey, they connected all the properties of heroic wisdom, that is, attentiveness, forbearance, dissimulation, duplicity, and a deception which always preserves propriety in words and indifference in actions, whence others drag themselves into error and deceive themselves. And to both these characters they connected particular actions following from each of the two genera, which were so conspicuous that the Greeks even in their dullness and stupidity were able to direct and move themselves towards noticing these genera and relating the particulars to their genus. These two characters, because they had been formed by an entire nation, could not have been devised except as naturally uniform, and it is only in a uniformity agreeable to the common sense of an entire nation that consists the decorum, that is, the beauty and grace of a myth, and because they were devised by the strongest of imaginations, they could not have been devised except as sublime. 56 Because of this, there remain two properties eternal to poetry. First, the sublime in poetry must always become united with popular sensibility, and, second, the people from whose earlier labors come these poetic characters cannot later look upon human customs otherwise but in terms of the conspicuous characters so brilliant and exemplary. Philosophical proofs for the discovery of the true Homer. 810, with the things thus far established, we combine the following philosophical proofs. 811, I. There is the proof which above was numbered among the axioms 57 that men naturally tend to preserve in collective memory the orders and laws which hold them within their societies. 812, 2. There is the truth understood by Castelvetro 58 that first history must come into being, then poetry, for history is a simple declaration of truth, but poetry is, moreover, an imitation of it, and this man, otherwise most acute, did not know how to make use of this truth to discover the true beginnings of poetry by combining it with the philosophical proof that we posit as proof I. 813, 3. Namely, that because there were certainly poets prior to commonplace historians, the earliest history must have been poetic. 814, 4. There is the proof that myths in their coming into being were true and strict narrations, hence mu theta omicron mythos, myth, was defined as a true narration, as we stated in many places above. 401, 403, 808. At first, they came into being as quite disturbing and, accordingly, were later considered improper and thus altered, so that subsequently they were considered improbable, then obscure, then scandalous, and in the end unbelievable. These are 7 sources of difficulty with myths that can easily be encountered in the whole of Book 2. 815, v. And, as was demonstrated in the same book 512, 514, 515, 533, 569, 708, Homer received them thus marred and corrupted. 816, 6. There is the proof that poetic characters, in which the essence of myth consists, came into being from a necessity of nature, being incapable of abstracting the forms and properties of subjects, and consequently these characters must have been the manner of thinking for entire peoples placed under this natural necessity in the time of the greatest barbarism. It is an eternal property of this manner of thinking always to enlarge ideas of particulars, on which there is a fine passage in the Ethical Writings of Aristotle 59 where he reflects that men of limited ideas make a maxim out of every particular. The reason for this saying must be that the human mind is indefinite, but it cannot pay homage to its near divine nature when it is narrowed by the robustness of the senses, except by enlarging those particulars with the imagination. Hence was it, perhaps, that later in Greek and Latin poets alike the images of both gods and heroes appear greater than those of men. And in the return to barbarous times, paintings particularly of the Eternal Father, of Jesus Christ, and of the Virgin Mary are exceedingly great in size. 817, 7. Because barbarians lack the ability to reflect, an ability which when ill-used is the mother of mendacity, the earliest Latin heroic poets sang true histories, that is, sing of the wars of Rome and in the return to barbarous times, on account of a barbarism whose nature is of this sort. The Latin poets Gunther, William of Apulia, and others sang of nothing other than history, and the writers of romances in these same times believed that they were writing true histories. Hence, Boiardo and Aristo, who came in times illuminated by the philosophers, took the subjects of their poems from the history of Bishop Turpin of Paris. And it is through this same barbarous nature which, on account of a deficiency of reflection, does not know how to feign, hence that nature is naturally truthful, open, trusting, generous, and magnanimous, that Dante, although he was learned in the loftiest recondite knowledge Scienza 60, for all that in his comedy put on display true persons and represented the true deeds of those who had passed away, and accordingly gave to his poem the title Comedy, for it was the old comedy of Greeks, as was stated above 808, that placed true persons in a mythical setting. And Dante was similar in this to the Homer of the Iliad, whom Dionysius Longinus 61 calls entirely dramatic, that is, mimetic, just as the Homer of the Odyssey was entirely narrative. And Francesco Petrarch, although he was most learned, also offered Latin poems about the Second Carthaginian War, and in his Triumphs in Tuscan, which has the marks of heroic poetry, he makes nothing but a collection of histories. And from here arises a luminous proof that the earliest myths were histories. For satire spoke ill of persons who were not only true but also quite well known. Tragedy takes for its arguments the personae of poetic history, old comedy places in a mythical setting renowned and living personae, new comedy, born in times of discerning reflection, eventually devised personae who were completely fictional, just as in Italian new comedy did not return until the start of the century so wondrously learned, the Cinquecento. Neither in Greek nor in Latin was there ever devised a fictional persona who was the protagonist of a tragedy, and the taste of the common run is weighty confirmation of this for us, taste which does not want musical drama, whose arguments are always tragic, unless they are taken from history, but it tolerates fictional arguments in comedy, for since they are private, and, accordingly, unknown, they are believed to be true. 818, 8. Since poetic characters 62 were such, their poetic allegories, as was demonstrated above throughout the poetic wisdom 483, by necessity must have contained only historical meanings belonging to the earliest times of Greece. 819, 9. There is the proof that these histories must have naturally preserved the memory of communities of people through the first philosophical proof 63 mentioned above 811, that in the childhood of nations, they must have had wondrously strong memories. And this was not without divine providence, for up until the time of Homer, and for some time after that, writing as commonly regarded had not yet been discovered, as we have learned in many places above 66, 429, 440, 788, from Josephus in opposition to Appian. In such human need, the peoples, who were almost entirely body and almost entirely without reflection, had the most vivid senses for sensing particulars, the strongest imagination for apprehending and enlarging them, the most acute ingenuity for relating them to their imaginative genera, and the most robust memory for retaining them. These faculties do belong, it is true, to the mind, but they set their roots in the body and take their life from the body. Hence, memory is the same faculty as imagination, which consequently is called memory in Latin, so that in Terence 64 one finds the word memorabile used to signify a thing that can be imagined, and in common Latin, the word comminacy means to devise, 65 which is proper to the imagination, whence the word commentum 66 for an invented fiction and, in addition, imagination is taken for ingenuity, as in the return to barbarous times the expression imaginative man was used to signify a man of ingenuity, as was said of Cola di Rienzo by an author contemporary to him who wrote his biography. And thus, it has three different aspects: it is memory when it remembers things, imagination when it alters or counterfeits them, ingenuity when it gives them compass and puts them into a congruous and settled order. This is the cause for the theological poets calling memory the mother of the muses. 820, accordingly, the poets must have been the earliest historians of nations, and it is here that Castelvetro did not know how to make use of this statement to discover the true origins of poetry. He and all the others who have reasoned upon this from Aristotle and Plato on down could have easily noticed that all Gentile histories have mythical beginnings, as was proposed above in the Axiom 67 and was demonstrated in the Poetic Wisdom 384. 821, 11. There is the proof that the nature of poetry 68 determines that it is an impossible thing for someone to be equally sublime as both a poet and a metaphysician. For metaphysics abstracts the mind from the senses, the poetic faculty must immerse the entire body in the senses. Metaphysics rises up to universals, the poetic faculty must dive deep into particulars. 822, 12. There is the proof on the strength of the axiom posited above 69 that one can come to any faculty which one does not have naturally by industry, but improvement by way of industry is completely denied to someone who does not already have that faculty by nature. The art of poetry and the art of criticism serve to make our ingenuity cultivated, not great, for refinement is a minor virtue, and greatness naturally scorns all things which are small, indeed, just as a raging torrent cannot but carry with it turbid waters and roll stones and tree trunks along in the violence of its course, so these things are the base expressions found so often in Homer. 823, 13. However, these expressions do not make Homer any less the father and prince of all the sublime poets. 824, 14. For we have learned 809 that Aristotle deemed the lies of Homer to be incomparable, which is the same as Horace deeming that his characters are inimitable. 825, 15. His is a sublimity reaching to the heavens in his poetic sentences, which we have demonstrated in the corollaries on heroic nature in Book 2 703, 704, must be conceived of true passions, or that they made themselves truly felt on the strength of a burning imagination. Accordingly, they must have been individual to those who felt them. Hence, we defined maxims on life, because they are general, as the sentences of philosophers, and reflections upon the passions similarly belong to false and frigid poets. 826, 16. The poetic comparisons in Homer taken from savage and wild things are, as we observed above 785, certainly incomparable. 827, 17. The atrocity of Homeric battles and deaths, as we also saw above 785, make for all that inspires wonder in the Iliad. 828, 18. However, such sentences, such comparisons, such descriptions, we also proved 785, could not have been natural to a calm, gentle philosopher. 829, 19. There is the proof that the customs of the Homeric heroes are those of children in terms of their fickleness of mind, of women in terms of their robustness of imagination, of violent youth in terms of the roiling fervor of their wrath, as we have demonstrated above 708, 787, and consequently it is impossible for them to be devised so naturally and so successfully by a philosopher. 830, XX. There is the proof that what is inept and incongruous was, as was also proved herein above 70, an effect of the misfortune of the Greek peoples of having to toil to express themselves in the extreme poverty that language had while it was being formed. 831, XXI. And even if these poems contained within them the most sublime mysteries of recondite wisdom, we have demonstrated in the Poetic Wisdom 384, that they certainly did not contain this. Their sound could not have been conceived by the direct, orderly, and weighty mind agreeable to a philosopher. 832, XXII. There is the proof that heroic speech, as was seen above in Book 2 in the Origins of Language 431, 435, 438, was a speech of likenesses, images, comparisons, born from the lack of genera and species, which are needed to define things in terms of their properties, and, consequently, born through a natural necessity common to entire peoples. 833, XXIII. There is the proof that through natural necessity, as was also stated in Book 2 449, 463 to 465, 468 to 471, the earliest nations spoke in heroic verse. In this also one is given to admire Providence, that at a time in which the characters of writing as commonly regarded had not yet been found, the nations spoke in verse so that by meter and rhythm they could more easily preserve the collective memory of their familial and civil histories. 834, XXIV. And such myths, such sentences, such customs, such speech, such verse were all called heroic and had currency in times which history has allocated to the heroes, as was more fully demonstrated above in the Poetic Wisdom 634, 661. 835, XXV. Therefore, all the aforesaid were properties of entire peoples and, consequently, common to all the particular men of such peoples. 836, XXVI. We deny, however, on account of that very nature from which came all the aforesaid properties, by which Homer was the greatest of poets, that he was ever a philosopher. 837, XXVII. In addition, we demonstrated above in the Poetic Wisdom 361, 363, 515 that the meanings of the recondite wisdom of the philosophers, which came later, were imposed upon the Homeric myths. 838, XXVII. However, just as recondite wisdom is not for any but a few particular men, so we have seen above 809 that the decorum of heroic poetic characters, in which consists the complete essence of heroic myth, cannot be pursued today by men most learned in the philosophies, or the arts of poetry and criticism. It is for this decorum that Aristotle gives Homer the privilege of being incomparable in his lies, which is the same as the privilege that Horace gave to Homer, of being inimitable in his characters. 71. Philological proofs for the discovery of the true Homer. 839, to this great number of philosophical proofs, made in large part on the strength of a metaphysical art of criticism of the authors of Gentile nations, among whom we number Homer insofar as we certainly have no profane writer more ancient than him, as Josephus the Jew 72 resolutely maintains, we now add the following philological proofs. 840, I. There is the proof that all ancient profane histories have mythical beginnings. 841, 2. There is the proof that barbarian peoples closed off from all other nations in the world, such as the ancient Germans and the peoples of the Americas, are discovered to preserve in verse the beginnings of their histories, conforming to what was seen above 470. 842, 3. There is the proof that Roman history starts with the writings of the poets. 843, 4. There is the proof that in the return to barbarous times, Latin poets wrote these histories. 844, v. There is the proof that Manetho, high priest of Egypt, translated the most ancient history of Egypt written with hieroglyphs into a sublime natural theology. 845, 6. And in the Poetic Wisdom 515 we demonstrated that this was what the Greek philosophers did to the most ancient history of Greece told in myths. 846, 7. Hence, above in the Poetic Wisdom 384, 403, we were obliged to take a path which was the reverse of the one taken by Manetho, one moving away from a mystical sense given to these myths and re-establishing the historical sense belonging to them. The naturalness and facility with which we have done this, without force, circumvention, or distortion, proves that the historical allegories which these myths contain are proper to them. 847, 8. This is a weighty proof of what Strabo 73 affirms in a golden passage, that prior to Herodotus, or rather prior to Hecataeus of Miletus, the history of the Greek peoples was written by the poets. 848, 9. And in Book 2 464, 472 We demonstrated that the earliest writers of nations, ancient as well as modern 74 were poets. 849, x. There are two golden passages in the Odyssey 75 where, in trying to give a claim to someone who has spoken well about history, it is said that he has recounted that history like a musician or singer. That is, they must have been exactly the same as those who were their rhapsodists, common men who each preserved some part of the collective memory of the books of Homeric poetry. 850, 11. There is the proof that Homer left none of his poems in writing, as many times we have noted 66, 429, 440, 819 that Flavius Josephus the Jew resolutely states against Apion the Greek grammarian. 851, 12. There is the proof that the rhapsodists went to the fairs and festivals throughout the cities of Greece, each singing some part of the books of Homer. 852, 13. There is the proof that it was from the origin of their name in the two words of which it was composed that the rhapsodists were stitchers of songs, songs which must certainly have been gathered by none other than their own peoples. Similarly, they also meant for the word mu heteroomicron to be derived from mu omicron homosimil at the same time and from epsilon rho epsilon iota nu irine connectora to bind together, whence the word means a surety insofar as it is something which binds together a creditor and debtor, an origin which is far-fetched and forced when applied to a surety, but is easily and properly applied to our Homer as someone who binds together, or composes, myths. 853, 14. There is the proof that the Pisistratids, tyrants of Athens, divided and disposed, or rather made others divide and dispose, the poetry of Homer in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Hence one understands the extent to which prior to this that poetry must have been a confused mass of things, since there is an infinite difference that can be observed between the style of the one Homeric poem and the other. 854, 15. There is the proof that the same Pisistratids instituted the orders by which, from that point on, the rhapsodists sang them at the Panathena festivals, as Cicero writes in his De Natura Deorum 76 and Aelian 77, on which he is followed by Scheffer. 855, 16. However, the Pisistratids were expelled from Athens a few years before the Tarquins were expelled from Rome. As a result, since Homer has been placed in the time of Numa, as we proved above 803, a long age must have later run its course in which the rhapsodists continued to preserve collective memory of Homer's poems. This tradition takes all credibility away from the other tradition that it was Aristarchus 78 who in the time of the Pisistratids had made the redaction, division, and ordering of the poems of Homer, for this could not have been done without writing as commonly regarded, and so after such writing there would be no need for rhapsodists to sing through the parts of the poems from memory. 856, 17. As a result, as for Hesiod, who left his works in writing, given that we have no authority that he was preserved in collective memory by rhapsodists, as Homer was, and in spite of the chronologists who in their fruitless diligence placed him 30 years prior to Homer, he must have come after the Pisistratids. 79. Not unlike the Homeric rhapsodists were those cyclic poets, who preserved all of Greek mythical history from its beginning with the gods up until the return of Ulysses to Ithaca. These poets, so called from the word kappa kappa lambda omicron kuklos, could not have been other than idiotic men who sang myths to common peoples gathered into a circle around them at festivals. This is exactly the circle which Horace in his Art of Poetry calls the Vilum Patulum Orbum 80, the base and wide circle. On this Dacier 81 would not be satisfied with commentators who say that by this Horace meant to say long episodes. And perhaps Dacier's reason for not being satisfied is this, namely, that it is not necessarily the case that an episode must also be base insofar as it is long. Consider, for example, the episodes of Rinaldo's delighting in Armida in the Enchanted Garden and of the old shepherd reasoning with Erminia. Granted, both are long, but not on account of this base, for the former is ornate, the latter is delicate and refined, and both are noble. 82. However, with this expression, Horace 83, after he gave tragic poets the advice that they take their arguments from the poems of Homer, came up against the difficulty that in this fashion they would not be poets because their myths would have been invented by Homer. And yet Horace responds to them that the epic myths of Homer will become tragic myths, if they will stay with 3 pieces of advice. The first is that they not make the idle paraphrases, which we observe even today when men read Orlando Furioso or Orlando Innamorato or some other romance in verse to a base and wide circle made up of do-nothing people at feasts, and, after having recited each stanza, explain it with more words in prose. The second is that they not make of themselves faithful translators. The third and last piece of advice is that they not make of themselves servile imitators. Instead, following the customs that Homer attributes to his heroes, they make issue from these same customs new sentiments, new speeches, new actions conforming with them, and thus upon the same subjects they will make themselves into new Homeric poets. Thus, in this same art of poetry, the same Horace 84 calls a cyclic poet a roadway or festival poet. Authors of this sort are ordinarily read as those called Kappa Kappa Lambda Iota Omicron Iota Kuklaioi and Gamma Kappa Kappa Lambda Iota Omicron Iota in Kuklaioi, and the collection of their work is called Kappa Kappa Lambda Omicron Pi Iota Kappa Kuklos Epicos, Kappa Kappa Lambda Iota Alpha Pi Eta Kuklaya Ep, Pi Omicron Eta Mu Alpha Gamma Kappa Kappa Lambda Iota Kappa Omicron Nu Poema in Kuklikan, and sometimes without any addition of words, just Kappa Kappa Lambda Omicron Kuklos, as Gerald Longman 85 observes in his preface to Dionysius Longinus. As a result, it is in this manner that Hesiod, who contains all the myths of the gods, is able to be before Homer. 86. 857, 18. It is for this reason that the same must be said of Hippocrates, who left works no longer written in verse but in prose, works so numerous and so lengthy that they could not have been naturally preserved by collective memory. Hence, he is to be placed around the time of Herodotus. 858, 19. It is on account of all this that Voss 87 with too much good faith believed he had refuted Josephus with those heroic inscriptions: first, that of Amphitryon, second, that of Hippocoon, and, third, that of Laomedon impostures similar to those made even in our day by those who make counterfeit medals. Martin Cook supports Josephus against Voss. 859, XX. To this we add that Homer never makes mention of Greek common alphabetic letters, and the letter written by Proetus to Uriah to trap Bellerophon is said, as we have observed in another place above 433, to have been written in sigma mu alpha tau alpha semata. 860, XXI. There is the proof that when Aristarchus emended the Homeric poems, they still retained many variations in dialect, many incongruities in speech, which must have been idiomatic to different peoples of Greece, and also much metrical license. 861, XXII. The fatherland of Homer is not known, as was noted above. 788, 789. 862, XXIII. Almost all the peoples of Greece laid claim to him as their citizen, as was also observed above. 790. 863, XXIV. Above 789 have been drawn strong conjectures that the Homer of the Odyssey was from southwest of Greece, and that the Homer of the Iliad was from northeast of Greece. 864, XXV. Not even the age of Homer is known by anyone. 865, XXVI. The opinions about this are so numerous and so varied that he is placed, at one extreme, in the time of the Trojan War and, at the other extreme, in the time of Numa. 866, XXVII. Dionysius Longinus 88, unable to dissimulate about the great diversity of style between the two poems, says that Homer composed the Iliad when he was young and later composed the Odyssey when he was old. Such are the particulars truly known about someone who is unknown to us in the two things most relevant to his history, namely, his time and place, about which we have been left in the dark when told of this great light of Greece. 89. 867, XXVIII. This should remove all faith in Herodotus or whoever is the author of that Life of Homer 90, which recounts enough fine, varied, and minute things that they fill an entire volume, it should remove all faith in the life of Homer written by Plutarch 91 who, because he was a philosopher, spoke with greater sobriety. 868, XXIX. However, perhaps Longinus formed his conjecture because Homer explains in the Iliad the wrath and arrogance of Achilles, which are the property of the young, and in the Odyssey tells of the duplicity and caution of Ulysses, which are the customs of the old. 869, XXX. There is also a tradition that Homer was blind, and that he took his name from this blindness, which in Ionian dialect means blind. 92. 870, XXXI. And Homer himself tells of blind poets who sing at the feasts of the great, such as the blind poet who sings at the feast which Alcinous gives for Ulysses. 93, and also the other blind poet who sings at the feast of the suitors. 871, XXXII. And it is a property of human nature that those who are blind have memories whose strength is a wonder. 94. 872, XXXIII. And, finally, there is the proof that he was poor and that he went through the marketplaces of Greece singing his own poems. Discovery of the true Homer. 873, Now, when men of the most acute ingenuity and excellence in learning and erudition read all these things upon which we have reasoned and which are told to us by others about Homer and his poems in the first edition of the new science, they suspected, although not because it was a point we had voluntarily or purposefully made, inasmuch as it was not even something upon which we had reflected since we were without the method by which the science is now reasoned, that the Homer believed in up until now was not the true Homer. All these things, I say, draw us to affirm that what has come to pass with Homer is exactly the same as what has come to pass with the Trojan War, although it offers a famous epoch in history. More perceptive critics have judged that it was a war that never happened in the world. And certainly, as with the Trojan War, so too with Homer, if there were not certain great vestiges that are his poems, we would have to say from such difficulties that Homer was an ideal poet, who was not a particular man in nature. However, the many great difficulties, together with the poems as they have come down to us, seem to force us to affirm something in the middle, that this Homer was an idea, that is, a heroic character of the Greek people, inasmuch as they told their histories in song. 95. The lack of congruity and the lack of verisimilitude belonging to the Homer believed in up until now becomes, with the Homer herein discovered, agreeableness and necessity. 874, On account of a discovery of this sort, all the things in both the speeches and the narrative which were lacking in congruity and verisimilitude in the Homer believed in up until now, become in the Homer herein discovered entirely agreeable and necessary. And, in the first place, the very things left to us that are most especially uncertain compel us to say. 875, that the peoples of Greece so contested his fatherland and almost all wanted him to be their citizen, because these peoples of Greece were Homer. 876, 2. That there was such variation of opinion concerning his age, because this Homer truly lived on the lips and in the collective memory of these peoples of Greece from the Trojan War down to the times of Numa, which made for a span of time of 460 years. 877, 3. And the blindness and 878, 4. The poverty of Homer belonged to the rhapsodists who, since they were blind, hence each of them was called Omro, had strong memories and who, since they were poor, sustained their lives by going to sing throughout the cities of Greece the Homeric poems, of which they were the authors, for they were part of those peoples who had composed with them their histories. 879, v. Thus, a young Homer composed the Iliad, when Greece itself was young and, consequently, burned with sublime passions such as arrogance, wrath, and vengeance, passions that suffer no dissimulation, and loved generosity and admired Achilles for his heroic strength. However, an old Homer later composed the Odyssey, when Greece had somewhat cooled its spirit with reflection. This reflection is the mother of foresight, whence Greece admired Ulysses as a hero of wisdom. As a result, in the time of the young Homer, the peoples of Greece took pleasure in crudity, baseness, ferocity, savagery, atrocity. In the times of the old Homer, they delighted in the luxuries of Alcinous, the delicacies of Calypso, the pleasures of Circe, the songs of the sirens, the pastimes of the suitors, and not just the attempts on the chaste Penelope, but even the siege of and battle for her. No one time period, it seemed to us above 803, 804, can be composed of all of these customs. This difficulty was so potent that the divine Plato 96, so as to solve it, claimed that Homer had foreseen by inspiration these nauseating, morbid, dissolute customs. However, he thus made Homer a foolish institutor of the orders of Greek civilization. For even if he condemned them as corrupt and decadent customs, he would still have taught customs which must have come long after the ordering of the Greek nations, and so would have taught them with a view to accelerating the natural course made by the human things and hastening the Greeks towards their corruption. 886. In this fashion, it is demonstrated that the Homer who is author of the Iliad had preceded by many years the Homer who is author of the Odyssey. 881, 7. It is demonstrated that the former Homer was from southwest of Greece and sang of the Trojan War waged in his country. And the latter Homer was from northeast of Greece and sang of a Ulysses who ruled in that part of Greece. 882, 8. Thus, Homer is lost in the crowd of the peoples of Greece and is vindicated of all the charges made against him by critics, and particularly of charges of 883, 9. Vile sentences. 884, ex-base customs. 885, 11. Crude comparisons. 886, 12. Idiomatic expressions. 887, 13. Metrical license. 888, 14. Inconsistent variations in dialect, and 889, 15. Having made men into gods and gods into men. 890, Dionysius Longinus 97 did not trust himself to uphold these myths except with support of philosophical allegories, which is to say that as they sounded when sung to the Greeks, they could not have produced the glory of one who had instituted the orders of Greek civilization. This is the same difficulty which we made against Orpheus being the founder of the humanity of Greece in the annotations on the chronology table 80, 81, recurring in the case of Homer. 890, however, all the aforesaid properties, and particularly the last, were properties of the Greek peoples themselves who, at their founding, as was demonstrated in the natural theogony above 69, 489, 634, made their gods to have such piety, religiosity, chastity, fortitude, justice, and magnanimity as they had themselves, and, later, with the turning of many years, with their myths becoming obscure, and with their customs becoming corrupt, they deemed, as we reasoned at length in the Poetic Wisdom 512, 514, 515, 533, 569, 708, their gods to be dissolute through the axiom proposed above 98 that men naturally bend obscure or doubtful laws to their own passion and advantage, for they fear that gods who are opposite in their customs will be opposed to their prayers. 891, 16. However, all the more justly do those two great privileges belong to Homer. These actually are one privilege, that Homer alone knows how to devise, according to Aristotle 99 poetic conceits and, according to Horace, poetic characters. Hence, Horace 100 confesses that he himself is no poet, for he is unable or does not know how to observe what he calls colores operum, the shading of the work, which sounds like what Aristotle calls poetic conceits. So in Plautus 1011 reads obtenere colorum in the sense of giving voice to conceit which from every perspective has the appearance of truth, which a good myth must do. 892, however, beyond these two, come all the other privileges given to him by teachers of the art of poetry. Homer is incomparable in 893, 17. his wild and savage comparisons. 894, 18. His crude and atrocious descriptions of battle and death. 895, 19. Those sentences of his filled with sublime passions, and 896, XX. In his expression, filled with clarity 102 and brilliance. All these were properties of the heroic age of the Greeks, during which and on account of which Homer was an incomparable poet, for in an age of vigorous memory, robust imagination, and sublime ingenuity, he was at no point a philosopher. 897, XXI. Hence, neither philosophies nor the arts of poetry and criticism, which came later, would make a poet who could even come within striking distance of Homer. 898, and what is more, he makes certain claim to the three immortal eulogies given to him. 899, XXII. First, that it was he who instituted the orders of the Greek polity, that is, Greek civility. 900, XXIII. Second, that he was the father of all the other poets, and 901, XXIV. Third, that he was the source of all the Greek philosophies. None of these eulogies could have been given to the Homer believed in up until now. Not the first because, starting from the times of Deucalion and Pyrrha, Homer comes 1,800 years after Greek civilization started to be founded by marriages. This was demonstrated through the whole course of the Poetic Wisdom 523, 724, which founded that civilization. Not the second, because the theological poets certainly flourished prior to Homer, that is, Orpheus, Amphion, Linus, Musaeus, and others, and among them, the chronologists have placed Hesiod and made him come 30 years prior to Homer. Cicero in his Brutus 103 affirms that there were other heroic poets prior to Homer, and Eusebius 104 in his preparation for the Gospel names Philemon, Timorus, Demodocus, Epimenides, Aristeas, and others. Not, finally, the third. Insofar as this we have demonstrated at length and fully in the Poetic Wisdom 361, 363, 515. The philosophers did not discover their philosophies in the Homeric myths, but thrust them upon those myths. But Poetic Wisdom itself, through its myths, gave the philosophers occasions for meditating upon their lofty truths, and additionally gave them the resources for explicating those truths, conforming to what we promised at the beginning of Book 2, and have made it possible to see throughout the whole of that book. The poems of Homer are found to be the two great treasure houses of the natural law of the Gentile peoples of Greece. 902, but, above all, on account of this discovery, we add the following most fulgent praise. 903, XXV. Homer was the earliest historian from all of Gentile antiquity to reach us. 904, XXVI. Hence, his poems, as we shall observe 915, ought subsequently to rise to the lofty reputation of being the two great treasure houses of customs for ancient Greece. For the same fate has come to pass for the poems of Homer as came to pass for the law of the 12 tables, since the latter were believed to be laws which Solon gave to the Athenians and which subsequently came to the Romans. We have considered the history of natural law of the heroic Gentile peoples of Latium to be hidden up until now. Similarly, because these poems have been believed to issue from the labor of one particular man, a rare and supreme poet, we have considered the history of the natural law of the Gentile peoples of Greece to be hidden up until now. A rational history of dramatic and lyric poetry. 905. We have already demonstrated above 808 that there were three ages of poetry prior to Homer. First, the age of theological poets, who themselves were heroes and sang true and severe myths. Second, the age of heroic poets, who altered and corrupted those myths. Third, the age of Homer, who received those altered and corrupted myths. Now, the same metaphysical art of criticism that was applied to the history of the most obscure antiquity, that is, the art of explaining the ideas which the most ancient nations proceeded to make naturally, can illuminate and distinguish the history of dramatic and lyric poetry, on which the philologists have written too obscurely and confusedly. 906, these philologists have placed Amphion among the lyric poets, a most ancient poet from heroic times. They say that he invented the dithyramb and, with this, the chorus, that he introduced satyrs singing in verse, and that the dithyramb was a chorus led as a company singing verses made in praise of Bacchus. They say that, during the time of lyric poetry, distinguished tragic poets flourished, and Diogenes Laertius 105 affirms that the earliest tragedy was represented by the chorus alone. They say that Aeschylus 106 was the first tragic poet, and Pausanias recounts that he was commanded by Bacchus to write tragedies, although Horace tells us that Thespes was the author of the genre in the passage of the Ars Poetica 107 which starts the treatment of tragedy with the satyr drama and says that Thespes introduced satire upon carts used at harvest time. They say that later came Sophocles, whom Polyemon 108 said was the Homer of the tragic poets, and that Euripides finally brought tragedy to its completion, whom Aristotle 109 calls tauro alpha gamma iota kappa tau alpha tau omicron nu tragikotaton, most tragic. They say that during this same age came Aristophanes, who invented old comedy and opened the path to new comedy, a path that Menander 110 later walked down, by means of his comedy entitled The Clouds, which brought Socrates to his ruin. Later, some among them placed Hippocrates in the time of tragic poetry, others placed him in the time of lyric poetry. But Sophocles and Euripides lived somewhat before the time of the Law of the 12 Tables, and the lyric poets came even later, which seems to upset the chronology placing Hippocrates in the time of the 7 sages of Greece. 907. For this difficulty to be solved, one must say that there were 2 kinds of tragic poet and, in addition, 2 kinds of lyric poet. 908. The older lyric poets must have been, first, the authors of hymns in praise of the gods, hymns of the kind which are called Homeric hymns, composed in heroic verse. Later, there must have been poets of that lyric in which Achilles sings on a lyre the praises of heroes who have passed away. 111 Similarly, among the people of Latium, the earliest poets were the authors of Salian verse, which were hymns sung at festivals for the gods by priests called salii, perhaps so called from the verb salter to dance, just as a company of dancers introduced the first chorus among the Greeks, and fragments of this poetry are the most ancient memorials of the Latin language to reach us. They have the air of heroic verse, as we observed above 469. And all of this is agreeable to the beginnings of humanity among the nations, that is, in its earliest times, which were religious, which must have praised nothing but the gods, just as in the more recent return to barbarous times this religious custom returned, and the priests who alone were literate in that time composed nothing but the poetry of sacred hymns. Later, in heroic times, they must have admired and celebrated nothing but the strong deeds of the heroes, such as those which Achilles sang. Thus, Amphion of Methymna must have been this sort of sacred lyric poet, one who, in addition, was the author of the dithyramb, and the dithyramb was the earliest precursor of tragedy composed in heroic verse, the earliest kind of verse sung by the Greeks, as was demonstrated above 449, 463, so, the dithyramb of Amphion was the earliest satire, the satyr drama from which Horace 112 takes his start in reasoning about tragedy. 909. The new lyric poets were the melic poets whose prince is Pindar. They wrote in a verse which in our Italian speech would be called aria per musica, aria set to music, and this sort of verse must have come after iambic verse, which is the kind of verse that, as was demonstrated above 463, was commonly spoken by the Greeks after heroic verse. Thus, Pindar came during times of the pomp of virtue in a Greece in admiration of the Olympic Games, during which the lyric poets sang. Similarly, Horace came during the most fulgent times of Rome, that is, the times under Augustus. And melic poetry came to the Italian language during the most tender and gentle times. 910. Later, the tragic and comic poets ran their course within the following limits. Thespes in one part of Greece and Amphion in another during harvest time gave the beginnings of satyr drama, that is, the old tragedy with satyrs as actors, who in their rudeness and simplicity, must have discovered the earliest masks by clothing their feet, shins, and thighs with the skins of goats, which they must have had on hand, and painted their faces and breasts with the dregs of wine, and armed their foreheads with horns, because of which, perhaps, even now wine harvesters are among us, commonly called horned. And so, it could be true that Bacchus, god of the wine harvest, did command Aeschylus to compose tragedies. 113 And all of this is agreeable with the times when the heroes said that the plebs were monsters having two natures, namely, the nature of men and goats, as was more fully demonstrated above. 567, 649, 654, 688. Thus, there is strength in the conjecture, first, that it is from this mask that tragedy took its name rather than from the goat given as a prize to the one who victorious in making this sort of verse, a prize called a taurogama omicron tragos, which Horace reflects upon, without making any use of it later, and also calls base 114, and, second, that tragedy takes its start from this chorus of satyrs. And satire preserved the following eternal property which it had from when it came into being, that of speaking basely and injuriously, for the rustics in their rude masks upon carts carrying grapes held the license held even today by the wine harvesters of our prosperous Campania, the so-called abode of Bacchus, the license to speak basely about the lords. Consequently, one can understand how little truth there was in the learned later thrusting their philosophical mythology onto the myth of Pan. They say that the myth signified the universe because Pan's name signifies Pinu Pan, all. How little truth there was in the hairy lower parts of Pan, meaning the earth, his breast and ruddy face denoting the element of fire, and his horns signifying the sun and moon. By contrast, the Romans have preserved for us an historical mythology in their term satyra, which, according to Festus 115, was a dish consisting of various kinds of food. Hence, later, came the expression lex per satyrum for a law containing different types of things, and similarly, in the satyr drama upon which we are here reasoning, Horace 116 relates to us, since not a single one of them comes down to us from either the peoples of Latium or of Greece, that different kinds of persons made an appearance, gods, heroes, kings, artisans, and slaves. For the satire that remained among the Romans did not treat diverse subjects, but instead assigned each poem its own argument. 911, later, Aeschylus brought old to middle tragedy, namely, a tragedy of satyr dramas with human masks translating the dithyramb of Amphion, which was a chorus of satyrs, into a chorus of men. And this middle tragedy must have been the beginning of old comedy, where great figures were placed in a mythical setting and so a chorus was still appropriate. Later came Sophocles, first, and Euripides afterwards, who left us tragedy in its final form. And with Aristophanes old comedy came to an end, on account of the scandal following from his figure of Socrates. And Menander left us new comedy, which labors over private and fictitious figures who, because they are private, can be fictitious and still be believable as true, as we reasoned above. 806, 808, hence, the chorus must have no longer came on stage, because the chorus is a public figure which reasons only upon public things. 912, in this fashion, the satyr drama came to be composed in the heroic verse later preserved in Latin, for the earliest peoples spoke in heroic verse and later spoken in iambic verse. And, accordingly, tragedy was naturally composed in iambic verse, and in comedy this was done out of empty observance of the example of tragedy, at a time when the Greek peoples were already speaking in prose. And iambic verse is certainly agreeable to tragedy, insofar as it is a verse born for venting wrath which proceeds by way of what Horace called the swift foot, as was suggested in an axiom above. 117 Similarly, they say commonly that Archilochus invented iambics for venting his own wrath against Lycambe, who was not willing to give his daughter in marriage, and that he did so with such bitterness that daughter and father were reduced to hanging themselves from despair. 118 This must be the history of the heroic contest over Canubium, in which uprising plebeians must have hanged the nobles along with their daughters. 913, from here came that monstrosity in the art of poetry, that the same verse, in its violence, speed, and excitement, is agreeable both to a poetry as great as tragedy, Plato deemed it to be greater than Epic 119, and to a poetry as refined as comedy, and that the same meter proper, as was stated, for venting wrath and rage, in which tragedy must break forth with great atrocity, is equally good for the jests, games, and tender loves which make for all the pleasantness and delightfulness of comedy. 914. These terms, lyric and tragic poetry, when they are not defined, make for Hippocrates being placed around the time of the seven sages, someone who ought to be placed around the time of Herodotus, because he came at a time when for the most part they still spoke in myths, so his own biography is colored with myths, and Herodotus tells his histories for the most part through myths, and not only had speaking in prose been introduced, but also writing in the common alphabetic characters, in which Herodotus wrote his histories, and Hippocrates wrote on medicine in the many works which are left to us, as was stated in another place above 98, 857, 906. Book 4. On the course that the nations make. 915. The principles pertaining to this science were established in Book 1, and the origins of all the divine and human things of Gentile humanity were researched and discovered in the poetic wisdom of Book 2. In Book 3, the poems of Homer were discovered to be the two great treasure houses of the natural law of the Gentile peoples of Greece, just as the law of the 12 tables had already been discovered to be the weightiest of testimony about the natural law of the Gentile peoples of Latium. On the strength of all this, and with illumination from both philosophy and philology, as a consequence of the axioms one concerning an ideal eternal history, we now add to this in the present book 4 the course that the nations make, proceeding in all their great variety and with such different customs, with a consistent uniformity based upon the division of time into the three ages which the Egyptians said had run their course in the world prior to them, the ages of gods, of heroes, and of men. For based upon this division, the nations will be seen to be sustained by a consistent and uninterrupted order of causes and effects, always proceeding in the nations from three kinds of natures, and from these three natures come three kinds of customs, and from these customs are observed three kinds of natural law for Gentile peoples, and as a consequence of these laws, are instituted the kinds of order for civil constitutions, or republics. And so as men who have come into human society might communicate to one another all these aforesaid kinds of most important things, they form three kinds of language and as many kinds of character, and so as to justify them, there are three kinds of jurisprudence assisted by three kinds of authority and as many kinds of reason in as many kinds of judgment. These kinds of jurisprudence enjoy currency through three sects of time professed over the whole course of the life of nations. These specific threefold unities, along with many others to follow that will also be enumerated in Book 4, all come to a head in one general unity, that is, the unity of the religion of a divine providence, which is the unity of spirit that informs and gives life to this world of nations. Because we have reasoned upon these things above in a diffuse way, here we will demonstrate the order of their course. Three kinds of natures. 916. The first nature, on account of the strong deception of an imagination which is most robust when reason is at its weakest, was a poetic or creative nature, which we might be permitted to call a divine nature, in that it gave to each body the being of substances animated by gods, and gave each body this being from its own idea. This was the nature of the theological poets, who were the most ancient wise men in all the Gentile nations at a time when all the Gentile nations were founded upon beliefs held by each one of the nations about its own gods. In addition, it was a savage and brutal nature, but on account of that same straying of the imagination, they feared the terrifying gods whom they themselves had devised. And because of this, there remain two eternal properties: first, that religion is the only means powerful enough to bridle the savagery of peoples, and, second, that religions go well when those who preside over them are the same ones who have inner reverence for them. Point 2. 917. The second nature was a heroic nature believed by the heroes themselves to be of divine origin, for in believing that everything was done by gods, they considered themselves to be the sons of Jove, as they had been engendered by the auspices of Jove. Natural nobility for them rested in a correct sense upon this heroism insofar as they themselves belonged to the human species, and it was on account of this belonging that they were princes of the human race. They vaunted this natural nobility over those who, so as to save themselves from the strife of that infamous bestial sharing of things in common, repaired later to the asylums of those heroes. Since they came there without gods, they were considered beasts. Thus have we reasoned upon both natures above 449, 508, 553 to 561. 918, the third nature was a human nature, intelligent and, consequently, modest, kind, and reasonable, a nature which recognizes as law conscience, reason, and duty. 3 kinds of customs. 919, the first customs were completely filled with religion and devotion, the customs we are told of Deucalion and Pyrrha 3 coming just after the flood. 920, the second customs were wrathful and punctiliousness, the customs we are told Achilles had. 921, the third customs were dutiful, taught to each by one's own point of departure for the duties of civil life. 3 kinds of natural law. 922, the first law was divine, for they believed both themselves and their things to exist entirely by reason of the gods, based on the opinion that the gods were everything, or made everything. 923, the second law was heroic, that is, a law of force, but one held back by religion, which alone can keep force within the bounds of duty, where there are no human laws or none strong enough to restrain it. Accordingly, Providence has disposed that the earliest Gentile peoples, by nature ferocious, were persuaded by a religion of this sort, so that they would naturally acquiesce to force and to deem, since they were not yet capable of reason, that reason lies in the fortune with a view to which they took counsel in divination of the auspices. This law of force is the law of Achilles, who put all of reason in the point of his spear. 924, the third law is the human law dictated by human reason fully developed. 3 kinds of governance. 925, the first governance was divine, what the Greeks would call theocracy, in which men believed that each thing was decreed by the gods. This was the age of oracles, which are the most ancient of the things that we read about in history. 926, the second was heroic, or aristocratic, governance, which is as much as to say governance by the optimates in the sense of those with the greatest strength, and in Greek this was also called governance by the Heraclids, or those who came from the race of Heracles in the sense of nobles who were spread throughout all of ancient Greece and later remained in Sparta. Also in Greek this was called governance by the Curetes, which the Greeks observed in Saturnia, that is, ancient Italy. And in Crete and in Asia, and, subsequently, governance by the Quirites among the Romans, that is, governance by priests armed in public assembly. In this governance, on account of their distinguishing a nature that is more noble because, as was stated above 449, it is believed to be of divine origin, all civil rights were enclosed within the ruling orders of these same heroes, and to the plebeians, reputed to be of bestial origin, they permitted only the uses of life and natural liberty. 927, the third was human governance, in which, on account of the equality of that intelligent nature which is the nature proper to man, all were equal under the laws insofar as all are born free in their cities. Such is the case in popular liberty, where all or the majority comprise the just strength of the city, and in monarchy, where monarchs make all equally subject to their laws. And since monarchs are the only ones who have at hand armed force, they are the only ones distinguished in civil nature. 3 kinds of languages. 928, 3 kinds of languages. 929, of these, the first was a divine language in thought expressed through mute religious actions, that is, through divine ceremonies, whence there remains in the Roman civil code legitimating actions for by which they paid homage to everything done which pertained to their civil advantage. This language fits in with religion on account of that eternal property, that for them reverence was more important than reasoning. This was necessary in those earliest times when Gentiles did not yet know how to speak articulately. 930, the second was expressed through the heroic devices by which coats of arms speak, a kind of speech, as we stated above 487, that remained in military discipline. 931, the third was expressed through speech, the language used by all nations today to articulate themselves. 3 kinds of characters. 932, 3 kinds of characters. 933, of these, the first were divine characters which, in the proper sense, were called hieroglyphics. About these we have proved above 487 that at their beginnings they were used by all the nations. And there were certain imaginative universals naturally dictated by an innate property of the human mind to delight in uniformity. This we posited in an axiom. 5 This they could not do by abstractions made through genera, it was done by the imagination through portrayals, and under these poetic universals they subsumed all the particular species pertaining to the genus. So, under Jove they subsumed all the things pertaining to the auspices, under Juno all the things pertaining to nuptials, etc. 934, the second kind were heroic characters, which were also imaginative universals under which they subsumed various species of things pertaining to heroism. So, under Achilles all the deeds of a strong warrior, under Ulysses, all the counsels of a wise man. These imaginative genera, because the human mind later advanced to abstract forms and properties from subject matter, passed on into intelligible genera, whence later came the philosophers, from whom the authors of New Comedy, who arrived in the times of Greece's greatest humanity, took intelligible genera pertaining to human customs and from them made portrayals in their comedies. 935, finally, they invented common alphabetic characters, accompanied in their progress by the vernacular languages. Given that the vernacular languages are composed of words which are the genera, so to speak, of all the particulars which had previously been spoken by the heroic languages, so, to take the example adduced above 460, the heroic phrase "the blood in my heart boils" was made into the expression "I am angry." Thus, out of 120,000 hieroglyphic characters, the number of characters still used today, for example, by the Chinese, they made a few letters under which they subsumed like genera 120,000 words, of which the vernacular articulated Chinese language is composed. This invention is certainly labor for a mind that has to be greater than human, hence, we learned above 428 from Bernard von Mallinckrodt and Inge Wald-Ealing that they believed it to be a divine invention. And a common sense open to wonder is what easily moved nations to believe that men excelling in divinity had invented letters of this sort. So the Illyrians believed of Saint Jerome, the Slavs believed of Saint Cyril, etc., which conforms with the observation and reasoning of Angelo Rocca 6 in his Bibliotheca Vaticana, a book in which the authors of letters that are called common vulgari are depicted alongside the alphabets they invented. These opinions are convicted of manifest falsity by a single question: why did these divine men not teach their own alphabets? This is an objection we made above 430, 649 about Cadmus. He brought letters to Greece from Phoenicia, and yet the Greeks later used letters whose form was quite different from that of the Phoenicians. 936, we stated above 443 that over such languages and such letters, the commoners were lords, whence both the languages and the characters are called common vulgari. Because they are lords over both these languages and letters, free peoples ought to be lords over their laws, for they give those laws the meanings that the powerful are drawn to observe, even if they are not willing, as was noted in the axioms. 7. It is naturally forbidden to monarchs to deprive peoples of this lordship. However, it is the same nature of human civil things which forbids that this lordship is separable from peoples that makes for the greater part of the power of these monarchs, for they are able to decree the royal laws, by which the powerful must abide, according to the senses given to them by their peoples. Through this lordship over common alphabetic letters and vernacular languages, it is necessarily through the order of civil nature that free popular republics must precede monarchies. 3 kinds of jurisprudence. 937, 3 kinds of jurisprudence, that is, wisdom. 938, the first was a divine wisdom called, as we saw above 381, mystical theology, which means the science of divine speaking or understanding the divine mysteries of divination. Thus, it was a knowledge scienza in divination of the auspices and a commonplace wisdom whose wise men were the theological poets, the earliest wise men of Gentile humanity. From this mystical theology they were called Mysti, which the knowledgeable Horace 8 renders interpreters of the gods. As a result, to this earliest jurisprudence belonged interpretary in its primary and proper usage, as if they were saying interpatrary, to enter into the company of the fathers. This is what the gods were originally called, as was observed above 448, which Dante calls indi arsi, to enter into the mind of God. 9. And this jurisprudence deems the just to be only in the solemnities of divine ceremonies, whence the Romans came to have such great superstition about their legitimating acts, and in their laws. They retain the phrases iusti nuptia and iustum testamentum for solemnized nuptials and testaments. 939, the second was the heroic jurisprudence of caution around propriety in the certain use of words, that is, the wisdom of Ulysses, who in Homer always speaks so discerningly that, in his pursuit of the advantage he intends, he always preserves propriety in his use of words. Hence, the entire reputation of the ancient Roman jurists consists in their cavere 10 being cautious. And their de ire respondere 11 responding according to the law was also nothing other than their cautioning those who had to try their claims in court to present to the praetors the actual circumstances in such a way that they would plainly fall under formulas for action, so that the praetor would not be able to deny them their claim. Thus, in the return to barbarous times, the entire reputation of the learned was founded in their being cautious concerning contracts and last wills, and in their knowing how to formulate legal claims and articles, which was exactly the cavere and the de ire respondere of the Roman jurists. 940, the third is the human jurisprudence, which has regard for the truth about the deeds themselves, and from kindness makes the legal code bend to all which equity in cases requires. This is the jurisprudence celebrated in free popular republics and, even more so, under monarchies, both of which are human governments. 941, as a result, divine and heroic jurisprudence took hold of the certain in the times when the nations were rude. Human jurisprudence has regard for the true in the times when these same nations are enlightened. And all of this is a consequence of the definitions of the certain and the true, and of the axioms 12 posited about them in the Elements. 3 kinds of authority. 942, there were 3 kinds of authority. Of these, the first is a divine authority of which no account can be demanded from Providence. The second, heroic authority, rests entirely upon the solemnizing formulae of the laws. The third, human authority, rests upon the experienced persons of singular prudence in things pertaining to action and of sublime wisdom in intelligible things. 943, these 3 kinds of authority, used by jurisprudence along the course that the nations make, follow the 3 sorts of authority senates have, which change along the same course of nations. Of these, the first, 944, authority over domain, which remains in the use of the word autors for those from whom we have some claim to a domain, and this domain in the law of the 12 tables is always called auctoritas. This authority had its source in the divine governance from the familial state, in which divine authority must have belonged to the gods, for it was believed in the correct sense that all that is belonged to the gods. It was fitting that later, in heroic aristocracies where the Senate is composed, as they are composed in our times, of lords, such authority belonged to those regnant senates. Hence, the heroic senates gave their approval to what had been previously treated by the people. As Livy 13 says, eiusquod populus iusadeant patrofierent auctores, whatever the people first proposed, the fathers would subsequently have authority, and yet this was not during the interregnum of Romulus, as history tells us, but from times at the end of the aristocracy in which citizenship had been shared in common with the plebs, as was reasoned upon above 110, 598. This order, as the same Livy 14 says, sipi spectabat advim, often threatened revolt, such that if the people wanted to come out on top, it had, for example, to nominate consuls to whom the Senate was inclined, exactly as is the case when people under monarchies nominate magistrates. 945, after the laws of Publius Philo, by which it was declared that the Roman people were the free and absolute lord over civil power, as was stated above 26, 38, 104, 112, 113, the authority of the Senate was tutelary, conformable to the approval which tutors give to transactions in their treatment of wards who are lords over their patrimony, an authority called auctoritas tutorum, tutorial authority. The Senate granted this authority to the people in those formulations of laws conceived previously in the Senate. It was with these formulations, conformable to the authority which tutors grant to their wards, that the Senate was present to people, present in the great assemblies, present in the act of decreeing those laws if the people wished to decree them, otherwise, it would antiquate and probare antiqua give their approval to the older way, which is to say that the people would declare that it did not wish anything new. All of this was so that the people in its decreeing of laws would not, on account of its own infirm counsel, do some public harm, and so that, consequently, in its decreeing of laws, it would be regulated by the Senate. Hence, the formulations of laws that were brought by the Senate to the people for it to decree were defined by the knowledgeable Cicero 15 as prescriptae auctoritates, authorization in writing, which is not the personal authority such as tutors have when by their presence they give approval to the actions done by their wards, but rather an authority articulated at length in writing, as the verb prescribere suggests, and distinct from formulations for actions which are written per notas with abbreviations, not intelligible to the people. This was the order instituted by the Publian law. Thenceforth, the authority of the Senate, to say it as Livy 16 relates it to us, valerit in incertum commissiorum eventum, would prevail while the vote of the assembly was undetermined. 946, eventually, republics of popular liberty passed over to monarchies, and the third kind of authority followed, authority from trust, or a reputation for wisdom, and, accordingly, the authority of counsel, for which the jurists under the emperors were called auctores. And such authority must be the authority belonging to senates under monarchs, who have complete and absolute liberty to follow or not to follow the counsels of their senates. 3 kinds of reason. 947, there are 3 kinds of reason. 948, the first, the divine reason, of which God alone has understanding and which is known to men only inasmuch as it has been revealed by God, first to the Hebrews and later to Christians, through internal mental speech, for such are the words used by a God who is all mind, but also with the external speech from the prophets as well as from Jesus Christ to the apostles, and by them it was made apparent to the church. For the Gentiles, it was revealed through auspices, through oracles and through physical signs believed to be divine prescriptions, because they were believed to come from gods whom the Gentiles believed to be composed of physical bodies. As a result, for a God who is all reason, reason and authority are the same thing, hence, in good theology, divine authority has the same place as that of reason. Here, one may admire providence, which in the earliest times when men of Gentile humanity did not understand reason, that this, above all, was the case in the familial state, it permitted them to stray into the error of holding the authority of the auspices in place of reason, and by believing in the divine counsel of these auspices, they governed themselves through that eternal property, that when men do not see reason in human things, and even more so if they see reason opposed to them, they acquiesce to the inscrutable counsels hidden in the abyss of divine providence. 949, the second was reason of state 17, called by the Romans civilis equitas, civil equity, defined by Ulpian above in the Axioms 18 as reasoning not naturally familiar to all men, but to those few with practical experience in governance who know how to see what belongs to the preservation of humankind. In this, the heroic senates were naturally wise, and the Roman Senate was wisest of all in the times of not only aristocratic liberty, when the plebs were still excluded from the treatment of public things, but also popular liberty for the entire time that the people in acting publicly made itself regulated by the Senate, that is, for the entire time up until the Gracchia. Corollary. On the wisdom of the ancient Romans in matters of state. 950, here a problem arises, which seems difficult to solve. How was it that in the rude times of Rome, The Romans were supremely wise in matters of state, and in their enlightened times Ulpian says in his day only a few understood matters of state, those with practical experience in governance. It is on account of the same natural cause which produced the heroism of the earliest peoples that the ancient Romans, who were the heroes of the world, themselves had a natural regard for civil equity, which was extremely scrupulous about the words by which they gave voice to their laws, and by this superstitious observance of their words, they made a path for their laws that went straight past everything as it actually happened, even when the resulting laws were severe, harsh, cruel, just as today, on account of what was stated more fully above 38, 321 to 322, just as today we have the practice of reason of state. And so civil equity naturally places everything under that law, queen over all the others, conceived by Cicero 19 with a gravity equal to the subject matter, suprema lex populi salus esto, let the safety of the people be the supreme law. For in heroic times when the state was aristocratic, the heroes, as was proved more fully above 584, held privately a large share of the public advantage, that is, familial monarchies preserved for them by the fatherland, and since such great particular interests were preserved for them by the republic, they naturally subordinated their minor private interests to it. Hence, they were naturally not only magnanimous in defending the public good, that is the good of the state, but also wise in offering counsel on matters of state. And this was the lofty counsel of divine providence, for these fathers, those sons of Polyphemus, in their primitive life observed above 296, 338, 522, 629 by Homer and Plato, without such a private interest so greatly identified with the public interest, could not otherwise have been induced to pay homage to civil life, as was reflected upon above 584 in another place. 951, by contrast, it is during humane times that states become either free and popular or monarchical, for in the first state, citizens make decrees about a public good that is portioned out into as many small parts as there are citizens making up the people that gives the decrees, and in the second state, subjects are commanded to attend to their own private interests and to leave concern for the public interest to the sovereign prince. Add to this the natural causes which produce these forms of state. They are completely contrary to the causes which produce heroism, as we demonstrated above 670, 673, they are an affection for ease, a tenderness toward children, love of women, and a desire for life. On account of all this, men today naturally incline to attend to the ultimate circumstance of what happens, in order to render equal their private advantages. This is the aequum bonum given consideration by the third kind of reason upon which we are here reasoning, what is called natural reason, and what the jurists come to name equitas naturalis, the only kind of reason of which a multitude are capable. For a multitude gives consideration to minor instigations that bear upon justice, which rewards the kind of legal cases concerned with what has happened to individuals, and in monarchies, they need a few who are wise in matters of state so as to give counsel according to civil equity during public emergencies in cabinets, and a great many jurists wise in a private jurisprudence professing natural equity, so as to administer justice to peoples. Corollary. Foundational history of Roman law. 952. The things reasoned upon here concerning the three kinds of reason can be the foundations for establishing the history of Roman law. For governance must conform to the nature of the men being governed, as was proposed above in an axiom 20, for it is from the nature of the men governed that such governance emerges, as was demonstrated by these principles above 925, 927. And, accordingly, the laws must be administered in conformity with the form of governance, and because of this, they ought to be interpreted in conformity with this form. This is what it seems that no one has done among all the jurists and legal interpreters. They have strayed into the same error in which previously historians of things pertaining to Rome strayed. They tell us of laws decreed at various times in the Roman Republic, but they give no notice to the relationship which those laws must have to the changes in constitution through which the Republic passes. Hence, the actual deeds emerge so stripped of the causes proper to them, the causes which must have naturally produced them, that Jean Bodin, 21, equally erudite as a jurist and a political theorist, argues for the things done by the ancient Romans during the period of liberty which historians falsely tell us was popular, that they were the effects of an aristocratic republic conformable to the actual liberty discovered here. On account of all this, we would ask all those who embellish about the history of Roman law, why did the oldest jurisprudence practice such rigor with a view to the law of the 12 tables? Why did jurisprudence of the middle period, starting with the edicts of the praetors, practice a reasoning that was kinder and yet still respectful of those laws? Why did the new jurisprudence, without even the veil of some regard for those laws, take up a generous profession of natural equity? In response, these embellishers, so as to offer some account, give one which is a grave offense against Roman generosity when they say that the rigor, the solemnity, the scrupulousness, the subtleness with words, and, finally, their secrecy about these laws was an imposture done by the nobles so as to keep in their own hands the laws which made for the better part of power in the city. 953, instead, practices of this sort were so far from being some imposture that they actually were customs which emerged from the nature of those nobles, a nature which along with those customs produced the constitution that naturally dictated these practices and no others. For during the times of the extreme savagery of those belonging to the earliest humankind, since religion was the only means powerful enough to domesticate them, Providence, as was seen above 629, disposed men to live under divine governance and laws that were sacred to rule everywhere, which is to say laws which were arcana and kept secret from the commoners. These laws came so naturally to men in the familial state, because they were guarded by mute languages that articulated them with the consecrated solemnities which remained as legitimating acts. And these solemnities were believed by the simple-minded to be as much needed for one of them to be certain of the willingness and efficacy of another when they were sharing common advantage, as today with the intelligence now natural to us, it is enough for certainty to have a simple word or even some bare sign. Later, when human governance succeeded aristocratic civil constitutions and that governance naturally preserved paying homage to religious customs, they continued because of that religion to guard the laws as arcana and as secret, for such arcana were the soul which gave life to an aristocratic republic. And because of this religion, they gave the severe observance to the laws, which is the rigor of civil equity, preserved principally by aristocracies. Later, since there arrived popular republics which are naturally open, generous, and magnanimous, and since decrees must be issued by a multitude which we have demonstrated 951 naturally understands natural equity, there arrived at the same pace the languages and letters that are called common vulgari. Over them, as we stated above 443, 936, the multitude has lordship, and with them they decreed and wrote down laws and naturally proceeded to make public what was secret, that is, the ius. Leighton's hidden law, which Pomponius 22 tells us the plebs would suffer no longer, hence their wish that the laws be written down on tables after common alphabetic letters had arrived in Rome from Greece, as was stated above 763. This order to the human civil things was eventually found arranged for monarchical constitutions in which monarchs wished to administer the laws according to natural equity and, consequently, conformable with what the multitude understands. Accordingly, in the legal code, they make the powerful equal to the weak. This only a monarchy can do. And civil equity, or reason of state, was understood by a few wise in public reason and was preserved, in keeping with its eternal property, as an arcana within cabinets. 3 kinds of judgments. 954, the kinds of judgments were 3. 955, the first were divine judgments during the so-called state of nature, that is, the familial state when there was no civil power from laws and the pater familias appealed to the gods about the harm which was done to him. This was the earliest and proper sense of the expression implorare deorum fidem 23, to implore the faith of the gods. They called upon the gods as witnesses to their claims. This was the earliest and proper sense of the expression Deos obstari, call upon the gods as witnesses. And such accusations and defenses were, by a property native to the term, the earliest orations in the world. So in Latin the term oratio continued to be used for accusation and defense, for which there are fine passages in Plautus and Terence, 24, and the Law of the 12 Tables preserve 2 golden passages. First, furto orare to plead about theft is used for a juror to bring suit, and, second, pacto orare to plead concerning a contract. Not the adorner on Lipsius's reading 25 is used for excipere to stipulate. As a result, because of these orations, they continued in Latin to call orators those who made set speeches on cases in court. 26. Such appeals to the gods were originally made by Gentile peoples, so simple and rude in their credulity that they were heard by gods whom they imagined resided on the peaks of mountains. So Homer 27 tells us that they were on Mount Olympus, and Tacitus 28 writes of a war between the Hermunduri and the Chatti because of their superstition that nowhere by the gods except on the peaks of high mountains prex mortalium nusquam propius audire were the prayers of mortals more properly heard. 956. The claims established in these divine judgments were themselves considered gods, since these were times during which Gentile peoples imagined that all things were gods. 29. So, Lar represented the household domain, the Dii hospitals represented one's claim to shelter, the Dii Penates, paternal power, Deus genius, the right to marriage, Deus terminus, the domain of one's farm, Dii manes, one's claim to burial. A golden vestige of this claim to burial remains in the Law of the 12 Tables, Iusd Orum Manium 30, the laws belonging to the Dii manes. 957. After such orations, that is, such beseeching and imploring, and after such callings for gods as witnesses, came the act of cursing the criminals themselves. Hence, among the Greeks, certainly in Argos, there were temples dedicated to such cursing. And those accursed were called alpha nu alpha theta mu alpha tau alpha, or, as we say, excommunicated, and oaths were taken against them. This was the earliest sense of the expression nuncupere vota, to pronounce an oath, which signified making solemnized oaths, that is, oaths consecrated with formulaic expressions, and those accursed were consecrated to the Furies. They were the true dirus devoti, those pledged to the Furies, and then were killed. So the Scythians, as we observed above 100, 516, fixed a knife in the earth, gave adoration to it as a god, and then killed a man with it, and in Latin, they used the verb mactere for such killing, which remained a sacred term used during sacrifices, whence they continue to use mater in Spanish and amazur in Italian as verbs meaning to kill, and we saw above 776 that in Greek, the word alpharo continued to mean a harmful object, an oath and a fury, and that in Latin, the word era meant both altar and victim. Consequently, there remained among all nations some kind of excommunication. Caesar 31 left a quite developed memorial to the version of this among the Gauls. Among the Romans, they retained the interdict against fire and water reasoned upon above 371, 610. Many of these consecrations passed over into the Law of the 12 Tables. Someone who had violated a tribune of the plebs was consecrated to Jove, an impious son was consecrated to the gods for the fathers, someone who set fire on another's grain and was so burned alive was consecrated to Ceres. One sees that the cruelty of these punishments is similar, as was stated in the Axioms 32, to the brutality of the most brutal witches, and that their victims must have been those whom above 191, 517, 549, 776 Plautus 33 called Saturni Hostii, victims of Saturn. 958. Along with these judgments practiced privately, peoples went forth to wage wars that were called pura et pia bella 34, pure and pious wars. Such wars were waged pro eris et focis, for civil things both public and private, from the perspective under which all human things were regarded as divine. Hence, all wars in heroic times were religious wars. For heralds, in denouncing the city to which they were sent, called the gods out of the city and consecrated their enemies to the gods. Hence, kings over whom the Romans triumphed were presented to Jove Feretrius on the Capitoline and then killed 35, in keeping with the example of the impious and violent men who were the earliest enemies and the earliest victims consecrated by Vesta on the earliest altars in the world, and captured peoples were considered to be men without gods, in keeping with the example of the earliest familial servants. Hence, slaves, as if they were inanimate things, were called mancipia possessions in the Roman language, and in Roman jurisprudence they had loco rerum, the status of things. Corollary. On duels and reprisals. 959, as a result, there was one kind of divine judgment in the barbarism of nations, duels, which must have come into being most anciently under governance by the gods and must have been conducted for a long time within heroic republics. Concerning these heroic republics, we related in the Axioms 36 a golden passage from Aristotle 37 in his Politics, where he says that they did not have judiciary laws for punishing damages or correcting private violence. This, based on the false opinion held up until now owing to the vanity of the learned about the philosophical heroism of the earliest peoples, which followed from the unaccountable wisdom of the ancients 38, has not been believed until now. 960, certainly, among the Romans, they were late to introduce and only then by a praetor the interdict on day 6 on force, and the civil actions de 6 bonorum raptorum concerning the use of force with stolen goods, and quod metis causa action whose cause is durus, as was stated in another place 638. And throughout the later recourse to barbarism, private reprisals lasted down to the times of Bartolus 39, which must have been the same as the conduct ions and private actions of the ancient Romans, for condicere, according to Festus, meant to denounce. As a result, the paterfamilias was required to make a denunciation to someone who had unjustly taken what was his, that it be restored before he could make use of reprisals. Hence, such formal denunciations remained as a solemnity in personal actions, something that Ulrich Zussus 40 acutely understood. 961, however, duels contained real judgments, which, insofar as they were made in representi in the moment, have no need of a formal denunciation. Hence, they remained in the vindici interim ownership, in which one took a gleba, or clod, from the wrongful possessor with a feigned show of force, which Aulus Gellius 41 calls festicaria, of straw, derived from the true force made in earlier times, for which it must have been called vindicate, and must have taken that clod to the judge in order to say of it, Aiohunc fundum meum sexiure quiritium, I declare this ground to be mine by the law of the Quirites. Consequently, those who write that duels were introduced on account of a lack of proofs write falsely. Instead, they ought to write that it was on account of a lack of judiciary laws. For certainly Frotto, King of Denmark, decreed that all contested matters be concluded by means of combat, and so he forbade their being ended by legitimate judgments. Because their matters were not concluded with legitimate judgments, the laws of the Lombards, Salians, English, Burgundians, Normans, Danes, and Germans are filled with duels. On account of this, Cujas 42 in his On Feuds says the following: Et hoc genera purgationis diusi sunt Christianitam in civilibus quam in criminalibus causis re omni duello commissa. Christians have long used this kind of cleansing in both civil and criminal cases, settling everything with duels. Because of this, there remain in Germany those who are called Ritter, who profess a knowledge scienza of duels, and who oblige all those given to duels to tell the truth, for if duels permitted witnesses and, consequently, judges were to intervene, they would turn into either criminal or civil judgments. 962, this has not been believed of the earlier barbarism that duels were practiced, because no memory of it has come down to us. However, we do not know how to understand how the sons of Polyphemus, in whom Plato recognizes the most ancient paterfamilias in the state of nature, could have suffered to be harmed, to say nothing of suffering humanely. Certainly, Aristotle 43 has said in the Axioms 44 that in the most ancient republics, to say nothing of the familial state before cities, they did not have laws for correcting damages or punishing offenses when citizens committed private transgressions against one another, as we demonstrated above. 960 was the case in ancient Rome, and accordingly, Aristotle also claims in the Axioms that this is the custom of barbarous peoples, for as was suggested in the Axioms, peoples are barbarous at their start because they have not yet been domesticated by laws. 963, however, there are two great vestiges of these duels, one in Greek history, the other in Roman history, that peoples must have started wars, called in ancient Latin duella, with combat between the particular men who had been offended, even if they were kings and watched by both their peoples, hoping to see the offense publicly defended or avenged. Thus, for example, the Trojan War started with combat between Menelaus and Paris 45 because the former considered the latter the one who abducted his wife, and because this combat remained indecisive, it followed that Greeks and Trojans waged war upon each other. And we noticed above 641 that the same custom for the nations of Latium in the war between the Romans and the Albans, which was completely ended by the combat between the 3 Horatii and the 3 Curiatii, one of whom must have abducted Horatia. In armed judgments of this sort, they deemed right to be in the fortune of the victor. This was the counsel of divine providence, so that, among Gentile peoples who were barbarous and whose reasoning was far too limited to understand right, wars would not breed further wars, and they would have some idea of justice or injustice from men whom the gods were for or against. So, the Gentiles scorned even the saintly Job, who from his regal fortune fell in so far as God was against him. And during the return to barbarous times, accordingly, the defeated party, even if he was just, barbarously had his right hand cut off. 964, from customs of this sort observed by peoples in the private realm, there emerged what moral theologians call the external justice of wars, whence nations might repose in the certainty of their powers. Thus, the auspices which founded the paternal monarchical power of the fathers in the familial state, and which arranged and preserved aristocratic rule in heroic cities, and which, when shared in common with the plebs of those peoples, produced free republics, as is so plainly recounted to us in Roman history, eventually legitimate with the fortune of arms the conquests of those successful at conquering. All this can come to pass in no other way than from an innate concept of providence, which nations universally have, to which they must conform when they see the just afflicted and the wicked prosper, as was stated in another place in the idea of the work 27. 965, the second judgments, because of their recent origin from divine judgments, were observed with extreme scrupulousness for words, a scrupulousness which must have retained from the previous divine judgments the name religio verborum, religious regard for words, conformable with divine things, being universally conceived in terms of consecrated formulae, even the smallest letter of which cannot be altered, whence for ancient formulae for actions it was said qui cadite virgula causa cadite. He who misses a comma loses the case. This was the natural law of heroic Gentile peoples, naturally observed in ancient Roman jurisprudence. And such were the feri of the praetor, that is, an unalterable pronouncement so called from the dies fasti, the days on which the praetor offered a legal reckoning, because only the heroes took part in such reckonings of this in heroic aristocracies. They must have been the fas deorum, divine law of times, in which, as we explained above 449, the heroes named themselves gods. It was from here that later the word fatum was used for the ineluctable order of causes which produces the things of nature. For such would be God's way of speaking. Hence, perhaps comes the sense of the Italian verb ordinare, which, and especially when reasoning about laws, means to give commands that necessarily must be followed. 966, on account of this order, which, when reasoning about judgments, signifies the solemn formulae for action which dictated the cruel and base punishment against the renowned defendant Horatius, the duumvirs were not able to acquit him, even if he had been found innocent, and, as Livy 46 recounts, the people to whom he appealed acquitted him magis admirationi virtutis quam ire causi, more from admiration for his virtue than from the justice of his case. And this ordering of judgments was needed during the times of Achilles, who rested all right upon strength, on account of that property of the powerful. This Plautus 47 describes in a way consistent with his grace: pactum non pactum, non pactum pactum. An agreement is no agreement, no agreement is an agreement. In these cases, promises are not always in accord with the wishes of the arrogant, and the arrogant do not always wish to fulfill their promises. Thus, so that they do not break out in suing, strife, and killing, it was the counsel of Providence that they would naturally hold in opining about justice that their right was such and as extensive as explicated in solemn verbal formulae. Hence, The reputation of ancient Roman jurisprudence and of the older scholars in our own time stood upon taking precautions for their clients. This natural law of the heroic Gentile peoples afforded Plautus the plots for many of his comedies. Lowlifes are unjustly defrauded by the trickery of young men in love with their slaves because, although they acted innocently, they are found guilty under some legal formula. And not only can they not bring the fraud to trial with some legal action, but one of them reimburses the deceptive young man for the price of the sale of the slave, another begs a different young man to be content with half the penalty incurred for unproven theft, another flees the city out of fear that he will be convicted of corrupting another young man's slave. This is how much in the times of Plautus natural equity ruled in making judgments. 967. Not only was this strict law naturally observed among men, but because of their nature, men also believed that it was observed by the gods themselves in their oaths. So, Homer 48 tells us that Juno makes an oath to Jove, who not only witnesses the oath, but also judges it, that she had not solicited Neptune to set a storm in motion against the Trojans insofar as she did it through the god Somnus as her intermediary, and Jove remains satisfied with this. Thus, Mercury feigning to be Sosia swears to the one who truly is Sosia that if he is tricking Sosia, then Mercury may turn against him. And yet it is not credible that Plautus in his Amphitryon 49 was trying to introduce gods who would teach the people in the theatre how to make false oaths. And it is even less credible for Scipio Africanus and for the Laelius who was called the Roman Socrates, the two wisest princes of the Roman Republic with whom Terence is said to have composed his comedies. Yet Terence 50 in his Lady of Andrus devises one Davus, who is made to place a baby in front of the door of Simo but uses the hands of Mysis to do it, so that if it comes to pass that he is asked about it by his master, he could in good conscience deny that he had put the baby there. 968. But what is the weightiest of proofs is that in Athens, a city of discerning and intelligent men, in response to the verse by Euripides 51 which Cicero renders in Latin, Iaravi lingua, mentem inuritam habi. The tongue swore, but I kept my mind unsworn. The spectators in the theatre roared in disgust, for they naturally tended toward the opinion that uti lingua nunc passit, ita ius esto as the tongue declares, so goes what is lawful, as is decreed in the law of the 12 tables. How far the unfortunate Agamemnon was able to absolve himself of his rash oath, because of which he consecrated and killed his innocent and pious daughter Iphigenia. Hence can one understand why Lucretius 52 because he did not recognize providence, could make about the deed of Agamemnon the impious exclamation, Tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. Such are the evils religion enjoins. As we proposed above in the Axioms. Point 53. 969, finally, we affix to what we have proposed the following reasoning upon two things from Roman jurisprudence and history that are certain. First, it was in later times that Gallus Aquilius 54 introduced the civil action de dolo on fraud. Second, Augustus granted to judges a register for resolving cases of those who had been tricked or seduced. Point 55. 970, because they were inured to this custom in peace, nations later in war, when they were defeated, depending on the terms of the surrender, either endured unfortunate oppression or engaged in fortunate mockery before the anger of the victors. 971, unfortunate oppression is what the Carthaginians endured when they accepted from the Romans peace terms which would make for the safety of their lives, their city, and their substance. They understood by the term city its buildings, which in Latin is called urbs, but for city, the Romans used the term civitas which signifies the community of citizens. So when the Romans later executed the peace terms and decreed that the Carthaginians abandon their city situated on the seashore and retire inland, they refused to obey and, newly armed for their defense, were declared by the Romans rebels. By heroic right in war, the Romans took Carthage barbarously and set fire to it. Point 56. The Carthaginians would not acquiesce to the peace terms offered by the Romans, which they had not understood in contracting them, for they had previously become intelligent, partly through an African acuity, partly through maritime business which makes nations more discerning. But the Romans hardly considered the war to be unjust. Although there are a few who deem that the Romans started to wage unjust wars with their war against Numantia, which was brought to an end by Scipio Africanus himself, everyone agrees that their unjust wars had their beginning during the later one against Corinth. 972, however, something from the return to barbarous times better confirms what we have proposed. Emperor Conrad III offered to Weinsberg, whose resistance had been fomented by his rival for the empire, as terms for its surrender that only the women could come out safely, bringing with them as much as they could carry upon their back. At that point, the pious women of Weinsberg came carrying their children, spouses, and parents, and the victorious emperor stood at the city gate in the very act of enjoying the fruits of his victory, naturally a moment wont to be insolent, and yet he did not hearken to that wrath which is terrifying in magnates and must be cause for mourning when born of obstacles made in the face of those acquiring and preserving their sovereignty. Standing at the head of his army girded with swords drawn and lances poised to make a slaughter of the men of Weinsberg, he looked and suffered all of them to pass safely before him, the one who had intended to put all of them to the sword. This is how much the natural law of human reason articulated by Grotius, Selden, and Pufendorf ran its course through every time period in every nation. 973, what has been reasoned upon up until now, and all that will be reasoned upon later, emerges from those definitions that we proposed above in the Axioms 57 concerning the true and the certain with regard to laws and pacts. And they emerge because it is as natural during barbarous times to observe right belonging to the strict use of words what is properly called fas gentium 58 the law of peoples as it is natural during humane times to deem right to belong to the kind use of equal advantage in equal cases what is properly called fas naturae the law of nature, that immutable law of human rationality, which is the true and proper nature of man. 974, the third judgments were extraordinary judgments, in which the truth behind the deeds is Lord, and these judgments in accordance with the dictates of conscience, for each are kindly succored by laws in whatever is demanded by equal advantage for equal cases. They are endowed with the natural modesty, which is the offspring of understanding, and consequently guaranteed by good faith, which is the child of humanity. This is in agreement with the openness belonging to popular republics and even more so with the generosity belonging to monarchies, where the monarchs in these judgments are ostentatious about being above the law and subject only to their conscience and to God. And from these judgments, practiced in modern times for peace, the three systems of Grotius, Selden, and Pufendorf have arisen for war. Having observed in these systems many errors and defects, Father Nicola Concina 59 has meditated upon a system more in conformity with good philosophy and more advantageous to human society so that, for the glory of Italy, he teaches this system to this day as a professor at the illustrious University of Padua along with metaphysics, of which he is the first chair. 3 sects of times. 975, all the aforesaid things were practices throughout 3 sects of times. 976, of these, the first were times belonging to the religious, who had currency under divine governance. 977, the second were times belonging to the punctilious like Achilles, who in the return to barbarous times were those who fought duels. 978, the third were times belonging to the civil that is, the modest during the times of the natural law of the Gentile peoples for which Ulpian 60 offers specificity in his definition by adding the word human, ius natural gentium humanarum the natural law of human Gentile peoples. Hence, for those writing in Latin under the emperors, what ought to be done by subjects is called officium civil 61 civil duty, and any breach of the duty taken in the interpretation of the laws as contrary to natural equity is called incivile uncivil. And this is the final sect of times for Roman jurisprudence, starting in the times of popular liberty, hence, at first, the praetors, so as to accommodate Roman nature, customs, and governance which had changed, were required to sweeten the severity and soften the rigidity of the law of the 12 tables decreed during what was natural for heroic times in Rome. Later, the emperors were required to strip away the veils with which the praetors had covered the laws and to display natural equity. With all the openness and generosity agreeable to the gentleness to which the nations were accustomed. 979, accordingly, the jurists justify, as one can observe, by appeal to the sect of their times whatever their reasoning is concerning the just. For these sects are proper to Roman jurisprudence, and with respect to them, the Romans were in agreement with all the other nations of the world. They were the sects taught by divine providence. The Roman jurists established this as the principle of the natural law of the Gentile peoples, not the sects of the philosophers, which some erudite interpreters of the Roman legal code have imposed upon it by force, as was stated above in the Axiom 62. And the emperors themselves, when they wished to offer reasons for their laws or other orders given by them, stated that they were led in doing whatever they did by the sect of their time, as is gathered in the passages of Barnaby Brisson 63 in his De Formulis Romanorum. They did this insofar as the customs of the age are the school for princes, so, Tacitus 64 uses the term age in naming the decadent sect of his times when he says corrumpere et corrumpi seculum vocatur, the age is called to corrupt and be corrupted, whereas today we would use the word mode. Additional proofs treating the properties of heroic aristocracies. 980, so constant and continuous and orderly a succession of human civil things, within the chain of such and so varied causes and effects observed in the course which nations make, ought to constrain our minds to accept the truth of these principles. However, so as not to leave any place for doubt, we will add to them an explanation of other civil phenomena that cannot be explained except in terms of the discovery that was made above 582, 598, the discovery of heroic republics. On guardianship over boundaries. 981, this is because the two greatest of the eternal properties of aristocratic republics are, as was stated above 586, there are two kinds of guardianship, first, that over boundaries and, second, that over orders. 982, guardianship over boundaries started to be observed, as was seen above 434, 486, 550, with the sanguinary religions under divine governance. For they had to place limits on the fields in order to remedy the infamous sharing of things in common in the bestial state, and with these limits were settled the boundaries, first, of families, later of clans, or households, then of peoples, and finally of nations. Hence, each of the giants, as Polyphemus says to Ulysses 65, stayed with his wife and children in his cave lest one might meddle in the things belonging to another, thus preserving what they were wont to do in their recent brutal origin. And they savagely killed those who entered within their boundaries, as Polyphemus tried to do to Ulysses and his companions. It is in this giant, as has been stated many times, 296, 338, 522, 629, 950, 962, that Plato 66 saw the fathers in the familial state. Hence, we demonstrated above 632, was derived the long-standing custom of cities regarding one another from the perspective of being eternal enemies. So much for the smooth division of the fields of which the jurist Hermogenianus tells, accepted on good faith by all the interpreters of the Roman legal code. And it is from this early, most ancient beginning of human things, the place where the subject matter itself starts, that it would be reasonable to start also the doctrine teaching de rerum divisione et acquirendo eram domino on the division of things and the acquisition of domain over them. This guardianship over boundaries is naturally observed in aristocratic republics, which, as the political theorists have noted, are not made through conquest. Instead, after the infamous sharing of things in common dissipated and peoples were well settled upon their boundaries, there came popular republics which made for the expansion of empire and, eventually, the monarchies that are even better for this expansion. 983, this and nothing else must be the cause for the law of the 12 tables not recognizing simple possession, and in heroic times it was usurpation that served to solemnize the natural handing over of property, as the best interpreters read in the definition called domini iadictio, the addition of civil domain to some previous natural acquisition. However, during times of popular liberty, there later came the praetors, and they assisted with simple possession by means of their interdicts, and usurpation started to be domini iadeptio, a way of acquiring civil domain from the very beginning. And whereas, at first, cases concerning possession did not actually appear in court, for the praetor recognized such cases through the extrajudicial proceedings stated above 638, today the legal judgments that are most certain are the ones called possessory. 984, hence, in Rome, largely during popular liberty and completely under the monarchy, there fell away from distinctions among bonitary, quiritary, optimal, and, eventually, civil domain. Originally, these terms conveyed meanings quite different from their present meanings. The first, natural domain, was preserved by continuous, physical possession. The second, a domain which could be legally vindicated, was current among the plebeians, communicated to them by the nobles with the law of the 12 tables. However, for legal vindication, a plebeian was required to call upon the noble as author because of whom he had the domain, as was fully demonstrated above 603, 621. The third, domain free from any encumbrance, public as well as private, had currency among the patricians themselves prior to the ordering of the census, which was the basis of popular liberty, as was stated above 620. The fourth and last, the domain which the city itself had, is now called eminent domain. The distinction between optimal and quiritary domain was obscure even during those times of popular liberty, such that jurists of the final period of jurisprudence took no countenance of it. But under monarchy, the domain which is called bonitary, born of simple natural handing over of property, and so-called quiritary domain, born of mancipation or civil transfer, were actually confused by Justinian 67 in the institution of denudo ir quiritium tollendo and de uso capian transformanda. And the well-known distinction between things which were mancipi transferable and things which were nec mancipi non-transferable was completely abolished. And they retained civil domain in the sense of domain amenable to the legal process of vindication, and optimal domain in the sense of domain not subject to any private encumbrance. On guardianship over orders. 985, guardianship over orders started in times of divine governance because of jealousy, hence we saw above 513 a jealous Juno, the goddess of solemn marriages, for the sake of proving at that time the certainty of families against the nefarious sharing of women in common. This guardianship is the natural property of aristocratic republics which wish for kinship ties, succession, and, consequently, wealth, and, through all these, power, to remain within the noble order. Hence, testamentary laws came late to the nations, so, Tacitus 68 tells us that among the ancient Germans there was no testamentary law. This is why King Agis, when he tried to introduce them into Sparta, was actually strangled by the ephors, guardians of the liberty of the Lacedaemonian lords, as was stated in another place 592, 668. Consequently, one can understand with what great discernment the embellishers on the law of the 12 tables assigned to the 11th table the title Auspicia Incommunicata Plebi Sunto 69. The auspices will not be communicated to the plebs. On these originally depended all legal claims in both the public and private realms, which were all preserved in the noble order. The private ones were claims to nuptials, paternal power, direct kinship, paternal kinship, tribal kinship, legal succession, disposing by testament, and to guardianship, as was reasoned upon above 110, 598. As a result, after having in the first tables established, by giving a common share of all these legal claims to the plebs, the laws proper to a popular republic, particularly by giving a common share in the testamentary law, they later, with a single article in the 11th table, gave it a completely aristocratic form. However, in their great confusion of things, they also say something which, although it is mere divination, is true, that the last two tables transferred into law some of the ancient customs of those Romans, a statement which verifies that the ancient Roman constitution was aristocratic. 986, now, to return to what we proposed, after humankind had everywhere been settled by the solemnity of marriage, there came popular republics and, much later, monarchies. Within these, by means of intermarrying with the plebs of the people and of testamentary succession, the orders of the nobility were disturbed, and, consequently, their wealth gradually proceeded to leave the noble households. For it has been fully demonstrated above 110, 513, 527, 598 that the Roman plebeians contracted natural marriages up until year 309 of Rome, when the patricians finally shared the connubium, that is, the right to contract solemnized nuptials. Nor in that miserable state, which was almost that of the basest slaves, as Roman history also recounts for us, could they have made any pretense to intermarrying with those nobles. This is one of the most important things which led us to state in the first edition of this work 70 that, if we do not offer these beginnings to Roman jurisprudence, then Roman history is more unbelievable than the mythical history of the Greeks told to us up until now, for we did not know of the latter what it was trying to say, but in Roman history we sensed that it was completely contrary to the order of human desires that the most miserable men would make pretense, first, to nobility in the contest over connubium, later, to honors by their seeking a common share in the consulate, and, finally, to wealth with the last pretense of being made priests. Whereas, it is the case by an eternal and common civil nature that men first desire wealth, after this, honors, and, last of all, nobility. 987, hence, by necessity, one has to say that because the nobles had conveyed to the plebeians certain domain over the fields with the law of the 12 tables which we demonstrated above 109, 598, 657 was the second agrarian law in the world, and because the plebeians were still foreigners, for it is possible to concede this domain to foreigners, by experience the plebeians actually perceived that they were not able to leave the field inte state to their kin, because they did not contract solemnized nuptials among themselves, and so did not have direct kinship, paternal kinship, or tribal kinship, much less disposal of the fields by testament, not being citizens. No wonder, given that these men had little or no understanding, as is proved by the Furian, Vocanian, and Phalcidian laws, inasmuch as all of them were plebiscites, and they needed all three to affirm eventually with the Phalcidian the desired advantage, namely, that estates not be absorbed by bequests. Accordingly, because they perceived that, upon the deaths of plebeians that came to pass within 3 years of the law of the 12 tables, the fields assigned to them returned in this way to the nobles, they made pretense with the connubium to citizenship, as was reasoned upon above 598. However, the grammarians, confused by all the political theorists, imagined that Rome had been founded by Romulus with the constitution which cities now have, not knowing that the plebs of heroic cities were for many centuries considered to be foreigners and, consequently, contracted natural marriages among themselves. And, accordingly, the grammarians have not noticed that there was as much an actual as there was a verbal incongruity in taking the Latin expression from history, plebe tenterant connubia patrum. The plebs held the nuptials of the fathers as if it meant cum patribus with the fathers, for the marriage laws do speak in this way. For example, patruus non habet cum fratris filia connubium, an uncle will not hold connubium with the daughter of his brother, as was stated above 598. If they had noticed this, they would certainly have understood that the plebeians did not make pretense to the right of intermarrying with the nobles, but of contracting solemnized nuptials, which was the right of the nobles. 988, consequently, if one considers the legal successions, that is, the decrees of the law of the 12 tables, that the paterfamilias be succeeded in the first place by their own, and, lacking these, by paternal kin, and, failing that, by tribal kin, the law of the 12 tables seem like a Roman Salic law, a law which one can also observe in Germany in their earliest times. Hence, one can conjecture that the same was the case for other nations early in the return to barbarism, and that it eventually remained in France and, outside of France, in Savoy. This law of legal succession is later called by Balda 71, in congruity with what we have proposed, ius gentium Gallorum, the law of the Gallic gentes. The same can be done for that Roman law on legal succession by paternal and tribal kinship, one can reasonably call it ius gentium Romanorum, the law of the Roman gentes, and by adding to gentes the adjective heroicarum heroic, and by more congruously using Romanum Roman to modify ius, it would be exactly the same as the ius quiritium Romanorum law of the Roman Quirites. This we proved herein above. 595 has been the natural law common to all heroic gentes. 989, and the things we have said concerning the Salic law, that it excludes women from succession in regimes, are not, as it might seem, overturned by the fact that Tanaquil, a woman, governed the Roman regime. For that was said as a heroic phrase for a king who, weak in spirit, made himself ruled by the wily Servius Tullius, who invaded the Roman regime with the favor of the plebs, to whom he had conveyed the first agrarian law, as was demonstrated above. 107, 604, 613, 620, 640, 653, 769. Corresponding to what happened to Tanaquil, in the same manner of heroic speech that recurred during the return to barbarous times, Pope John was called a woman. 72, it was to counter this myth that Leone Alici wrote an entire book. 73, for he showed great weakness in falling before Photius, the Patriarch of Constantinople, as was revealed by Barigno and, after him, by Spond. 74. 990, with a difficulty of this sort thus resolved, we can say in the same manner that, at first, the expression ius quiritium Romanorum meant ius natural gentium heroicarum Romanorum, in the same way that the law current in free republics and, even more so, under monarchies was called by Ulpian. 75, when he defined it by giving weight to the words, ius natural gentium humanarum. And on account of all this, it seems that the title of the institutes should be read not as de iure naturali, gentium, et civili, but rather de iure naturali gentium civili, taking out, along with Hermann Voltaire. 76, not only the comma between the words naturali and gentium, for which Ulpian supplies the humanarum that follows gentium, but also the conjunction et, which comes before the word civili. For the Romans must have attended to a law which was their own, since, from its introduction in the age of Saturn, they had preserved it, first, with their customs and, later, with their laws, just as Varro 77 in his great work Rerum Divinarum et Humanarum treats Roman things as having altogether native origins, mixed with nothing foreign. 991, now, to return to legal succession in heroic Rome, we are strongly impelled in many ways to doubt that in ancient Roman times daughters enjoyed legal succession when women generally did not. For we are no way impelled to believe the heroic fathers had the slightest sense of tenderness, rather, in many ways, we are greatly impelled to believe the complete opposite. For the law of the 12 tables called for someone related by paternal kinship, even someone 7 degrees removed, to exclude a son found to be emancipated from legally succeeding his father. And the paterfamilias held the sovereign law of life and death over his sons and, consequently, held despotic domain over the possessions of his sons. This same paterfamilias contracted intermarrying for his sons in order to bring women into his household worthy of that household. The history of this is told to us in the verb spondere, which in its proper sense means to promise another. 78, whence came the word sponsalia betrothal. 79, the paterfamilias considered adoptions as good as nuptials for strengthening failing families by means of bringing in an adopted outsider as a son-in-law. He considered emancipating his sons a way of punishing or penalizing them. He had no understanding of legitimizing illegitimate sons, for only concubines were freed or foreign women, with whom one did not in heroic times contract in solemn marriages, lest the nobility of the children degrade from that of the grandfather. Testaments, for any frivolous reason or for none at all, were annulled or broken or followed to no effect, so that legitimate succession could run its course. To this extent, the paterfamilias was naturally blinded by the brilliance of his name in the private realm, and thereby naturally enflamed to pursue the glory of the name he shared in common with others, Rome. All these customs are proper to aristocratic republics, that is, heroic republics, all of which have the property of making for the heroism of the earliest peoples. 992, and worthy of reflection is that most incongruous error, taken up by those erudite embellishers of the law of the 12 tables, who try to have them brought from Athens to Rome, for the whole time before that law brought in testamentary and legitimate successions, inheritance inte state from the Roman paterfamilias must have fallen under the kind of things called residential nullius. However, Providence disposed, lest the world should fall back into that infamous sharing of things in common, that certainty of a domain would be preserved by and through the very form of the aristocratic republics. Hence, these legitimate successions must have naturally been celebrated by all the earliest nations prior to any understanding of testaments, which are proper to popular republics and, even more so, to monarchies, as Tacitus AD plainly tells us was the case for the ancient Germans, a passage which allows us to understand that the same custom belonged to all the earliest barbarous peoples. Hence, we conjectured above 988 that the Salic law, which was certainly celebrated in Germany, had been universally observed by nations in the time of the second barbarism. 993, but the jurists of the final kind of jurisprudence believed, owing to that source of countless errors noted in this work, that of judging unfamiliar things of the earliest times in terms of things from more recent times, that the law of the 12 tables called for the daughters in families to inherit from fathers who died inte state because of the word sus one's own, on the assumption that the masculine gender of the word includes women as well. However, heroic jurisprudence, upon which in this book we have reasoned so much, takes the words of laws as having the sense most proper to them, so that the word sus does not signify anything other than the son of the family. Of this, we are convinced by the invincible proof of the legal formula providing for the education of posthumous children introduced some centuries later by Gallus Aquilius 81, which conceives of the children with the expression siquis natus natae vrit if there be a male or female born, lest there be doubt later that the term natus should be understood in the restricted sense. Hence, on account of ignorance of these things, Justinian 82 in his Institutes says that the law of the 12 tables, with the term anatus paternal kin, called for application to male and female kin alike, but that later jurisprudence of the Middle Period made these laws more rigid, restricting them to sisters of the same blood. What must have come to pass is the complete opposite of this. First, the term sus, applied to those called daughters because they belonged to the same family, and, later, the term anatus, applied to those called daughters because they were sisters of the same blood. Here it was by good luck that this came to be called jurisprudence of the Middle Period, because starting from these cases softens the rigor of the law of the 12 tables, which came after the oldest form of jurisprudence that guarded over words with extreme scrupulousness, as has been fully stated above 938, 944 both forms of jurisprudence. 994, but when public power had passed from the nobles to the people, because the plebs put all their strength, all their wealth, all their power in having many children, tenderness from blood ties started to be felt. Previously, the plebs of heroic cities must not have felt this, for the children were begotten to be made into slaves for the nobles, and the plebs were in a position to generate at a time when they would produce offspring in the spring season, so that those offspring would be born not only healthy, but also hardy. From the spring season, they were called verni slaves, according to the Latin etymologists, from which the vernacular languages are named, as was stated above 443, 556. And mothers must have hated rather than loved them, since from them they felt only the pain of bearing them and only the trouble of nursing them, without taking any pleasure in their advantage for the mothers' lives. However, as much as the multitude of plebs endangered aristocratic republics, which belong, and say they belong, to the few, they aggrandized popular republics and, even more so, monarchies. Hence, imperial laws make for such favor toward women on account of the dangers and pains of childbirth. Consequently, it was after the times of popular liberty that the praetors started to give consideration to rights from blood ties and give regard to them with the possession bonorum of goods. They started to repair with their remedies the faults and deficiencies of testaments, so as to promote the popular sharing of wealth, which alone is admired by the common run. 995, Finally came the emperors who, overshadowed by the splendor of nobility, gave themselves to promoting the claims of a human nature common to both the plebeians and the nobles, starting with Augustus, who applied himself to protecting trusteeships. Through this, prior to Augustus, goods passed to those incapable of inheritance, but only when the heirs bearing this responsibility were exacting in its execution, and gave them such assistance that in his own lifetime they bore necessity in legal claims that constrained heirs to give effect to those claims. There followed many senatorial decrees by which maternal kinship emerged as an order equal to paternal kinship, until Justinian came along and abolished the distinction between legacies and trusteeships, blurred the distinction in the inherited portions established in the Falcidian and Trebellian laws, minimized the distinction between testaments and codicils, and ab instato made paternal and maternal kin all but equal. And the last Roman laws are so profuse in their favor of last testaments that, whereas in older times they were vitiated on the slightest pretext, now they must always be interpreted in a manner more in support of its inclination. 996, on account of the humanity of the times, in which popular republics love their sons and monarchies wish for fathers devoted to a love of their sons, because the cyclopean right which the paterfamilias had over the person of their sons had fallen away, and so that this right of their possessions would also fall away, the emperors introduced, first, peculium castrans assets from military service so as to encourage them toward warfare, then, they extended this to peculium quasi castrans assets from quasi-military service so as to encourage them toward military bureaucracy, and, finally, so as to make content those sons who were neither soldiers nor clerks, they introduced the peculium adventitium extrinsic assets. They abolished the effectiveness of paternal power in adoptions, which were no longer kept restricted to a few direct kin. They universally approved of formal adoptions, somewhat difficult in cases where a citizen who was a paterfamilias became subject to another paterfamilias. They gave mancipation the reputation of being a benefit rather than a penalty. They gave the full force of solemnized nuptials to legitimations decreed under subsequens matrimonium subsequent marriages. 997, however, above all, because that imperium paternum power of fathers seemed to lessen their majesty, they were disposed to call it patria potesta paternal power on the basis of their own example, one introduced by the great discernment of Augustus who, so as not to arouse the jealousy of the people, who might then try to take some part of his power, took for himself the title of tribunal power, that is, the power to protect Roman liberty. While the tribunes of the plebs had actual power, they never held public power imperio in the republic, as in the time of Augustus himself, when a tribune of the plebs ordered Labeo to appear before him, this prince of one of the two sects of Roman jurists reasonably refused to obey, for the tribunes of the plebs never held public power. 83 As a result, neither the grammarians nor the political theorists nor the jurists have observed why, in the contest over sharing the consulate with the plebs, the patricians, so as to content the plebs without prejudicing themselves by sharing any part of their public power, made a way out for themselves by creating the military tribunes, some of whom were nobles, some of whom were plebeians cum consulari potestate with consular power, as one always reads in history, not cum imperio consulari with consular public power, which one never reads. Hence the free Roman Republic was conceived in its entirety with that dictum divided into three parts: Senatus auctoritas populi imperium tribunarum plebis potestas, the authority of the Senate, the public power of the people, the power of the tribunes of the plebs. And these two terms are retained in the laws with that elegance native to them. Imperium is a word used for more significant magistrates, such as consuls and praetors, and extending to those able to condemn others to death. Potestas is a word used of less significant magistrates, such as aedile, and modica coercition continitur involved more limited coercion. 998, finally, the Roman princes, when their clemency toward humanity was fully developed, took to favoring slaves. And they restrained the cruelty of lords against their unfortunate slaves. They amplified the effects of manumission and restricted the solemnities surrounding it. And citizenship, which at first was given only to important foreigners who had merited it from the Roman people, was granted to anyone born in Rome, even someone whose father was a slave, as long as his mother was free either by birth or enfranchisement. It was because of this sort of free birth in the city that the natural law was previously called the natural law of the gentes or noble households, because during heroic times all constitutions were aristocratic republics, to which this law was proper, as was reasoned upon above 553, 557, and later came popular republics, in which the entire nation is lord over public power, and, subsequently, monarchies, in which monarchs represent the entire nation subject to them, and so this natural law was retained in the expression natural law of the nations. On guardianship over laws. 999, guardianship over orders carries in its train guardianship over magistracies and priesthoods and, consequently, guardianship over the laws and the science of their interpretation. Hence it is that one reads in Roman history, in the times in which there was an aristocratic republic, that within the senatorial order, which then belonged entirely to the nobles, were kept enclosed connubium, the consulate, and the priesthoods, and that within the college of pontiffs, to which none were admitted except the patricians, as is the case with all other heroic nations, the science of the laws was guarded as sacred, or secret, which mean the same. This endured among the Romans for 100 years after the law of the 12 tables, as the jurist Pomponius tells us, and the word viri men retained in those times the same meaning in Latin which the word heroes had in Greek, and they used this term to name solemnized husbands, magistrates, priests, and judges, as was stated in another place 657. But here we will be reasoning upon guardianship over laws, since it was the greatest property of the heroic aristocracies, and so was the last to be shared by the patricians with the plebs. 1000. This guardianship was scrupulously observed during divine times. As a result, the observance of divine laws is called religion, an observance continued by all later forms of governance, in which divine laws must be observed in keeping with certain unalterable formulae of consecrated words and solemn ceremonies. There was no greater property of aristocratic republics than this guardianship over the laws. Accordingly, Athens, and, on the example of Athens, almost all the cities of Greece, proceeded quickly to popular liberty on account of what the Spartans, who were an aristocratic republic, said about the Athenians, that the laws in Athens were many and written down, and the laws in Sparta were few and thus observed. 1001. The Romans during the aristocratic constitution were the most inflexible guardians of the law of the 12 tables, as was seen above 952, as such, their laws were called by Tacitus 84 Finus omnis equi iris, the summation of all equitable law. 4. After these laws that were deemed sufficient to make liberty equal, and this must have been decreed after the Decemvirs, even though, in the manner of ancient peoples thinking in poetic characters, the laws were named after them, as has been demonstrated 422, 638, 957, 960, there were no or very few later consular legal decrees pertaining to private law. And, similarly, on account of this, they were called by Livy 85 Fons omnis equi iris, the source of all equitable law, for they were the source of all interpretation. The Roman plebs decreed laws in the same fashion as the Athenian plebs. All their laws were singular because they were not capable of universal laws. Sulla, who was head of the noble party, somewhat repaired this disorder when he defeated Marius, who was head of the plebeian party, with quaestiones perpetui standing investigative commissions, but when he stepped down from the dictatorship, they returned no less than before to multiplying laws which, as Tacitus 86 tells us, were singular. And it is this multitude of laws, as the political theorists have noted, which is the quickest path for arriving at a monarchy. Accordingly, to establish a monarchy, Augustus made a great number of laws, and subsequent princes used the Senate above all to make senatorial decrees pertaining to private legal claims. Nevertheless, during those same times of popular liberty, they guarded with such severity the formulae for legal actions that all the eloquence of Crassus, whom Cicero 87 called the Roman demos thence, was needed to show that an expressed pupillary substitution contained an implied and vulgar one, and all the eloquence of Cicero 88 was needed to fight for an R missing from the legal formula, because of which letter Sextus Ebutius made pretense to holding on to the farm of Alla Caecina. Finally, after Constantine had completely abolished the formulae, it reached the point that every particular impetus to equity made for the waning of the laws. So great is the docility of human minds, under human forms of governance, for recognizing natural equity. Thus, starting from that article in the Law of the 12 Tables entitled Privilegia ne irroganto, privileges shall not be imposed, observed in the Roman aristocracy by the numerous singular laws made, as was stated, during popular liberty, it reached a point under the monarchy where the princes did nothing but concede privileges, and there is nothing that better conforms with natural equity than privileges, when they are granted in connection with merit. Indeed, all the exceptions today given to the laws can truly be said to be privileges that are dictated by the particular merits of the actual case, which draw them beyond the common disposition of the laws. 1002, consequently, we believe it came to pass that during the crudeness of the recourse to barbarism, the nations lost recognition of the Roman laws, so much so that in France there were grave penalties, and in Spain there was even death, for anyone who cited any such law in his own case. Certainly, in Italy, while the nobles took it as a disgrace to direct their affairs by Roman laws and professed to be subject to those of the Lombards, the plebeians who only slowly became unused to their customs continued to practice some aspects of Roman law on the strength of what is customary. This is why laws in Latin, the Justinian corpus and other laws, became buried in the West, and why laws in Greek, the Basilica and other laws, became buried in the East. However, later with the rebirth of monarchies and the reintroduction of popular liberty, Roman law comprised in the books of Justinian was so universally accepted that Grotius 89 affirms that it is today a natural law for the peoples of Europe. 1003, yet there is much to admire of Roman gravity and wisdom that, in spite of these changes in the constitution, the praetors and jurists were zealous to move as little and as slowly as possible away from the proper sense of the words of the Law of the 12 Tables. This, perhaps, is the principal reason why the Roman Empire grew so great and endured so long, for in spite of the changes in its constitution, it was solicitous of holding as firmly as possible to its beginnings, which were the same as those of this world of nations, as all the political theorists agree that there is no better counsel than this for constitutions enduring and growing great. Thus, the same cause that produced among the Romans the wisest jurisprudence in the world, upon which we have reasoned above 950, 951, made them the greatest power in the world. It is this cause of Roman greatness which Polybius founds too generally upon the religion of the nobles 90, which Machiavelli, by contrast, founds upon the magnanimity of the plebs 91, and which Plutarch 92, envious of Roman virtue and wisdom, founds upon their fortune in his book De Fortuna Romanorum, to which, in a different and less direct way, Torquato Tasso 93 wrote his generous reply. Additional proofs taken from the moderating which happens of the subsequent constitutions of republics because of the prior ways of governing. 1004, all the things stated in Book 4 provide evidence to demonstrate that, for the entire life which nations live, they follow a course in keeping with the order with the three kinds of republics, that is, civil constitutions and no more, and that all three kinds stand upon the first, that is, divine governance, and taking their start from divine governance, through the axioms 94 posited above as principles of the ideal eternal history, they must run through the series of human things, first in the republics of optimates, next in free popular republics, and finally under the monarchies. Hence, Tacitus 95, although he does not look at them in this order, says, as we noted in the idea of the work 29, that besides these three forms of public constitution ordered by the nature of peoples, others that by human contrivance are mixtures of these three are more to be desired from the heavens than they are capable of being achieved, and even if by chance they do hold for a time, they are not long lasting. However, so as not to leave any doubts about this being the natural succession of political, or civil, constitutions, it will be discovered that, following this succession, there are republics which are naturally mixed and that in them one form is not mixed with another. Such a constitution would be a monstrosity, but a subsequent form is mixed with the prior way of governing. This mixture is founded upon the above axiom 96 that when men change, they retain for some time an impression of what they were previously wont to do. 1005, accordingly, we say that as the earliest Gentile fathers came out of their bestial life and into a human one, in religious times in the state of nature under divine governance, they retained much of the savagery and brutality of their recent origins. Hence, Plato 97 recognized in the Polyphemus of Homer the earliest paterfamilias in the world. Thus, during the forming of the earliest aristocratic republics, they retained intact the sovereign private power which the paterfamilias has in the state of nature, and because, on account of their supreme arrogance, none of them was obliged to cede to another, for they were all equal, by forming an aristocracy they subjected themselves to the sovereign public power of their ruling orders. Hence, the lofty domain which each paterfamilias had in the private realm proceeded to make for the composition of a lofty and superior domain which the Senate itself had in the public realm, since it was from the sovereign private power which they held over their families that these same fathers composed the sovereign public power of their orders. Except in this fashion, it is impossible to understand otherwise how cities were composed from families, cities which, accordingly, must have come into being as aristocratic republics, naturally mixed with sovereign family power. 1006, meanwhile, the fathers preserved the authority belonging to this domain with their ruling orders, until the plebs of these heroic peoples were brought by laws from these same fathers to have a common share in certain domain over the fields, in connubium, in positions of power, in priesthoods and, with the priesthoods, also in the science of the laws. The republics remained aristocratic, but later the plebs of these heroic cities became more numerous and inured to war, putting fear to the fathers, who in these republics of the few must themselves have been few, and the plebs, assisted by their strength in numbers, started to decree laws unauthorized by the Senate, and so the republic changed and became popular rather than aristocratic. For none of them could have lived, even for a moment, with two supreme legislative powers without any distinction between them of subjects, times, and territories, concerning which, during which, and within which they would decree the laws. So, the dictator Philo accordingly declared with the Publian law that the Roman Republic was by its nature actually a popular republic. In the midst of such change, so that the authority pertaining to domain might retain what it could of its changed form, it naturally became a tutelary authority, just as the power that the fathers held over their adolescent children, upon their deaths, became the authority that a tutor has over another. Through this authority, free people, who were the masters of public power, but, like adolescents who possessed rule, were still weak in counsel about public matters, made for themselves to be governed by senators who were like tutors, and so free republics were naturally aristocratic in governance. However, later, the powerful within these popular republics ordered this public counsel toward the private interests from which came their power, and free peoples, for the sake of private advantages, made for their own seduction by the powerful to subject their public liberty to the ambition of the powerful, and with the divisions into parties, factions, civil wars tending to the destruction of these nations, the form of monarchy was introduced. On the eternal and natural royal law through which nations come to rest under monarchies. 1007, this monarchical form was introduced in keeping with the eternal and natural royal law sensed by all the nations which recognize Augustus to be the founder of monarchy among the Romans. This law is not clear to interpreters of the Roman legal code, all of whom are preoccupied with the myth of the royal law of Tribonian, of which he plainly confesses he is the author in his Institutes 98 and at another point attributes it to Ulpian in his Pandex. Point 99. However, it is well understood by the Roman jurists, who knew well the natural law of the Gentile peoples, and it was in keeping with this sound understanding that Pomponius, in his brief history of Roman law, when reasoning about this royal law, left for us in writing the following expression: Rebus ipsis dictantibus regna condita. 100 regimes are founded by the dictates of the things themselves. 1008, This natural royal law is conceived in terms of the following natural formulation of eternal advantage, given that, in free republics, all guard their own private interests and make public arms serve those interests, even though this tends toward the destruction of their nations. In order that these nations might be preserved, there arises a single man, such as Augustus among the Romans, who by force of arms takes upon himself all the public concerns and leaves his subjects to care for their own private things, along with such concern for public things, and as much of it as he qua monarch permits to them. And thus are peoples saved, who would otherwise proceed toward their own destruction. The commonly learned agree with this truth when they say that universitates sub rege habenter loco privatorum under kings corporate entities have the status of private persons, for the majority of citizens no longer have any concern for the public good. Tacitus 101. Someone exceedingly wise about the natural law of the Gentile peoples 102 signals in his annals that this unfolds within the family of the Caesars in keeping with the following order of human civil ideas. As the end of Augustus approached, Pauci bona libertatis incusum dissuberare, a few conversed without effect about the goods coming from liberty. When Tiberius came, omnes principes iasa ad spectere, everyone looked expectantly to the prince for their orders. Under the three Caesars after him, first came incuria, indifference, and finally ignorantia republici tanquam alieni, ignorance of the republic, which at that point was so foreign to them. 103 Hence, when the citizens have become foreigners in their own nation, it is necessary for a monarch to support and to represent this nation in his own person. Now, because in free republics the people must be partisans of someone powerful if he is to bring in a monarchy, monarchies are by nature a form of popular governance. First, this is by laws with which monarchs endeavor to make all their subjects equal. Then, this is through that property of monarchies by which sovereigns, in humiliating the powerful, keep the multitude free and secure from the powerful oppressing them. Later, this is through that other property of monarchies by which sovereigns maintain a multitude satisfied and content with the sustenance needed to live and the benefits of natural liberty. And, finally, this is by the privileges granted by monarchies either to entire orders, which we call the privileges of liberty, or to particular persons by promoting men of extraordinary merit to civil honors outside of the ordinary, that is, by singular decrees dictated by natural equity. Hence, monarchy best conforms to a human nature where reason is most developed, as was stated in another place 927. Refutation of the principles of a political teaching based upon the system of Jean Bodin. 1009. At this point in our reasoning, one can understand how much Jean Bodin scientifically establishes the principles of this political teaching. 104. He disposes the forms of civil constitution in keeping with an order of this sort. First, there were monarchies, then, having passed through tyranny, there were free and popular constitutions, and, finally, there came the aristocracies. There would be enough at this point to refute him fully with the natural succession of political forms, especially given what has been demonstrated in this book by the countless proofs based in what is actually the case. However, it pleases us ad exuberantiam with a view to abundance to refute him in terms of what is impossible and absurd in his position. 1010. That man, certainly, agrees with us in this truth, that the cities are composed from families. 105. However, in addition, by a common error reproved above 552, 582 to 585, he believed that these were families only with children. Now, how, we ask of him, could monarchies arise from such families? 1011. There are two means, either force or fraud. 106. 1012. How could one paterfamilias subdue others through force? For if during the free republics, for Bodin, these came after tyrannies, each paterfamilias consecrated himself and his family to a fatherland preserving their families, and for Bodin each paterfamilias had already been domesticated by monarchy, must one not, then, deem that such a paterfamilias, still a Polyphemus recently emerged from his origins in the most ferocious and bestial of liberties, would actually rather be killed along with his entire family than suffer inequality? 107. 1013. and could he subdue them through the fraud adopted by those who affect rule over others by seducing them with liberty or power or wealth? How by liberty, if in the familial state all the fathers were sovereigns? How by power, if it is the nature of the sons of Polyphemus to abide alone in their caves and care for their own families, and not to meddle with what belongs to others, as they are wont to do because of their recent brutal origins? How by wealth, if in the simplicity and parsimony of those earliest times wealth was completely unintelligible to them? 1014. The difficulty grows immeasurably greater in that, during the earliest barbarous times, there were no fortresses, and heroic cities composed of these families were for a long time without walls, as Thucydides 108 above 76, 645 made certain. And in the midst of jealousies within the state, which were most deadly during heroic aristocracies, as we stated above 513, Valerius Publicola 109 came to be suspected of tyranny for having built a house on high, and so as to justify himself, he dismantled what he had made in one night, and the next day made the lictors lay his consular fasces at the feet of the people. The custom of cities being without walls endured longest among nations that were the most ferocious. As a result, one reads that in Germany Henry the Fowler was the first who started to induce peoples living in the villages in which they were spread out to practice city life and to surround cities with walls. So much for the earliest founders of cities being men describing with a plough the walls and gates of a city, gates which the Latin etymologists 110 say were so called from the expression a portendo arato, by lifting the plough, because they lifted the plough up high wherever they wanted an opening for a gate. Consequently, because of, on the one hand, the ferocity of barbarous times and, on the other, the scant security of royal palaces, in the court of Spain there were over 80 royal killings in 60 years, such that the fathers of the Council of Elvira, one of the oldest in the Latin Church, condemned this wickedness, frequently doing so under penalty of excommunication. 1015, however, the difficulty rises to infinity, if we posit families of children only. Then, whether by force or by fraud, the children had to be instruments of the ambition of others, and either betrayed or killed their own fathers. As a result, the earliest state would not have been a monarchy but an impious and wicked tyranny. So did those young nobles in Rome conspire against their own fathers in favor of the tyrant Tarquin 111 on account of the hatred they had for the rigid laws as proper to aristocratic republics as benign laws are proper to popular republics, clement laws are to kingdoms, and dissolute laws are to tyrannies, and those young men who conspired at this made a trial of it at the expense of their own lives. Two of them, the sons of Brutus, were both decapitated, 112, a penalty dictated by their father himself. So much for Roman rule being monarchical and the liberty ordered by Brutus being a popular liberty. 1016, on account of these many great difficulties, Bodin and all the other political theorists ought to acknowledge that families were monarchical in the familial state, which has been demonstrated herein, and that they were families composed not only of children, but also of familial servants, from whom the families were principally called, and they were found herein 556 to be the precursors of the slaves who came about later when cities waged wars. And in this fashion, free men and slaves are the matter of which republics are composed. Bodin does posit these as the matter of the republics, but he cannot account with his presuppositions for how this can be so. 1017, on account of this great difficulty, it inspires wonder in Bodin 113 himself, reckoning with his presuppositions for how free men and servants can be the matter of which republics are composed, that people of his own nation were called the Franks, and yet were observed in their earliest times to have been treated as the basest of slaves. This is because on account of his own presuppositions he is not able to see that nations were made complete by adding those released from the knot of the Petlian law. As a result, the Franks who inspire wonder in Bodin are the same as the same rustic vassals who inspire wonder in Hotman 114, those called homines men, because, as has been demonstrated in this book 559, 597, they comprised the plebs of the earliest peoples who belonged to the heroes. These multitudes, as has also been demonstrated 1006, drew the aristocracies toward popular liberty and, eventually, to monarchies. And they did this on the strength of the vernacular language in which were conceived the laws for both of these final constitutions, as was reasoned upon above 953. Hence, in Latin they called this common language vernacula, the vernacular, insofar as it came from the word for those who were slaves because they were born with a household. This is what the word verna means rather than made so during war, and we have demonstrated above 443, 556, 994 that there were such slaves among all the ancient nations from the time of the familial state. Also because of this, the Greeks no longer called themselves Achaeans, hence Homer 1:15 calls heroes sons of the Achaeans, but instead called themselves Hellenes, after the Hellenos who gave the vernacular Greek language its start, exactly as the sons of Israel no longer called themselves that as they had in early times, but instead continued to call themselves the Hebrew people after Heber, whom the fathers meant to be the one who propagated the sacred language. 116. This is how much Bodin, and all the others who write on political theory, saw that luminous truth demonstrated throughout this work, and particularly from the evidence of Roman history, that it was the plebs of peoples who always and for all nations changed the constitution from aristocratic to popular and from popular to monarchical. And as the plebs are the ones who founded the vernacular languages, as has been fully proved in the Origins of Languages 443, so they are the ones who have given nations their names, as has just been seen. So it is that the ancient Franks, Bodin's wonder notwithstanding, gave their name to his France. 1018. Finally, the aristocratic constitutions within our present experience are very few and are remainders from times of more recent barbarism, that is, Venice, Genoa, and Lucca in Italy, Ragusa in Dalmatia and Nuremberg in Germany, while the others were popular constitutions governed aristocratically. Hence, again, Bodin, whose own presuppositions mean that the Roman regime was monarchical and, after the expulsion of the tyrants, mean that popular liberty was introduced into Rome, does not see that during the earliest times of a free Rome there emerge effects which do not conform with the design from his principles because they are proper to an aristocratic republic, and, as we observed above 663, so as to emerge honorably from this. At first he says that Rome had a constitution which was popular but governance which was aristocratic, but then, strongly constrained by the truth, in another place he confesses with gross inconsistency that it was the constitution and not just the governance which was aristocratic. 1019. These errors leading political theory astray are born because, as we observed above in a different place 105, 663, 666, the following three words have not been defined: people, regime, and liberty. So, it has been believed that the earliest peoples were composed of both plebeian and noble citizens, even though from 1,000 proofs herein 597 it has been found that there were only noble citizens. So, it has been believed that liberty in ancient Rome was for the people, namely, a liberty freeing the people from the lords, whereas it has been found herein to be liberty for the lords, namely, a liberty freeing the lords from the tyranny of the Tarquins. Hence, they erected statues to those who killed these tyrants, because they killed them for the sake of the orders of those regnant senates. Kings, during the ferocity of the earliest peoples and during the scant security afforded by royal palaces, were aristocrats. The two in Sparta were kings for life, a republic which was beyond doubt aristocratic, as has been demonstrated herein 423, 592, 664, 668, 1000, and later there were two annual consuls in Rome, whom Cicero 117 in his laws calls reges annuos, annual kings. After this order was made by Junius Brutus, as Livy 118 plainly reveals, Roman rule was not changed in any way relative to royal power, as we observed above 106, 664, during their rule, these annual kings made appeals to the people, and, after it was done, they were required to render to the people an account of the rule administered by them. In reflecting on this, we said that during heroic times, one king would every day expel another from his seat, as Thucydides says to us. And we put this together with the return to barbarism, in which one reads that the thing most uncertain and variable was the fortune of rule, we pondered 645 upon Tacitus 119, who in the propriety and energy in the words themselves endeavors to give his prescriptions, starting his annals with the words Urbum Romum Principio Regis Habuer. The city of Rome at its beginning had kings, which is the weakest of the three kinds of possession made out by the jurists when they use the words habere, to have, tenere to hold, and possidere to possess, and he uses the word urbum which, properly speaking, means the buildings of a city in order to signify a possession preserving to itself only the physical. He does not say civitatem, that is, the community of citizens whose spirit, as a whole or as a majority, makes for public reason. Final proofs which confirm that this is the course of nations. 1020. There are other proofs from the suitability of effects to the causes assigned to them in this science in its principles for confirming the natural course made during the life of nations. The majority of them are scattered above and stated without any order, but here, within this natural succession of human civil things, they will be unified and disposed. 1021. Accordingly, penalties during familial times were most cruel, inasmuch as they are the punishment of the sons of Polyphemus. It was in this familial state that Apollo flayed Marsyas alive 120. And they continued into aristocratic republics, hence, Perseus with his shield, as we explained above 423, 542, 616, turns to stone those who look upon it, and the Greek word for punishments, pi alpha rho alpha delta epsilon gamma mu alpha tau alpha paradigmata, is used in the same sense as the Latin word exempla, in the sense of exemplary punishments, and in the return to barbarism, the death penalty, as we also observed above, was called ordinary 121. Hence, the laws in Sparta, a republic demonstrated by us with so many proofs to be aristocratic, which were judged primitive and crude by both Plato and Aristotle. 122 required the illustrious King Agis to be actually strangled by the ephors. 123 and the laws in Rome, while it had an aristocratic constitution, meant that the renowned Horatius, although victorious, had to be beaten naked with a rod and subsequently hanged upon a wretched tree. Both examples were stated above for other purposes. 124 Because of the law of the 12 tables, they condemned to be burned alive those who had set fire to another's grain, condemned to be torn from the Tarpeian rock those who bore false witness, and condemned to be dismembered alive those who defaulted on debts. This last penalty Tullus Hostilius did not spare Matius Fuctius, king of Alba, his peer who had failed to keep faith in their alliance, and Romulus himself, prior to this, had been dismembered by the fathers simply on suspicion of this condition. 125 This is what we say to those who suggest that such penalties were never practiced in Rome. 1022 The milder penalties practiced in popular republics came later, when decrees are given by the multitude, which, because it is made up by the weak, is naturally inclined to compassion. And these were the penalties of which Horatius was acquitted, that renowned defendant who in a heroic rage killed his sister whom he had seen weeping over the public's good fortune, acquitted by Roman people magis admirationi virtutis quam ire causi, more from admiration for his virtue than from the justness of his case, according to the elegant phrasing of Livy 126 observed above in another place 966. And just as in the mildness of popular liberty we heard, a little while ago 1021, Plato and Aristotle reprehending the laws of Sparta during the time of freedom in Athens, so does Cicero 127 cry out against the inhumanity and cruelty of bringing the charge of treason against the Roman Rubrius, a private citizen and knight. Finally came the monarchies, in which princes enjoyed hearing of themselves the gracious title Clement. 1023, accordingly, because of barbarous wars in heroic times that ruined defeated cities, those who surrendered were turned into herds of day laborers who were scattered throughout the countryside to cultivate the fields of the victorious people. These, as we reasoned above 560, 595, were the heroic inland colonies, and consequently, on account of their magnanimity, popular republics, as long as they were regulated by their senates, took from the defeated the natural law of heroic peoples, and left them completely free to benefit from the natural law of humane peoples, as Ulpian 128 calls it. Hence, with the extension of conquests, they restricted to Roman citizens all claims to what was later called proprii civium Romanorum, things proper to Roman citizens, that is, nuptials, paternal power, direct kinship, paternal kinship, tribal kinship, queritary or civil domain, mancipation, usucaption, stipulation, testament, tutelary rights, and inheritance, and prior to their subjection. Free nations must have claimed all of these as civil rights of their own. Finally came the monarchies, which tried under Antonius Pius to make the entire Roman world into a single Rome, for it is a wish proper to great monarchies that the entire world be made into a single city. So Alexander the Great used to say that the entire world was his city, and his phalanx was fortress to that city. 129. Hence, the natural law of the nations, promoted by the Roman praetors in the provinces, came at the end of a long age to give laws domestically to the Romans themselves. The heroic law that the Romans held over the provinces went by the wayside, for the monarchs want to make all their subjects equal with their laws, and Roman jurisprudence, which in heroic times paid homage entirely to the law of the 12 tables and, later in the time of Cicero, as he relates in his book De Legibus 130, had started to subsume its practice under the edicts of the Roman praetors, eventually, from the Emperor Hadrian onward, was entirely preoccupied with the Perpetual Edict 131, which was composed and ordered by Salvius Julianus almost entirely from provincial edicts. 1024, so, from the small districts agreeable to a well-governed aristocratic republic, and by way of the later conquests to which a free republic is well disposed, eventually came monarchies, which have beauty and magnificence to the extent that they are great. 1025, so, from deadly suspicions of aristocracies and by way of the roiling of popular republics, the nations finally came to repose under monarchies. 1026, however, it pleases us to demonstrate how this physical and composite order of human civil things can be in agreement with the order of numbers, things that are abstract and most simple. Civil things started with the governance of the one with familial monarchies, then, they passed over to the governance of the few with heroic aristocracies, they advanced forward to the governance of the many and of all in popular republics, in which all or the majority make for public reason, finally, they return to governance of the one in civil monarchies. And one cannot understand a division within the nature of numbers more adequate than the one in keeping with the order of one, few, many, and all, and, in keeping with the few, many, and all, each retaining according to its kind a rational unity, since numbers consist of indivisibles, as Aristotle 132 has said, and once that which is all has been surpassed, there must be a return to the one, and so all of humanity is contained between familial and civil monarchy. Corollary. Ancient Roman law was a serious poem, and ancient jurisprudence was a severe poetry, within which are found the earliest roughed-out features of a legal metaphysics, and how for the Greeks philosophy came from the laws. 1027, there are a good many effects that are quite great, particularly in Roman jurisprudence, whose causes cannot be found elsewhere than in these same principles, and above all these effects accord with the axiom 133 that insofar as men are naturally inclined to pursue the true and, by their affection for it, attain the certain when they cannot pursue the true, consequently, mancipation started literally with the hand vera mano as a way of speaking about true strength vera forza, for strength is abstract whereas a hand is sensible. And the hand among all nations signifies power, hence come the Greek words cheiroege, those upon whom hands are placed, and cheirotonie, those for whom hands are raised, the former being those who were elected when hands were placed upon the heads of those chosen for power, the latter being those who were given approval after being elected when hands were raised for them, solemnities that were proper to new times and conform to the return to barbarous times when similar approval was given to kings who were chosen. Thus, this true mancipation was literally an occupation, that earliest and great natural source for all domain. Romans continued to use the word in war, and so slaves from war were called mancipia, and booty and conquests in war were called residential mancipi, because those defeated in these Roman conquests became residential nec mancipi. This shows how far emancipation came into being within the walls of a single city, Rome, as a mode of acquiring civil domain in the private transactions of these same Romans. 1028, conforming with this true emancipation, there came in its train a true usurpation, namely, the acquisition of domain, which is the meaning of capio, to take by means of true use. The term usus in Latin can mean possession. And so possession was originally exercised by continuously and physically holding onto the thing that was possessed. As a result, possessio must have come from a sort of possessio, taking a seat going forward. It was on account of this continuous act of sitting or remaining settled that homes in Latin were called sed seats, and did not come from pedum positio, taking a stand, as Latin etymologists say, for the praetors gave their assistance and maintained with their edicts the former, not the latter, sense of possession. It is from the Greek word for such possession, theta sigma iota, that Theseus must have had his name, and not from his fine posture, as the Greek etymologists say, for the men of Attica founded Athens by remaining settled there for a long time. This is the usurpation that legitimizes states among all nations. 1029, again, in the heroic republics of Aristotle 134, which had no laws for redressing private damages, we saw above 269 that redress was made with true strength. Such were the first duels or private wars in the world, and conductions were private reprisals, which in the recourse to barbarism lasted down to the times of Bartolus. 135. 1030, insofar as the ferocity of these times started to be domesticated, as violence in the private realm started to be prohibited by judiciary laws, as strength in the private realm proceeded to be unified into the public strength called civil power, the earliest peoples, poets by nature, must have naturally imitated the true strength which they had previously used so as to preserve their rights and claims. And so, they made a myth out of natural emancipation and made from it a solemn act of civil tradition, which is represented with the sign of a contrived knot to imitate the chain by which Jove had enchained the giants to those earliest empty lands, and by which, later, those peoples enchained their clients, that is, their familial servants. This mythical emancipation was celebrated in all their civil advantages with the legitimating actions, which must have been the solemnizing ceremonies of peoples who were still mute. Later, when speech came to take on an articulated form, so as to be certain of the goodwill of another in their contracts with each other, they tried to invest their pacts, which were acts signifying that knot, with solemnizing words, in which they conceived certain and precise stipulations. And later at war they conceived in similar terms the laws which make for terms with a defeated city. These were called peace terms from the word passio, which is the same as the word pactum, pact. A great vestige of this remains in the formula with which they conceived the terms of surrender with Galatia. As Livy 136 relates it, the pact was actually a contract of receivership made by means of questions and answers. Hence, with perfect propriety, those who surrendered were called recepti, those received, which conforms with what the Roman Herald 137 said to those speaking on behalf of Galatia, et ego recipio, and I receive you. So much for stipulations in heroic times only being made with Roman citizens. And so much for the good sense of those who believed that Tarquinius Priscus, with the formula by which Galatia surrendered, ordered for nations how they had to make a surrender. 1031, in this fashion, the law of the heroic gentes of Latium remained fixed in the famous article of the Law of the 12 Tables, conceived in the following terms: Siquis nexum facia et mancipium qui uti lingua nunc passit ita ius esto, if anyone shall make bond or conveyance, as he has declared with tongue, so shall it be law. This is the great source of all ancient Roman law, and anyone who compares Roman with Attic law must confess that this article did not arrive in Rome from Athens. 1032, usurpation, at first taking physical possession, proceeded later to become, with contrived possession, the spirit of holding on to something. In the same way, heroic redress was mythologized with a merely contrived strength, and heroic reprisals passed on later to being personal actions, preserving the solemnity of denouncing those who were debtors. The childhood of the world had use of no other counsel, given that children, as was proposed in an Axiom 138, excel in the power to imitate truth of which they are capable, in which consists the faculty of poetry, which is nothing other than imitation. 1033, thus, they brought into the piazza as many masks as there were personae. Persona, properly speaking, means nothing other than mask, and as many masks as there were names, which, during times of mute speech made up of real words. 139 must have been familial insignia, by which, it has been discovered, the peoples of the Americas distinguish their families, as was stated above. 559, and behind the mask or persona of the paterfamilias was hidden all his children and all his servants, and behind a real name, that is, the household insignia, were hidden all his direct kin and all those from the same tribal household. Hence, we saw Ajax, tower of the Greeks, and Horatius, standing alone on a bridge against all the Etruscans, and in the return to barbarism we encounter 40 Norman heroes expelling from Salerno the entire army of Saracens. And consequently, there was a belief in the amazing strength of the paladins, that is, the sovereign princes of France, who are still so called in Germany, above all with Count Roland, later called Orlando. 1034, the reason for this comes from the principles of poetry found above. 34, 209, 501, 934, that the authors of Roman law during an age not able to understand intelligible universals made imaginative universals, just as later, poets brought personages and masks into the theatre by art, in the same way that these earlier poets had brought names and personae into the forum by nature. For persona must not have been derived from personare, which means to resonate everywhere. There was no need in the small theatres of those early cities, at a time, according to Horace 140, when the people who were spectators were so few that they could easily be counted, to use masks for the voice to resonate enough to fill the entire theatre. Besides, the length of the second syllable is incongruous with that of sono, which is short. Instead, it must have been derived from personare, a verb which we conjecture must have meant to dress in the pelts of wild beasts, something which only heroes were allowed to do. Its companion verb obscenare remains for us, which must have originally meant to feed upon the flesh from wild hunts, which must have been the first rich feasts. Virgil's 141 exact description of the feasts of his heroes. Hence, the first rich spoils must have been the pelts of wild beasts killed and brought back by the heroes in the first wars that they waged against wild beasts so as to defend themselves and their families, as was reasoned upon above. 536, the poets clothed their heroes in such pelts and, above all, Heracles in the pelt of a lion. And it is because of this origin for the verb personare, we conjecture, that Italians use the word personage for a man of lofty station who is representative of greatness. 1035, through these same principles, because they could not understand abstract forms, they instead imagined physical forms and imagined them as having their animate nature. And they contrived inheritance as the mistress of inherited wealth, and they envisioned her in her entirety in each particular thing from an inheritance, in exactly the same way that they would call the glebe or clod taken from a farm to a judge by the legal formula for redress, hunc fundum this ground. And thus, if they did not understand, they at least sensed in a rude way that rights are indivisible. 1036, in conformity with such natures, ancient jurisprudence was entirely poetic. It devised as done what has not been done, as not done what has been done, as born what has not yet been born, as dead what is living, as dead living during a pending inheritance. It introduced so many empty masks without a subject, which are called the ira imaginaria, rights mythologized by imagination. 142, and it rested its entire reputation on finding myths of the sort which might offer gravity as a servant of the laws and justification as a minister to deeds. As a result, all the legal fictions of ancient jurisprudence were masked truths, and the legal formulae by which they spoke legal decrees, by their circumscribing limits with a certain number and a certain kind of words, no more, no less, no different, were called carmina, which, we learned above 500, were what Livy said dictated the punishments against Horatius. This becomes confirmed by a golden passage of Plautus 143 in his Comedy of Asses, where Diabolus says that the parasite is a great poet because he knows best how to discover the cautionary measures, or formulae, which we just saw were called carmina. 1037, as a result, all of ancient Roman law was a serious poem that the Romans presented in the Forum, and ancient jurisprudence was a strict poetry. It is quite congruent with our purposes that Justinian in the proem to his Institutes calls upon antiqui iris fabulas the myths of ancient law. These words must have been derived from some ancient jurist who understood the things upon which we are here reasoning, even though Justinian makes mocking use of them. In contrast to that mocking, it was from these myths that Roman jurisprudence evoked its principles, as has been demonstrated herein. And from these masks, which were used in such dramatic myths that were both true and severe, these masks were called personae. Roman jurisprudence derived the earliest origins of its teaching de ire personarum on the rights of persons. 1038, but the arrival of the human times of popular republics was the start of the intellect's appearance in great assemblies, and the abstract and universal claims reasoned out by the intellect were thenceforth said consistere in intellectuiris 144 to consist in an understanding of the law, that is, in an understanding of the will of the lawgiver who articulated in his laws a will named ius, which itself was the will of the citizens who held a uniform idea of a common rational advantage. This must have been understood as being spiritual in its nature, for all those rights exercised upon bodies but not themselves physical, called nuda iris, rights stripped of all physicality, were said in intellectuiris consistere. Therefore, because these rights are modes of spiritual substance, they are indivisible and, consequently, also eternal, for corruption is nothing but the division of something into parts. 1039, the interpreters of the Roman legal code have rested the entire reputation of this legal metaphysics on their consideration of the indivisibility of rights in accordance with the famous treatment of the subject, de dividiuis et individuis. However, they have not given consideration to what is no less important, that is, their eternity. This they ought also to have noticed in the following two rules of that legal code which they established. The first established that ses ante fine legis, cessat lex. When the goal of a law ceases, the law ceases. Here, they did not say ses ante ratione when the reasoning on a law ceases. For the goal of laws is equal advantage in all cases, which can be lacking, but the reasoning on laws is a bringing of laws into conformity with what was actually done, a deed dressed in such circumstances as deeds are always dressed, and so, when it is alive, reasoning on law is ruler over such activity. The second rule is that tempus non est modus constituendi vel dissolvendi iris, the mode for the constitution or dissolution of a right in not temporal, for time cannot start or end what is eternal, and in usucaption and prescription time neither produces nor brings to an end to rights, but rather is proof that the one who holds them intends to relinquish them. So, for example, to say that usufruct has ended is not to say that the right has ended, but that it is taken back from its servitude to its original freedom. From this come the following two very important corollaries. The first is that since rights are eternal in their intelligibility, that is, as ideals, and since men are temporal, these rights can come to men from nowhere but from God. The second is that all the countless, varied, and diverse rights which have been, are, and will be in the world are the various, diverse modifications of the power of the first man who was the prince of humankind and of the domain which he held over all the earth. 1040, now, given that the laws certainly came first and the philosophers came after, it is necessarily the case that Socrates, from having observed that the Athenian citizens in decreeing laws moved toward unity in an idea conformable with an equal advantage common to all parties, started to sketch intelligible genera, that is, universals abstracted by means of an induction which gathers together particulars in their uniformity and comes to compose a genus in that the particulars are uniform with one another. 1041, Plato 145. From having reflected on how in these public assemblies the minds of particular men, each one passionately bent on his own advantage, conform themselves to a dispassionate idea of common advantage, that is, as they say, that men tend to be partisan to their own private interests, but share a will toward justice in common. 146. And so he ascended to a meditation upon the intelligible ideas of created minds about what is best, ideas that are distinct from those created minds and that can only be in God. He ascended to form the 1042 philosophical hero. 147 who commands the passions at his pleasure. Hence, Aristotle 148 later left to us that divine definition of good law, that it is a will separated from the passions, which is to say that it is a heroic will. He understood justice as a ruler whose seat is this heroic spirit and which issues decrees to all the other virtues, for he had observed a legal justice. 149 whose seat is sovereign civil power and which decrees prudence in the Senate, fortitude in the army, moderation in festive celebrations, and two particular kinds of justice, both distributive justice in the treasury and commutative justice, for the most part, in the forum, commutative justice using arithmetic proportion, distributive justice using geometric proportion. 150 and he must have taken note of distributive justice because of the census, which is the basis of popular republics in that it distributes honor and penalties by geometrical proportion according to the patrimonies of citizens. For prior to the census, they understood only arithmetic proportion, hence, Astrea heroic justice was depicted for us holding a balance, and hence, in the law of the 12 tables, all the penalties which today philosophers, moral theologians, and writers learned d'ire public on public law say must be dispensed by distributive justice in keeping with geometric proportion. We read that all these penalties invoked duplio double in cases of pecuniary harm and talio like in cases of physical harm. And because the Talian penalty was discovered by Rhadamanthus, it was on this merit that he was made judge of the underworld, where he distributes certain penalties. The Talian penalty is said by Aristotle in his Ethics to have been discovered by Pythagoras. 151 who is the founder of a nation in Magna Graecia whose nobles were called Pythagoreans, as we have observed above. 427, this discovery would have been a disgrace to the Pythagoras who came later, the sublime philosopher and mathematician. 1043, one can conclude from all this that it was from the Piazza of Athens that came such principles of metaphysics, of logic, of morals. And it was from the prescription which Solon gave to the Athenians, Nes te ipsum know thyself, that came as we reasoned above. 416, 424 in one of the corollaries in the poetic logic popular republics, and from popular republics came laws, and from laws came philosophers, and so Solon, who was wise in commonplace wisdom, was believed to be wise in a recondite wisdom. Let this be a piece of a history of philosophy which is told philosophically, and the last of many reproaches made in this book against Polybius. 152 who said that if there were only philosophers in the world, there would be no need for religion, if there had been no religion and, consequently, no republics, there would have actually been no philosophers, and if the human things had not been led in this direction by divine providence, there would have been no idea of either science or virtue. 1044, now, returning to what we proposed so as to conclude the argument upon which we are reasoning, from these human times onward, during which arrived popular republics and, later, monarchies, it came to be understood that legal cause, at first understood in terms of the precautionary formulae consisting of proper and precise words such that such causes were originally called cavacy, derived from the word for taking precaution, which was later retained in the contracted word causi. 153, was actually the legal affair itself, that is, some business contracted with others. Such affairs or business today are solemnized by pacts, which are agreed upon in the act of contracting in order to produce some transaction, and in the case of contracts which are valid titles for the transfer of domain, they solemnized the natural handing over of property so as to enact this passing of property from one person to another. And it is only in the case of contracts that are completed, as they say, by word of mouth, that is, by stipulations that a case would have that older property of taking precaution. The things stated here illuminate even further the principles posited above. 570, 578 pertaining to obligations, which are born of contracts and pacts. 1045, in sum, since man, properly speaking, is only mind, body, and speech, and since speech somehow stands midway between mind and body. 154 What is certain concerning justice takes its start in mu times with the certainty of bodily signs, later, with the discovery of so-called articulate speech, it carries over to certain ideas, that is, spoken formulae, finally, when our human reason is fully developed, to proceed to its terminus in what is true in our ideas concerning justice, as determined by reasoning about the ultimate circumstances for what was done. This is a formula unformed by any particular form, which the very learned Varro calls the formulam naturae. 155 Formula of nature, which, in the fashion of light, of itself informs in all the ultimate and detailed particulars of their surfaces, the opaque surfaces of what was done with the light shed upon those surfaces, just as all of this was discussed in the Elements. 156. Book 5. On the recurrence of human things during the resurgence that the nations make. 1046. In countless passages scattered throughout this entire work on countless subjects, we have up until now observed a congruity-inspiring wonder between the earlier period of barbarous times and the return to barbarous times. So, one can easily understand that there is a recurrence of human things during the resurgence that the nations make. However, so as better to confirm this, it pleases us in this final book to give a particular place to this argument so as to clarify in a better light this second time of barbarism, which has lain in greater darkness than the first time of barbarism, even though the first time was called by Marcus Terentius Varro, so learned about antiquities, the dark time in his distinguishing of different times, and so as to demonstrate how a God called best and greatest has made the counsels of his providence which give direction to the human things of all nations to serve the ineffable decrees of his grace. 1047. This is because after providence by superhuman means made clear and firm the truth of the Christian religion too, with the virtue of martyrs pitted against the power of Rome, and with the doctrine of the Church Fathers and miracles pitted against the empty wisdom of Greece 3, and because, later, after there arose armed nations who would combat everywhere the true divinity of the author of the Christian religion, Providence permitted a new order of humanity among the nations to come into being. So that, following the natural course of these same human things, this religion would be firmly established. 1048. It is by such eternal counsel that Providence brought back times which were truly divine, times in which there were Catholic kings everywhere to defend the Christian religion of which they were the protectors, kings dressed in the dalmatics of deacons and consecrating their royal persons, hence is preserved the title, Sacred Royal Majesty. They took upon themselves dignities belonging to ecclesiastics, so, we are told by Symphorian Champier IV in his genealogy of the kings of France that Hugh Capet V took the title of Count and Abbot of Paris, and Paradon VI in his Annals of Burgundy observes in the oldest documents that princes in France commonly had taken the title of Duke and Abbot, that is, Count and Abbot. It is thus that the first Christian kings were founders of military religious orders 7 by which they re-established in their realms the Christian Catholic religion pitted against Arians, by whom, Saint Jerome 8 says, almost the entire Christian world was infected, and against the Saracens and a great number of other infidels. 1049. At this point, they truly returned to what were called the Pura et Pia Bella pure and pious wars 9 belonging to heroic peoples. Hence, all Christian powers still support with their crowns the cross raised up upon a globe, which they had once unfurled on banners when they waged the wars called the Crusades. 1050. Also inspiring wonder is the recurrence of human civil things during this return to barbarous times. Ancient heralds, in declaring war, evocabant deos would call forth the gods out of the city against which they were declaring war, with an elegant formula full of splendor that is preserved for us in Macrobius 10. Hence, they believed that defeated peoples remained bereft of gods and, consequently, bereft of auspices. This is the first principle for everything upon which we have reasoned in this work 487, that on account of the heroic law of victory, the defeated retained none of their claims to civil rights, either public or private, because, as we have fully proved above 110, 525, 598, principally from Roman history, all of these during heroic times were dependent upon divine auspices. This was all contained in the formula for the heroic surrender which Tarquinius Priscus used in the surrender of Calatia. That people surrendering debebant divinia et humana omnia 11 owed all that is divine and human to the peoples who are victors. So too, the more recent barbarians, in taking a city, gave their attention first and foremost to scouting for, finding and carrying away from the city famous repositories or reliquaries for saints. Hence it was that peoples in those times were quite careful to bury or hide them, and, accordingly, these are everywhere observed to be in the innermost and deepest places in churches. Here is the cause of almost all the removals of the bodies of saints coming to pass during those times. And the following vestige of this remains: defeated peoples must ransom all the bells of the city taken from the victorious generals. 1051, moreover, because the 5th century was the start of the flooding 12 of so many barbarous nations into Europe, and also into Africa and Asia, and because the conquering peoples were not able to understand the defeated, it came to pass, on account of the barbarism of the enemies of the Catholic religion, that in that Iron Age one can find no writing in the vernacular languages proper to those times, not Italian or French or Spanish or even German. Aventinus 13 in his Annals of Bavaria suggests that they did not start to write documents in German until the times of Frederick of Swabia, and others suggest it was not until the times of Emperor Rudolf of Austria, as was stated in another place 435. And amongst all the aforesaid nations, we find only writing in a barbarous Latin, a language understood by a few nobles who were also ecclesiastics. Hence, all that remained, one would imagine, during all those unfortunate centuries was for nations to return to speaking a mute language among themselves. On account of the scarcity of common alphabetic letters, there must have everywhere been a return to the hieroglyphic writing with tribal devices, which for establishing certain domain, as was reasoned upon above 483, 488, signified rights of lordship mostly over households, tombs, fields, and flocks. 1052, they returned to certain kinds of divine judgments, which were called canonical purgations. In the earlier barbaric times, as we demonstrated above 959, 964, one species of these judgments was duels, which were not, however, acknowledged by canon law. 1053, they returned to heroic pillaging, and we saw above 636 that just as the heroes had counted it an honor to be called thief, so later a title for lords was that of corsair. 1054, they returned to heroic reprisals, which, as we observed above 960, 1055, endured up until the time of Bartolus, and this because the wars during more recent times of barbarism were, like the earlier times, all religious wars, as we saw above 562, 958, 1049. They returned to heroic slavery, which endured for a long time even among those Christian nations. For during those times when duels were the custom, victors believed that the defeated had no God, as was stated above 958, 1050, when we were reasoning upon duels. And so, the victors considered them nothing more than beasts. This sensibility in nations is preserved everywhere today among the Christians and the Turks. The term Turk means dog, hence, when Christians desire or are obliged to treat Turks with civility, they called them Muslims, which means true believers, and the Turks, by contrast, call Christians swine, and, consequently both practice heroic slavery in their wars, although Christians do so with greater mildness. 1056, inspiring the most wonder of all, in relation to the recurrence that human things make, is that in those divine times, they started again those earlier asylums from the ancient world, within which, we heard above 17, 114, 160, 532, 561, 777 from Livy 14, were founded all the earliest cities. For because of the currency everywhere of violence, plunder, killing on account of the extreme ferocity and savagery of those most barbarous centuries, and because, as was stated in the Axioms 15, there was no efficacious means for holding in check men unleashed from all human laws other than the divine laws dictated by religion. Men naturally, out of fear of being oppressed or destroyed, took themselves to the bishops and abbots of those violent centuries as more mild relative to such barbarism, and put themselves, their families, and their patrimonies under the protection of those bishops and abbots, and were received by them, submission and protection. These are the principal constituents of fealties. Hence it is that in Germany, which must have been the most savage and ferocious of all the other nations of Europe, there were almost more ecclesiastical sovereigns, whether bishops or abbots, than there were secular sovereigns, and, as was stated 1048, in France all the sovereign princes had the title of either count and abbot or duke and abbot. Consequently, in Europe the number of the many cities, lands, and castles observed with the names of saints is boundless. For in either raised or hidden places, small churches were open to hear Mass or to perform the other offices of devotion decreed by our religion. These churches can be defined as the natural asylums for Christians in those times, who built their dwellings there next to them. Hence, everywhere we observe that the oldest things from this second period of barbarism are the small churches, for the most part in ruins, but still in places of this sort. An illuminating example of all this would be our own Abbey of San Lorenzo of Aversa, which was incorporated into the Abbey of San Lorenzo of Capua, in Campania, Samnium, Apulia, and Old Calabria, and from the Volturno River to the Gulf of Taranto. This abbey governed 110 churches, either by itself or through abbots and monks subject to it, and the abbots of San Lorenzo were barons for almost all the aforementioned places. The recurrence nations make in accordance with the eternal nature of fealties, and, consequently, the recurrence of ancient Roman law in feudal law. 1057, these divine times were succeeded by certain heroic times, through the return of a certain distinction between, as it were, different natures, heroic and human nature. Out of this distinction comes the cause of what is a source of wonder for Hotman 16, that the term used for rustic vassals in language of feudalism is men. Two other terms must have originally come from this one, hominium and homagium, which have the same meaning. Helmodius 17 suggests, according to Cujas 18, that the word hominium, as if to say hominis dominium, domain over a man, is more elegant than homagium, as if to say the hominis agium, agency over a man which leads a man, or vassal, wherever the baron wishes, and those with erudition about feudalism translate this latter barbarous term into its corresponding equivalent into an entirely classical Latin as obsequium, which originally was the readiness a man had to follow the hero wherever he led in order to cultivate the hero's fields. And implicit in the term 19 obsequium is the fealty that a vassal owes to the baron. This is inasmuch as obsequium means at the same time both the homage and fealty to which they must swear during the investiture of a fief. And obsequium for the ancient Romans never parted company from what was retained by the Romans in the expression opera militaris 20, and what our feudalists call militare servitium, that by which the Roman plebeians for a long time served the nobles at their own expense during war, as Roman history above 559, 618 made certain. And eventually, the work of this obsequium remained for the liberti, that is, those enfranchised by their patrons to do, work which had its start, as we observed above, 110, 114, 160, 532, 561, 613 in Roman history, in the times when Romulus founded Rome upon clienteles, where we found protections granted to country day laborers from the one who received them in his asylum, and these clienteles from ancient history, as we indicated in the Axioms 21, cannot be explained more properly than as fealties. So, erudite feudalists render the barbarous term, feudum, with the elegant Latin term, clientele. 1058, and we are plainly convinced that these are the beginnings of things by the origins of those terms, opera work and servitium service. For opera, by the meaning native to it, is the toil of a day laborer from the country. Consequently, for the Latin word operarius, Italian says giornalier, day laborer, and it is like such a worker, or day laborer, who does not have the privileges of a citizen, that Achilles complains of being treated by Agamemnon when Agamemnon injured him by taking his briseis. 22. Consequently, also in Latin, they retain the expression Greg's operarum herd of works, and, similarly, even Greg's servorum 23 herd of servants, for at first these workers and later also slaves were reputed by the heroes to be beasts who passigregatim pastured in herds, so, Homer 24 always names the heroes by their perpetual epithet, shepherd of peoples, and it was only later that there were shepherds of flocks and herdsmen. This is confirmed by the Greek word pneumaomicron nomos, which means both law and pasture, as was observed above 607, for the first agrarian law accorded to the familial servants subsistence on the lands assigned to them by the heroes, and this subsistence was called pasture because it is proper to beasts, just as the subsistence proper to men is called food. 1059, this property of pasturing those first flocks in the world must have belonged to Apollo, whom we found 533 to be the god of civil light, that is, of nobility, where mythical history tells us that he was a shepherd at Amphissus 25, just as Paris was a shepherd, someone who was certainly Trojan royalty. So, the paterfamilias, called by Homer 26 a king, decrees with his scepter that the roasted ox be divided among the harvesters in his depiction on the shield of Achilles, where above 686. We have made it possible to see the history of the world and, fixed therein, the familial epoch. For it is proper to our shepherds not to pasture, but to guide and to guard flocks and herds, but in earlier times they could not have introduced this kind of shepherding until after the borders of cities were somewhat more secure, because raiding still had currency in heroic times. And this must be the cause of bucolic, or pastoral, poetry arriving during the most humane times, in Greek with Theocritus, in Latin with Virgil, and in Italian with Sannazaro. 27. 1060, the term servidum proves the recurrence of these same things in the more recent period of barbarism, whose opposite in this relationship, the baron, is called senior, in the sense in which signore lord is understood. 28. As a result, the ancient Franks must have been those servants born within the household at which Bodin 29 wonders, and, in general, they are discovered above 1017 to be the same as those whom the ancient Romans called verni, because of these verni, they called the vernacular the common languages introduced by the commoners, who we found above 597 were the plebs of heroic cities, just as poetic language was introduced by the heroes, that is, by the nobles in the earliest republics. 1061, this obsequium of those enfranchised, after the power of barons had later been dispersed and so diffused among the people during civil wars in which the powerful have to depend upon the people, and after the power of the barons had consequently been reunified in the persons of monarchical kings, carried over into what is called obsequium principis, which Tacitus 30 remarks is what is owed by subjects to monarchs. By contrast, on account of the belief in two natures, one heroic and the other human, feudal lords were called barons, in the same sense in which we found above 657, 684 that they were called heroes in poetic Greek and viri men in ancient Latin. This is retained in the use of the Spanish word baron 31 for a man, in contrast to vassals who, on account of their weakness, were called women in the heroic sense that we demonstrated above 78, 989. 1062, in addition to what we have just reasoned upon, the word for barons, lord signori, could only have come from the Latin word seniors elders, for it was they who must have composed the first public parliaments of the new regimes of Europe, exactly as Romulus must have used the word senatus for the public council, which naturally must have been composed of the older of the nobility, and just as it was from these men, who were, and thus were called, patrofathers, that must have come the word patroni, those who granted slaves their freedom, so from them must have come the Italian word padroni, meaning those who are protectors. This term padroni retains the full propriety and elegance of its Latin term, just as its opposite, rustic vassals, corresponds with equal propriety and elegance to the Latin term clients, those whom, as was explained above 107, 420, 597, 619, Servius Tullius admitted into the fealties by instituting the order of the census. These fealties of this sort were only a quick step away in the progression from the clienteles of Romulus, as was proved fully above 106, 263, 613. And it is exactly those who were thus enfranchised who gave their name to the French nation, as was stated in the reply to Bodin in the preceding book 1017. 1063, in this fashion, the fealties came back, emerging from the eternal spring dictated for them in the Axioms 32, where we indicated the benefits that can be expected within civil nature. Hence, the erudite feudalists in Latin called these fealties, with full propriety and elegance, beneficia. This is something that Hauptmann observes without making use of it, that the victors held for themselves the cultivated fields of those they conquered and granted to those impoverished by defeat the uncultivated fields to sustain themselves. And the fealties of that earlier world, discovered in Book 2, are found again here. And yet they started again, through what must have been their nature, as we reasoned upon above 106, 1057, from the personal rustic fealties that we found to have originally been the clienteles of Romulus, clienteles that we observed in the Axioms 33 to have been spread throughout the entire ancient world of peoples. During the splendor of Roman popular liberty, these heroic clienteles carried over into the following custom: the plebeians in their togas took themselves in the morning to pay court to the great lords and offered in their greeting, Ave Rex Hail, King, the title belonging to ancient heroes. They went with these lords to the forum and went back with them at night to their households. And the lords, conforming to the ancient heroes called shepherds of the people, offered them an evening meal. 1064, such personal vassals must have been among the ancient Romans the earliest vades bondsmen, and they retained this term later for those who were defendants, obliged to follow in person the plaintiffs into the courtroom, an obligation that was called vademonium. Through our Origins of the Latin Language 34 it is shown that this term vades must have been derived from vas, the Greek word for which is beta bas and the barbarian word for which is was, whence later came vasus and, eventually, vassallus. Vassals of this kind abound even today in the frigid north, which retains also a great deal of barbarism, above all in Poland, where they are called kamiots, and are a kind of slave, entire families of whom are gambled away by paladins as they must pass in service from one patron to another. These vassals must be those who are enchained through their ears and who by chains of poetic gold, that is, by grain coming from his mouth, are led by the Gallic Heracles wherever he wishes. 1065, consequently, these carried over into real rustic fealties. They came to these by the first agrarian law, which we found among the Romans to be that which Servius Tullius established with the order of the census. This permitted to the plebeians, as we discovered 107, bonitary domain over the fields to which they were assigned by the nobles under certain burdens, not only personal as previously, but also real. These must have been the first mancipes renters, and they retained this term later for those under obligation to the treasury for real estate. Of this same kind must have been those defeated, to whom, as Hauptmann just said, the victors granted the uncultivated fields from their conquests to sustain themselves. So too the Antanuses returned and were tied to the land by the Greek Heracles, and so too those bound by the god Phidias, that is, the Roman Heracles, those whom we found above 602, 658, 761, 766, were eventually unbound by the Petlian law. 1066, these bondsmen of the Petlian law, through the things upon which we reasoned above 26, 115, 658, 1017, by which it is proper to them to have fallen into bondage, explain perfectly why it must have been that vassals were originally called leges 35, that is, because they were bound by this knot, and they are now defined by the feudalists as those who must recognize as friends or enemies those who are friends or enemies of their lord. This is exactly the oath which the ancient German vassals offered to their princes in Tacitus 36 in order to serve them in their glory, as we learned in another place 559. These vassals, when these fealties attained the splendor of civil sovereignty, were defeated kings similar to those to whom the Roman people, with that solemn formula recounted in Roman history, Regna Dano Dabit 37 granted rule as a favor, that is to say, Beneficio Dabit granted it as a benefit, and they became allies of the Roman people by the kind of alliance which in Latin is called a foedus inequal 38 contract between unequals, and were called royal friends of the Roman people in the sense in which the emperors called noble courtiers their friends. This unequal alliance was nothing other than the investiture of a sovereign fealty conceived with the following formula left to us by Livy himself, that such an allied king serveret majestatem populi Romani 39 must be in service of the majesty of the Roman people, exactly as the jurist Paulus says that the praetor renders justice servita majestatem populi Romani by serving the majesty of the Roman people, that is, affirms those whose claims the laws grants, denies those whose claims the laws deny. 40 As a result, such allied kings were lords over sovereign fealties subject to a greater sovereignty. Because of this, there was a return in Europe of a common sense that the title Your Majesty was mostly held by great kings who were lords of great kingdoms and numerous provinces. 1067, along with such rustic fealties, from which these things started, there was a return of the Amphidiasis 41 by which the great ancient forest of the earth was cultivated. Hence there is still retained in Italian the laudamio, which means both what a vassal pays to the lord and what the amphidicary pays directly to his patron. 1068, there was a return of ancient Roman clienteles called commendations 42, which we made it possible to see. Hence, vassals were called in Latin by erudite feudalists, with elegance and propriety, clients, and those fealties were called clientelli. 1069, there was a return of the census of the kind established as an order by Servius Tullius. By this census, the Roman plebeians were required for a long time to serve the nobles in war at their own expense. As a result, those vassals now called Angarii and Perangarii were in antiquity the Roman assidui, whom we found above 618 sui accibus militabant served in the military at their own expense, and up until the Petlian law, which unbound the Roman plebs from the bond of feudal law, held legal claim of private incarceration over plebeians who were debtors. 1070, there was a return of Precaria 43 conditional tenancies, which must originally have been lands given by lords at the entreaty of the poor so as to be able to sustain themselves by cultivating those lands. It is exactly this kind of possession that the law of the 12 tables in no place recognizes, as has been demonstrated above 638. 1071, and because barbarism with its violence undermines the faith needed for commerce and leaves peoples with other concerns other than fulfilling the things they need to do relative to the natural life, and because all rent had to be paid in what are called the natural fruits, accordingly there were also during those times the libellus for transfers of real estate. The advantage of these must have been, as was stated in another place 571, that some had an abundance of one kind of fruit from their fields of which others had a lack, and accordingly they could exchange with one another. 1072, there was a return of mancipations, by which the vassal placed his hands in the hands of his lord, signifying his faith and subjection. Hence, the rustic vassals, as we stated just above 433, 1064, through the census of Servius Tullius were the first mancipes of the Romans. And along with mancipation there was a return of the distinction between things which are mancipi transferable and things which are nec mancipi non-transferable, for feudal bodies are nec mancipi or inalienable for the vassal and are mancipi for the lord, exactly as Roman provincial grounds were nec mancipi for the provinces and mancipi for the Romans. In the act of mancipation, there was a return of stipulations with infestications or investitures, which we demonstrated above 569 are the same. Along with stipulations, there was a return of what we observed above 569, 939, 1044 in ancient Roman jurisprudence were originally and properly called cavasi, which later were retained in the contracted word causi. In the second period of barbarism, these were guarantees caudal, a word coming from the same Latin origin, and the solemnizing of these pacts and contracts was called homologare 44 from the menu omini, from whom we say above herein 1057 are derived the terms hominium and homagium insofar as all contracts in those times must have been feudal contracts. Thus, along with guarantees, there was a return of pax guaranteed in the act of mancipation, what are called stipulati by the Roman jurists, so called, we found above 569, from the stipula stalk which sheaths vest the grain, and so it was in this same sense that the learned during this period of barbarism derived the expression pacta vestita, from these investitures, also called investigations. And for pacts that were not guaranteed, ancient and medieval writers both used the same term with the same meaning, pati nudi. 1073, there was a return of two kinds of domain, direct domain and useful domain, which evenly correspond to the quiritary and bonitary domain of the ancient Romans. And direct domain came into being first, just as among the Romans quiritary domain was born first, which we found 109, 601, 984 had its start in domain over the lands which the nobles granted to the plebeians. If possession of these lands was lost, the plebeians were required to make a trial for the legal vindication in the formula, Aiohunc fundum meum sexiure quiritium I declare this ground to be mine by the law of the Quirites. As we demonstrated above 603, 621, such a vindication was in this sense a commendation laudazione for the entire order of nobles, who during the Roman aristocratic republic made up the city itself, for they considered the nobles to be the authorities in the cases of civil domain by which the plebeians were able to vindicate their claims over those grounds. Such domain in the law of the 12 tables was always called auctoritas, because of the authority of domain held by the regnant senate over the Roman grounds at large, grounds over which later the people, in connection with popular liberty, held sovereign public power, as was reasoned upon above 386, 944. 1074, upon this authority in the second period of barbarism, as with countless other things in this work, we shed light by means of earlier ancient periods, such is the greater darkness of that second period relative to the first. 45 There do remain, however, three clear traces of this later authority in three terms from feudalism. First, there is the direct of direct domain, which confirms that this legal action was originally authorized directly by a patron. Next, there is the laudaemio, a term for the payment made for a fief, which must have been done as a commendation laudazione of authority, as we have stated 621. Finally, there is laudo, a term which must have originally signified a judicial sentence in cases of this kind, later retained in the judgments which were called arbitrations. For such judicial decisions seem to end amicably in comparison with judgments pursuant to matters over leasable property allodi, which Beaufort opines were thus called as if to say allodi, in the same way that laud in Italian becomes lode, for, at first, in such matters lords must have looked to the arms of duels for a judgment, as has been demonstrated above 961. This custom has endured even into my own age in the kingdom of Naples, where barons vindicated with duels, not civil judgments, incursions made by other barons within their feudal territories. And just as with the quiritary domain of the ancient Romans, so the direct domain of the older medieval barbarians eventually retained its significance in the domain that produces real civil actions. 1075, and this offers an illuminating place for contemplation in the recurrence that the nations make, as well as the recurrence that the later sort of Roman jurist makes in that later sort of man of learning during the recent barbarism. 47 Just as the former had already in their later age lost sight of ancient Roman law, as we have made it possible to see above in 1,000 proofs, so too the latter in their own later age lost sight of older feudal law. Accordingly, the erudite interpreters of the Roman legal code resolutely deny that these two kinds of domain from barbarism were known by Roman law. They attend to the difference in the sound of the words and so fail to understand the identity of the things themselves. 1076, there was a return of goods ex ire optimo held by supreme right in those goods which erudite feudalists define as allodile goods free from any encumbrance, public or private. Such goods are comparable to the few households which Cicero 48 observes remaining in his time in Rome that were ex ire optimo. Nevertheless, just as goods of this sort went unnoticed in later Roman legislation, so too such allodial goods are actually nowhere to be found. And just as with the previous Roman estates held ex ire optimo, so too the later allodial goods returned as real estate free from any private real encumbrance, but subject to public encumbrance. For there was a return of the fashion in which those goods manifested themselves, which was the transformation of the census established as an order by Servius Tullius into the census founding the Roman treasury, in the fashion that was discovered above 619. As a result, the allodial and feudal goods, the most general distinction made for the things covered by feudal law, were originally distinguished in that feudal goods tended to require the commendation of a lord, whereas allodial goods did not. Without these principles, all the learned feudalists should be at a loss as to how these allodial goods, which they render in Latin along with Cicero as bona ex ire optimo 49, came to be called goods of the distaff, goods which in their proper significance, as was stated above 657, belonged to the law of the strongest and were enfeebled by no extraneous encumbrance, not even public ones, goods which, as we also stated above, were those of the fathers in the familial state, lasting long into the earliest cities, goods which those fathers had acquired by the labors of Heracles. This difficulty, through these same principles, is easily resolved with this same Heracles, who, when he was spinning, became the servant of Iole and of Omphale, that is, the heroes became effeminate when they ceded their heroic claims to plebeians, whom the heroes considered to be women in comparison with themselves, considering and calling themselves viri, as was explained above 657, 684, 1061, and when they suffered their goods to be subject to the treasury of the census, which is the basis of popular republics and is later found to be congruous with establishing the monarchies. 1077, thus, through this older feudal law of which later times lost sight, there is a return of grounds held ex ire quiritium by quiritary right, which, as we explained 595, 624, was the right belonging to those Romans armed with lances in the public assembly who were called quires, because of them was conceived the formula in Vindications, Aiohunc fundum meum sexiure quiritium. I declare this ground to be mine by the law of the Quirites, which is, as was stated 627, a commendation of the authority of the Roman heroic city. So too, in the second period of barbarism, feudal goods were called goods of the lance and tended to the commendation of the authority of lords. These were distinguished from the later allodial goods called goods of the distaff, those with which a debased Heracles does his spinning, a servant to women. Hence, we offered above the heroic origin for the motto inscribed on the French royal coat of arms, Lilia non nent lilies do not spin 50, that in that kingdom there is no succession for women. For there was a return of those laws of clan succession in the law of the 12 tables, the law which we found to be ius gentium Romanorum and which we learned from Baldus that the Salic law was called ius gentium Gallorum. This Salic law was certainly celebrated throughout Germany and so must have been observed throughout all the other nations of the earlier barbarism in Europe, although it was later restricted to France and Savoy. 1078, finally, there was a return of the armed courts which we found above 25, 593 to 595, 624, 762, 926 to be the heroic assemblies held under arms, called assemblies of the curetes by the Greeks, of the Quirites by the Romans. And the earliest parliaments of the kingdoms of Europe were parliaments of barons, similar to the way in which in France they were parliaments of peers, just as French history plainly tells us that originally kings were the heads of the parliament, and that the kings created peers of the court who in their status as commissioners judged cases. Hence, later, they continued to be called dukes and peers of France. So too Cicero 51 says that the earliest Roman court conveyed over the life of a citizen was that in which Tullus Hostilius created the duumvirs who in their status as commissioners, to say it in the formula which Livy draws upon, in Horatium Perduellianum dice rent 52 charged. 1079, Horatius with treason because he had killed his sister. For in the severity of those heroic times, the murder of any citizen when, as has been fully demonstrated above 597, cities were composed only of heroes was considered a hostile act against the fatherland, which is exactly what Perdolio is, and any such murder was called a parricidum patricide because it was done to a father, that is, to a noble, since we saw above 597 that in those times Rome was divided into the fathers and the plebs. Consequently, from Romulus up until Tullus Hostilius, there was no prosecution of the killing of a noble, because the nobles must have been attentive not to commit such offences, instead using duels, upon which we reasoned above 963. And because in the case of Horatius there was no one who could privately avenge Horatia with a duel, Tullus Hostilius instituted, for the first time, orders for judgments. Alternatively, the murder of a plebeian was either done by the patron himself, and so by someone who could not be prosecuted, or done by someone else who would make up for the patron's loss, since the one murdered was his servant. Such is still the custom in Poland, Lithuania, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. 53. However, the erudite interpreters of the Roman legal code do not see this difficulty because they rely on the empty opinion that the Golden Age was an age of innocence, just as the political theorists, for the same reason, have relied on that statement of Aristotle 54 that in ancient republics there were no laws for private injuries and offences. Hence, Tacitus, Sallust, and other authors 55 who are otherwise most acute when telling us about the origins of republics and laws offer an account of the earliest state prior to the civil state in which men, from the beginning, led lives like so many atoms in a state of innocence. However, it was only after they came into cities that these men, who inspire such wonder in Hotman and from whom comes the natural law of the Gentile peoples whom Ulpian calls humanarum humane peoples, that the murder of some man was called homicidium homicide. 1080. Now, it was in parliaments of this sort that they must have discussed feudal cases concerning the feudal rights, feudal succession, or feudal devolution by crime or default. After these cases were confirmed many times in rendering such judgments, they became the feudal custom. This custom is older than any other in Europe and attests to the natural law of the Gentile peoples 56 being born from such feudal human customs, as was fully proved above 599, 618. 1081, finally, just as in the sentence to which Horatius was condemned, the king Tullus permitted the defendant to appeal to the people, which still consisted only of nobles, as was demonstrated above 500, 662, because with regnant senates there was no other remedy for a defendant than recourse to that same senate, so too, and not otherwise, the nobles during the return to barbarous times must have made a practice of invoking the kings themselves in their parliaments, as for example, the kings of France who originally were the heads of parliament 57. 1082, there is a great vestige of these heroic parliaments preserved in the Sacred Council of Naples, whose presiding officer has the title Sacred Royal Majesty. On the one hand, its councillors are named Milite soldiers 58 and have the status of commissioners, for in the second period of barbarism, only the nobles were soldiers, and the plebeians served them in war, just as in the first period of barbarism we observed 559, 1033 in Homer and in Roman history. On the other hand, for its sentences, there was no appeal other than one invoking the judgment of the tribunal itself. 1083, from all the things here enumerated, one has to conclude that rule everywhere was aristocratic, not by constitution but by governance, just as in the frigid north, Poland still is today, and just as Sweden and Denmark were 150 years ago, and that with time, if there are no extraordinary causes to impede its natural course, Poland will arrive at perfect, 1084, monarchy. This is so true that Bodin himself goes even further and says that his own French regime during the Merovingian and Carolingian lines was aristocratic not just in terms of governance, as we say, but in terms of constitution. Now, here we would ask of Bodin, how did the French regime become the perfect monarchy that it is now? Was it perhaps on account of some royal law by which the paladins of France divested themselves of power and conferred it upon kings of the Capetian line? Perhaps, If Bodin had recourse to the myth of royal law devised by Tribonian, by which the Roman people divested itself of its sovereign power and conferred it upon Octavius Augustus, something revealed as a myth simply by reading the first pages of the Annals of Tacitus 59, in which he tells of the final things done by Augustus to give legitimacy in his own person to having started a Roman monarchy, something that all nations sensed had started with Augustus. Or was it perhaps because France was conquered by the armed forces of one of the Capetians? And yet all the histories hold themselves aloof from any such misfortune. Therefore, Bodin, and, along with Bodin, all the political theorists and all the jurists who have written de ire public, must give recognition to that eternal and natural royal law by which the free power in a constitution, because it is free, must be actuated. As a result, to the extent that the optimates relent, a people must be invigorated with a view to becoming free, and to the extent that a free people relents, a king must be invigorated with a view to becoming monarch. On account of this, just as the natural law of the philosophers, or that of the moral theologians, is the law of reason, so the natural law of the Gentile peoples is the natural law of advantage and strength, which, as the jurists say, nations come to celebrate usu exigent humanisque necessitatibus expostulantibus 60 as usage requires and as human necessities demand. 1085, it is by these many beautiful and elegant expressions from ancient Roman jurisprudence, by which the erudite feudalists have actually mitigated and could mitigate even further the barbarism of feudal doctrine, insofar as it has been demonstrated herein that the ideas in what is most proper to them already agree, that Oldendorff 61 and all the others with him can come to understand that if feudal law was born from the sparks of barbarians setting fire to Roman law, then Roman law was born from the sparks of a fealties celebrated in the first period of barbarism in Latium. From these fealties have come into being all the republics of the world. And just as we have demonstrated this above 599, 618 in reasoning about these earliest republics, particularly in the Poetic Politics, so too in Book 5, in keeping with what we promised in the idea of the work 25, we have discovered the origins of the new European regimes in the eternal nature of fealties. 1086, but finally, the way was opened in the universities of Italy for the study and teaching of the Roman laws contained in the books of Justinian, laws that were conceived in terms of the natural law of humane Gentile peoples, and minds that were more developed and acted with greater understanding dedicated themselves to the cultivation of a jurisprudence of natural equity which holds those who are and are not nobles to be equal in the civil code, since they are equal in human nature. And so, just as in Rome Tiberius Coruncanius started to teach the laws publicly, the arcana started to slip out of the hands of the nobles, and little by little their power weakened, so this is exactly what came to pass for the nobles in the European regimes. They had been ruled by aristocratic governance and went on to be free republics and the most complete monarchies. 1087, these two forms of constitution, because both tend towards human governance, conveniently change from one to the other. But to return from them to an aristocratic constitution is almost an impossibility in civil nature. So much so that Dion of Syracuse, even though he belonged to the royal household and had cast out a monstrous prince, that is, Dionysius, tyrant of Syracuse, even though he was so endowed with the beauty of civil virtue that he was worthy of the friendship of the divine Plato, because he attempted to reinstitute the orders of an aristocratic constitution, he was barbarously killed. And the Pythagoreans, that is, the nobles of Magna Graecia, as we explained above 427, for their same attempt were all cut into pieces, and the few who saved themselves in a stronghold were burned alive by the multitude. 62 For plebeian men, once they recognize that they are equal in nature to the nobles, naturally will not suffer to be unequal in the civil code, an equality that they pursue either in free republics or under the monarchies. Hence, in the present humanity of nations, the few aristocratic republics that remain among us kept the multitude at the same time dutiful and content, with a manifold, diligent care and with discerning and wise provisions. A depiction of the world of nations, ancient and modern, with observations conforming to the design of the principles of this science. 1088, This course of the human civil things was not taken by Carthage, Capua, or Numantia, 3 cities because of which Rome feared for its empire over the world. For the Carthaginians were forestalled by their native African acuity, sharpened even more by maritime commerce. The Capuans were forestalled by the mildness of the climate and by the abundance of fortunate Campania. Finally, the Numantians because they were in the early flourishing of their heroism when they were oppressed by a Roman power commanded by Scipio Africanus, victor over Carthage and assisted by the strength of the world. However, the Romans, because they were forestalled by none of these things, journeyed at the correct pace, making for the rule of Providence by way of commonplace wisdom, and journeying through all 3 forms of civil constitution according to their natural order. As the many proofs in this book have demonstrated, they remained in each until one form was naturally succeeded by another. And they were guardians of aristocracy until the Publian and Petlian laws, they were guardians of popular liberty until the time of Augustus, they were guardians of monarchy as long as they were humanly able to resist the internal and external causes of the destruction of that form of constitution. 1089, today, a completed humanity seems to be spread throughout all the nations. Given that great monarchies rule over this world of peoples, if there are yet some barbarous peoples, the cause is that their monarchies have remained under the commonplace wisdom of imaginary and savage religions, and this is compounded in some monarchies by the uneven nature of the nations subjected to them. 1090, taking our lead from the frigid north, the Tsar of Muscovy, although Christian, is lord over men with sluggish minds. The Khan of Tartary has dominion over a people as soft as the ancient Series were, who used to make up the bulk of his great empire but are now part of the Chinese Empire. The Negus of Ethiopia and the powerful kings of Fez and Morocco reign over peoples quite weak and spread out. 1091, however, in the middle of the temperate zone, where men are born more even-natured, starting with the Far East, the Emperor of Japan pays homage to a humanity similar to that of the Romans during the time of the Carthaginian Wars. Because of this, he resembles them in the ferocity of his armed forces and, as learned travelers have observed, he has in his language an air similar to the Latin, and on account of an imaginary religion, quite terrifying and savage and with horrible gods, all of whom bearing deadly arms, he retains much of the heroic nature. For missionary fathers who have gone there relate that the greatest difficulty which they have encountered in converting these peoples to Christianity is that the nobles cannot be persuaded that the plebeians have the same human nature as they have. The Emperor of the Chinese, because he reigns by a mild religion and cultivates letters, is most humane. And the Emperor of the Indies is more humane than not, and for the most part uses the arts of peace. The Persian and the Turk have mixed the mildness of the Near East over which they are lords with the rude doctrine of their religion, and so the Turks in particular have tempered arrogance with magnificence, with pomp, with liberality, and with gratitude. 1092, but in Europe, where celebrated everywhere is the Christian religion which teaches an idea of God infinitely pure and perfect and decrees charity for all of humankind, there are great monarchies most humane in their customs. For those located in the frigid north in Sweden and Denmark until 150 years ago and even until today in Poland and England seem, in spite of having a monarchical constitution, still to be aristocratic in their governance. But if they are not impeded from the natural course of things by extraordinary causes, they will arrive at the most complete monarchies. There are observed a greater number of popular monarchies in this part of the world alone, because of its cultivation of science, than are in all the other 3 together. Indeed, on account of the recurrence of the same public advantages and necessities, there has been a renewal of the form of the Aetolian and Achaean Republican leagues. And just as the latter was understood by the Greeks as a necessity for their security against the great power of the Romans, so the Swiss cantons and the United Provinces, or States, of Holland have instituted 2 aristocratic orders from many free popular cities, and these orders stand united in perpetual league in peace and in war. And the bulk of the German Empire is a system of many free cities and sovereign princes whose leader is the emperor, and in acting with regard to the state of that empire, the system is governed aristocratically. 63. 1093, and here one must observe that sovereign powers united in leagues, whether perpetual or temporary, come of themselves to form an aristocratic constitution into which enters that suspicious anxiety which is the property of aristocracies, as was demonstrated above 1025. Hence, since this is the last form of civil constitution, for it is not possible to understand a constitution in civil nature that would be superior to aristocracies of this sort, this same form must have been the first, and we have demonstrated by so many proofs in this work that this first form was an aristocracy of fathers, sovereign kings in their own families and united in ruling orders in the earliest cities. For this is the nature of principles, that they give the first things their start and bring the last things to their end. 1094. Now, to return to what we have proposed, today in Europe, there are no more than 5 aristocracies, namely, Venice, Genoa, Lucca in Italy, Ragusa in Dalmatia, and Nuremberg in Germany, and almost all of them lie within narrow borders. However, Christian Europe everywhere shines with such great humanity that there is an abundance of all the goods by which human life is able to flourish, not just those which make ease for the body, but also those which please both the mind and the spirit. And all that in the strength of the Christian religion, which teaches a truth so sublime that it accepts into its service the most learned of Gentile philosophy and cultivates 3 languages as its own, Hebrew, the most ancient in the world, Greek, the most refined, and Latin, the most grand. As a result, the Christian religion is also, for human ends, better than all others in the world. For it unifies a wisdom decreed to us with a wisdom reasoned out on the strength of the doctrines culled from the best philosophers and erudition cultivated from the best philologists. 1095, finally, taking passage over the ocean to the New World, the peoples of the Americas would now be running this course taken by human things if they had not been discovered by the Europeans. 1096, now, in keeping with this recurrence of human civil things upon which Book 5 in particular has reasoned, reflect upon the parallels drawn throughout this whole work on a great number of subjects between earlier and more recent times for nations both ancient and modern. You will have fully articulated the history of legislation and of deeds which is not particular to the Romans or to the Greeks, but one based upon identity in the substance by which it is understood and upon diversity in the modes by which it is articulated. 64. You will have the ideal history of eternal legislation based on which the deeds of all nations run their course in their emergence, progress, maturity, decadence, and end, a course run even if it were the case, but it is certainly false, that from one time to the next, infinite worlds came to be from eternity. 65. Hence, we could do no less than to give this work the invidious 66 title, The New Science, for it was too great an injustice to defraud it of its right and claim to a universal argument, inasmuch as that argument concerns the common nature of the nations and has that property which every science perfected in its idea has, a property explicated by Seneca 67 in the vastness of the following expression: Pusilla residential hic mundus est nisi Idaho quodquerit, omnes mundus habet. The world is but a paltry thing unless it holds what all the world seeks. Conclusion of the work. Concerning an eternal natural republic, best in each of the kinds of republic ordered by divine providence. 1097, therefore, let us conclude this work with Plato, one who makes a 4th kind of republic in which honorable and good men would be supreme lords. This would be a true, natural republic. Such a republic as Plato understood it was conducted by Providence in such a way from the earliest start of the nations that men, stronger because of their gigantic stature, must have wandered over the peaks of mountains as do wild beasts that are stronger by nature, and with the first lightning bolts after the universal flood, they took themselves under the earth into caves in the mountains and subjected themselves to one superior in strength, which they imagined as Jove. And being all astonishment, as well as arrogance and savagery, they humbled themselves before a divinity. And one can understand no other counsel than the one in this order of human things, a counsel by which divine providence worked to settle them in their bestial wandering within the great forest of the earth so as to introduce the order of human civil things. 1098, for at that time a state was formed out of republics which were, so to speak, monastic, that is, out of solitary sovereigns under the governance of the best and greatest one whom they themselves devised, and in whom they believed, from the flashing of those lightning bolts. In the midst of these lightning bolts shone forth to them that true light of a God who governs men. Hence, later all the human advantages given to them, and all the aids tending to their human necessities, they imagined to be gods and, as such, feared and revered them. Consequently, caught between the strong restraint of a terrifying superstition too and the stinging goad of bestial lust, both of these must have been most violent in such men, because they sensed the heavens in an aspect terrifying to them and, accordingly, impeding them in the practices belonging to Venus, they must have kept their impetus to the bodily movements of lust subject to conatus 3, and thus they started practicing a human freedom which keeps in check the movements of concupiscence and gives them a different direction. Since this freedom does not come from the body whence comes concupiscence, it must come from the mind and, consequently, is properly human. Those men turned in the direction of seizing women by force, by nature shy and reluctant, dragging them into their caves and, so as to have intercourse with them, remaining settled with them in continuous, lifetime companionship. And so, with these first couplings that were human, that is, couplings that were chaste and religious, they afforded a beginning to marriage, through which they make certain children with certain wives and so become certain fathers, and they founded the families, which they governed with a familial cyclopean power over their children and their wives proper to such savage and arrogant natures, so that with the later rise of the cities, men were found to be well disposed to fearing civil power. Thus did Providence institute the order of certain domestic republics in the form of monarchies under fathers who in that state were princes, best in terms of sex, age, and virtue. The fathers in this state, this is what ought to be called the state of nature, the one which is the same as the familial state, must have formed the first natural orders as men of piety, chastity, and fortitude. They had settled on their lands so as to defend themselves and their families. They were no longer able to escape by fleeing, as they had done previously in their wild wanderings, but were required to kill the wild beasts that attacked them, and so as to sustain themselves along with their families. They no longer wandered in search of food, but tamed the lands and sowed grain. All this to save humankind. 1099, at the end of a long age, there were other men cast forth by the force of their own evil, evil caused for them by that infamous sharing in common of things and women. By that sharing they remained dispersed throughout the plains and the valleys in great numbers, men who were impious because they did not fear God, who were impudent because of intercourse in the manner of the bestial Venus, who were profane because of that same intercourse with their mothers and daughters. They were weak, astray, and alone, and after being pursued over a lifetime by violent men hardened by strife born from the same infamous sharing, they repaired at a run to the asylums of the fathers, and the fathers who received them into their protection came with clienteles to increase their familial regimes based on those familial servants. And they developed republics based on orders belonging to those who were naturally superior because of a virtue that was certainly heroic. They were superior because of their piety in worshipping a divinity, although it was divinity multiplied and divided by them, in their small enlightenment, into gods, gods formed in accordance with their varied apprehensions, as was deduced and confirmed by Diodorus Siculus IV and more clearly by Eusebius in his preparation for the Gospel 5 and by Saint Cyril of Alexandria in his book against Julian the Apostate. And, furnished with this piety, they were superior because of their prudence in taking counsel from the auspices of the gods. They were superior because of their temperance in having intercourse chastely with only one woman taken under divine auspices in continuous, lifetime companionship. They were superior because of their fortitude in killing wild beasts, taming the lands. And they were superior because of their magnanimity in succoring the weak and giving aid to those in danger. These were by nature Herculean republics in which those of piety, wisdom, chastity, fortitude, and magnanimity might defeat the proud and defend the weak, which is excellence with regard to the form of civil governance. 1100, however, eventually, the paterfamilias, bequeathed through religion and virtue a greatness by the toils of his clients, abused the legislation pertaining to protection, which made for harsh governance, and departed from the natural order, which is the order of justice. At that point, the clients in families rebelled. However, because human society is without order, which is as much as to say that, without God, it cannot sustain itself even for a moment, Providence naturally led the paterfamilias to unite with those belonging to him into orders against those rebelling and, so as to pacify those rebelling with the first agrarian law in the world, to permit them bonitary domain over the fields while keeping optimal domain, that is, familial sovereignty for themselves. Hence the first cities came into being upon the regnant orders of nobles. And for want of a natural order conforming to what was then the state of nature, that is, status determined by kind, sex, age, and virtue, Providence made a civil order come into being, along with the coming into being of these cities, and, first of all, one that is closest to nature, with a view to the nobility of the human species, and human beings could not be deemed noble in this state of things, except by the nobility that stems from human propagation with wives taken under divine auspices. And so, it was through heroism that the nobles reigned over the plebeians who did not covenant in marriage with solemnities of this sort. And since this ended the divine regimes by which families were governed by means of divine auspices, and since those heroes were now required to reign on the strength of the form of heroic governance itself, the principal basis of such republics was a religion guarded with those same heroic orders, and it was through this religion that all rights and all claims to civil life belonged only to the heroes. However, because this nobility had become a gift of fortune, Providence made for the emergence, among the nobles, of an order of the fathers of families, who were naturally more worthy on account of their age. And among those in this order, Providence made for the coming into being of those who, as kings, were more spirited and more hardened, and who ought to be made leaders by the others, so that they might settle into orders so as to resist and to terrorize rebelling clients. 1101. However, with the revolving of years, the human mind developed a great deal, and the plebs of the peoples believed otherwise about the emptiness of such heroism, and came to understand themselves as having a human nature equal with that of the nobles. Hence, they even tried for entrance into the civil orders of the city. Since it would be the case that at the end of that age the people ought to be sovereign, Providence permitted that prior to this, the plebs would long strive with the nobles over piety and religion in heroic contests by which the nobles were required to share the auspices with the plebeians, and this tended towards their sharing all the claims of civil life, public and private, because they deemed these to be dependent upon the auspices. And so, it was their very concern for piety and the same affect of religion that led the people to be sovereign in the city. In this respect, the Roman people surpassed all other peoples in the world and, accordingly, were as a people lord over that world. In this fashion, as the natural order merged more and more into those civil orders, the popular republics came into being. In these republics, since everything was reduced to lot or balance, so that neither chance nor fate would reign therein, Providence instituted that the order of the census would be the rule for honors. And thus, the industrious and not the idle, the frugal and not the prodigal, the provident and not the shiftless, the magnanimous and not the faint of heart, in a word, those enriched by some virtue or by some image of virtue and not those impoverished by their many knavish vices, were deemed best for governance. It was from such republics of this sort entire peoples who wish in common for justice and so decree just laws, laws that are just because they are universally good, which Aristotle 6 divinely defines as a will without passion and thus a heroic will in command of the passions. That philosophy emerged, with a mandate, because of the form of these republics, not only to form heroes, but also, for the forming of these heroes, to take an interest in the truth. Providence instituted these orders so that, since virtuous actions were no longer done through a religious sensibility as they previously had been done, philosophy would make virtue intelligible in terms of its ideal, and on the strength of reflecting upon this idea, even men who did not have virtue would at least be ashamed of their vices. This alone can keep peoples trained to act badly to their duty. And from the philosophies, Providence permitted eloquence to arise, so that by the very form of the popular republics where good laws are decreed, such eloquence should be impassioned by a justice that would inflame the people to decree good laws from these ideals of virtue. This is the eloquence that we resolutely determine to have flourished in Rome in the times of Scipio Africanus, in whose age civil wisdom and military valor both happily established Rome upon the ruins of Carthage as the imperial power of the world, which must have necessarily brought in its train an eloquence hardy and most wise. 1102, however, even as popular constitutions became corrupted, so too did the philosophies, which fell into skepticism, as learned fools gave themselves over to calumniating the truth. Consequently, there came into being a false eloquence, prepared equally to defend either of the opposing sides of a case. Thus arrived the misuse of eloquence, as in Rome, at a time when citizens were no longer content to make riches the basis of orders, but tried to make them the basis of power, did the tribunes of the plebs, like a furious wind upon the sea, stir up civil wars in their republics and send them into total disorder. And so, they made for a fall from complete liberty into complete tyranny, the worst tyranny of all being anarchy, that is, the unchecked liberty of free peoples. 1103, against this great malady of cities, Providence works with one of three great remedies, in keeping with the order of human civil things. 1104, this is because, first, Providence disposes them to discover one who, like Augustus, will arise from within these peoples to establish a monarchy. And, given that all the orders and all the laws previously discovered for liberty are no longer strong enough to regulate them and to keep them in check, he has to take in hand all these orders and all these laws by the force of arms. And, by contrast, the very form of a monarchical constitution restricts the will of the monarch, whose public power imperio is otherwise infinite, to stay within the natural order of keeping their peoples content and satisfied with their republics and with their natural liberty. Without the generality of peoples being thus satisfied and content, a monarchical constitution is neither long-lasting nor secure. 1105, second, if Providence does not find a remedy of this sort from within, it goes in search of one from without, and given that such peoples are so corrupted that they have already become slaves by their nature to their unchecked passions, slaves to luxury, to refinement, to avarice, to envy, to pride, and to ostentation, and given that through the pleasures of a dissolute life they return to all the vices proper to the basest of slaves, so that they are liars, rogues, calumniators, thieves, cowards, and contrivers, given all this, they become also slaves by the natural law of the Gentile people 7, which comes from the nature of nations, and come to be subjects of better nations who have conquered them with arms, and because of this are preserved by being reduced to provinces. Indeed, here shine forth the two great lights of the natural order: first, that those who cannot govern themselves are left to be governed by others who can; second, that the world is always governed by those who are better by nature. 1106, however, if a people is rotting in a final stage of civil malady and neither assents to a native monarch nor comes to be conquered and preserved from without by a better nation, then Providence works against this extreme evil with the following extreme remedy. Given that such a people become accustomed to thinking in a fashion no different from beasts, each thinking of his own particular advantage, and given that such a people in the last stage of refinement, or, to put it better, arrogance, is inclined to resent and lash out at whatever trifle happens to displease it, in the fashion of wild beasts, thus, no matter how great the throng or press of their bodies, they live like brutal beasts in an extreme solitude of spirit and will, with not even two of them being able to agree, while each of them pursues his own pleasure and caprice. Through all this, and by stubborn factionalism and hopeless civil wars, they go on to make forests out of their cities and layers of men out of these forests. In this fashion, over long centuries of barbarism, they come to corrode the misbegotten subtleties of malice-filled ingenuity, which by the barbarism of reflection 8 has turned them into wild beasts more brutal than those in the earlier barbarism of the senses. For the latter reveals a noble savagery, against which another can put up a defense, take flight, or be on guard. But the former, with a base savagery surrounded by blandishments and embraces, plots against the lives and the fortunes of those who are one's own confidants and friends. Accordingly, when providence works upon peoples given to reflective malice of this sort, with its final remedy they are so stunned and stupefied that they no longer sense ease, refinement, pleasure, and ostentation, but only the necessary advantages of life. And with the small number of men who in the end remain, and with the abundance of things necessary for life itself, they naturally become agreeable. And through a return to that earlier simplicity of the earlier world of peoples, they are religious, truthful, and faithful, and thus there is a return among them of the piety, faith, and truth, which are the natural foundations of justice and the graces and beauties of the eternal order of God. 1107. With this simple and clear observation made concerning the things pertaining to all of humankind, even if nothing else came down to us from the philosophers, historians, grammarians, and jurists, one could certainly say that this is the great city of the nations founded and governed by God. This is because they have raised to the heavens, with their eternal praises of wise lawgivers, those like Solon, Lycurgus, and the Decemvirs, insofar as up until now it has been opined that by their good orders and good laws they founded those three most luminous cities shining forever in their greater beauty and their greater civil virtues, that is, Sparta, Athens, and Rome, and yet these cities were of brief duration and limited extent relative to the universality of peoples. They were ordered with such orders and settled with such laws that, even in their very corruption, they take on those forms of constitution by which alone it is possible everywhere to be preserved and to endure consistently. And should we not declare this to be the counsel of a superhuman wisdom? Should we not say of a council that rules and conducts not with the force of laws, whose force Dio said above in the Axioms 9 was similar to that of a tyrant, but by making use of the very customs of men, whose customs are so free from any force that in them men pay homage to their own nature, whence the same Dio said that customs are similar to a king in that kings give decrees by pleasing, that is, rules and conducts divinely. 1108. For men, indeed, have themselves made this world of nations. This was the incontestable first principle of this science, given that we despaired of discovering it from the philosophers and philologists. However, this world, without doubt, has issued from a mind which is often different from, at times at odds with, and always superior to the particular ends which those men have proposed, and it has made these restricted ends into means to serve fuller ends which always work to preserve the human race on this earth. Men intend to have intercourse in bestial lust and to abandon their offspring, and in the process make the chastity of marriage from which the families arise. Fathers intend to exercise intemperate paternal power over their clients, from which the cities arise. The regnant orders of nobles intend to abuse the lordly liberty they have over the plebeians and end up being enslaved to the laws that make for popular liberty. Free peoples intend to loosen the restraints of their laws and arrive at subjection to monarchs. Monarchs intend to debase their subjects in all the vices of dissoluteness that render monarchs secure and dispose their subjects to endure enslavement to stronger nations. The nations intend to disperse themselves, and those left behind go on to save themselves in their solitude and from there, like a phoenix, rise anew. That which did all this was, indeed, mind, for men did it with understanding. It was not fate, for men did it with choice. It was not chance, for there was a consistency in what men did which gave rise to the same things. 1109, therefore, Epicurus, who is given to chance, is refuted by what men actually do, and with him his followers Hobbes and Machiavelli. Also refuted by what men actually do is Zeno, and with him Spinoza. On the contrary, what men actually do establishes in favor for the political philosophers, whose prince is the divine Plato, who establishes that the human things are ruled by providence. 10. Hence, Cicero 11 was in the right when he was unable to reason with Atticus about the laws, unless Atticus were to quit being an Epicurean and concede from the first that providence rules the human things. Pufendorf did not give recognition to providence among his hypotheses, Selden merely assumed it, and Grotius set it aside. However, the Roman jurists established it as the first principle of the natural law of the Gentile peoples. For in this work it has been fully demonstrated that the earliest governance in the world had as its entire form a religion based on providence, and the familial state rested on this religion alone. Passing on from there to heroic civil, or aristocratic, governance, that religion must have been its principal basis of stability. Subsequently advancing on to popular governance, this same religion served as a means for such governance coming to pass. Settling at last upon monarchical governance, this religion must have been the shield of princes. Hence, when religion is lost for a people, nothing remains for them to live in society, no shield for defending themselves, no means for taking counsel, no basis that must support them, no form for them actually to be in the world. 1110, consequently, let Bell see if there can actually be nations in the world without some knowledge of God. And let Polybius see how much truth there may be in his statement that if there were philosophers in the world, there would have been no need in the world for religions. 12 For it is by religions alone that the peoples do virtuous works through their senses, by which men are efficaciously moved to perform them, while the maxims reasoned by the philosophers concerning virtue serve only for an eloquence good for kindling the senses to do the duties of the virtues. This is the essential difference between our Christian religion, which is true, and all the others, which are false. In our religion, divine grace makes for virtuous works with a view to an infinite and eternal good that cannot fall under the senses, and as a consequence, it is with a view to this that the mind moves the senses to virtuous actions, whereas in false religions, they have proposed for themselves finite and transitory goods, in this life as in the next, where they expect a blessedness consisting of physical pleasures, and accordingly the senses must draw the mind towards doing virtuous works. 1111, by contrast, Providence, through the order of civil things upon which this book has reasoned, makes itself plainly sensible to us with three sentiments: first, wonder; second, the veneration, which until now all the learned have had for the unaccountable wisdom of the ancients; 13 and, third, the ardent desire with which they burn to seek after and obtain this wisdom, for there were three actual lights from God's divinity which gave rise to the three aforementioned beautiful and correct sentiments, which are later perverted by the vanity of the learned, together with the vanity of nations, as we proposed above in the first axioms 14 and which have been reproved throughout this entire book. These correct and beautiful sentiments are that all the learned admire, venerate, and desire to be united with the infinite wisdom of God. 1112, in sum, on account of everything that has been reasoned upon in this work, one is given finally to conclude that this science brings as inseparable from it the study of piety, and that if one is not pious, one cannot in truth be wise.